Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Ate Kaido's Devil Fruit? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The doctor is showing Izuku and his mom an x-ray of his foot. He explains that with the evolution that quirks have brought, those with quirks are missing a joint in one of the pinky toes. He points to one of the joints on Izuku's foot as he speaks, and as he studies it, Izuku's heart begins to sink. As you can see, Mrs. Midoriya, Izuku has the extra joint. He's quirkless. He then turns his attention to Izuku. It would be best if you give up on your dream, kid. You can't be a hero without a quirk. Izuku's grip on his all-might figure loosens to the point that it drops to the floor of the doctor's office. He doesn't register his mom floating it up towards her, or the ensuing conversation she has with Dr. Tsubasa. His mind is hooked on that one word, quirkless. Izuku keeps his head down in class the following Monday. The other kids don't really try to talk to him normally, anyway, so he's able to just sit in silence, staring down at his shoes. That is, he's able to until Katsuki arrives, the boy bounding up to Izuku as he pops off small sparks in his palm. "Hey, Izuku!" he yells, stopping in front of his friend's chair. "You went to the doctor on the weekend, right? What did he say your quirk's gonna be?" he asks, shoving his face into Izuku's when the boy doesn't look up or answer him. "Hey, can you hear me? Your quirk didn't cause you to go deaf, did it?" Izuku shrinks in on himself as the teacher runs over, gently pushing Katsuki away. "Now, Katsuki. I know you're Izuku's friend, but you have to be more careful with him. He'd been diagnosed as quirkless, dear. He's more fragile than you and your classmates." Izuku curls in on himself at the teacher's words. He had wanted to be the one to tell Katsuki. Yes, he hadn't replied right away, but he had just been trying to find the right words. "Just be more gentle with him, okay?" the teacher says, patting Katsuki on the shoulder before walking away to deal with a small argument some of the other kids were having. Katsuki doesn't say anything for a while, causing Izuku to unfurl slightly, hope filling his chest. "You're quirkless?" Katsuki whispers. Izuku had never heard the boy whisper before. He nods. Katsuki scowls, the small pops in his hands growing into sparklers. "What the hell? You promised we'd be a hero duo? We can't do that if you're quirkless. You're a liar." Izuku doesn't have any time to react before Katsuki sets off an explosion right next to his arm, ending in a scorch mark and a small hole in his sleeve. He pulls his arm back to do more, but the teacher runs over, guiding Katsuki away to play with the other kids. Izuku sits alone that day, staring at the hole in his shirt. Izuku curls up in a ball, trying his best to sink into the grass and escape 6-year-old Bakugo and his cronies as they kick, scratch, and burn him. Finally, the onslaught of attacks stops and Izuku dares to unfurl only slightly, peeking through his hands. This turns out to be a mistake, however, when Katsuki delivers a swift kick to his head. Izuku blinks his eyes open, guarding them against the rays of sun beaming into his face. He stands slowly, trying to be careful of the wounds he surely received earlier. He's surprised, however, when he doesn't feel any pain. Not even from the older, healing bruises from a few weeks ago. He checks himself over and doesn't see any hint of his injuries. He blinks in wonder and finally decides to take a look around his surroundings. He's in a clearing of some kind, surrounded by a thick ring of trees woven together. In front of him, in the center of the clearing, is a ginormous tree. It's covered in fantastical-looking fruits, each a different color, shape, and pattern, though they're all relatively the same size. He walks up to it, wonder filling his gaze. He's reaching his hand out to touch the bark when a fruit falls from the tree. He fumbles before catching it in his left hand. The fruit is just smaller than a football and fits comfortably in his palm. He adjusts his grip so that he's holding it between his hands. The fruit looks like it's covered in scales. It has yellow leaves covering its top with 2 purple stems sticking out of the leaves. The scales are blue, darker in the middle with a light blue rim and a small swirl at the base of each. A small azure dragon appears above the fruit. It has thin arms, but Izuku has the feeling that they're still incredibly strong. "Go ahead," It says, "Eat it. You won't be doing much swimming and it will fix that powerless problem of yours." Izuku blinks at it. Really? It nods and Izuku lifts the fruit up to his mouth. The dragon dissipates just before the fruit makes contact with his lips. Juice seeps out from the corners of his mouth, but that's the only good thing about it. The fruit is disgusting and he can barely bring himself to swallow. He forces himself to take another bite, just in case, but that's all he can do. His stomach starts to feel odd as the fruit makes its way through his system. His eyes start to droop and he lays down at the base of the tree, curling up in a perfectly sized gap between two roots. Izuku wakes slowly. It's dark but he doesn't bother looking over at his clock. He yawns, rubbing his eyes as he sits up in his bed. He looks around his room, wondering how he'd gotten there when, mere moments ago, he was in a clearing in a tight-knit forest. Finally, he gets the sleep out of his eyes, which causes him to finally realize that his left arm feels a little different. He can't tell what it is in the darkness of his room, so he runs off to the bathroom. He throws the door open and feels along the wall for the light switch. It clicks on, bathing the small room in light as he stares down at his arm, twisting and turning it. It's covered in a sparse coating of scales. Some of them are more opaque than others, and some are congregated in groups while others sit alone. They're all emerald in color. Izuku smiles to himself as he runs his fingers over the scales. The dragon hadn't lied. He had a quirk now. Izuku is still inspecting the scales littering his arm when Inko bursts into the bathroom, a crazed, worried look in her eyes. Izuku jumps when the door slams open, turning quickly to face his mother. She looks him up and down, her eyes finally landing on his arm. She starts to calm down and a smile stretches across her face as she envelopes Izuku in a hug. "Oh baby," she cries. "You finally got your quirk. I knew you would." Izuku can feel tears starting to soak into his shoulder as his eyes start to water. He buries his face in his mother's shirt, a smile pulling at his lips. They stay like that for a while, mother and son wrapped up in only each other and their excitement until the rising sun is peeking through their windows and lighting up the apartment. Inko finally pulls herself away, wiping her tears away with her sleeve before gently brushing away Izuku's with her thumb. "What do you say I keep you home from school today? We can have a special breakfast and spend the day doing whatever you want, okay?" Izuku nods, bounding down the hall with Inko as they head into the kitchen. He insists on helping her cook, tying her apron for her before spinning around so she can tie his. He gets out the frying pans, utensils, and rice cooker while Inko digs around the pantry and the fridge for their ingredients. They lay everything out on the countertops and arrange themselves in front of separate cutting boards. Izuku cuts up the vegetables using a crinkle cutter while Inko starts the rice before cutting the meat. Music from the radio fills the kitchen as they work, moving around each other easily. They sing along with the songs they know and hum along to the ones they don't, harmonizing with each other. Inko cracks eggs in a pan while Izuku scrapes the cut vegetables into the egg whites. After around 40 minutes, they have plates of fluffy eggs sitting on plates in front of them. The eggs are a marble pattern of white and yellow, small sprinkles of color popping up here and there from vegetables on the surface. The meat is laid out in small pieces on top of the eggs and the rice sits in bowls next to their plates. Inko takes a bite first and Izuku watches her intently for her approval. When she finally swallows, she looks up at Izuku with a smile on her face. "It's delicious, dear. Thank you for your help." He smiles back. "You're welcome, Mom." They don't talk any further as they eat, content to simply listen to the music still pouring from the radio and bask in each other's presence. Occasionally, a beam of sunlight will catch on one of Izuku's scales, causing it to shimmer and catch his eye. He'll watch it for a moment, before twisting his arm out of the light and returning to his food. Inko watches her son admire his scales through her hair. She hides her smile by keeping her head lowered just so, trying not to let him catch her watching him. Pride fills her stomach as she sees his scales shimmer. When they're done eating, Izuku insists on doing the dishes. Inko tries to protest and, in the end, they compromise with Inko washing while Izuku dries. When he's done with a dish, he'll either put it in the drying rack or set it on the table to be put away later. Once Izuku had dried the last plate, Inko pulls the plug in the sink and dries her hands on the towel hanging from the oven handle. Go get ready, Izuku. We'll be heading out soon. Izuku nods vigorously and runs off to his bedroom, closing the door behind him. He digs through his closet to find something he likes and ends up picking a simple t-shirt with "suit" written across the chest. His pun shirts always make Inko laugh, and a pair of black leggings. He grabs his public backpack from the closet. It's a plain black backpack instead of his bright yellow school bag. He fills it with an extra change of clothes, his emergency phone in case he gets lost or kidnapped, a water bottle, a snack, a pack of disinfectant wipes, and his house key. He bounces back into the living room and switches on the news while he waits for Inko to finish getting ready. It's not overly interesting, just some overviews of small attacks that had happened the day before. It only takes around 20 minutes for Inko to emerge from her room, dressed in a simple pink dress with her hair in a half-up, half-down style. Izuku jumps up from the chair and turns off the TV. Ready to go, Mom? Inko nods, smiling as she and Izuku exchange their slippers for shoes by the door. Inko holds the door open for Izuku before slipping out herself, locking the door behind them. You have your house key, right, Izuku? He nods, patting his backpack before slinging it over his shoulder. They walk down the steps together, heading to the park. Izuku hands his bag off to Inko as she finds a bench to sit down on. He runs off into the playground, beelining for the monkey bars. The park is empty since most kids are either in school or daycare. Inko watches as he swings through the set a few times, always pausing at the drop-off to make sure he lands in the sand instead of on the plastic platform. Izuku climbs up the steps to the top of the tallest play structure. He looks down through the bars lining the platform, watching Inko as she waves up at him, a slightly worried expression on her face and a tenseness to her body like she's ready to jump up at any moment. Izuku waves back before turning toward the entrance to the slide leading all the way back down to the sand. He braces himself on the bar above the slide's entrance, staring into the dark tube. He settles just on the inside before using the bar to push himself off, sending him hurtling down. He laughs as his body hits the sides of the tube at the turn. When he sees light at the end of the tube, he throws his arms out, ready to catch himself when he lands. He crashes into the sand, sending small particles up into his hair. He screws his eyes and mouth shut before the sand gets in them and waits for it to settle before getting to his feet. Inko is standing a few feet away from him, watching for his reaction. He dusts himself off before smiling up at her. I'm okay, he says. She smiles, relief showing on her face and in her posture. What do you say we head down to get ice cream, dear? Izuku beams as he runs over, taking his bag from Inko's outstretched hand. They walk down the street to a nearby ice cream parlor. The owners were an old quirkless couple, and they had always been welcoming to Izuku, unlike other places. The bell above the door dings as they enter and the old woman behind the counter smiles when she sees them. Hello, Inko, Izuku dash. Izuku interrupts her by running up to the counter, eagerly showing off his arm. Look, I got my quirk. The woman adjusts her glasses and gingerly takes Izuku's arm in her hand, turning it to the side so she can best see the scales. That's wonderful, Izuku. Would you like a free ice cream to celebrate? Izuku's eyes widen. Really? She nods, already filling a child-sized bowl with cookie dough ice cream, Izuku's favorite. When he had run off to his and Inko's usual booth, Inko walked up to the counter. The woman raises her brow as she starts filling a bowl with mint chip. Inko sighs. I have a doctor's appointment booked for tomorrow. I woke up last night to him squealing in the bathroom, inspecting his scales. I really don't know where it came from. No one in my or Hisashi's family has quirks like this. I mean dash. The woman just nods. It's all right, dear. Just. She lowers her voice to a whisper, causing Inko to lean in just so she can hear her. You didn't make a deal for it, did you? And he didn't either? Inko shakes her head. No. Is it possible to make a deal for a quirk? How would that work? The woman shakes her head, simply handing Inko her ice cream. Never mind, dear. Just go enjoy your ice cream, all right? Inko nods, accepting her bowl and sitting down in the booth across from Izuku. They eat their ice cream in peace, Izuku a little more fervently than Inko. When they're done, they head back up to the counter, throwing their paper bowls and plastic spoons out in the trash can next to it. Inko starts digging through her purse for her wallet, but the woman holds up a hand. No. Keep your money. It's free, in celebration of Izuku's new quirk. She smiles down at the boy and he smiles back up at her. Until, suddenly, a small frown pulls at his lips. Can we still hang out here? Even though I have a quirk now? The woman chuckles and reaches her arm over the counter to ruffle his hair. Of course you can, dear. His smile comes back full force as he looks up at her. Thanks. He grabs his mother's hand as they leave, skipping beside her as they move on to the train station so they can travel to Izuku's next favorite place, the library. Specifically, the one closest to the red light district, just on the outskirts of Mizudafu. The train ride is quiet and their car isn't stuffed full of people, which is always a treat. Izuku bounces in his seat beside Inko, eyes glued to the window across from him. Just under an hour later, the train pulls into their station. Izuku jumps up from his chair and grabs Inko's hand as she leads him through the crowds. He sticks to her side, matching her pace as best he can. The walk to the library isn't too long and they arrive quickly. Izuku runs ahead of his mother once they're a few feet away from the doors, pulling one of them open and holding it for her. She smiles as she walks past him, ruffling his hair once he's back at her side. Thank you, Izuku. She praises. You're welcome, Mom. He replies, beaming up at her before his attention is pulled towards the kids section. Inko chuckles, gently nudging him forward. Go ahead. I just need to put my book in the return box, alright. Izuku nods and runs over to the first shelf, which is kept stocked with hero-based books. Most of them are rather old, but Izuku doesn't care. Inko deposits her book in the large metal book return box by the front desk, waving at the man sitting behind it before making her way over to Izuku. By the time she had gotten back to the kids section, he was already hunkered down in one of the bean bags, reading through a book he had grabbed from the shelf. She watched as he mouthed out a word he was having trouble with, sounding it out in his head. He smiled to himself once he had gotten it and quickly moved on. Izuku, she whispers. He looks up. Yeah. She points towards the adult section, which is just in his line of sight. I'll be just over there, all right? He nods, going back to his book, and she makes her way to the mystery section to start browsing books. They leave the library around an hour and a half later, both carrying 3 books in their bags. Once they're back on the train, they each pull out one of their books to start. Izuku clutches Inko's hand as they make their way back to the apartment. He had managed to finish reading his book 3 times on the train ride back, and Inko had made a nice-sized dent in her own. Inko tucks Izuku into bed after reading one of his books to him, gently rubbing his arm as he looks up at her, eyes drooping. Are we going to the doctor tomorrow? Yes. Inko nods. We sure are. He's going to run some tests on your quirk and get it registered. Izuku smiles as his eyes close. Good. Izuku wakes up to the sun beaming down on his face, peeking through the blinds he hadn't closed all the way the night before. He rubs his eyes as he sits up, trying to wake himself up as he climbs out of bed. The scales still glimmer on his arm, shining in the early morning sun. He opens the door to the bathroom, picks up his stool from where it's sitting beside the toilet and sets it down in front of the sink. He pushes it forward a little with his foot before climbing on top of it, turning on the faucet as he grabs his toothbrush from its cup. He runs the toothbrush under the running water for a minute before turning the water off and trying his best to put toothpaste on the bristles. He manages to get the right amount on his brush and keep any from falling in the sink, which he considers to be a great accomplishment. As he's brushing his teeth, Inko pokes her head in. Breakfast will have to be quick today, all right? Are leftovers from yesterday okay? Izuku nods and Inko ducks back out. He can hear her footsteps retreating to the kitchen and he waits until he can hear the faint sound of the fridge opening to spit out the toothpaste that had frothed in his mouth. He turns the sink back on and rinses his face off before rinsing his brush. Once it's clean, he hops down from his stool and opens the bathroom door, making his way to the kitchen. Izuku skips a few steps ahead of Inko as they enter the doctor's office. It's a different one than the one he was diagnosed at. This one was a little bigger, and the outside walls are a soft white rather than gray. The doctor they're seeing is different too. Izuku was pretty sure he had heard Inko say that Dr. Tsubasa had creeped her out a bit, but she had told him that getting a second opinion was always good, so he guesses that both must be true. But to be fair, Dr. Tsubasa had creeped him out a bit too. Izuku sits down in front of the bead maze set up in the corner while Inko checks in at the front desk. After a few minutes, she takes up the chair next to him, watching as he moves the beads along the tracks. They were only waiting for 30 minutes before the nurse called Izuku's name. He bounced up from where he was sitting and took Inko's hand as she stood. They followed the nurse down the long hallway and into one of the many rooms lining it. She directed Izuku onto the bed pushed against the back wall and offers to help him climb up. He denies the offer, climbing up onto the bed himself. It takes him a minute, and by the time he was up, the nurse was ready with a blood pressure cuff. Izuku lets her hook it up to his arm while she asks Inko questions about his allergies and how the quirk came in. She scribbles notes on her clipboard which, when she's done, she hangs on the outside of the door. "The doctor will be right with you," she says, smiling as she leaves. She doesn't close the door all the way so Izuku can see some of the white hallway through the crack. It takes around 20 minutes for the doctor to arrive, which means that Izuku is reading the book Inko brought along with them, kicking his legs when he gets there. Izuku closes his book and hands it back to Inko when he sees the doctor slide inside the room. He takes the clipboard hanging on the door and reviews it before looking up at them. "Hello, I'm Dr. Sato. It's my understanding that little Izuku got his quirk in recently?" "A little late." Inko nods. "Yes, it appeared yesterday night. It was quite the surprise, considering he was diagnosed quirkless when he was 4. Dr. Sato nods. "Yes, quite unfortunate. That's what we hope to remedy today. May I take a look?" he says, gesturing toward Izuku's arm. The boy nods, holding it out for the doctor to see. He takes it in his hand, turning it side to side as he inspects the scales. Finally, he lets go. "They don't remind me of any particular reptile, so they may be a combination or something completely their own. I'd like to do a blood test and hopefully run a few tests on one of the scales, if that's okay with you." He looks between Inko and Izuku. Izuku looks to his mother for reassurance, and when she nods, he does too. "All right, I'll go grab the paperwork for you and you can schedule a date." He leaves the room, taking the clipboard with him. Izuku looks over at Inko. "Are we not doing all that today?" Inko shakes her head. "They might take a scale, but they won't take the blood here. We have to go somewhere else for that." Izuku nods slowly as the nurse comes back with a new clipboard, a plastic bag, a pair of large tweezers, and a small knife packaged in an airtight bag. She hands the clipboard to Inko and sets the tools down on a table that she rolls next to the bed. "I'm just going to remove one of your scales, all right?" she says. Izuku nods and holds out his arm to her, screwing his eyes shut as he turns his head away. He hears her open both of the bags and feels as she twists his arm, looking for the best scale to take. Finally, she decides on one of them, gripping it with the tweezers. The metal is cold against his skin and it starts to sting when she lifts the scale up to far. She takes the knife and cuts away at the bond between the scale and his skin. He winces, clenching his fist until, finally, the scale comes away. He opens his eyes and watches as she tucks the scale away into the bag. "We'll call you when we get the results back." Inko nods and hands her back the clipboard, paperwork dutifully filled out. "Thank you," she says as the nurse leaves. Izuku stares down at the place where the scale had once been. His skin is red and there's a small dot of blood growing on his skin. Inko kneels down and takes an All Might Band-Aid out of her purse, opening it and sticking it down over the blood. She plants a kiss on the bright yellow pattern and looks up at Izuku. "Feel a little better?" Izuku nods, trying to wipe away the wetness of his eyes before the tears fall. Inko picks him up, balancing him on her hip as they leave the doctor's office. Izuku's blood work appointment is scheduled 2 days after the initial doctor's appointment. He clutches Inko's hand tightly in his fist as they walk up to the building, which is much larger than the doctor's office. They enter through a set of double doors that seem small compared to the rest of the building and enter into a large waiting room. This one, much to Izuku's disappointment, doesn't contain a bead maze. Inko tells him to go sit down in one of the chairs while she checks in at the front desk. tries to climb up onto one of the chairs in the corner, but it wobbles and he hops down before it can fall. Instead, he stands in front of it, waiting for Inko. When she finally finishes checking them in, she helps Izuku up onto the chair. They wait patiently for around 20 minutes for the nurse to call Izuku's name. She leads them down the hall and into one of the closer rooms, pointing Izuku towards a chair with a table attached and telling Inko she can take the chair in the corner. Izuku doesn't need help getting into his chair this time as there's a small step attached to it. The nurse returns a few minutes later with a small tube, a needle, a small bottle of something Izuku can't identify, and what looks like a cotton ball. She sets the items down on a table beside Izuku's chair and pops open the bottle while grabbing a cotton ball. "Can you place your arm on the table for me, dear?" she asks. Izuku nods, placing his arm palm up on the table attached to the arm of his chair. She leans over and inspects his arm for a moment before finding a place that she likes. She pours some of the liquid onto the cotton ball and rubs it over the area. "I'm just disinfecting it first," she explains. Izuku nods, watching her actions intently. Once she's happy, she throws the cotton ball into the trash can under her table. She then takes the needle out of its packaging and attaches her tube to it. She then tells Izuku to look at Inko instead of what she's doing. "It'll help with the pain," she says. Izuku watches Inko for a moment, but once he feels the needle inserted into his skin, he looks down at his arm. He watches as the small tube attached to the needle fills with his blood, the thick crimson liquid slowly climbing to the top. It doesn't take long for the tube to become full. She then presses a piece of gauze down where the needle meets his skin and pulls it out in one deft move. Izuku flinches as she presses the gauze down and secures it with a piece of tape. The nurse chuckles. "Yeah, the removal is somehow more painful than it going in." She then pats Izuku on the arm as she sticks a label to the tube. "You're all good to go now, though. Your doctor's office will call you with the results when we get them." Inko nods, taking Izuku's hand as he jumps down from the chair. "Thank you." The call from the doctor comes the day before Izuku is due to return to school. The secretary says that should the two have time, the doctor would like them to come in. Inko agrees since they don't have anything to do, and, within minutes, the two are packed into the car and on the road. When they arrive, they're the only ones in the waiting room. The doctor even comes to get them himself, leading them back to the same room they had used on their first visit. He has a new clipboard in hand as he closes the door behind them. "Alright, so according to Izuku's blood test, he most certainly has a quirk. The alterations to his DNA are much too prominent to ignore, I believe. That his quirk will become incredibly powerful as he ages." Inko's eyes widen and Izuku beams, kicking his legs. What amazes me even further is that, after running some tests on Izuku's scale and comparing the results to one of Ryuko's, which she was generous enough to give us, we believe his quirk is something related to a dragon. We also believe that Izuku's quirk is the only Dragonic quirk in existence, seeing as his scale seems much purer and unlike any reptiles we've discovered so far. While, upon further inspection, Ryuko's seems to be a tight mix of many different reptiles. "Oh my!" Inko exclaims. She glances over at Izuku, who looks like God had just graced him with a lifetime supply of All Might merchandise, along with promising that the boy could meet the man himself. The doctor nods. "Yes, it is quite surprising. I was amazed myself when the lab called with the conclusions. But what do you say we move on to the reason you called my office in the first place, HM? Getting Izuku's quirk registered." He flips through the papers on his clipboard and removes a small pamphlet from the bottom, moving it to the top and handing the clipboard off to Inko along with a pen. "I've already filled out the typing as well as all the necessary information. All we need to come up with is a name." Izuku peers over Inko's shoulder to read over the document. His age and the date the quirk first developed are noted at the top. The box for transformation in the type category is checked off, and the optional details say that it's a dragon transformation. The one line left empty is the one for the name of the quirk. Inko looks up at Izuku, a soft smile on her face. "What do you want to name your quirk, Izuku?" she asks. Izuku doesn't take much time to think it over as the answer comes to him nearly immediately. "Siryu." Izuku adjusts the position of his bag on his back as he walks through the halls toward his classroom. He keeps his head high, a smile on his face. The students in the halls try to trip him up or insult him, but he ignores them, dodging their feet without a word. Because he's not going to let them ruin his day. The excitement over finally having a quirk still lingers, and he doesn't want it to go away just yet. When he reaches the classroom, he's the last one in, behind Yuki. His teacher stops him before he gets much farther than the doorway. Izuku, I heard the good news, why don't you share it with the class? Izuku nods slowly, though his smile becomes nervous. He stands in front of the class, the teacher at her desk behind him, watching. The class attention immediately turns to him, their smiles turning to smirks and their conversations turning to mutters. Izuku takes a deep breath. I have a quirk. Everyone goes quiet. The only one to speak up is Bakugo. What? The teacher smiles. Isn't this great, class? Izuku can finally play with you guys again. Now then, why don't you take your seat now, Izuku? Izuku nods. Of course, ma'am. Tries to avoid making eye contact with his classmates as he walks down the aisle to his seat at the back of the class. No one sets their foot in his path, no one insults him as he goes by or sticks anything to his back. They just stare, watching as he hangs his backpack on his desk hook. He takes out his supplies with eyes still on him. Finally, the teacher calls their attention back up to the front. She has to call for their attention twice, but she eventually gets it and begins the lesson. When the bell finally rings for lunch, Izuku rushes to pack his bag and get out before he's surrounded, but, unfortunately, he isn't fast enough. His classmates surround him, pestering him to show them his quirk. Izuku proudly presents his arm to them, twisting it so that the scales catch the light. His classmates ooh and ah as they watch the scales glitter. The praise doesn't last long, though, as Bakugo barges through the crowd. He takes a moment to watch the scales before scoffing. That's it. Izuku shrugs. It'll get stronger as I get older. Just like yours. This doesn't satiate Bakugo, however. Only seeming to make his mood worse. Yeah, right? How could a bunch of pretty scales get stronger? What else could they do but look pretty? Izuku frowns. Well, dash. The teacher chooses to interrupt at that moment, standing above the collection of students. What are you lot doing? Head off to lunch, you're wasting time. The crowd immediately disperses, grabbing their bags off their hooks and splitting off into the friend groups in the hall. Izuku leaves alone, leaving the school to sit in the courtyard and eat on his own. He's just opening his bento box when two of the girls from his class approach him. Hey, Izuku? Would it be okay if we sit with you? Izuku blinks up at them. Sorry. They glance at each other, their smiles tightening slightly. We want to sit with you. If you're okay with it. Izuku nods vehemently, though he still feels a little wary. Yeah, of course. The two girls sit down across from him, setting their cafeteria trays on their laps. They fall into an awkward silence. Izuku eats his food without looking at the girls. They kept glancing at each other and staring at his scales, but he doesn't say anything. By the time lunch was halfway over, the three had finished their lunches. Do you want to play with us at recess, Izuku? One of the girls asks. Izuku blinks. No one had asked him to play with them since his diagnosis. Nerves and hope filled his stomach, mixing together. Were they being serious? Or was it an ambush? He didn't want to risk it, so he shakes his head, trying his best to put an apologetic smile on his face. No, thank you. Sorry. The girls glance at each other, shrugging before getting up off the grass. It's fine, they say, wandering off back to class to wait for the recess bell. Izuku waits a few more minutes, watching the grass wave in the wind before he, too, heads back to the classroom. Izuku sits by himself at recess as usual, under his favorite tree with his notebook balanced on his lap and his pencil case next to him. As he's working on an analysis of a fight he had seen on the news that morning, a shadow falls over him, blocking the sun he was riding by. He looks up to see Bakugo looming over him, a scowl on his face. Have you been lying to me, Deku? Think you're funny? Izuku shakes his head vehemently as he closes his notebook, standing slowly as he tries to placate the other boy. No, of course not. I really thought I was quirkless dash. Bakugo doesn't seem to be listening to him. Did you think I'd never find out? Realizing that he wouldn't be able to talk the other down, Izuku turns, ready to bolt in the opposite direction. Bakugo doesn't give him the chance to get very far, however. He aims at Izuku's back and sets off the largest explosion he could. Izuku yelps as he stumbles due to the impact. He can smell his shirt burning, though, unlike usual, the smell of burning flesh doesn't join it. Confused, he twists around to try and see what his back looks like. He spots the edge of the burning hole in his shirt, but that's it. Suddenly, the teacher appears at his side. Katsuki, why don't you play nicer with Izuku? Look at what you've done to his shirt. Take this as a warning, alright? Now, why don't you go find somewhere else to play? Bakugo looks at the teacher in minor surprise before looking back at Izuku. His surprise morphs back into a scowl, but he stalks away back to the play structure. The teacher turns to Izuku. Do you have an extra shirt, dear? Izuku nods. In my bag in the classroom. She nods, gently nudging him back toward the school building. Why don't you go get changed? Just try not to take too long. Izuku nods, jogging back to the front doors. Okay, ma'am. When he gets through the doors, he slows to a walk. When he reaches the classroom, he kneels down in front of his bag and opens the back pocket, which blends in with the rest of the bag. He grabs the plain black shirt he keeps in his pocket and brings it down the hall to the bathroom. As he's changing, he can feel the scales covering his back. His eyes widen as he realizes that his quirk had activated on his own, protecting his back from the burn that should have marred it. His mind raced as he pulled on his new shirt and left the bathroom. His scales were not only fireproof but able to activate on their own in order to protect him, which meant that there were so many possibilities for his future abilities. Like an impenetrable armor of scales, or he could partner with Endeavor to attack villains while they were distracted by his flames. The rest of the day goes smoothly. By the end of the day, the entire school knew he had a quirk, meaning that as he left at the end of the day everyone was staring at him in the halls. He leaves nervously, watching everyone nervously. He gets out to Inko without incident, much to his relief, and runs into her. Waiting arms with a big smile on his face. Inko scoops him up and smiles with him. I take it your day went well, Izuku? He nods vehemently. Yeah. 2 girls in my class sat with me at lunch today. Inko oos. That's great, hun. She opens the car door and helps him into his seat, leaving him to buckle himself up as she gets into the driver's seat. As they drive home, Izuku rambles on about his day. Some of the things he's the most excited about are things that should have been normal, Inko notices. Like not being tripped in the halls and being called on in class. She tries to keep the tears from spilling down her cheeks as she smiles at her son through the rearview mirror. When they reach the apartment, Izuku settles at the kitchen table to do his homework while Inko sits down across from him to complete some of her own work. When he's done, Izuku sets his pencil down and taps the table with his knuckle to get Inko's attention. Mom? Yes, dear? She says. She stops typing, giving Izuku her full attention. I was wondering if I could start going to a quirk therapist? Inko nods. Alright. It may be a while before I can find you one, though. Izuku nods. That's fine. Also, can I use the computer? Inko chuckles. Sure. Izuku smiles as he hops off the chair and goes down the hall to the computer room. He climbs up onto the chair carefully, taking a moment to catch his breath before turning on the computer. He puts in the password and starts looking for exercises he can do at home. He spends hours looking through articles detailing the simple workouts he can start with, though he can't find any 6-year-olds, so he files them away for when he's older. Finally, he comes across an article singing the praises of yoga. Something they say is suitable for all ages. They even include links to multiple different videos, all different levels. There's even one for kids. He clicks on the link, climbs down from the chair as the video loads and pushes the chair into the corner so he has room to follow along. Izuku spends the remaining time before dinner following different yoga videos he finds on the woman's account. She exclusively posts videos for kids, and while some are a little more difficult than others, he manages to complete all of them. When Inko calls him back into the dining room for dinner, he has a smile on his face and his limbs feel a little sore. Inko smiles at him as she sets his plate down in front of his seat. What's got you so happy, Izuku? Was there a new All Might video? Izuku shakes his head, climbing up onto his chair with ease. No, but I found training I can do all by myself. Inko nods to show she's listening as she uses her chopsticks to pick up a bite of rice. And what's that? Yoga. Izuku exclaims excitedly. Inko swallows her bite before talking. That's great, dear. Maybe you could try meditation too. Izuku tilts his head to the side slightly. What's that? It's when you sit still and focus on your senses or your thoughts. It can help put you in tune with your body and develop your situational awareness. You can find guided meditation online or do a bit of research and try it on your own. Or both. Izuku listens to Inko with rapt attention. Okay, can you do some meditation with me after dinner? He asks her. She nods. Of course, I'd love to. They spend the rest of the meal talking about different things Izuku can do on his own. Inko even suggests that the two start jogging together in the mornings. Izuku is quick to agree, and by the time they're both done eating, Inko's already drawing up a small exercise plan in her head. She puts off doing the dishes to help Izuku move the furniture in the living room so they have enough room to sit and watch a meditation video on the TV. Inko finds a short video labeled as being for beginners and settles into a crisscross position next to her son, smiling to herself when she sees the serious expression on his face. Izuku and Inko start up their new daily routine near immediately. Izuku starts waking up a little earlier with Inko and they go on small jogs around the block in the morning. Though they both end up walking by the end. When they get home, they'll both sit down in the living room or in Inko's room to follow along with a meditation video before Izuku goes back to his room to get ready for school and Inko starts on breakfast. Inko manages to sign Izuku up for a well-reviewed quirk therapist in Hosu. She schedules his first session for the Sunday of the next week, and Izuku becomes giddy in anticipation. When it's finally time for Izuku to go for his first session, he dresses in his best leisurely clothing, an unstained t-shirt and pants that were only minorly ripped in the knees, revealing the next layer of fabric instead of his skin. He grabs his backpack and removes the school things, sorting them out on his desk. He grabs the notebook he had been using to keep notes on his quirk and slips it into his bag. He takes his pencil case off his desk and slips it in next to the book. He makes sure he has his emergency phone and throws the backpack over his shoulder. Inko is waiting for him at the front door when he leaves his room. She holds Izuku's bag while he tugs on his shoes. Once they're both out in the car, Inko hands Izuku her phone and lets him pick the music. When they arrive, Izuku dutifully hands the phone back to Inko and follows her out of the car. While Inko checks in at the front desk, Izuku settles into a chair by the doors. There's a shelf of pamphlets sitting against the wall next to his chair. He picks one about online communities. Inko sits down in the chair next to him. She takes a book out of her bag and starts up where she left off, occasionally glancing over at Izuku as he reads through the pamphlet. It details different forums set up for different communities, like people with mutant-type quirks or quirks others consider villainous. For a moment, Izuku wonders if there's anything like that for the quirkless before remembering that it would matter if there was. He's not quirkless anymore. He's just sliding the pamphlet back into its spot on the shelf when a man dressed in a simple knitted sweater and slacks steps out into the waiting room. Midoriya Izuku? Izuku sits down in a chair in front of the quirk therapist's desk. Inko was still waiting for him in the lobby, as the man had insisted. Izuku stares at the file the man sets down on the desk before sitting. He smiles at Izuku and Izuku tentatively returns the gesture. Hello, Midoriya. Before we start working on your quirk, is there anything you want to tell me about it? Izuku shakes his head. No. The file has all of my quirk information anyway, right? The man makes a SOSO gesture. It has what's been registered, but I'm sure there's something missing. All it says is that the quirk allows scales to grow on your body. Izuku blinks. Oh. The man nods. And your mom told me you like to analyze quirks. So I assumed that you had some notes you'd want to share. It's all right if you don't, though. I understand that it can sometimes be a little more difficult to analyze yourself compared to others. Izuku nods slowly. I guess. But I do have notes. The man spreads his arms. Go ahead then. He encourages. Well, about a week ago one of my classmates attacked me and the scales covered my back before he hit me. It stopped me from getting burned, but they weren't strong enough to keep me from getting bruises. I think that my quirk connects to my subcons dash. Izuku's face contorts slightly as he struggles with the word. Subconscious. The man offers. Izuku nods. Yeah. Subconscious because I hadn't noticed him about to attack me. At least I hadn't been conscious of it. But my quirk knew, and it protected me. The man nods, scribbling a few notes down in a notebook. Izuku hadn't noticed him take it out. That's a great theory, Midoriya. Quirks often act on their own, or at least seem to, in order to protect their user. Izuku doesn't add the fact that he thinks the dragon might be a factor, too. He's noticed that whenever the thinks about mentioning he's overpowered by a feeling telling him not to. He thinks the dragon is doing that too. Maybe it's shy. Izuku hadn't realized he had zoned out until the therapist was calling his name. Midoriya? Midoriya, are you okay? Izuku nods. Yeah. I was just thinking. The man hums and flips the notebook closed. Well, then I think I know what I want to work with you on to start. Izuku tilts his head, listening intently. I'd like you to try focusing on your scales, how differently they feel compared to your skin. Try to create them yourself. Here. He reaches behind him and opens a filing cabinet, pulling out a hardcover notebook. You can record anything that happens in here. I don't expect anything big really. Even if you can just strengthen one or two already existing scales, I want you to write it down. Okay. Izuku nods, eagerly taking the notebook from the man's hands. The man then gets up from his seat and waves for Izuku to do the same. Why don't we give it a try here first, alright? Izuku nods and sets the notebook down on his chair as he gets up to stand in front of the counselor. Alright, focus on the scales on your arms. Izuku does as he's told, doing his best to try and change the scales in some way. The two stand there for around 10 minutes before the counselor finally lets Izuku stop. That's okay. It may take a few tries before you get any results. Our session is almost over. Is there anything else you wanted to tell me before you left? Izuku thinks for a moment, grabbing the notebook he had left on his chair before shaking his head. The man smiles, glancing up at the clock in the corner of the room before gesturing for Izuku to follow him. How about I take you back out to your mother, yeah? Izuku nods and follows behind him as they leave the office. Inko looks up when they enter, as does another mother sitting with her daughter, who looks a year or two younger than Izuku. The counselor walks up to Inko and starts talking to her in a hushed voice, so Izuku goes back to reading his online community pamphlet until they're done. He's just starting a paragraph on forums for transformation-type quirks when Inko comes up behind him. Are you ready to go, dear? She asks. Izuku hesitates before nodding and starts to put the pamphlet away when the man interrupts him. Why don't you keep that, Midoriya? You seem to be interested in it and there are others. He gestures to the spot Izuku had grabbed it from, which was filled with identical pamphlets. Izuku nodded and thanked the man quietly before grabbing his mom's hand and letting her lead him back out to the car. Inko looks back at Izuku in the car. He's still reading the pamphlet he got from the quirk counselor. Something about online communities for different groups of people. She had hoped that his getting a quirk would help with the situation at school, but if what the counselor had told her was true, he was still being bullied. Possibly by Katsuki. She sighs as she slows for a red light. Maybe she should let him have more internet access, especially since he was looking into these online forums. It might be good for him to have someone to talk to. Even if that someone is sitting behind a screen, possibly on the other side of the world. She'd talk to him about internet safety first, of course. She guides the car into the parking lot for their building and eases it into their assigned parking space. She turns off the car before climbing out and moving around to the back so she can open Izuku's door. He was already unbuckled when she got there, pamphlet clutched in one hand and the handle beside the door in the other. She moves to the side to give him room to hop out and takes his free hand once he's beside her. Izuku glances around them as they walk, occasionally looking down at the pamphlet clutched in his hand. He hopes Inko will let him have a little more internet access. He'd like to see if there's a place for him online. He'd like to do more research into heroics too. Maybe there were other things he could do on his own. When they get inside, Izuku swaps out his shoes for his slippers and slips into his room. He puts the pamphlet into one of the drawers of his desk before heading back out into the living room. Hey, Mom. She turns to look at him from where she's standing in the kitchen. Yes, Izuku? Can I use the computer? I want to do some meditation. Inko nods, about to follow him into the computer room when her eyes widen and she scurries off into her bedroom, calling out that she has a surprise for Izuku. She reappears a moment later with a simple black yoga mat in hand. Here you go, dear. Izuku beams as he takes it from her, doing his best to hold it as it's just slightly bigger than him. Thanks, Mom. He exclaims, dropping the mat as he bursts forward to wrap the woman in a hug. She chuckles as she wraps her arms around him in return. She pulls herself away after a minute and picks up the mat, handing it back to Izuku. All right, I'll put the password into the computer for you now. Izuku smiles as he follows her. He moves the computer chair and lays his new mat out while Inko starts up the computer. She opens the meditation channel Izuku follows and leaves him to pick a video, saying she's going to get a head start on dinner. Izuku selects a guided meditation he hadn't done yet and settles onto his mat, quickly pulling his legs into a crisscross position as the video starts. Izuku beams as he finally manages to make a change in his scales. He had just finished one of his meditation sessions and, after 3 weeks of trying, had managed to get one of the fainter scales to become more opaque. He scrambles to find his notebook and a pen. He logs the date and time before jotting down the results. Once he's done, he runs out into the hall, startling Inko, who's on the couch watching one of her true crime shows. Mom. She jumps up, nearly falling over the couch as she runs to Izuku. Izuku? Are you okay, dear? You're not hurt, are you? Izuku shakes his head, bright smile still prominent on his face. No, I finally changed something with my scales. On purpose. Inko beams as she picks up Izuku, swinging him in her arms a few times before settling him on her hip. That's great. How about some extra ice cream after dinner to celebrate? Izuku nods vehemently as Inko carries him to the couch, dropping him onto the cushions. He laughs as he lands, trying to roll out of the way as her hands beeline for his sides. He isn't fast enough, however, and Inko catches him, tickling his sides as he bursts with laughter. Izuku settles down on his mat on the porch, letting out a deep breath as the sun beams down on the side of his face. He was going to try his first non-guided meditation. He steadies his breathing as he tries to pick a sound to focus on. He decides on the singing of a few nearby birds. He can tell that there are 2 of them, as one has a slightly higher pitch than the other. He's trying to imagine what they look like in his mind when he suddenly can't hear them anymore. He opens his eyes slowly to find that he's appeared in the same clearing as the large fruit tree once again, except, this time, the large tree bears no fruit. Instead, the branches are covered in vibrant cherry blossoms. Izuku looks around, trying to spot the dragon, when he hears a loud cracking sound, like an explosion. His heart rate spikes and he watches as a giant shadow appears on a large rock. The shape is covered in spikes and looks to be nearly the same size as the fruit tree. Izuku tries to scramble to his feet on the grass that had replaced his mat, but he can't bring himself to move, his body frozen in fear. Tears are just starting to gather in his eyes when the shadow shrinks. It continues to shrink until the creature that had been casting the shadow stands in front of him. It's small, about the size of a bearded dragon, with azure scales and small whiskers on its face. It's the dragon from before, the one who had given him the fruit. It looks like it's been laughing but stopped just before appearing in front of Izuku. Hello, he says, looking down at the small creature as he wipes the tears from his face. The dragon gives him a funny look as it stares up at him. Don't mock my size, kid. Izuku waves his hands, trying to placate the creature. I wasn't. I didn't even say anything. The dragon huffs. It's only temporary. I'm only this small because of the control you have over the fruit as well as the amount of power I've allowed you to have. You'll get better as you train and age. Izuku nods slowly. He hadn't asked, but he was glad to have the information nevertheless. He had a feeling every little bit would count. The dragon then scuttles forward. Izuku doesn't have time to react before the dragon disappears from his sight and he feels little claws clinging to the inside of his shirt. He yelps when the dragon finally emerges, settling among his curls. Alright kid. You ready to learn more about devil fruits? Izuku looks up into his curls, trying his best to spot the dragon among them. About what? The dragon sighs and the stark blue sky above them goes black before a smattering of stars winks into life. A screen appears in front of them, showing an array of different fruits like the others Izuku had seen in the tree. Devil fruits. You ate one, it's how you got your powers. Or what your kind calls a quirk. Izuku hums, trying to commit everything the dragon says to memory so he can write it down in his notebook later. Alright, let's start with the basics. Devil fruits are mysterious, incredibly distinctive, and scattered across the world. Though you're the only user in this one. Izuku holds back his exclamations and questions, not wanting to interrupt the dragon. Each devil fruit and devil fruit type grants the user a different superhuman ability. But these abilities don't come for free, because nothing does. Eating one will take away the user's ability to swim. Which, before you ask, isn't magic or anything, but advanced technology way beyond where your kind is now. Izuku nods along, careful not to dislodge the dragon. It's meant to represent thirst as a key concept. You'll lose all of your strength and energy in stagnant water like lakes and seas. Nothing will happen when you drink or shower. That would be too inconvenient. Most wouldn't find much worth in eating the devil fruits if that were the case. It will also only take effect if you're submerged up to the waist. Moving water will have no effect like if you're caught in the rain or the water is super choppy. Izuku nods. The fact that he had passed out during one of his baths just last week made more sense now. He'd have to start taking showers instead if he didn't want to freak Inko out again. Now then, on to the devil fruit types. We'll start with Logia, which is the rarest if we're not counting mythic-type Zoans. You getting all this, kid? Izuku nods, nearly flinging the dragon out of his hair with the force of it. The dragon manages to keep its place, but it makes sure Izuku apologizes before continuing. If someone eats a Logia, they gain the ability to control one of many natural elements, like fire, ice, smoke, or sand. They're able to create, control, and even shift their bodies to be made up of the element. The only way to defeat one of these users is to pit them against their weakness, like how sand is weak to water. Moving on, Zoan types allow the user to transform into an animal. The fruit grants 3 forms: the basic human form, a hybrid form, and the full form. The fruit also enhances the physical abilities of the user no matter what form they're in. A subtype of Zoans are ancient Zoans, which allow the user to transform into a mythical beast. This can give the user additional perks that a normal animal wouldn't. These fruits are deemed to be the rarest, and also the most powerful. Izuku's eyes widen as the dragon continues to explain. Had the fruit he had eaten been an ancient Zoan? He closes his eyes tightly and does his best to focus on the dragon's explanation instead of his own thoughts. Lastly, the Paramecia. These fruits have the largest variety. They can grant an array of powers, like a body made of poison, spiked armor, or the ability to split the user's body into multiple small parts that the user is able to control. How to use the powers of this fruit or any of the others is completely up to the user. While some come with preset attacks or abilities, the user is responsible for training with them and finding new ways to use them. Izuku nods, looking ahead at the screen in front of them. It had been changing the entire time to show examples of the fruits the dragon explained. Now it was back to showing them all together. Oh yeah, and the fruit you ate was called the Uo no Mi model, Surayu. A long name but fitting, especially since it's a mythic-type Zoan. Though I'm sure you already caught on to that. You're a smart kid after all. Izuku blinks in surprise. Why had he been chosen to wield that kind of power? If the dragon wasn't lying, then he really might have the potential to become the #1 hero. Why me? He asks, his voice barely above a whisper. The dragon burrows deeper into Izuku's curls before answering. I wasn't happy with my previous user. He was called Kaido of the Beasts. The screen switches to an image of an incredibly bulky man. He has tangled-looking black hair and a long beard, large horns atop his head, and a baseball bat covered in spikes slung over his shoulder. We had different ideals. Our interests and motivations conflicted greatly, Especially since he refused to become in tune with his mind and body so we could communicate. Like you have. He was just too focused on becoming more and more powerful. Because of this, he'd only ever unlocked a small fraction of the fruit's power. If he had trained more, been more patient, or even just been a little more humble, he could have been invincible in every way. Instead, he lost a fight to a kid because he didn't bother to rest his body. So I abandoned him. I couldn't stand for the power I granted to be used in such a barbaric way. Then I found you. You have a pure soul, Izuku. I'm certain you'll do many great things with this power. Izuku smiles as tears once again fill his eyes. Thank you. I'll do my best. He feels the dragon nod against his head. That's all I ask. Now then, before we go, I do understand that the world has changed considerably since I was last part of it, governed by quirks and the abilities your kind is now born with. I changed your DNA around a little so it looks like you have a quirk to others in your society. Plus, it'll help you with control and aid in your body's ability to withstand the powers you'll gain in the future. The dragon then jumps down from Izuku's head, leaving an indent in his curls. That's all we have time for today, I'm afraid. I'll talk to you again later, okay kid? Izuku is about to reply when he blinks and suddenly he's back on his porch. His mat is beneath him instead of plush grass and the birds are still singing in their tree. He jumps up, thinking he's late for school or something, but just before he throws open the porch door he stops. Inko is still in the kitchen, packing his lunch for the day. He looks behind him at the sun only to see that it hasn't changed its position even slightly. He rolls up his mat quickly and darts back into the apartment. Inko jumps when she sees him enter. I thought you were going to do some meditation, dear? Izuku shakes his head, looking over his shoulder as he opens his bedroom door. I have notes to write. His door slams behind him and Inko blinks, before shaking her head in endearment and going back to prepping his lunch. Izuku spends the next month trying new exercises and spending time with the dragon. He starts developing an exercise routine to do in the morning and another for the evening. They're simple, but he plans on making them more intense as he gets used to them. He jogs with Inko around the block in the mornings and often jogs a few paces ahead of her when they're walking in non-crowded places. It's on one such morning, when Izuku and Inko are on their way to the pair, that Izuku starts to hear something ahead of him. At first, it just sounds like a ringing in his ear or the buzzing of a bee, but, as he gets closer, the sounds start to become more distinct. He tilts his head to the side a little as the sound forms into one of a struggle. He starts to pick up speed gradually. At some point, he notices that the trees and houses had blended together into a colorful blur. He tunes out all other sounds until all he can hear is the sound of insults and whimpering. He rounds the corner of the park, skidding to a stop in front of the gate. A few meters away, in the sand pit, a group of kids are surrounding a girl, kicking at her as they spew insults. Even from as far away as Izuku is, he can hear the insults they're spitting. You belong in a barn. Shouldn't you be traveling with the circus? Or the carnival? You aren't even human. Why do you go to school? Ugly. Filthy. Mule. Izuku doesn't know how he gets there, but he finds himself standing in front of the girl, blocking the others from getting to her. Stop it. Leave her alone. He yells, throwing his arms out at his sides. The kids stop for only a moment before they start yelling at him instead. What are you doing? Can't you see she's a filthy mutant? Why are you trying to stop us? Suddenly, their faces drain of color and they take on scared expressions before running off, screaming for their parents. Izuku squats next to the girl and is about to try and placate her when he notices she's whispering to herself in English. It's okay, you're okay, they'll go away soon. She mumbles, not seeming to notice that her tormentors had already left. Izuku settles onto his knees and tests it out on his tongue before switching to the language. Are you okay? Yes. She peeks out at him from under her arms but doesn't say anything to him, curling up further instead. Izuku doesn't push her to speak. He takes a handkerchief out of his pocket and starts cleaning up the scrapes he can see, wiping up the blood already drying around the wounds. The girl looks at him in surprise, unfurling slightly. Why are you helping me? She asks, her voice quiet. Izuku smiles, trying to reassure her. You're hurt and I want to help. He says simply. She looks confused. But don't you hate me? I'm a mutant, everyone hates mutants. Izuku shakes his head. I don't think that about you. I don't think that about anyone with a mutation quirk. Think they're fascinating actually. The girl's eyes water and she starts to thank him as she uncurls all the way, giving Izuku a chance to see what she looks like. She has blonde hair that falls just past her shoulder, a round face, her muzzle protrudes a little more than normal. She has bright blue eyes, small rounded ears at the top of her head like a horse's, light brown lyre-shaped horns tucked just behind her ears, a long blonde tail curls at her side, and she has hooves instead of feet. Izuku is about to ask for her name when he's picked up by the neck of his shirt. His eyes meet those of an enraged-looking woman with bobbed curly blonde hair, thick curled horns and cow ears. She shakes him vehemently as she starts to scream. How dare you hurt my daughter? Look at what you've done, you little brat. The girl starts begging her mom to stop, but the two voices swim together in Izuku's head as he's shaken back and forth. The woman continues to scream, drowning out her daughter's pleas. The girl's expression morphs into one of frustration as her fists clench at her sides. Mom, stop! She yells, finally getting her mother's attention. He was helping me. He scared away the others and he cleaned out my scrapes, see? She holds up her arm so her mom can see one of the freshly cleaned cuts as she points to the handkerchief in Izuku's hand with the other. The woman puts Izuku down and starts to apologize. Oh my god, I'm so sorry I dash. Izuku holds up a hand, stopping her as he draws in a deep breath, trying to put on his best placating smile as his vision stops spinning. It's fine really. You were just trying to protect her. The woman winces and picks her daughter up off the ground, setting her on her feet. Still, I really shouldn't have shaken you like that. Are you okay? She asks. Izuku nods. I'm fine. The girl huffs, stepping up to him. Thank you for helping me. I'm Pony. She sticks her hand out for a handshake, likely something she had picked up from her parents. Izuku smiles, grabbing her hand. I'm Izuku. They shake hands once before letting go of each other. Wanna be friends? The girl asks, hesitant. Izuku nods, his smile widening. Yeah. Just then Inko appears at the gate to the park. She doubles over, hands on her knees as she tries to gather her breath. Izuku waves and calls out to her, smile falling slightly when he sees the look on her face. Izuku, why would you run ahead like that? And how did you go that fast? Izuku tilts his head. I didn't run that fast, I don't think. Inko shook her head. At first you weren't that fast, yes, but as soon as you turned the first corner I lost sight of you. Why would you do that? Izuku rubs the back of his neck sheepishly. Sorry, Mom, I heard Pony getting hurt and I wanted to help. Inko looks at him with wide eyes. Your quirk must be growing already. I didn't hear a thing. Izuku's eyes shine for a moment before he remembers that he is likely currently in trouble. I hope he isn't in too much trouble. The woman cuts in, stepping forward. I'm Tsunatori Hina, Pony's mom. She says, gesturing to her daughter. Your son saved her from a group of bullies while I was taking a phone call. Inko's expression softens as she looks down at Izuku. He always has been a little hero. All right, you're not in trouble this time, Izuku. But please don't do that again. Izuku nods vehemently. I won't promise. Can we go play now? He asks, looking between the two women. They both nod and he smiles at Pony before taking her hand and running off to one of the play structures. The two mothers watch them for a moment before wandering off to find a bench. I'm really grateful Pony was able to make a friend, especially so soon. Hina says after a moment. Inko looks over at her. Oh, did you move here recently? Hina nods. Yes, we moved here from America after my husband got an offer for a better job. We thought it would be good for me, too, since Japan seemed like a good place to further my hero career. Then there's the fact that, should Pony decide to, she can attend UA. Inko's eyes widen. You're a hero? The woman nods, a small smile on her face as she watches the children. Yes, though I admit my hero name is a little dumb. Inko shakes her head. I'm sure it's fine, it can't be dumber than Captain Celebrity. Hina laughs. I guess not. How do you know about him? Inko shrugs. Izuku is a hero fanatic. He likes to analyze their quirk and fighting styles in his free time, All Might especially. One day he ended up going down a rabbit hole of American superheroes. Hina nods. Makes sense. I wonder if he's heard of me then. My hero name is Cow Lady. Hums. I think he has, then. You might even have a page in one of his notebooks. Hina looks over at her in surprise. Really? I'd love to see it. Inko nods. Why don't you and Pony come over? I know Izuku would love to show you and, truthfully, he hasn't had a playdate in a while. Hina smiles, nodding. We'd love to. Inko smiles and turns back to the kids, who were chasing each other around the sandpit. A little while later, close to lunchtime, the two moms call their children over to the bench. Are you all right with going to the Midoriya's apartment, Pony? Hina asks. The girl is quick to nod. Yeah. The two kids skip ahead, chattering away while their mothers walk behind them. When they reach the apartment, Inko unlocks the door and lets the kids walk in first. Once they'd all exchanged their shoes for slippers, the kids ran off to Izuku's room and Inko sat with Hina at the dining table. They talked for a while before Izuku emerged from his bedroom, shy smile on his face and one of his notebooks clutched in hand. Pony follows behind him. Mrs. Tsunatori? He says, coming to a stop beside her chair. Yes. She says, looking down at him. Are you the hero Cow Lady? She smiles. I am. His smile widens as he presents her with his notebook, opened to a page detailing her quirk. In his messy 6-year-old scrawl. She gently takes it from him, reading over the notes he has on her quirk. This is great. But how do you know what my costume is made of? That isn't meant to be public knowledge. I looked at stretchy materials on the computer. Izuku explains, looking incredibly proud of himself. Hina nods. That's impressive, kid. She praises. Izuku beams. Hina digs a pen out of her purse and finds a blank spot on the page. She scribbles her autograph in the empty margins and hands the book back to Izuku, who looks like the gods themselves had just granted him immortality. Thank you, he says. Hina smiles and ruffles his hair. You're very welcome. You know, I think you could become a master analyst if you keep practicing. Izuku starts bouncing on his feet. Really? Hina nods. Of course. Izuku squeals. Thank you. He bows deeply before grabbing Pony's hand and leading her back to his room. She waves at her mom over her shoulder before following after him. Hina watches as they slip through the door before turning back to Inko. I forgot to ask at the park, but how did Izuku learn such good English? Inko shrugs. Honestly, I barely know myself. My husband is currently working in America, but he never calls. If anything, I'd say it has to do with his love of All Might. He watches both his Japan and America interviews religiously. Hina nods. The Tsunatoris spend lunch at the Midoriya apartment, enjoying Inko's cooking before they head for the door, ready to leave. Pony is apprehensive. I don't want to go. She complains in English. What if I don't see Izuku again? She looks up at her mom, a distressed expression on her face. Hina crouches so she's at eye level with her daughter. I promise you'll see Izuku again, she says, pulling her phone from her pocket and opening up her contacts. See, she says, showing her contacts list to Pony. I have Inko's contact. We'll meet up with them again soon, I promise. Pony still looks nervous, but she nods, agreeing to leave with her mother. Before she puts on her shoes, however, she wraps Izuku in a crushing hug. He doesn't seem to mind, though, wrapping his arms around her. They pull apart after a few moments and Pony slips out of her slippers and into her shoes. The two wave to each other until the door closes behind the Tsunatoris. Once he can no longer see them, Izuku turns to face Inko. We'll play again, right? Yes. Inko nods. Of course, dear. Izuku beams, nodding to himself and walking off to the living room. He climbs onto the couch and turns on the news, content with Inko's answer. When Izuku returns to school the next day, it's with a pep in his step and a small smile on his face. He avoids the other students in the halls to the best of his ability, changing his shoes at the cubbies quickly before speed walking down the hall to his classroom. He ignores the jeers and insults in the halls to his classroom and slips into his desk just as the bell rings. When the bell rings for recess, Izuku is one of the first out of the classroom, backpack slung over his shoulder in the hopes of avoiding having his things stolen while he's gone. He's the first to the cubbies and the first outside. He settles under his favorite tree and takes out one of his notebooks and a pencil. He looks up every so often, watching the other students and checking his surroundings. Eventually, though, he becomes absorbed in his work and doesn't look up until a shadow fell over him and small pops sound in front of him. Suddenly, his notebook is ripped from his hands and the smell of burning fills the air. Izuku yelps and jumps up, trying to snatch his notebook back. Katsuki scoffs and steps back, dangling the book out of Izuku's reach. "What are you writing in here anyway, Deku?" he asks, flipping through the book with a smirk on his face. His expression quickly changes, however, first to confusion then to anger. "These are effing creepy. Just like it wasn't enough you had to have a weak but quirk, you take creepy but notes too?" Izuku flinches and steps back, stuttering as he tries to explain them. "I'm sorry, they aren't meant to dash." Katsuki sets off a few explosions, silencing Izuku as the other boy watches in horror. "You know what I think, Deku? I think no one else should have to read these again." With that, Katsuki grips the book between his hands and sets off a series of explosions, destroying the cover and all of the notes inside. Izuku watches as the ashed remains of his notebook fall to the ground, tears gathering in his eyes. Katsuki scoffs. "I can't believe you're crying over something so stupid, Deku. What are you, a baby?" Tears fall down Izuku's cheeks as he stumbles back. Katsuki merely scoffs and stomps away, yelling at some of the other kids to play heroes and villains with him. Izuku just slides down the trunk of the tree and hugs his backpack to his chest as his vision blurs until the burned remains blend in with the rest of his surroundings. That night, Izuku is sitting at the dining table while Inko is cooking dinner when her phone rings. She wipes her hands off on her apron before answering and a small smile graces her face as she hands the phone to Izuku. "It's for you, dear," she says. He takes it gingerly and holds it up to his ear. "Hello." "Hi, Izuku," Pony says in slow Japanese. A smile stretches across Izuku's face. "Hi. Was there something you wanted to talk about?" Suddenly, a small pool of doubt fills his stomach. Was she going to tell him that she actually didn't want to be friends? "Not really," she says in English. "I just wanted to talk to you." How was your day?" Izuku can just make out the sound of Mrs. Tsunatori's voice on the other end, likely coaching Pony on what to say when she gets stuck. Izuku hops off his chair and walks down to his room. He closes the door behind him in the hopes Inko won't overhear. "It wasn't good. But Kugu destroyed my notebook." Pony gasps. "Oh no. I'm sorry, Izuku." Izuku shakes his head despite knowing that she can't see him. "It's not your fault. You don't need to apologize. It probably bugged him that I was writing in it, anyway. At least it wasn't the one your mom signed." Pony makes an offended noise. "There's no reason for it to have bugged him, though. He was just being mean, Izuku." Izuku shrugs and stares down at his floor. "I'm sure he had a good reason. We were friends and dash." "That's not something a friend does, Izuku." Pony interrupts him. "Friends don't destroy their friends' things. He's a bully, Izuku." Izuku's eyes furrow as his eyes rove around his room. "We might not be friends anymore, but I don't think he's a bully, dash." "Has he hurt you?" Pony once again interrupts him. Izuku winces but doesn't say anything. "Someone who hurts you doesn't deserve to be your friend." Tears gather in the boy's eyes and his room blurs around him as he nods, trying to assure himself. "Right. We'll be friends forever. We won't ever hurt each other. Okay?" Izuku nods, a smile blooming on his face. "Okay." The two continue to call each other every night until spring break, something both are looking forward to since Hina agreed to allow Pony to spend the 11 days with the Midoriyas. Izuku jumps out of bed in the morning, an excited smile taking over his face as he tugs off his pajamas and swaps them for his pair of jeans with the least amount of stains and one of his many All Might t-shirts. He bounces out of his room and into the kitchen, where Inko had just started breakfast. She giggles when Izuku enters, a soft smile gracing her face. Someone's excited. Izuku nods vehemently as he climbs up onto his chair. His legs start kicking beneath him, causing him to bounce. Yeah. Pony gets to stay over for spring break. Inko chuckles. That's right. When I'm done cooking we have to eat fast so we can meet her and Hina at the train station. Izuku nods and watches impatiently as Inko makes an American-style breakfast of bacon and eggs, something she only makes on special occasions. When she's done, Izuku wolfs down his food, causing Inko to laugh before she eats hers. Izuku is done first and Inko waves him off to make sure they have everything ready for Pony so she can finish her food in peace. When they're finally ready to go, Izuku bounces down the stairs to the street. When he reaches the sidewalk, Inko calls out, reminding him not to go too far ahead. I know. He calls behind him. He starts up his jogging pace, making sure he's never more than 10 steps away from Inko. He waits for her at crosswalks and when he reaches the entrance to the train station before her. When she catches up to him, he takes her hand and walks next to her as they make their way to the train platform, his breathing labored. He keeps his eyes on the train tunnel as he tries to catch his breath. Suddenly, pinpricks of light break through the dark and the train horn blares. The screech of metal on metal sounds as the train gets closer and Izuku watches as the front train cars blur past. When the train finally comes to a stop, the doors slowly open, revealing cars full of people. Izuku eyes everyone that steps out of the train, watching the crowds both in front of and beside him. As he's looking to his left, a high-pitched squeal pierces the air and Izuku sees Pony leaving the car in front of him, rushing right for them. Hina is behind her, smiling apologetically as she walks toward Inko. Pony collides with Izuku and the two wrap their arms around each other in a tight hug. Inko and Hina talk for a few minutes while the kids play a clapping game beside them. When the two mothers are done talking, Hina hands Pony's suitcase to Inko and gives her daughter one last hug before walking off to catch the train back. Inko adjusts her grip on the suitcase before turning to the kids. All right, do you want me to carry your backpack too, Pony? She asks. The girl shakes her head, hiking her bag up and grabbing the straps. No, thank you. I'm okay. Inko nods with a soft smile on her face and starts leading the kids out of the train station. They walk a few steps ahead of Inko, chattering away while Inko watches closely. When they reach the apartment, Inko slips past the kids so she can unlock the door. She holds it open for them, waiting until they have their slippers on and are starting down the hall to Izuku's room to slip inside herself. She sets the suitcase down by the door while she exchanges her shoes for slippers. She locks the door behind her and brings the suitcase up to Izuku's room. She knocks on the door and waits for it to open before presenting the suitcase. Pony takes it from her eagerly and wheels it over to the bottom left corner of the room. Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. Pony says. You're welcome, dear. Will you two be able to entertain yourselves until lunch? We can go to the park afterwards if you'd like. Both kids nod energetically, and Inko leaves them to play while she prepares lunch. Izuku closes his door when Inko leaves, leaving it open just a crack. Will anyone else come to play with us this week? Pony asks as she settles crisscross on Izuku's carpet. The boy shakes his head. No, I don't have any other friends, 'cause I didn't get my quirk until a few months ago and they thought I was quirkless. Pony nods. Okay, she exclaims, accepting the answer before looking up to see the conflicted look on Izuku's face. She gets up from her position and walks over to Izuku, wrapping him in a hug. It's okay, Izuku. You don't need them anyway, we have each other now. Izuku nods. Right. The two settle on the carpet, each with a hero figurine in their hands. 3 days into the spring break, Izuku is sitting in the living room, watching a random channel he had found while Pony changes into her day clothes. He's watching an interview between a host and a hero who had recently been rising in the ranks when the interview ends and a different hero comes on. It takes Izuku a moment, but he recognizes the hero as one Pony had told him she really liked. Just then, the door to his room opens and Pony steps out. Pony! He calls. One of your favorite heroes is on TV. He adds. She squeals and runs over, hopping up onto the couch to watch the interview with him. The two lean against each other, Pony's tail between them, as the interview continues. Izuku's hands itch for his notebook, but it's in his bedroom and he doesn't want to get up. Suddenly, something soft is in his hands. He looks over at Pony, who merely smiles at him before returning her attention to the TV. Izuku shrugs and starts gently fidgeting with her tail while he takes mental notes. Izuku and Pony speedwalk ahead of Inko at the pool, Izuku in his bright yellow all-might swim shorts and swim shirt and Pony in a frilly blue one-piece. Inko follows behind them, towels slung over her shoulder and a bag of pool toys in her hand. They find a chair lining the pool and Inko sets their stuff down before sitting. "I'll be here if you need me, okay?" she says. The two kids nod and join the small crowd in the pool. They splash around for a bit before they decide to race each other around the perimeter of the pool. They race a few times, both around and across the pool, before settling in the shallow end to splash each other. Izuku laughs at Pony as he rises in another crunch. She's glaring at him from her place on the floor, sweat beginning to gather at the neck of her shirt. "You're insane," she says. Izuku just laughs harder, lowering down next to her to let it subside. "I don't understand how you can do more than 5 of those," she exclaims, throwing her arms up above her head. Izuku shrugs. "Practice. I've been doing my exercises for months now." Pony sticks her tongue out at him and he giggles behind his hand as he mutters half-hearted apologies. Izuku jumps rope in the clearing while Pony practices shooting her horns at a nearby tree. She doesn't have very good control over them, only able to make them do a short turn so they hit the tree she wants them to. Izuku encourages her while he jumps. When he's done jumping, he starts jogging around the circle of trees. Pony huffs and joins him. She challenges him to a race and he readily accepts. They line up beside each other on one end of the clearing, both leaning forward so they're ready to run. Izuku does the count and they both take off when he says, "Go." Pony surges ahead of him almost immediately and quickly reaches the other end of the clearing. Izuku reaches the end 4 seconds after her and sticks his tongue out at her as soon as he stops. She laughs at him and he starts jogging around the perimeter of the clearing again while she picks up the jump rope. They're silent for a few more minutes, both enraptured in their own tasks when Izuku tires of his jogging. Pony gets tired of the jump rope quickly after and they lie down on the grass beside each other. "I bet I could beat you in a wrestling match," Izuku says, a mischievous glimmer in his eyes, breaking the brief silence. Pony looks over at him. "Nah, I'd win." They roll for each other at the same time. Izuku gets the upper hand first as he crashes on top of her. She's quick to roll over, however, putting herself on top. They laugh and squeal as they roll around on the ground, covering their clothes in grass stains. On the last night of spring break, Inko shuffles down the hall, flicking off the living room and kitchen lights before continuing. She stops in front of Izuku's room and eases the door open slowly, poking her head inside. She sees Izuku and Pony curled up on Izuku's bed, arms wrapped around each other on top of the sheets. She smiles to herself as she pulls out her phone. She takes multiple pictures of the kids before slipping back out, easing the door shut behind her. She swipes through the photos, picking the best one to send to Hina. Inko pushed the shopping cart through the aisle, occasionally looking up from the shelves to check on Izuku and Pony, who are a few steps ahead of her. They're talking to each other, occasionally pointing out products they don't recognize, ones they've seen on TV, or ones that make them laugh for reasons Inko can't discern. She makes sure none of the other shoppers get too close to the kids. She's especially watchful of the shoppers glaring down at Pony, disdain, disgust, and wariness all clear in their gazes. Izuku is talking to Pony about a hero who had recently surfaced when he spotted an entire shelf filled with all different flavors of umaibu corn puffs. He taps Pony on the shoulder and points to the shelf. Her eyes light up as she bounds over, picking up a package of plain puffs. "It's like in the show we watched last night." She cheers. Izuku nods. "Yeah." Pony holds out the package. Umaibu is known for its variety of flavors. Izuku snickers. "I'm in the mood for pizza, but I want to eat natto too." She continues. "What should I do?" Pony lays her hand on her forehead dramatically, leaning back as if she's about to faint. "What should I do at a time like this?" she adds. Izuku hides a laugh behind his hand. Why don't you eat pizza and natto? Izuku asks. Pony straightens, crossing her arms across her chest. Looks like you've noticed, huh? You don't see certain food combinations served together, but if you feel like it you can make it happen with umaibu. She presents the package as if it is the most powerful thing in the world. Both children hide laughs behind their hands as they try to focus on their scene. I want to know what combinations you can come up with. Pony says, pointing at Izuku using the package of umaibu. In other words, come up with the best combination to make me satisfied. Izuku doubles over as he tries to contain his laughter. Wow, she's acting like the final boss of a video game. He mutters as he straightens up, turning to face the large shelf of corn puffs. How about cheese? And octopus dumpling? He offers, pointing to the 2 different flavors on the shelf. He was kinda surprised the store carried them. Pony hums. Not bad, but it's lacking a punch. She says. Izuku nods as if she had just said something incredibly serious. Izuku acts as if he's thinking before he points his finger up in the air like he had seen scientist characters do on TV. Then what about grilling them? He suggests. Pony widens her eyes, trying her best to calm her smile. Grilling? You're going to grill umaibu? She pauses for a moment before taking on. Something's still missing. Izuku tilts his head. It is? Then, can I combine more than 2? He asks, leaning over the shelf to read the different flavors they had. Pony nods, watching him as she giggles, not bothering to hide her laughter anymore. Yeah, sure you can. She encourages. Izuku. Then how about pizza, onion salad, and corn potage? He asks, pointing out each on the shelf. Pony nods vigorously, grabbing hold of Izuku's hands. I can see France. The 2 kids can't hold back their laughter anymore, both doubling over and drawing the attention of Inko, who had been looking at snacks on another shelf. Oh, do you kids want some umaibu puffs? She asks, pushing the cart forward. They both tilt their heads. We can have some? Izuku asks. Inko nods. Why don't you both grab a pack of the original and one of a flavor you like or want to try? That way you have something to fall back on if you don't like it. The 2 kids beam. They thank Inko as they look over the flavors, taking a few moments to pick out the ones they want. When they're done, they both have a pack of original and a flavor they hadn't had before. Izuku has beef tongue while Pony had grabbed tonkatsu sauce. The 2 kids stick closer to the cart from then on, occasionally running ahead to grab something Inko asks for. When they reach the cash registers, the kids are chattering away beside Inko, occasionally glancing up when someone new joins the line for the cash. They're just getting on the topic of the show's streaming that afternoon when a gunshot rings out and a small cloud of dust falls from the ceiling. 4 men in black hoodies and masks stand at the front of the register, all holding guns. The one at the front, who appears to be the leader, has his gun pointed at the ceiling, a small bullet hole above him. Nobody move. One of the robbers at the back yells, raising his gun to point at those in line. Izuku and Pony cling to Inko. Pony ducks behind Izuku and Izuku grabs onto his mother's shirt, trying to hide behind her. 2 of the men stalk up to the cashier, who has their hands raised, while the others stalk forward, looking over everyone in line. Izuku's ears pick up on the distant sound of police sirens, but, judging by the fact nobody else is reacting, it's clear he's the only one who hears them. He sees the way their cashier discreetly hits their panic button, but he's sure that one of the others already has. Maybe multiple alerts will make the police get here faster, he thinks. The men in front of them start muttering to each other and Izuku picks up on their conversation. Think we should take a hostage? The police might be here soon, could be good for getting away. He tacks on. The man he's talking to hums as his eyes survey the crowd. Sure. Who are you thinking? Suddenly, Pony sobs from behind him. She tries to stifle it with her hand, but by then it's too late. The 2 robbers' heads swivel to stare at Izuku. How about the kid? One of them says louder this time. The other nods and raises his gun to point at Izuku. The boy takes a deep breath, trying to calm his shaking limbs and panicking heart. He does his best to hold back tears and stiffens as he tries to better cover Pony. Inko moves to step in front of Izuku, but the other robber points his gun at her. She doesn't stop, however, and Izuku finally notices how his eyes look redder than they should be. He wrenches out of Pony's grasp and jumps back in front of Inko just as a shot rings out. Time seems to slow as the bullet heads straight for his chest. He hears the screams that follow the sound of the gun as if they were far away. He feels something hit him and bounce back, and he looks down to see a small hole burned in his shirt, thick green scales showing through the fabric. His eyes move to the ground, where a dented bullet stares back up at him. He looks up again when he hears something bigger clatter to the ground. The robber who had fired has his hand clutched to his chest and his gun is on the floor, laying at his feet. Izuku's attention then darts to the large windows lining the wall of the store when police cars pull in and cops rush out, running for the doors. Izuku watches from beside Inko, who's clutching both him and Pony tightly to her chest, as the cops arrest all 4 men. One of them squats to the floor, black rubber gloves covering their hands as they grab the gun off the ground, shoving it into a clear plastic bag. He continues to watch as the officers shove the villains into the back seats of the police cars and drive away, their lights and sirens off now that the threats had been arrested. When the cars had turned the corner and disappeared from view, Inko finally let them go and, upon the cashier's prompting, started loading their groceries onto the conveyor belt. Pony and Izuku stuck to her side, neither bothering to start up another conversation. The drive home is silent, and when they get back to the apartment building, the 2 kids help Inko carry in what they can before piling onto the couch, leaning into each other. Inko pulls her phone from her pocket as she begins putting the groceries away, tapping on Hina's contact before setting it on her shoulder and lifting it to her ear. The phone rings twice before Hina answers. "Inko? How are the kids?" Inko lowers her voice to a whisper, trying not to be heard over the cartoons the kids had turned on for background noise. "The grocery store we went to was robbed." Hina is silent for a moment. When she finally speaks, her tone is level, fury lining her words. "By who? What happened?" she asks. Inko sighs. "For men in hoodies. They had guns and Pony was trying to hide behind me while Izuku tried to hide both of us. Pony started crying and 2 of them turned to her. I think they wanted to take the kids hostage. I tried to step in front of them, but one of them pointed their gun at me. Izuku jumped in front and the man fired dash. Is he okay?" Hina interrupts, hysteria breaking her voice. "He's fine," Inko reassures, glancing behind her at the couch. "His quirk activated and the scales protected him, but, Hina, he could have died. They both could have. The police pulled in a moment later, but I just dash." "It's okay, Inko," Hina reassures. "I'll be there soon. Just stay near them, okay?" Inko nods despite knowing Hina can't see her. "Of course." Hina hangs up and Inko puts her phone on the counter. She looks over to the kids one last time before turning back to the groceries, determined to have them put away before Hina gets there so they can talk to the kids together. Izuku strokes Pony's head as she cries into his shoulder. Silent tears run down both their faces, though Pony hiccups occasionally. Izuku can hear Inko rustling around in the kitchen as she puts the groceries away. Sometimes the sounds will pause and he knows she's looking over at them to make sure they're still okay. He keeps looking down at the hole in his shirt caused by the bullet. The edge of the hole is charred and the scales had faded at some point. A small bruise was starting to develop where the bullet had made contact. It doesn't look like it will be as bad as the ones he had received on his back when he first got his quirk, though. After a while, Pony makes a small snorting sound. Izuku looks over to see that she'd fallen asleep, tear tracks drying on her face. He hesitates for a moment before leaning his head on top of hers, moving his head to her back. Her tail twitches on his lap, but he pays it no mind, simply letting his eyes close as his breathing calms to match hers. Neither child wakes when Hina arrives at the apartment. The 2 mothers talk for a while, tears streaming down their cheeks. Eventually, Pony's dad arrives too, comforting both women. The 3 agree that it would be a good idea for Pony to spend the night so as not to cause panic when the children wake and find the other missing. They each pick up a kid and carry them off to Izuku's room, setting them on the bed to sleep before slipping out and easing the door shut. Inko is sitting on the couch, nursing a cup of chamomile tea as the news plays on the TV. It was late, but she couldn't bring herself to fall asleep, the events of the day still fresh in her mind. She's pulled from her thoughts when the usual Monday news is interrupted by live feed of an on-foot chase. The footage depicts 4 men, all of builds. Inko recognizes being chased by Cow Lady, her quirk fully activated. Inko can't help the smile that grows on her face as a newscaster speaks over Hina barreling into the men, knocking them all to the ground. These 4 men were all involved in a simple grocery store robbery earlier today. Though they managed to escape from their holding cell, American hero Cow Lady is hunting them down. Inko thinks the word hunt may be an understatement. Hina is beating the 4 men into the ground despite the fact that they seem to be trying to surrender. I'm being told that Cow Lady has never shown this much aggression towards villains, especially ones of such low importance. The newscaster continues. I can't help but wonder if they did something to offend her personally. Inko smirks into her tea as she leans back into the couch, relishing in the bit of bone she can see peeking out of one of the robber's arms. Izuku has his head buried in his arms as his homeroom class chatters away amongst themselves. He shifts in his seat to get more comfortable, doing his best not to hit his knees against the top of the desk. Finally, the bell rings and the teacher enters the room, stack of papers in hand. "Good morning, everyone," he greets, stopping behind his podium. "Now, I'm supposed to hand these out so you can fill out possible careers," he says, holding up the stack of papers. "But I'm sure you all plan on becoming heroes," he yells, throwing the papers up into the air and scattering them across the floor. The other students all start cheering as they show off their quirks. The only person other than Izuku not to jump at the chance to show off is Bakugo, who glowers at their teacher. Though he looks moments away from exploding. "Calm down, everyone," their teacher calls. "I know you're all budding heroes, but you know using your quirks at school is prohibited." The smile on the man's face makes it clear he doesn't actually care. Bakugo finally seems to have had enough as he jumps out of his chair and onto his desk. "Don't lump me in with these extras," he yells. "I'm going to be the only one from this trash heap of a school to make it into UA." Everyone quiets down at Bakugo's words, beginning to whisper to each other. "UA? But isn't their acceptance rate, like, super low?" Izuku overhears someone say. Their teacher hums, looking down at a sheet of paper he hadn't thrown. Aren't you trying out for UA too, Midoriya?" he says. The class immediately silences as all attention turns from Bakugo to Izuku. He sighs as he looks up, glancing around the room. Bakugo jumps down from the desk and is about to attack Izuku when their teacher clears his throat. "Please return to your seat, Bakugo. We have to get started with class." He looks over at Izuku nervously. Bakugo glares, but he sits back down at his desk, popping off small explosions in his palms as he does so. Izuku leans against the large tree in the schoolyard as he types away at his phone. The backpack and notebook leaned up against his foot below him, and his hair lightly brushed the hanging leaves of the tree. A few of the nearby students ogled at him, but he paid them no mind. Noticing that he's not paying attention, Bakugo beings creeping toward him. He reaches for the notebook leaning next to the boy, explosions popping in anticipation of destroying the book when Izuku's hand darts out, wrapping around his wrist. Izuku glares at him as he finishes typing out his message and tucks his phone into his pocket. Bakugo looks nervous but does his best to return the glare. It doesn't work out how he wants as Izuku tightens his grip. Izuku's form nearly dwarfed Bakugo's, and throughout his training he had burned off the baby fat a few of their classmates still sported and had much more profound muscles than any of the teachers, let alone the students. Bakugo pops off a few explosions in his free hand, drawing Izuku's attention to them. Bakugo's eye twitches as Izuku looks back at him, tilting his head slightly. The more the two stared at each other, the more uneasy Bakugo becomes. Bakugo tugs at his arm, trying to free himself of the other's grip so as not to look bad in front of the students beginning to take notice. He fails, however, Izuku keeping his tight grip. Even though they're the same height, Bakugo starts to feel as if he's staring up at Izuku. The students surrounding them all start to look at each other nervously as neither boy moves. Bakugo doesn't break eye contact with Izuku, holding his ground. The other boy was merely a pebble in his path, he reminded himself. There was no reason he shouldn't be able to hold his ground at the very least. They don't get the chance to escalate into a full-blown fight, however, as Izuku's phone buzzes in his pocket and he lets Bakugo go, gathering his stuff before starting to make his way toward the school gate. He makes sure to keep tabs on the other boy out of the corner of his eye as he walks away. The blonde glares as he steps forward. "I'll be the only one from this shithole school to make it into UA, you hear me? You don't have a chance. All you can do is intimidate people and cover yourself in FING fish scales. You'd have better chances of getting in by taking a swan dive off the roof and praying for a better quirk in your next life." Izuku's steps stutter, but he keeps moving, doing his best to ignore the other boy. He takes a deep breath in an attempt to calm himself down and smiles when he sees Pony standing outside the gate. He picks up his pace as he nears her, waving once he's sure she can see him. "Hey, Pony," he calls. She smiles. "Hey." She waves, inadvertently showing off the muscles making up her arm. She sneezes, snorting as she shakes her head. The movement causes the big stainless steel hoops in her ears to rattle, catching in the sun and shining in Izuku's eyes. She's shorter than him by a few centimeters, something he teased her for and which she occasionally complained about. She had fingerless studded gloves on her hands, which had come in handy a few times. Izuku takes up his spot on her right as they walk down the sidewalk, talking about their days as they make their way to the gym they're both a member of. They split off at the entrance, going to their respective changing rooms. Izuku emerges first, though Pony isn't slow to join him. They claim their usual sparring mat. They settle into offensive positions across from each other and Izuku counts them down. When he reaches one, she moves just a fraction of a second before him. They dodge around each other for a couple minutes, one occasionally landing a hit against the other. But then Izuku trips on a fold in the mat. Pony is quick to take advantage of his lack of balance by throwing herself on top of him. He crashes onto the mat and tries to throw her off, but she pins him down. "All right, you win." He yields, chuckling as she clambers off and holds out a hand to help him up. He accepts, pecking her lips in a kiss before heading back to his end of the mat. "Your turn to count," he says, stretching his arms above his head before lowering back into his stance. Pony nods, positioning herself before starting her count. By the time they decided they were done, both were sweaty, though Pony was the only one to sport bruises despite the fact that she had landed a few hits herself. Izuku chugs his water bottle before once again slipping into the changing room. He takes a quick shower before pulling on a t-shirt and jeans. This time, Pony is the first one out, dressed in leggings and a tank top. She smiles when she sees him. "We're still going to the mall, right?" she asks, stepping into place beside him as they leave the gym. Izuku nods. "You want to catch a train or walk?" "Just, I missed my run this morning." He chuckles. "Walking it is, then." They make small talk as they head toward the edge of the city. When they finally make it to the entrance of the mall, Izuku holds the door open for her. "After you, my lady." She smirks, giving him a shallow bow. "Why, thank you, kind sir." They both laugh as Izuku jogs a step to catch up to her. They both hold onto the railings on their side as they make their way down to the food court. The area is lit by glowing orbs caged on the ceiling, which were the work of one of the janitor's quirks. The floors and walls shine to the point that they can see their slightly distorted reflections nearly everywhere they look. They walk side by side until they arrive at the food court in the middle of the mall. They pick out a restaurant that had good reviews and seat themselves as directed by the sign at the front. They pick up the menus and start reading through them. Pony is the first to decide, setting down her menu. "You've decided already?" Izuku asks, glancing up from his menu. Pony nods. "The French loaf and some milk." Izuku tilts his head. "Are you sure? You could get French toast or something." He gestures to the more expensive items on her menu, but she just shakes her head. "It's just what I'm in the mood for. Plus, I don't care about what's more expensive." She reaches forward, resting her hand on top of Izuku's as she offers a small smile. "I'm happy just spending time with you. Especially after hearing what that BSTRD said." Izuku flinches slightly. "You heard that? It's fine, really. What he says doesn't matter." Pony huffs, looking up to see a waiter heading toward them. "Do you know what you're ordering?" she whispers. Izuku nods, setting his menu on top of hers before looking up at the boy who had stopped in front of them. He looked to be a little older than them, maybe in his second or third year of high school. Izuku smiles up at him and Pony is ready to order, but the boy's face sours when he lays eyes on the girl. My apologies, but we don't serve the likes of you. Izuku's smile immediately falls into a frown at the offended look on Pony's face. The boy looks over at him. I'm sorry, sir, but she'll have to leave if we're going to serve you. Izuku tilts his head. Oh really? The boy nods, glaring at Pony. I'm afraid so. Izuku's face hardens as he glares at the boy. Pony mimics him and the air around the table becomes heavy. The waiter audibly gulps, glancing between the two. On second thought, I think that was a policy at the last place I worked. What can I get for you? Sweat beads at his brow and Izuku looks over at Pony. She takes a moment before nodding. Both of their expressions relax and the tense feeling dissipates. I'll get some milk and a French loaf, please. Pony says. The boy nods before looking over to Izuku. And for you? I'll have the meat goulash, please. The boy nods, scribbling on his notepad before running back the way he had come. When their food comes out, a new waiter is following behind high. Plates of bread, chicken, a bowl of goulash with meat and potato, a salad, and small containers of margarine and butter are placed on their table. They're quickly followed by Pony's glass of milk and a soda for Izuku. They eat slowly, talking with each other and trying each other's food as they go. When they're done, they stack their dishes to the side to make it easier for them to be grabbed. Anything for dessert? The boy asks when he returns. He doesn't look as nervous as before, though he still looks wary. Izuku nods. A bowl of ice cream, please. He nods, heading back to the kitchen and quickly returning with a bowl of ice cream and 2 spoons. Izuku thanks her and picks up one of the spoons. Pony is quick to follow, even managing to get the first bite despite her slow start. They split the check, each paying half once someone different comes back with the bill. They leave hand in hand and head further into the mall. After a few minutes of walking, they find an arcade, relatively small compared to others in the country, but still packed full of machines. They boast a large collection of pre-quirk games and music, and happy screams pour out of the open doors. Pony leads Izuku inside, smiling wide as he follows behind her. Izuku pays for an hour in the arcade and they're given paper bands showing when they're meant to be gone by. They help each other put the bracelets on and Pony leads Izuku over to the claw machines. They each pick a machine and Pony counts them down. Izuku is the first to get his toy, a soft pink pig, into the win slot. As he's taking it out of the drop, Pony wins a medium-sized bee plush. Izuku holds out his win to her, smiling. Pony accepts it, hugging the pig to her chest as she holds out the bee. Izuku takes it and leans in, pecking her on the cheek before grabbing her hand and pulling her towards one of the pre-quirk 2-player fighting games. They had been playing games for a while, some on their own and others with each other, when Pony spotted a photo booth near the back of the arcade. We should take some photos, she says, pointing towards the small booth. Izuku nods, letting her lead him over and under the curtain. She settles on the metal seat closest to the door and Izuku slides the curtain shut, making sure it's closed fully before looking up at the screen in front of them. It displays all their options for borders and filters. Pony taps her card on the machine below the screen and it moves on to the selection. What do you think about this one? Pony asks, pointing to a border decorated with sprites from a pre-quirk alien shooter game they had played. I think it's cute, Izuku says, nodding. Pony smiles, tapping on the option. She skips over the filter selection, neither of them wanting the photos to be in black and white or have a red tint. The countdown starts on the screen and they line themselves up with the camera, leaning into each other with smiles on their faces. The camera makes the sound of a snapping shutter and a flash lights up their faces. After a moment, the countdown starts again. Ooh, make a funny face, Pony says before pulling at the corners of her mouth and sticking out her tongue. Izuku laughs before doing the same, bringing his hand up behind her head in bunny ears. When the camera snaps again, she looks up at him, rolling her eyes. She grabs his face as the shutter snaps again, pulling him closer. The camera snaps one last time as her lips come to meet his. They emerge from the booth just as their photo strips are landing in the Dropbox. Izuku picks up the 3 attached strips by the top edge, careful not to touch the actual photos just yet. Pony rolls her eyes. I'm sure they're fine. Izuku shakes his head. My mom never touched the pictures until at least 3 minutes after they printed. Pony snorts. Fine, fine. She looks down at her band. Come on, our time is almost up and I don't want to be yelled at by one of the workers. Izuku nods, falling into step beside her as they head for the exit. He waves at the worker behind the front desk with one free hand, the other holding both the bee plush and the strips of photos. As they're walking down the street, Izuku spots a store selling candy and pastries. A poster on the window boasts about their realistic-looking pastry animals. Want to see what they have? Izuku asks, gesturing to the store. Pony looks over and nods. Yeah, but I'm paying this time. Izuku huffs but agrees. When they walk in, a bell above the door rings, signaling their arrival to the person behind the desk. They smile at them. Hey there. Would you like to take a look at some of our pastry animals? They ask, gesturing in front of them to the large selection of display pastries in the case embedded in the counter. Pony and Izuku lean in, looking over the animals. Eventually, Pony points out the chicks. What about these? They're pretty cute. Izuku nods. Are you sure they aren't too cute to eat? He asks, looking over at her playfully. She huffs, schooling her expression to look more serious. No food is too cute to eat. Izuku chuckles. All right, the chicks then. Don't forget that I'm paying. Pony says, pulling out her wallet as the cashier heads to the back. Is a box of 10 okay? They ask, looking back over their shoulder. Pony nods and they continue out to the back room. They return with a pastry box filled with little pastry chicks. That'll be 1,400 yen, please. Pony nods, pulling out the amount in cash. She sets it on the tray next to the register and the cashier picks it up, counting it quickly before sorting it into the register. Thank you, have a good day. You too. Izuku and Pony say in unison. Pony takes the box of pastries from the counter, bowing shallowly before stepping into place beside Izuku and following him to the doors. He grabs some plastic forks from a cup set out by the door before holding it open for Pony, allowing her to step outside first. Once they're outside, Izuku hands Pony one of the forks. Carefully, she slides the box open and boops one of the pastries with the tongs of the utensil. They start heading toward Pony's house since it's closer. As they walk, Pony takes out one of the chicks and pops it in her mouth. Her cheeks puff up like a hamster's as she chews and a few crumbs at her chin. Izuku chuckles at the blissful look on her face and she glares at him half-heartedly. She sticks her hand back into the box and shoves a chick into his face. He rolls his eyes playfully as she shoves it into his mouth. He chews it quickly, humming once he's done. These are actually pretty good, he says as he reaches for a new one. Pony nods as she does the same and they continue on, occasionally eating one of the chicks. They're talking happily, waiting for a crossing sign to change, when Izuku spots smoke in the nearby distance. Look at that, he says, pointing. Pony looks up at the gray cloud slowly building in the sky. Think we should check it out? She asks, glancing over at Izuku. The boy nods and they abandon the crosswalk, starting to jog down the sidewalk instead. As they turn a corner, they're met with a large crowd of people, all watching as the fires in front of them blaze. Izuku strains to see above the heads of the onlookers, but when he finally sees what's happening in front of them, he grabs Pony's sleeve and starts dragging her through the group. What's going on? She asks, panic beginning to line her voice. Someone is trapped in sludge. Izuku answers, finally starting to slow down as they near the front. Holy shit, is that Bakugo? Pony asks. Izuku freezes, green eyes finally meeting red. He takes a stuttered breath as he steps forward, scales growing across his arms, more than prepared to rush the villain when, suddenly, someone beats him to it. Pony watches in awe as a small figure, who looks no older than them, pulls Bakugo out of the grip of the sludge villain. Izuku watches as the figure drags Bakugo away. They turn to face the paramedics, who are rushing to the police line to help, leaving them defenseless as the sludge villain finally orients themselves and raises an arm of sludge to attack. The arm swings out and Izuku lets out a sigh. The air turns into a powerful wind and rushes the villain, causing him to stumble back and miss the two teens. Suddenly, All Might appears out of the crowd. He jumps and punches the sludge villain, sending them scattering across the street. Officers rush in to gather the leftovers of the villains while civilians and reporters rush forward, each gunning for All Might's attention. Izuku and Pony watch for a moment as the paramedics drive away with Bakugo in the back of the ambulance. All Might tries to stave off the reporters, and the figure, now weaving into the crowd, disappears. Eventually, they both get bored and turn around so they can start heading back home. Izuku weaves his hand with Pony's. The scales that had grown recede, disappearing back under his skin. They're crossing the street when Pony's phone buzzes in her pocket. She pulls it out once they're on the other sidewalk. My mom wants me to run an errand for her, Pony says, tucking her phone back away. Think you can walk me to the train station? She asks, looking up at Izuku. The boy nods, smiling softly. Of course. She smiles in return and they take a left turn instead of a right, talking away as they walk to the train station. When they reach the train station, they claim a bench, leaning into each other as they wait for Pony's train to arrive. The sound of screeching metal on metal fills the station as the train arrives and Izuku leans in, placing a kiss against Pony's cheek as he grabs one of the remaining chicks from the box. Pony smiles, pressing her lips against his for a moment before standing. I'll see you tomorrow? She asks. Izuku nods and watches as she steps onto the train. He waits until the doors close and the train starts to pull out of the station before turning his back on it and leaving the station, making his way to his apartment. Izuku walks among the crowd on the sidewalk, making his way to Pony's house. He had a small notebook tucked into his backpack, filled with notes on a new idea he had for his training. He was already strong, unable to properly fit in school desks, but he had an idea on how to become stronger, challenge himself, and build more endurance. But he would need to get Hina's help. When he finally arrives, he walks up the front porch to the door, knocking politely before taking a step back. After a minute, the door opens, revealing Hina on the other side. Hi, Auntie. Izuku greets. Hina smiles, waving Izuku in. Good afternoon, Izuku. She closes the door behind him. He slips off his shoes and into the slippers left for him by the door. They're All Might themed and slightly tattered since they're a few years old, but they still fit. He follows Hina into the living room and sits across from her on their couches. Can I get you anything to drink, Izuku? Says. Tea, coffee? Izuku shakes his head. No, I'm okay. I don't plan on being here for long. Hina nods. Alright, dear. What do you need? Izuku ruffled around in his backpack for a moment and took out his notebook. He opens it to a page near the middle. He holds out the diagram he had sketched out of an incredibly heavyweight suit. Hina takes it and reads it over. I assume you want my help manufacturing this? She asks. Izuku nods and Hina huffs. Sorry, dear, but I don't think I'll be able to process this through my agency for you. I can point you toward an independent contractor, though. She's a budding friend of mine. She offers, handing the notebook back to Izuku. The boy nods. That would be great. Hina nods. She grabs a pen and notepad from a drawer of the coffee table and writes down a phone number, name, and address. She rips the piece of paper out of the pad and folds it in half before handing it off to the boy. Just be a bit patient with her replies. Her company is massive. Izuku nods, tucking the piece of paper between the pages of his diagram before sliding the notebook back into his backpack. He stands from his spot on the chair and swings his backpack onto his shoulder. Thanks, Aunt Hina. She nods, standing to accompany him to the door. Of course, Izuku. I'm glad I could help. He changes back into his shoes and opens the door for himself. I'll see you later, Aunt Hina. He calls as he slips out the door. Once he's back out on the sidewalk, he pulls his phone out of his pocket and opens Pony's contact. Pony hearts it. Hey, wanna meet up with me so we can visit a random support engineer? Pony, sure. How'd you find him? Your mom recommended her for a project. You. Pony, sure. Where we meeting? Here's the address #######. Pony, KK. Izuku clicks out of his contacts and slides his phone back into his pocket. He follows the crowd down to the train station and listens to the conversations happening around him to entertain himself while he waits for his train. No one talks about anything incredibly interesting, but he does learn that a girl named Hannah is having a birthday party nearby and that her grandmother bought her a bike. When his train arrives, Izuku files on with everyone else. He grabs onto one of the ceiling handles by the doors and watches through the window as the train pulls out of the station and the building begins to blur. When the train pulls into his stop, Izuku follows a few others out of the train doors and onto the platform. He joins the stream of people leaving for the street and pulls out his phone once he reaches daylight. He plugs the address Hina had given him into his GPS and lets his arm fall to his side, occasionally bringing it back up so he can look at it and make sure he's going the right way. About halfway to the address, he spots Pony across the street. He waves at her to catch her attention. She notices him quickly, waving back and stopping at the next crosswalk so he can catch up to her. Izuku waits impatiently for the crossing signal to change, and when it does, he jogs across the street to her. "Hey, Zuku," she calls. "Hey, Pony," he says as he takes up his spot next to her. "So, what's the project you need this engineer's help with?" she asks, looking at him as she cracks her knuckles. "I want to make a weighted suit to have a more passive type of training, but I need it to be too heavy to legally make it myself." Pony huffs as she rolls her eyes. "I just want you to know that you can lift more than is fair." Izuku chuckles. "I know, you've told me before." Pony huffs, crossing her arms. "Good. You deserve to know." Izuku shakes his head as he tries to bury his laughter. They don't talk much the rest of the walk, simply leaning into each other. When they reach the address Hina had given Izuku, his phone buzzes in his pocket. He pulls it out and closes his GPS tab before sliding it back into his pocket. "That house is effing massive," Pony says. Izuku nods. The house is huge, though there aren't as many windows as one might expect. Izuku pulls out his notebook and opens the piece of paper, double-checking that they have the right address. "This is it," Izuku says. He starts walking up to the porch, and Pony has to jog a bit to catch up to him. "So you're just gonna knock on the door of some random rich engineer you've never so much as exchanged names with before?" Pony asks, stopping beside him on the porch. Izuku nods as he raises his hand to knock. The sound rings out around them as Pony sighs, crossing her arms. A moment later the door opens, revealing a girl with bubblegum pink hair, large goggles on her head, and soot coating her face and clothes. "Hi, strangers," she says, sticking out her hand. Izuku smiles as he takes it in his. She shakes his hand vigorously. "I'm Hatusa Mei," she says, finally letting go of Izuku. "What can I do for you?" she asks. Izuku unzips his backpack and pulls out his notebook. "I was hoping your mom could help me with this," he says, holding out the diagram for his suit. She takes the book from his hand and her pupils dilate and constrict. Occasionally her iris even appears as if it's spinning. Finally, her head snaps up and her eyes return to normal. "This is so cool. Oh, please let me be the one to make it. I'm licensed," she reassures. Pony tilts her head. "How? You look like you're our age." Atsum nods. "That's 'cause I am. But being the daughter of a well-revered support engineer has its perks," she says. Suddenly, a woman who looks a lot like Hatuzum, minus the eyes, appears behind the girl. "Mei, dear, are you scaring the guests?" Mei twists her head to look at her mother. "Nope. I think they came to talk to you about making this." She holds up the diagram to show the woman. "But I want to make it. Please." The woman hums, studying the notes for a moment before looking down at her daughter. "All right, so long as it's okay with them." Mei turns to them, hope brimming in her eyes. Izuku smiles, nodding. "Yeah, of course." Mei squeals and grabs his wrist, dragging him out of the house. "We're going to my lab." Mei calls over her shoulder. "Hey, dude, don't forget to ask for their names." Her mother calls back. Mei stops suddenly, spinning to face the other two. "Oh, right. What are your names?" "I'm Midoriya Izuku." Izuku introduces. Mei hums and turns her attention to Pony. "I'm Tsunatori Pony." The girl says. Mei nods, turning back around as she leads them around the side of the house. You already know my name, she says as she unlatches a side gate and leads them into what is supposedly the backyard. The grass is pristine, and there are even a few flower beds lining the fencing far away from the large shed on their side of the yard. The grass around the shed is a little longer than it is everywhere else. This is my lab, Mei says, gesturing to the building. Don't worry, it's bigger on the inside. It has a basement, she explains as she throws open the doors. The inside of the shed has both Izuku and Pony gawking, though the boy is just a little better at hiding it. The walls are lined with counters. Most of them are covered in different parts and tools, except for the one at the back. A large blueprint hangs above the space and there are cups of pencils lining the space below it. So, Mei says, bringing their attention back to her as she holds out the diagram. Anything that's not here you want? She asks, leading them to the back table. She grabs a blank piece of paper from the file in the corner of the table and lays it out in front of her. Actually, do you think you could make it so the weight can be adjusted? Izuku asks. Mei nods enthusiastically. Yeah. Do you want it to be obvious that it's a weighted suit? Izuku shakes his head. Pony watches as the two go back and forth. They become more animated as they talk and, eventually, they're bouncing ideas off each other for inventions other than the weighted suit. Pony finds a chair in the corner of the room and pulls it out, settling down. She smiles as she watches Izuku become more animated, happy he finally has someone on his level to talk to about his analysis. She had tried in the past, but she was mediocre at best. Eventually, Pony pulls out her phone to check the time. Izuku, we have to go if we're going to get home on time. Izuku looks up from the blueprint he's poring over with Mei. Really? I didn't think we were here that long. Someone knocks on the door to the lab, startling all of them. Mei, sweetie. I'm heading out for a meeting. Okay, Mom. Mei calls back. She looks down at the blueprint she had been working on with Izuku before looking back over at them. I have everything I need to build it. Are you sure this is all you want? Izuku nods, pulling his wallet out of his bag. How much? Mei tilts her head. You want to pay me? Izuku nods. Of course. Since it weighs so much, how's 99,800? Mei blinks at him and Pony rolls her eyes. Why do you just have that much cash in your wallet? Izuku shrugs. I've been saving and I keep forgetting to deposit it in my account. Izuku hands the money to Mei, who takes it tentatively. This is my first real commission. She mutters under her breath. Suddenly, she looks up with stars in her eyes. This will be the best thing you will ever own. Izuku smiles. I don't doubt it. Pony steps forward and gently takes him by the arm, leading him out so they meet their curfew. A few days later, Izuku and Pony return a few days later when Izuku gets a text from Mei saying the suit is done. Mei meets them at the gate to the backyard and there's a clear bounce in her step as she leads them back to her lab. She throws the doors open with a flourish, revealing the shirt sitting on a mannequin in the middle of the room. She bounds over. Tada! She says, throwing her arms out toward it. It looked like a relatively normal shirt, though if you really got up close to inspect it did look just a tad bulky. I can't lift it myself. Mei admits and she grabs a pamphlet from one of the nearby tables. But the weight can be adjusted. You just have to do it manually. She presses a button on a nearby remote and the mannequin spins to show them the back of Mei's creation. She leads them closer, running her hand along a barely their seam. This right here is something I designed myself a few years ago. It's a zipper that you can undo with a regular magnet. She produces one from her pocket, running it along the seam. It undoes slowly, revealing labeled weights inside the fabric. You can add or remove weight from here, depending on your needs. She grabs one of the weights from the wall, lifting it easily. The other weights slide around to fill the gap before settling. You can only use the weights I produce though. Otherwise, it'll look all lumpy and they won't adjust themselves as you add and remove. She holds the weight she took back up and, after a moment, the others slide away, leaving a perfectly sized gap for the new one. You can also only fit 100 weights at a time, though you can mix and match their weights. She runs the magnet along the seam again, this time starting from the bottom. It threads together again, practically disappearing into the fabric of the suit. Izuku beams. This is amazing. I'm sure there's a market for them too. You could patent it if you really wanted. Me shrugs. You help me with it. Your name would have to be on it too. She says. Izuku shakes his head. I helped with the notes a bit, sure, but you're the one who actually built it. Mei raises a brow, jogging over to the blueprint table and holding up a replica of what was in Izuku's notebook, though it had a few extra details and notes. You're the one who designed it. Izuku looks over at her, a serious expression taking over his face. I don't think I'd be much help. I don't know the first thing about this type of stuff. Plus, I don't really want my name on it anyway. If this is a legal thing, I'm more than willing to sign my portion over to you. Mei huffs, setting the blueprint back down on the desk. Plus, Izuku adds, your seal is already on it. He gestures to a barely there stamp on the bottom of the shirt, an uppercase, surrounded by wrenches on either side like a wreath. Mei scowls for a moment before sighing. Fine. But it will have to wait until I take over my parents' business when I graduate. Then I'll be fully licensed and I'll be able to make the weight adjustment automatic instead of manual. I don't want to go to jail again. She mutters the last part under her breath. Izuku just nods, grinning, while Pony stares at the other girl, her eyes slightly wide. Fine by me. Izuku says. Mei huffs, waving her hands in a get out motion. Now take it and go. I need to know if it needs adjusting. Izuku laughs, hauling the shirt off the mannequin. All right. We're going. Pony waves as they leave the lab. We'll see you later. She calls. Mei waves back, watching as Pony holds the gate open for Izuku before slipping out herself. Pony yawns as she leans back on Izuku's back, watching his arms bend and move as he pushes up and eases himself back down. Stop shifting your weight. He scolds, trying half-heartedly to look up at her before moving his gaze back down to the sand. He raises one of his arms, draping it across Pony's lap as he shifts, taking a moment to make sure he has his balance before going back to the steady easing up and down. Pony huffs, taking his hand in hers and fiddling with his fingers. Small specks of green glisten on his skin, though they're too small to be considered scales. More like the buds the scales might grow from. She can only see them if she lets the light hit them just so and looks close, but she sees a few all the same. She hums, running her fingers around the dots. I'm switching arms now. Izuku warns. Pony hums, letting go of his hand and accepting the other as he once again shifts his weight. She dusts the sand off his hand and begins bending and straightening the fingers. Suddenly, his weight shifts slightly and Pony looks down to see that he had raised onto his fingertips. Just, seriously? Izuku chuckles. I'm training. Shush. Pony rolls her eyes, but concedes. Though she moves so that her weight isn't spread across his back quite as evenly as before in retaliation. Izuku groans but doesn't complain further, merely accepting it. He switches to his other hand a couple minutes later, before finally lowering onto both arms once again. Think you can get up for a bit? He asks, once again trying to look up at her. I want to try this thing I saw online. Pony hums, draping herself across his back and leaning the back of her hand against her forehead like the characters she had occasionally seen in PRD dramas. I don't think I can. Your sheer strength intimidates me to the point of paralysis. Izuku huffs a laugh, twisting slightly so he can see her better. Seriously? Pony laughs, shaking her head as she pushes herself off Izuku's back. This thing better be cool as sheet. She says, settling into a crisscross position a couple feet away. Izuku sends her a playful glare as he once again pushes himself up. He starts off in a normal push-up position first, but then his legs are moving off the ground, his body is swooping up, and he's straightening out into a handstand. He looks around his arm at Pony, who's looking at him with wide eyes. That cool enough for you? He asks, a teasing lilt to his voice. Pony huffs, resting her chin on her palm, her elbow propped up on her leg. Do it again. Izuku laughs but lowers himself back to the ground. His toes barely brushed the sand, however, before he was pushing back up into a handstand. He repeated the movement a few times before Pony finally gets up, deciding that he likely won't be stopping anytime soon and that her time would be better spent practicing her quirk. She stretches a bit before detaching 3 sets of horns from her head. She moves all of the horns in a different way, practicing her multitasking while Izuku continues his new push-ups beside her. Occasionally he'll shout over tips or opinions, but they mostly stay silent, content to merely be in each other's company. The sun is beginning to lower on the horizon when the two finally gather on the sand, sitting side by side and leaning into each other. Izuku is shirtless, the weight suit and the t-shirt he had been wearing underneath both lying on the sand next to them. Their hands are entwined between them. Izuku lifts his free hand, spreading scales down from his elbow to the tips of his fingers. The slowly fading light catches on the shining green, causing them to glisten. The scales are all a smooth oval shape, tightly knit in an impenetrable armor. After a moment of allowing the scales to shine, he extends his nails, watching as they blacken and sharpen, curving at the tips. As they lengthen into needle-sharp claws. The scales shrink back into his skin as the claws extend. Izuku huffs. The dragon had told him weeks ago that he had been ready to learn how to use his hybrid form. The dragon had said that he hadn't been in the right circumstances yet, that there was some kind of activation requirement, but he was getting kind of tired of training the same skills over and over again. Especially since it was just drills at this point and it had become easier and easier to win against Pony, though there were still those times that she won they were becoming rarer. Pony watches as he switches between his claws and scales for a bit before reaching behind them to dig around in Izuku's bag. After a moment, she pulls out his notebook on the devil fruit powers and flicks open to a random page as she starts to read. Izuku glances over at her for a moment before turning his attention back to his arm. It's too bad Mei couldn't figure out how to fix that water weakness. Pony says, "Zukums, I think that it's a genetic thing. I have ideas written out on page 150. Pony hums, flipping through the book until she finds the aforementioned page. Since Mei couldn't find any way to combat it, this leads me to believe the weakness is due to a mutation. Specifically a mutation to my mechanoreceptors. It's likely that they no longer detect pressure properly while I'm submerged in water. Since I become unable to breathe and it feels as if my lungs are constricting when I'm submerged, I think that they detect more pressure than they should, leading to the symptoms above. However, it's only this severe when I'm fully submerged. When standing in still water simply up to my knees nothing happens, up to my waist causes minor difficulty breathing, and up to my neck or above constricts my lungs to the point that I can't breathe at all. This leads me to believe that the mutation only really takes effect when I'm submerged. Pony continues to read through his ideas for different attacks and training, leading to her being caught completely by surprise when Izuku jumps onto her, claws out but dull. She shrieks, tossing the book at his face. It bounces off, landing in the sand nearby as he huffs. Pony grapples with him and they roll around in the sand, laughing and shrieking as they trade places over and over. Eventually, Pony becomes too tired to continue, patting the ground 2 times to let Izuku know she surrenders. He rolls off her, lying down on the sand next to her as she pants, trying to catch her breath. Over the next 10 months, Izuku and Pony spend most of their time together training, studying, and visiting Mei. The girl helps them design their hero costumes, and Izuku helps her with a few of her designs so they don't blow up as often. Mei occasionally joins in on their training, participating in their sparring matches and, perhaps inadvertently, helping them with their strength training when she gets them to help her carry parts and materials. Sometimes she'll go over notes she has on her computer with them, which include ideas for support items they could use, notes on their quirks, and, occasionally, ideas for other heroes. What she doesn't show them, however, are some of the notes she keeps separate from Izuku's file. She knows that his being described as a monster would upset him, and she doesn't want to lose one of the few friends she's managed to make. She just can't think of a better word. Due to his body's durability, he'd be able to survive any severe weather conditions. She's certain that if he were to be swept up into a tornado, he would survive without so much as a scratch. In fact, the only weakness she's been able to discover him to have is his inability to survive in stagnant water. Izuku walks alongside Pony on their way to Yua. They smile as they walk, both dressed in their middle school uniforms. The closer they get, the more kids their age they see heading in the same direction. When they finally reach the entrance to the school. When they reach the gates, Izuku stops, staring up at the shining glass building. The sun reflects off the glass, providing little chance to see inside the school. Pony leans into him for a moment and they're just about to step through the gates when Bakugo appears in front of them, glower on his face. Why the F are you two even here? How many times do I have to tell you, Deku, that I'm going to be the only one from our school to make it into UA? Izuku rolls his eyes, causing Pony to snicker as they finally step through the gates and onto the school grounds. Bakugo doesn't take to being ignored, however, and storms closer. It's not like they'd let your little girlfriend in, anyway. Freaks like her don't get into UA. Pony stops suddenly, causing Izuku to stumble a bit. She turns to Bakugo, glaring. A shimmer alights in his eyes at finally getting a reaction. You think they'd let you in over either of us? You've been bullying Izuku and 10 months ago you told him to kill himself. But you're going to get in anyway because the only thing you have going for you is your flashy but quirk, which is all this school really looks for, isn't it? But you don't deserve to be here. You don't deserve to be a UA student, let alone a hero. Her words are full of vitriol and hate. She spits at Bakugo's feet, causing him to stumble back before she storms away, dragging Izuku along with her. He doesn't look back as he's dragged away, a small smile blooming on his face as pride blooms in his chest. Pony drags Izuku into the main auditorium, where they're separated into smaller groups. Once Izuku's group is full, they're led to one of the classrooms and instructed to pick desks at least one over from each other. Once everyone is seated, Cementos, the teacher overseeing their room, hands out the test pamphlets, pencils, and erasers. You may begin, he says as soon as everyone has their exam. Immediately, the sound of scraping pencils and flipping papers fill the room. Izuku finishes the test quickly and is the first to hand it in. When he walks up to Cementos, the man takes his test and points him back in the direction of the auditorium after handing him a sheet of paper with a letter in the top left corner and silhouetted robots beneath. Izuku steps into the empty auditorium, double-checking the sign outside to make sure he's in the right place, before taking a seat near the front to wait out the remaining hour of the written portion of the exams. Izuku waves when he sees Pony enter the room. She smiles when she sees him and plops down in the seat beside him. The auditorium fills quickly from there and, eventually, all of the seats are taken. Low muttering fills the room as they wait for someone to enter to explain the physical portion of the exams. As if summoned, Present Mike bursts into the room from one of the side doors. Can I get a yeah? He calls, eyes roving over the applicants. No one calls back, though a few whisper to their neighbor. Present Mike seems unfazed, however, likely used to the lack of enthusiasm, and carries on. As Present Mike explains the robots and point system to them, Izuku has to force himself not to roll his eyes as he tries to relate to them through outdated references. He listens to the man's entire presentation, though, not allowing himself to zone out as he takes in all of the important information, comparing it to the sheet Cementos had given him. Present Mike is just about to finish his speech, something Izuku can see based on the way he's breathing, when a boy with blue hair and engines in his legs stands from his seat, waving his sheet in the air. Excuse me, sir, but there is still a robot left on the sheet. If this is a printing mistake, it is incredibly unprofessional of UA to give all of their applicants incorrect information. Izuku watches as Present Mike's smile stiffens, though marginally. I was just about to get there. That is the 0-pointer. As the name suggests, it isn't worth any points. It's just there to be an obstacle. Best if you just run away from it. Now then, head out to the bus with the same letter as the letter at the top of your sheet. That's the arena you're in. Pony immediately leans over Izuku's shoulder, taking his sheet from the desk in front of him. She holds it up next to hers before smiling and handing it back. We're both Arena C. Izuku smiles, huffing a laugh as he follows her out to the line of buses. They find bus C quickly, clambering on with the others. The bus fills with a tense silence of nerves and anxiety. Izuku and Pony lean into each other, having managed to snag seats next to each other. The bus ride feels both long and short, and as it pulls in front of the gated entrance of a fake city, Izuku breathes a sigh as he tenses. He had Pony are some of the first off the bus, which also means they're the first to be confronted by the robots. Two of them come forward, each carrying a pile of gym uniforms. Izuku and Pony are handed one each and pointed towards the changing rooms, a small building off to the side. The changing rooms quickly fill as the others in their arena flood off the bus. Izuku and Pony are, of course, the first to emerge, and they nab spots close to the gate at the front of the crowd. Pony starts stretching and Izuku copies her. The area around them becomes crowded and hard to stretch in, but they make do. Eventually, Present Mike steps out onto one of the two towers on the corner of the walls. The gates start to slide open just as he starts to speak, and Pony and Izuku take off, sliding through the gap. Two robots wait for them on the other side. Izuku punches through the middle of the three-pointer in front of him, ripping out a bundle of cords and letting it fall to the cement in front of him before taking off. Pony stabs her two-pointer through the eye with a horn before leaving it, taking off in the opposite direction from Izuku. Laughter rings out from the top of the tower as the other applicants simply watch, stunned. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Present Mike calls. There aren't any countdowns in real life. The others finally enter the arena, though some are still hesitant. Present Mike watches them for a moment before slipping back inside the observation room. His smile blooms when he sees the minor panic inside. The cameras didn't even catch his movements. Midnight calls, throwing her arms out to draw Present Mike's attention to one of the monitors, where Izuku was shown standing over the remains of another robot. Present Mike raises a brow. "Really?" Nedzu nods, sparing him a glance from his seat. All Might, who's in his small form in the back corner of the room, squints at the green-haired boy before pointing something out. "Are those weights?" he asks, gesturing to the boy's wrists. Nedzu nods. "They are." He submitted a special request form in order to have them approved for the exam. "I believe he has them on his ankles as well." Aizawa scowls. "So he's purposefully making this more difficult for himself." Nedzu nods. "But you must admit, if he does this well with them, is he really inconveniencing himself? Or is he attempting to make it fairer for everyone else?" Aizawa hums. His attention is drawn away from the monitors, however, when he sees Nedzu's paw heading for a set of controls he hadn't seen the mammal use. "What are you doing?" he asks, a touch of nervousness in his tone. A sharp grin spreads across Nedzu's face. "Testing him." Aizawa's eyes widen slightly before snapping back to the monitors as one of the robots near Izuku moves in a way they aren't programmed to. It snaps its head to look at the boy despite there being no way he showed up in its sensors. Aizawa momentarily looks over to Nedzu's paws, watching as he presses buttons and flips switches on the control panel in front of him. His attention is once again drawn back to the monitors when the robot begins creeping forward behind. The boy's back. He seems oblivious as it creeps forward, raising its stinger as it does so. The boy PPS his head to the side as the robot creeps forward. Just before the stinger stabs down, the boy spins around, grabbing it in one hand, glittering scalds spreading up his wrist and over the tips of his fingers as he rips it off. He jumps, grabbing hold of the bot's head. The sound of creaking metal and snapping wires fills the air as Izuku lands behind the bot, head coming off in his hand. He drops it to the ground and the sound of it clattering fills the air just before the metal body it was taken from. He makes eye contact with one of the nearby cameras, embedded in one of the street lights. He doesn't hold it long, quickly moving on to find more bots to destroy. Pony runs down the street, 6 horns floating around her and one's much smaller than normal growing on her head. A one-pointer runs around the corner, straight toward her. 2 of her horns shoot forward, one striking the bot straight through the eye and coming out the other side while the other slices through the wires keeping the head attached to the body. She's just jumping over the crumpled body of the robot when the ground begins to shake, causing her to lose her balance upon landing and scrape her knees on the cement. She looks up to see a giant looming robot. As it takes a step forward, the ground shakes beneath it and the buildings in its way break apart, sending debris falling to the floor. Pony watches as one particularly large piece falls onto a girl with a brown bob. She screams, though it seems that only Pony hears it as all the other applicants in the area flee from the 0-pointer. She jumps up, taking off toward the girl. She has to fight her way through the crowd, but, eventually, she breaks through to the other side. Her hooves clash against the uneven ground and she lands on her knees next to the girl, who looks at her with teary eyes. Pony grasps the edge of the slab of cement holding the girl down and, just as the robot takes a step forward, she throws it off and the girl screams, one of her hands coming up to stifle her sobs. Pony flinches at the sight of her clearly broken leg though. Luckily, no bone is sticking out of the skin. She looks up at the quickly approaching robot and makes a quick decision. She rips a strip of fabric from her shirt and hovers it in front of her mouth. Bite down on this. The girl looks confused but does as she's asked. Pony takes hold of her leg and waits for the latest tremors from the robot's steps to subside before forcing the bone back into place. The girl's screams are muffled by the strip of cloth in her mouth. Pony hauls her up, her pupils dilating as the robot's foot comes up above them, casting them in shadow. The two hobble out of the way. Pony stumbles when the foot sets down, mere inches away, but she doesn't stop. They go as fast as they can, the girl doing her best to hold as much of her weight as she can handle. Pony turns when she sees green glittering out of the corner of her eyes. She turns to see Izuku running toward the robot. The scales recede as his claws extend. He jumps up, his claws sliding into the metal, acting like ice picks. Small sparks pop from the holes he creates as he scales the bot. It stutters in its steps a few times before he reaches the top. When he gets to the head, he hooks his claws into the back panel and rips it open, causing the metal to fold and screech. He tears apart the wires inside, not caring for the rain of sparks that rain from inside. The robot finally stutters to a stop and Pony finally stops. She helps the girl slide down the wall of a nearby building before sitting down herself. She watches as Izuku jumps down from the robot's head, claws receding and scales glittering up his legs. When he lands, a small crater forms in the cement. He doesn't seem to care, though, simply rising and running over to the girls. Pony doesn't quite notice him at first, too focused on the robot's foot, which was placed directly where she and the girl used to be. "Are you okay?" Izuku asks, worry written all over his face. Pony huffs, "I'm fine. Are you okay?" She turns, directing the question at the girl beside her. She already knows that Izuku is fine. The girl takes a deep breath before nodding. "My leg is still broken, but other than that." Pony nods, giving her a reassuring smile. The buzzer finally sounds, ending the exam, and Present Mix voice comes on over the speakers. That concludes today's exams. If you are injured, please stay where you are and Recovery Girl will come to you. If not, please make your way to the gates. He repeats the message a few times before finally cutting out. Izuku settles onto the ground next to them, unwilling to leave until he was sure they were both okay. Recovery takes a while to show. She kisses the brown-haired girl first, handing her a small plastic bag of gummy bears before moving on. She gives Pony a quick kiss, not listening to her platitudes, but she completely skips over Izuku. "I know you're fine. You created a crater," she says, sparing the hole a glance. Izuku chuckles, nodding. He helps the other girl up and walks beside Pony as they make their way to the gate. Tired from the tests, Pony and Izuku take the train home to the boys' apartment, not wanting to make the long walk to Pony's house. They greet Inko, both giving her a quick hug before settling onto the couch. Izuku turns on the TV and they pick a movie to watch off Netflix. Pony leans into him, brushing her tail against his leg and pressing a gentle kiss to his lips. He smiles, hugging her closer to his side as he returns the gesture. A week after the entrance exams, Izuku is sitting around his dining room table with Inko and Pony, each with their own meal. Izuku was eating salmon with orange ginger sauce, mango and avocado salsa served with wild rice. Pony is eating beef coated with tomato and pepper sauce paired with jacket, potatoes and a small side of white turnip salad. Inko is eating a mix of the two meals, having helped the two prepare the food in her kitchen. Izuku watches Pony from across the table as he absently eats. The sound of the doorbell breaks their comfortable silence. Inko gets up quickly, waving off her son when he rises to follow. Inko opens the door with a small smile on her face. The mailman smiles back at her, holding out a pristine white letter with a bright red seal. Inko gasps as she gently takes the envelope from him gently, staring down at it in awe. The man smiles as he nods down at the letter. You should get that inside. Inko nods quickly, slipping back into the apartment. She thanks the man quickly before closing the door, nearly tripping over the mat by the door as she runs back to the table. Izuku, your letter came. The two kids look up as she crashes into the kitchen, falling to her knees in front of her son. Grins break out across the faces of the other two as Izuku takes the letter from his mother carefully. Pony's phone buzzes in her pocket as she slides it out, quickly reading over the message from her mom telling her that her letter had arrived as well. She types out a quick reply saying she'd be back soon before slipping it away and looking back at Izuku, who's still staring down at the pristine seal. What are you waiting for? Tess. Open it already. Izuku nods, ripping open the letter and severing the seal. A small metal disc falls out and onto the floor with a clatter. The device starts to vibrate and Izuku picks it up, throwing it onto the table just as a hologram of a tired-looking man appears above it. I'm tired of this, so I'm just going to get straight to the point. You, Midoriya Izuku, scored 90% on the written test and a total of 140 points in the practical. A leaderboard appears next to him, showing Izuku in first and Pony in second, with a total of 82 points. 10 more than Bakugo, who's in third place, behind both of them. Which, of course, means you broke the previous high score set by All Might of 100 points. Great job. Inko beams up at him, tears gathering in her eyes. You'll be in Class 1A? Welcome to your Hero Academia. The man then reaches down, zipping up a yellow sleeping bag as he slurps from what looks like a juice pouch. The recording finally cuts just as the man is falling to the floor. Bakugo stands above the metal disc UA had sent to him, fists clenched at his sides. How could the two losers have scored above him? The Deku had even broken All Might's high score for FS sake. His jaw clenches and his teeth grind together. He'd make them pay for making him look weak. Inko hugs Izuku tightly, tears streaming down her face as she congratulates him. Pony joins in the hug for a minute before pulling away and heading for the front door. She exchanges the slippers she had been wearing for her shoes and waves as the two Midoriyas separate. But have to get home to open my letter with my parents. I'll see you on move-in day. She calls to Izuku. The boy smiles as he makes his way over, pecking her on the cheek before pushing her out the door. You'd better hurry. Pony nods, smiling as she runs down the steps to the street. Pony stares at her hologram in surprise. All Might was standing in front of her, proudly proclaiming both her hold on second place and the fact that she was in 1B. Her parents hug her tightly, chattering away about how proud of her they are. She leans into their embrace, a happy smile on her face, though she can't help but wonder why her and Izuku's holograms had been recorded by different people. Izuku stands in front of the Class 1A dorm building, a stack of several large boxes clutched in his arms. The box on the bottom of the stack is clearly different from the others, with thick leather lining the outside with metal bolts holding it together at the seams. The box contains some of his workout equipment and he huffs as he lugs the stack up the stairs and through the front doors. He's happy to find that he's the first to arrive at the building, meaning he's free to use the elevator in order to transport all of his boxes up to his room on the second floor. It wouldn't have been difficult to use the stairs, but the elevator allowed him to take more boxes at once since it didn't leave unless it was called. Though he was sure to be careful of the weight limit. It takes him a while to get everything unpacked and sorted away, but once he's done, he stands in the doorway to proudly survey his work. He doesn't really want to meet his classmates yet, nor does he want to get in the way of others moving in, so he decides to take a walk around the grounds to familiarize himself. Which, hopefully, would have the added benefit of preventing him from getting lost in the future. Izuku returns to the dorms a few hours later to find Pony waiting outside. She smiles when she sees him and jogs over, wrapping him up in a hug. Izuku chuckles, hugging her back before starting up the stairs. How was moving in? It was fine. She replies. Mom managed to take the day off to help me. There were a few more boxes than I thought, though. Izuku, you have too many sneakers. And you have too much hero merchandise, but you don't hear me complaining about it. Izuku merely rolls his eyes as he pushes open the door to the dorms. A few of his new classmates are gathered in the common room. 6 girls are seated on the couches talking to each other, but they look up when Izuku enters. One of them, a girl with pink skin, blushes deeply when he enters, causing her skin to become a darker pink than it was before. Pony slides out from behind Izuku, pecking him on the cheek as she stares down the other girls. Izuku huffs, kissing her back as she takes out her phone and starts swiping through pictures of injured girls. "You have to stop doing that," he says, pushing the door closed behind them. Pony rolls her eyes. "The last time I did in some beach tried to kiss you without permission. I'm not risking that happening again. Plus, Mom said it was okay." Izuku hums, leading Pony further into the room. "Sorry." He apologizes to the girls gathered around the coffee table since they still look a little freaked out. "We've had a few bad experiences with people not taking a hint in the past." The girls nod, a few apologizing in return. The group quickly delves into small talk, mainly about what they were most looking forward to at UA. Because of this, none of them notice when Bakugo starts coming down the stairs until it's too late. He's already at the bottom and storming up to them when he pops a few explosions in his palms, alerting them to him. Izuku and Pony both sigh before looking over. Bakugo is clearly gearing up to punch one of them, so Pony rolls up her sleeves, gently pushing Izuku aside. "Who wants to see a magic trick?" she asks, just as Bakugo lets loose a punch. She grabs his hand, redirecting his momentum downward. She spins so she's behind him and pushes down on his head. He slams into the coffee table, causing it to break in half as he crumples to the ground, unconscious. A few of the girls gasp in surprise, but none of them move to help the boy. Izuku throws one arm over Pony's shoulders, pulling her into his side. "I hope you don't get in trouble for that. The school year hasn't even started yet." Pony hums, leaning into him. "I can argue it was self-defense. He swung first after all." A girl with a brown bob, who Izuku recognizes from the entrance exams, nods. "Yeah, we'll back you up." Pony smiles. "Thanks." Izuku takes a deep breath as he pushes open the door to the 1A classroom. He was 40 minutes early, so it was empty. He had gotten himself ready and left well before everyone else in order to avoid Bakugo. Pony had been a little upset about the fact that he had gotten up so soon, but she had been adamant about walking to the school building with him on their first day, so she was currently sitting in the 1B classroom. He takes a moment to study the seating chart on the chalkboard and finds his seat with ease, though he doesn't bother taking out his phone or putting on headphones. Bakugo was supposed to be sitting in front of him, and he wanted to be prepared for when the boy arrived. He watches as everyone slowly trickles in, smiling and greeting each of them. He already knew all of their names thanks to the fact that Ida had insisted they all gather in the common room to introduce themselves the night before. The room slowly becomes loud with conversation as the seats fill. Izuku lets out a breath of relief when Bakugo merely glares at him when he enters and settles at his desk. Izuku does his best to ignore Ida as he lectures the blonde about putting his feet up on his desk, which means that he's staring at the door when it slides open silently. He blinks at the man in the bright yellow sleeping bag on the floor outside the room. They make eye contact and Izuku merely follows the man with his eyes as he rises, unzipping the sleeping bag and pulling a juice pouch out of his pocket. His loud slurping finally alerts the rest of the class to his presence. "I'm Aizawa Shoyuda, your homeroom teacher," he announces, rolling up the sleeping bag and tucking it under his arm. He doesn't bother closing the door as he stalks into the classroom, stopping behind the podium. "We'll be starting with a quirk apprehension test out on the field. Grab one of these gym uniforms and meet me outside in 10 minutes. As the man turns around, Izuku stands, heading toward the podium. No one moves until he's nearly out the door, uniform clutched tightly in his fist. Izuku is the first out on the field and, therefore, the first to face Aizawa's scrutiny. He does his best not to acknowledge the other man beyond smiling and greeting. He watches as the rest of his class gathers in the field, though they move painfully slow. They're well past the 10 minutes of allotted time when everyone is finally accounted for. That took you all longer than 10 minutes. In the future, I expect you to move faster. Such slow response times will not be tolerated on the field. Now then, as I said before, you'll be participating in a quirk apprehension test. We'll be using the same tests as a usual fitness exam, except this time you'll be allowed to use your quirks. This is going to be so fun. Ashido exclaims. Izuku mentally facepalms. Aizawa shifts his attention to her, glaring. Fun? You think heroics is fun? Just for that, whoever places last today will be expelled. Still think this is going to be fun? Ashido looks rightfully scolded and Aizawa turns his attention back to Izuku. Midoriya, since you placed first in the entrance exams you'll be demonstrating today. He throws Izuku a tennis ball, which he catches easily, and gestures to a circle painted on the nearby grass. You can do whatever you want so long as you stay inside the circle. Izuku nods, taking up a spot in the middle of the outline before reeling back his arm and throwing the ball. A few scales appear out of his skin, glittering down his arm. After a minute, a tiny robotic voice sounds from Aizawa's phone. 1.76 kilometers. It says. A few of his classmates gasp. Aizawa looks like he's about to dismiss him before he squints and scowls. You're not giving this your all. Izuku tilts his head slightly. Sorry. Aizawa stalks forward, grabbing hold of the weight attached to his arm. You're wearing your weights. You are purposefully hindering yourself. Take them off and actually put effort into this. I wear them all the time, sir. Aizawa scowls. That doesn't matter. Did you not hear me when I called them a hindrance? Remove them or be expelled. Izuku nods and Aizawa backs off. Izuku hangs his arms over the edge of the circle and undoes the clasps, keeping the weights attached to his arms. They fall to the ground with an audible thump, leaving cracks in the ground around the small crater they created. For good measure, he takes off the weights around his ankles, too. He puts them in the crater with the ones from his arms before situating himself back in the circle. He stretches his arms a bit before looking over at Aizawa, who tosses him a new ball. With a new, determined look on his face, Izuku once again reels his arm back. Scales once again sprinkle themselves across the back of his hand and his arm as he throws the ball with all his might, taking a step forward to add more momentum to the throw. The pause between the throw and the sound of the robotic voice's announcement is longer this time. When it finally goes off, Kaminari whistles. 15 kilometers. Aizawa nods and Izuku steps out of the circle, rejoining the class. Aizawa calls the next person into the circle just as the hairs on the back of Izuku's neck stand on end. He looks over to see a thin, gaunt man watching their class from around the corner. Izuku tilts his head, indicating that he had seen the man. Startled, he ducks out of sight. Izuku watches the corner for a moment before turning his attention back to Uraraka, who had just stepped up into the circle. Izuku lowers himself into a runner's stance behind the line for the 50-meter dash. He was paired against Ida, who nodded at him before settling into place beside him. Green scales spatter across Izuku's legs just as Aizawa calls for them to start. A moment later, the robotic voice is announcing Izuku's score of a single second. Ida is right behind him, with a score of 3.4 seconds. During the grip strength test, Izuku shatters the device near immediately. He presents the broken contraption to Aizawa sheepishly. The man sighs, simply logging an infinity as his score. For the standing long jump, Izuku lands just in front of the wall of the school building. Bakugo glares at him when he looks back at the class, but Izuku ignores him. For the repeated side steps, Izuku moves so fast that only after images of him are visible. When he finally stops, Aizawa merely looks at him, exasperated, as he manually scores another infinity. He practically folds in half for the seated toe touch. He once again places first in the distance run as well as the push-ups, both of which earned him 2 more infinite scores. When it comes time for the class to gather in front of the hologram to see their scores, no one is surprised to see Izuku's name at the top. Bakugo, however, jumps forward, explosions crackling in his palms as he attempts to attack Izuku. The boy steps back, preparing to dodge when Aizawa's scarf wraps around Bakugo's midsection. No one will be expelled today, Aizawa announces, seemingly ignoring the blonde still bound in his capture weapon. Izuku is about to join the rest of the class in heading back to the change rooms when Aizawa calls for him to stay back. He lets Bakugo go, instructing him to follow the rest of the class. The man waits for the other boy to get out of earshot before turning to face Izuku. The principal would like to see you in his office. Your mother has already been called. Izuku's eyebrows bunch together. May I ask what for? Your quirk. The man replies, though he accentuates the word quirk in such a way that causes Izuku to stop. He barely registers his teacher turning away from him as he stares off into the distance, mind whirling. They know. They aren't supposed to know. The dragon is supposed to be kept a secret from everyone except those closest to him. He had to fight the dragon every step it took him just to tell his mother, let alone Pony and May. He takes a deep breath to steady himself before finally making the trek back to the changing rooms. There isn't anyone left by the time he gets there, and he changes quickly, in and out in about 2 minutes. He makes sure his pace is fast as he makes his way through the halls. When he reaches the large wooden double doors to the principal's office, his expression is steeled and he has made sure to expunge all signs of unease from his body language. As he raises his fist to knock, the doors swing open to reveal Nezu sitting behind his desk, paws neatly folded on top of the wood. He gestures to one of the chairs in front of his desk and Izuku steps forward, taking the chair closest to the door. Nezu hands him a cup of tea, though where it came from Izuku doesn't know. Not wanting to be rude, the boy takes a sip. They drink in silence until Inko arrives. She takes a few minutes, and by the time she gets there, Izuku is on his second cup. Sorry I'm late. She apologizes, settling into the seat beside Izuku. Nezu smiles reassuringly. It's fine, Mrs. Midoriya. Now then. He reaches beneath his desk and pulls out a file with Izuku's name printed neatly on the front. He flips it open to the page about Izuku's quirk. I've asked you both here because I have some, concerns. You see, Midoriya's teacher is Eraserhead, an underground hero with a quirk that allows him to temporarily erase the quirks of others. He used it on your son during the test, once out of curiosity and a second time to test his theory, and we found that both times it didn't have any effect. Of course, it wouldn't have erased any mutations caused by the quirk, but it should have at least limited the boy's strength and speed. Nezu pauses for a moment to allow them to digest the information before continuing. Mrs. Midoriya, were you aware that your son's powers were not, in fact, a quirk? If so, do you know why he has such abilities? Did you have anything to do with him attaining these powers? Perhaps wanting to protect your son from the discrimination quirkless people face? He asks, turning his head so he could make eye contact with the woman. Inko stumbles over her words, overwhelmed by the questions. Nezu turns to Izuku once it becomes clear Inko will be unable to answer. Izuku sighs, leaning forward in his chair. When I was 6, I was being beaten up by a few of my classmates near the forest in the park. One of them kicked me in the head and, suddenly, I was in a lavish forest with a massive tree in the middle. Each of the branches held a different fruit, though none of them looked anything like the fruits sold in grocery stores. One of the fruits falls from the tree and into my hands as I get closer. I remember it looking like it was covered in blue scales with yellow leaves and 2 purple stems sprouting from the top. I was still inspecting it when a small azure dragon appeared beside it and told me to take a bite. It said that doing so would give me a quirk. The fruit tasted disgusting, but I swallowed it anyway. I fell asleep at the base of the tree and woke up in my bed, sparse scales scattered across my left arm. Nezu had been nodding along as he spoke, waiting until Izuku was done so as not to interrupt. Do you have any notes on the powers this dragon has granted you? Izuku nods, unzipping his backpack and reaching into a secret pocket he had sewn in himself. He brings out the notebook he kept on his powers and hands it across the desk to the rodent. He nods, thanking Izuku, and dismisses him and Inko. The 2 Midoriyas bow shallowly before leaving. A couple of days later, Izuku is leaning back in his chair while his classmates chatter on around him, guessing at both who their new heroics teacher is going to be and what they'll be doing for their first lesson. Suddenly, Izuku sits upright, head tilted slightly toward the door. He can hear booming footsteps coming from down the hall. A few of his classmates notice his change in demeanor and follow his eye line to the door. After a few moments, the door is thrown open, revealing All Might on the other side. Izuku looks behind the man at the 3 girls standing behind him. A girl with bright orange hair, one with short white hair, and Pony all stand a few feet away from the door. The first two both have cases clasped tightly in their hands. Pony waves to him and he waves back before tuning back into all might speech. While your training is important, your costumes are just as, if not more so. Your costume will represent some essence of what you are to the public, and they can catch the eye of people who need you in the midst of battle. As such, I am a firm believer that the costume makes the hero so. He cuts himself off by producing a remote from his pocket and aiming it at the wall, pressing one of the buttons with a flourish. Smoke starts to emit from the wall as it slides out of place, revealing a large shelf lined with cases like the ones two of the girls are carrying. Grab the case with your number printed on the front and meet us outside. All Might calls, waving for the three girls to follow him as he runs out of the classroom. Immediately, the rest of his class rushes for the cases, climbing over each other to get to theirs. Izuku ignores them, simply following All Might and the three girls down the hall. His costume was still in development and wouldn't be finished for at least a few more days. He had his gym uniform in his bag, so it would have to do for now. Izuku is one of the first on the bus and he claims the seat next to Pony. The two talk as the bus quickly fills with the rest of Class 1A, each with their costume case gripped tightly in their fists. Izuku and Pony quickly fall onto the topic of what Izuku thinks his costume is going to look like. Izuku lets out a breath. Well, based on what Mei said. Mei sits in front of one of her many desks, Izuku beside her as they look over a few different sets of blueprints. All of them cover different pieces of tech he wants as part of his hero costume. There are a few notes attached to each, going over color schemes, stitch patterns, fabrics, and all the other little details. Izuku had recently received an email stating that the materials listed went above the budget the school set for each individual costume. The school had agreed to give them the max they could, though, so the two were trying to figure out which materials they could get on their own and which they would get the school to pay for. Mei, who was looking over their total list of materials, huffs and stands, heading over to one of her computers. She clicks a few buttons and, as Izuku is coming up to stand beside her, she pulls up one of the slightly more experimental weapons they had come up with for his costume. She looks over the list of materials beside the blueprint before looking up at Izuku. I'll have to make this one myself, but if I can work on it at UA then it should be done much faster. Though that also means we'll have to exclude it from your costume for now. Izuku nods as he peers over her shoulder. That's fine. It means we'll have more of UA's money to spend. Mei nods and, with an excited glint in her eyes, pulls open one of the drawers on the desk. She reaches inside and pulls out a lump of metal. It has a few scratches, welding marks, and discolored areas scattered across it. I made this myself. It's still in development, but I think I'm going to call it metal partite. I took a really strong metal that isn't produced by the vast majority of companies and mixed it with a few of the ones that are. Izuku nods. That's what you brought me along to get, right? Minutes. Mei clicks a few buttons on the laptop she had recently managed to scrounge up. It had been filled with mundane data, nothing interesting, so she was factory resetting it so she could use it for much more interesting things. She swivels in her chair as she waits for the process to finish. When the loading screen finally fades away, Mei pulls herself back to the desk, USB drive clutched in hand. She goes through the setup process for the laptop, using a few of her throwaway emails and taking the random username it assigns her. Once she's finally done setting it up, she plugs the USB into the side of the laptop. A small red demon armed with a pitchfork appears in the corner of her screen. It flies into the center, getting bigger as it gets closer until it takes up most of the screen. When it reaches the center, a maniacal laugh grates from the speakers. The demon disappears in a burst of flames. A small dot appears at the bottom of her screen in the taskbar. It blends in to the point that, despite knowing that it's there, she can still barely see it. She waits a moment before grabbing a second USB from her pocket and replacing the one currently plugged in. A loading icon appears on her screen and she leans in as she waits for it to load. A flash of white and a website home page pops to life. The website seems relatively innocent at first, merely a mediocre website for a roofing company, but Mei knows better. She clicks the login button in the corner and types in a familiar username and password. When she presses enter, A question appears on her screen. What is the name of our roofing company? The name on the heading of the website was Willing Roofing, but May types in services and deals instead. Another loading icon, and then a brand new page. This one boasts a few of the more popular ads and dealings, like a particularly popular hitman and a drag dealer known for his good prices. She ignores these ads, though her attention lingers on one for a military-grade weapon she hadn't gotten to poke around with yet. She shakes her head, clicking on a new tab. She had gotten a hold of the USB drives when she joined her mother on a trip across the world. It had taken a lot of bribing and favors for the right people. The server the USBs gave her access to was one of thousands, all connected to one massive server like an intricate spider's web. It takes her a long while of searching to finally find the material she's looking for. The listing is for a much smaller quantity than she'd like since the metal is so difficult to make and is often used as decoration. She places the order anyway. She only wanted it so she could study it and figure out how to make her own, hopefully in a simpler way. The metal was indestructible, and if she figured out how to make it or combine it with other materials, then it would give her a massive boost when she became a professional support engineer. After a few minutes, her inbox pings with a notification. She clicks on it and reads over the date given to her of when the metal would be ready for pickup. She reads it over a few times to make sure she has it committed to memory before she pulls out her phone. Dragonic, meet me at the lab next Saturday. Dragonic did you place another order? What was it for this time? Dragonic I'll be there. May nods to herself as she slips her phone away. She wanted Izuku there this time, since the last time she went alone they tried to kill her and take her money. Izuku was intimidating to most adults, even if he was still her age, so maybe things would go better this. May walks alongside Izuku in the cover of night. She's armed but he isn't. Both are dressed in black with their faces covered to better blend in with the shadows. When they reach the alley, May had been told to meet the people in there already there, waiting in the corner. There are 3 of them and one of them has a case clutched to their chest. When the one in front notices the 2 teens, he sneers. What are you kids doing here? Scram. May steps forward. I'm the one who placed the order for the metal. I have your money here. She holds up a duffel bag she had slung over her shoulder. The one holding the case scoffs. You really expect us to believe that you bought this? Yeah. Don't try to be a hero. May's eyes narrow. I'm not lying. You can count the cash if you want. The one standing beside the one with the case snarls as he steps forward. This is your last chance to leave. I think you'll find that we're not to be messed with. May drops the bag, kicking it toward the men. I'm serious. And so are we. The one at the front steps forward. An axe materializes in his grip and he runs forward, weapon raised. Izuku steps forward, protecting May. The axe slams into his neck and shatters into 1,000 little shards. The man stares at the pieces, dumbstruck. Izuku uses the opportunity to punch the man square in the jaw, sending him stumbling to the ground. The one without the case scowls and jumps into action, gesturing for the one with the case to stay out of it. He tries to punch Izuku in the face, but scales materialize on his cheek at the last second, hidden beneath his mask. A cacophony of cracks sound and the man screams, clutching his shattered hand to his chest. Tears stream down his face as he steps backward, staring at Izuku in horror. The last man sets down his case, a furious expression on his face. His arm becomes a katana as he runs forward. Izuku catches the sword in his fist. He makes eye contact with the man, eyes cold, and shatters the weapon in his hand. The shards scatter, joining the gleaming pieces of the axe. The man screams and staggers back, joining his friend against the wall. Izuku bends down and picks up the discarded duffel bag. Izuku holds it out to the first man, who is starting to rise and is clearly confused by the others screaming. We'd like what we came for, please, Izuku says. Urged by the panicked nodding of his peers, the man takes the bag. He unzips it and inspects some of the bills before finally nodding. He grabs the case from where it had been placed by a dumpster and hands it to May, who had stepped out from behind Izuku. Sorry for the misunderstanding, the man says, glancing worriedly between his friends and Izuku. May nods, taking the case. It's fine. Come on. She waves for Izuku to follow her and the two leave the alley, Mei with the metal clutch to her chest and Izuku making note of all the cameras lining the streets so he can help Mei avoid them. Izuku stands amid the crowd of his class. They're all dressed in their hero costumes and their attention is solely on All Might, who stands in front of them with his signature smile plastered on his face. Today's lesson will be battle trials. You'll be randomly assigned a teammate and a role, either villain or hero. Heroes are tasked with either capturing both villains or commandeering the bomb within the 20-minute time limit. Villains are tasked with protecting the bomb and defending themselves for the 20 minutes. There will be a 5-minute preparation PRD before each round for the villains to move the bomb and for the heroes to look over the building blueprints and come up with a plan. Any questions before we start? Pony raises her hand. How does the randomization work? All Might produces 2 boxes from behind his back, though none of them can tell where exactly they came from. One is labeled Teams, and the other, Hero or Villain. Both are clearly handmade. You will pick a letter from the team box. Whoever receives the same letter will be your teammate and one of you will pick a ball from the other box labeled either Hero or Villain. While All Might is focused on Pony, Bakugo grabs Izuku's attention, making a throat-slitting gesture before turning away. Izuku huffs and brings his attention back to All Might. Now, everyone come up and pick a letter. They all form a line in front of the box. They slowly pair up as people are assigned their letters. Izuku ends up paired with Uraraka, who grabs a villain ball when she goes up to get their role. They're paired up against Bakugo and Ida since they're assigned the hero role. Izuku leads Uraraka into the building, throwing out a few strategy ideas as they enter the building. Bakugo and Ida follow a few feet behind them, silent. Bakugo glares at Izuku's back and ignores all of Ida's attempts to plan. The two heroes lean on the outside of the building. Ida has the blueprints they were given clutched in his hand. Bakugo grumbles throughout the 5-minute prep time. Ida had pretty much given up trying to work with the other boy, instead trying to figure out a plan on his own. When the buzzer finally sounds, Bakugo storms the first floor. Bakugo stomps down one half of the floor. Ida goes down the other half, keeping an eye out for the villain team. Bakugo only spends a few minutes searching before he's storming back to the staircase. Ida is close behind him as he climbs to the second floor. The cycle repeats on the second floor. The two boys split up, each heading down a different hall, and they meet back up at the staircase after a few minutes. Bakugo becomes more agitated at not finding any sign of the other team. Ida becomes frustrated too, as he's convinced that the reason they haven't encountered the villain team is Bakugo's constant noise. On the third floor, Bakugo finally spots Izuku sitting on one of the high windowsills. Bakugo scowls, explosions popping in his hands. Izuku waves down at him, a smile on his face. He then jumps, scales covering his body as he bursts through the ceiling and up onto another windowsill. Bakugo coughs and waves away the dust. Izuku peers down at him through the hole and Bakugo growls as he starts running up the stairs. Ida yelps and runs after him, metal armor clanking on the stairs. His costume slows him down and when he reaches the 4th floor, all he finds is a pool of yellow paint by the landing. Trailing off from the pool are boot prints, small splatters of paint scattered where whoever left them stepped down too harshly. Ida looks around him as he eases around the paint and follows the prints down the hall. He rounds a corner and, at the end of the passage, spots the door the prints lead to, another pool of paint sitting in front of it. As Ida walks to the door, he feels something beneath his boot, but, before he can check to see what it is, a can of paint falls on his head. The paint covers his visor and he raises a hand to wipe it off but only succeeds in covering his hand in yellow paint, too. Sighing, he pulls off his helmet, trying his best not to get any paint in his hair. He curses the fact that he hadn't seen the trap as he once again starts creeping down the hall. The sound of wet paint squelches under his feet and his prints join the ones he was following. When he reaches it, he opens the door slowly. He pokes his head through the small gap as it eases open, looking around for more cans of paint and the two members of the villain team. When the door is finally fully open, he finds the bomb sitting surrounded by debris and knickknacks. Ida huffs. There was no way he'd be able to use his quirk in these circumstances, but he takes another look around the room, trying to see if he can find any hint of the other team. When he finds none, he slowly makes his way into the room, leaving yellow prints all the way. As he tries to find a clear enough path to walk through, he doesn't notice the brown-haired girl sneaking up behind him. Uraraka's steps are near silent as she steps with the help of her quirk. She slowly reaches up with a rope clutched in her hand. She wraps the rope around Ida's neck, pulling it taut. The boy gasps as he claws at his throat. She's careful not to pull tight enough to break skin, running Pony and Izuku's instructions through her head like a mantra as Ida slows. It only takes a few more moments for the boy to stop struggling completely. Uraraka is quick to drop the rope and ease the boy onto the floor. She checks his pulse before sighing in relief and grabbing the capture tape off his belt. She wraps the tape around his wrists and ankles a few times before attaching the leftover tape to her own belt. Izuku stands in front of Bakugo on the 5th floor. The blonde is huffing from running up 2 flights of stairs, but Izuku is perfectly fine. A few explosions pop in Bakugo's palm as he bursts forward. He's about to reach Izuku, hand primed, to let off an explosion in his face when he's suddenly crouched on the floor. Scorch marks peek out from under his hand where the explosion hit the concrete. Izuku looks down at him from where he's sitting on his back. Bakugo scowls, radiating bloodlust as he twists out from under the other boy, shedding the sudden weight on his back. He charges again, this time aiming a punch at his chest. Izuku dodges easily, jumping back and forth as Bakugo attacks again and again. He throws a few punches of his own, all of which land. After a few minutes of the back and forth, Bakugo stands a few feet away from Izuku once again, huffing as sweat beads on his forehead and the back of his neck. Izuku can see the tips and edges of a few of the bruises forming under the other boy's costume. Bakugo glances down at his gauntlets and a glint appears in his eyes as his sneer becomes a sharp grin. Bakugo jumps back and Izuku watches curiously, intrigued by what the boy is doing. As Bakugo raises one of his arms and grabs the pin in the gauntlet with the other, what's happening finally clicks in Izuku's brain. He's about to dodge, jump out of the way, anything, but his mind blanks. His thoughts become distant and he feels like he's an outsider watching as Bakugo pulls the pin and a burst of flames starts to form. He snaps back into reality when the blast is about halfway to him. All he has time to do is raise his arms, scales spread across them in defense, before the blast reaches him. He feels the rush of heat swarm him, causing sweat to drip off his face. He can hear the crumbling of the walls as they're blown away. He can't see anything through the blinding light that engulfs everything. He screws his eyes shut to protect them, though it's still bright against his lids. It takes a few moments for the light to fade enough for him to open his eyes. He opens them slowly to make sure the dust has cleared too. He blinks in surprise when he realizes that everything looks much farther down than it should be. He has way more muscle than before, and the rags of his uniform cling to his chest. Scales cover the entirety of his body, more tightly packed and shining than they normally are. His nails, which he normally kept relatively short and neat, were long, thick, and curled slightly at the tips, their points shining in the sun coming through the windows. His feet had torn through his shoes and matching claws adorned them, though their tips were much duller. He raises a hand to his face and feels an elongated snout, similar to Pony's, with 2 long whiskers trailing from either side. A tail drags behind him, coated in the same oval scales as the rest of him. He catches a glimpse of his eyes in a shard of glass on the ground and they widen in surprise. His sclera and iris had become one, taking on an orangey-red color that reminded him and flickering flames. They weren't the only different thing, however. His pupils had changed too, taking on a diamond shape that reminded him of a cat's. Horns protrude out of the front of his head. They start straight before curving up sharply. Smoke billows from his nose and his slightly parted mouth reveals rows of deathly sharp teeth. Whoa! His voice is deep and resonant with a slight humming undertone. He twists his hands in front of his face, admiring the sheer muscles spreading from his palms up his arms. A small pop from Bakugo's palm snaps his attention back to the other boy. Suddenly, his pupils dilate into a sharp point. He takes a few steps and he's behind Bakugo, swinging a punch for the boy's head. Bakugo falls to the side and onto the floor. His head bounces when it hits the ground and a small pool of blood forms under his head. Izuku stomps on the 2 gauntlets, both still attached to Bakugu's wrists. He's careful not to harm the other boy, but he relishes in the shattering cracks that sound from the hunks of metal. Bakugu's sweat spills from the gauntlet that hadn't been set off, and Izuku steps over it carefully. The buzzer sounds from the speakers, startling Izuku and causing him to stumble backward, shaking the building. 20 minutes is up. Villain team wins. Izuku huffs and can feel himself shrinking. He blinks and, with a shake of his head, realizes that he's back to his normal size. His uniform is still in tatters and his shoes are absolutely destroyed, but, other than that, he's completely fine. He takes a moment to shake himself out before heading to the stairs to the lower level to find Uraraka. He finds her smiling and having a small personal celebration next to Ida, who watches them from the corner. Good job. He congratulates her, smiling. She opens her mouth to say something in return, but she snaps it shut when she notices the state of his clothes. What happened? She asks. Izuku shrugs. I unlocked a new part of my quirk when Bakugu tried to fire a grenade-level explosion at me from point blank. I'm fine. He tacks on the last part when he notices her worried expression get worse. After checking him over with her eyes one last time, she nods, stepping toward Ida to untie him. Izuku helps her and the three leave the building, the medbots already long gone. When they get back to the observation room, Bakugu isn't far behind him. Recovery Girl had made quick work of him, and he had insisted on returning to class as soon as she had kissed him. You all did very well. Especially you, young Bakugu. Your ability to think on your feet while fighting an adversary such as... Bakugu cuts the man off with a glare as he stalks to the far corner of the room. While All Might recovers, Pony rushes over, smiling at them both, though she stops at Uraraka first. That was great. You executed that perfectly. Uraraka smiles back. Thanks. I was running through you and Izuku's instructions the entire time, though. Pony hits her on the shoulder playfully. Good. It'll help you get better at it, make it just a little less likely for you to make it. Mistake. Uraraka hums and tries to strike up a conversation with the other girl when Izuku interrupts by clearing his throat. No worry or congratulations for your boyfriend. I was nearly killed. Pony's expression immediately darkens and she turns to glare at Bakugu, who's still sulking in his corner. Sorry, I got distracted. If we weren't training to be heroes, I'd dash. Izuku nods, placing a hand on her shoulder and gently pulling her into his side. Now come on, I think the next match is starting soon. He sends a pointed look at All Might and the man startles before nodding to himself. Right. Our next match is between teams G and C. Izuku and Pony walk side by side down the path to the school building. They were both dressed in their uniforms, bags slung over their shoulders. As they get closer to the front gates, they pick up the sound of overlapping voices and clicking camera shutters. They glance at each other and pick up the pace. When they reach the gates, it's to find a crowd of news reporters flocking together as they hound the few students that had gotten close enough to be pulled in. Think we can just wait for them to leave? Pony whispers. Izuku hums as he pulls out his phone. He glances at the screen before tucking it away and shaking his head. We don't have the time. Classes start soon. Plus, they're reporters. Do you really think they'll just leave once everyone's in class? Pony huffs in annoyance. No. Our best bet right now is trying to sneak around them. Izuku says, looping his arm through Pony's. The girl rolls her eyes but falls into step beside him anyway. As she had suspected they would, the reporters notice them when they're still a few meters away from the gate. Microphones and cameras are shoved in their faces and questions are thrown at them regarding All Might's teaching. Izuku makes eye contact with Ida, who, by the looks of it, had been pulled into the crowd a while ago and had still not escaped. As they finally reach the gates, the reporters spot them, pushing the others they had captured aside in an attempt to reach the two new arrivals. Izuku picks up on a bloodthirsty air among the reporters but waves it off as just the fact that they're trying to swarm both him and Pony. How was All Might's first class? Has he given you any advice yet? What was your first lesson? The two try to ignore them, but the reporters insist. They finally stop when Pony glares at them, adding to the bloodthirsty air Izuku had felt earlier. Most of them back off, at least one of them persists, shoving their microphone as far over the property line as they could without the possibility of being labeled a trespasser. Izuku grabs their shoulder, spreading scales down his arm and elongating his nails into claws. The reporter stares into his eyes, which he had made into the eyes of the dragon. The reporter's face pales and he finally backs down. They finally let Ida go and the boy joins them as they run to. Pony splits off from them when they reach a turn in the halls. Ida and Izuku reach the classroom a few minutes before the bell rings, giving them enough time to sit at their desks before Aizawa arrives. When the bell finally goes, Aizawa slips inside. I watched the recordings of your fighting matches from yesterday. First off, Bakugo, you can't cause such destruction in the field. It will end in the unnecessary deaths of civilians. There is no reason to use the kind of violence you did in a situation like that one. The shaking of the building or the fire from your explosions could have easily set off the bomb. Bakugo glares at Aizawa until the man moves on to the next student. The man gives out mostly criticism to the class, though a few members receive compliments too. Finally, Midoriya, you did well. You managed to cause minimal damage, despite becoming massive inside the building. You should continue training with your new form in order to learn better control, however, as structural damage was still caused. Izuku nods, memorizing Aizawa's advice. Alright, now that that's out of the way, it's time for you all to choose a class president. The man grabs his sleeping bag from under the podium and climbs inside. Immediately, the class bursts into noise as people nominate themselves for president. Izuku winces at the sheer volume. It doesn't last long, though, as a girl with purple hair sitting at the back of the class drowns it out with a loud boom. Everyone's attention turns to her and blush spreads on her cheeks. Sorry. You were hurting my ears, she says. Another girl with a long black ponytail stands. We should settle this with a civilized vote, she says. Her palm starts to glow and slips of paper fall from it. She gathers the slips and starts handing them out to the others. Write down the name of whoever you want the president to be and then bring your slip of paper up to the front. We'll tally the votes and whoever has the most will be president. Everyone's just going to vote for themselves. Kaminari points out. The girl nods. Yes. And if anyone emerges with even just 2 votes, then we'll know they were good enough to get just at least one other person to vote for them. That seems to settle that argument, and Kaminari settles back into his seat, carefully guarding his slip of paper with one hand while he writes with the other. The next few minutes are mainly filled with the sounds of scratching pencils and chair legs scraping against the floor as people stand. Once everyone's votes had been collected, the girl counts them out, writing names on the board as they appear and tallying the votes each receives. In the end, Yaoyorozu is named president and the purple-haired girl, whose name is Jairu, is given the role of vice. The two stand in front of the class beneath the board covered in names and tallies. Thank you very much for electing us as your president and vice, Yaoyorozu says, bowing shallowly. Jairu copies her, a few seconds behind. In an attempt to encourage the other girl, Yaoyorozu nudges her arm. Jairu yelps in surprise, her face becoming beet red. Yaoyorozu whispers a hurried apology and heads back to her seat. Jairu does the same, head down. Izuku sits at a table with most of the rest of Class 1A in the cafeteria, lunch tray in front of him. There are a few different conversations going on at the same time, though occasionally someone will add their opinion to one they weren't originally a part of. Suddenly, their friendly conversations are interrupted by a blaring alarm. Red lights start flashing around the room as an automated voice rings out. Code 3, Code 3. The voice repeats the same thing over and over. Once seems to have been enough, however, as everyone else in the cafeteria begins to panic. The panic of those in the older years rubs off on the first years, causing them to panic too. As students rush to the exits, members of Class 1A join them. The exits quickly clog, making it near impossible to leave. The sounds of stomping feet and screaming voices fill the cafeteria, causing Izuku to flinch slightly. Izuku stands near the edge of the crowd, forcing others to go around him. Yaoyorozu stands on the bench she had previously been sitting on, trying to gain the attention of those around them. Izuku tilts his head slightly to better hear what she's saying over the screams of the other students. It's only the press, she calls, over and over again. No one is paying attention to her, too caught up in their own terror. Izuku takes one last look around the crowd before deciding that she would need a little help. He attempts to clear his throat, but what comes out instead is a deep, resonating roar. It cuts through the noise like butter, echoing off the walls of the cafeteria. Everyone's eyes are on him. His cheeks turn slightly red. "I think Yaoyorozu is trying to tell you something," he says, nodding at said girl. Everyone's eyes turn to her. She nods back at Izuku in thanks before she straightens her back and clears her throat. "Normally this time, it's only the press," she states. By looking out the windows, you can see that the intruder alert was just triggered by a crowd of reporters that managed to break through the gate. The procedure for a Code 3 is to organize into our classes and head back to class in an orderly fashion. Please do so. There's a moment of silence once she's done speaking before people are moving again. Calmly, this time, as class presidents rein in their classes and start heading back to their classrooms. Class 1A gathers back around their table, Yaoyorozu and Jairu at the head of the line. Yaoyorozu stands on her tiptoes to do a quick head count before she finally turns around and starts leading them back through the hall. Izuku hangs out at the back of the line, thinking back to the bloodlust he had felt from the crowd of reporters earlier that morning. In hindsight, it was stupid of him to have waved it off so easily. It may have just been the press on the front lawn, but he was sure none of them had quirks that could have broken the UA gate. No one who had a quirk that powerful would go into journalism. As he thinks, the blaring alarm finally cuts out, replaced by, "The intruder has been dealt with. Please wait in your classrooms for your teacher." The message only repeats 3 times before the PA system is finally silent. Izuku nods to himself. The teachers had dealt with whoever had broken the gate. Then he realizes that he had fallen behind the class by a few steps, and he picked up his pace to catch up. They slip back inside the classroom, where All Might is already waiting for them at the podium. Izuku settles back down at his desk, tuning out his thoughts in exchange for All Might's explanation of the day's lesson. The next day, Aizawa is waiting for them to start heroics instead of All Might. "Today you'll be going to our building specialized in rescue training. Class 1B will be joining you as per All Might's request." It's clear by Aizawa's tone that he thinks All Might's request is illogical, but that he had to go with it anyway. "Please change into your hero costumes and meet at the gate." With that, Aizawa stalks off, the wall extending behind him. Izuku rushes forward with the rest of the class, excited to finally have access to his costume. May had complained to him the night before about having to pull an all-nighter to finish the last few details, but he knew she was full of shit. She had pulled several all-nighters before in order to complete her own projects. He looks down at his costume as he stands in a group with the rest of his class as they wait for 1B. The shirt is a dark green with white crosses creating a lined pattern. A black kasaya with a diamond pattern made of crossing white lines covers his hips and the left side of his body. A rope woven of gold thread starts at his right shoulder and wraps around his waist under the kasaya. A ring of large black beads sits around his neck. The beads are made of a heavy, durable material that's made to look like wood cured to look black. His pants are loose and black, paired with his black ankle-high socks. The socks have a split at the toe to fit with the zore on his feet. 1B finally joins them and Izuku shoots Pony a smile, taking a moment to admire the shining metal bow before the 2 classes are once again separated, herded onto 2 different buses to transport them to the rescue training facility. The bus ride is loud with excited chatter as everyone talks about what they could possibly be doing to start their rescue training. A few of them weren't very excited for training in rescue, but they all knew that it was at least important. When the bus finally pulls up in front of a massive dome, Aizawa is the first off the bus. He meets up with Vlad King at the front of the crowd as the 2 classes converge. Izuku and Pony join up at the back of the crowd, hands brushing together. The 2 teachers wait until both buses are empty before waving for the 2 classes to follow them into the building. Vlad stays with them by the doors while Aizawa slips off to talk with 13 for a moment. A few of his classmates start talking animatedly about 13 being their teacher. Izuku doesn't pay attention to them, however, more focused on the fact that Aizawa is holding up 3 fingers as he talks to 13. They nod, seemingly having understood what Aizawa meant, and followed the man to the front of the crowd. 13 starts their speech and, at first, Izuku is giving them his full attention. But his attention is quickly pulled away when he feels a shift in the air pressure. He can tell that Pony can sense it too as she glances up at him, her ears twitching. He looks past his teachers to the fountain in the plaza. A small purple dot floats beside the fountain, slowly growing. Izuku opens his mouth to say something when Todoroki, who's near the front of the class, beats him to it. "Sir, is that part of today's lesson?" Aizawa turns his head to face the portal. Izuku knew it was a portal because it had reached person size and people were starting to pour out. Aizawa's scarf flares and he throws his arms out. "Stay back. Those are real villains." Panicked whispers erupt in the class as Aizawa runs down the stairs. 13, protect the students. "Vlad, you're with me." The space hero nods as Vlad rushes down the stairs with Aizawa. Izuku watches as the two most concerning villains step out from the portal. A thin man covered in hands stands beside a massive, buff creature with a bird beak and an exposed brain. The panic grows as more and more villains appear. The only students not actively panicking are Izuku, Pony, Bakugo, and Todoroki. The four of them simply survey the area around them as it fills with villains. 13 starts trying to herd them out the door, but, just as those at the back, now front, of the crowd step forward to open the door, a mass of purple mist blocks their path. For a tense moment, Izuku thinks that more villains are going to step out, but, instead, a face forms in the mist. "Apologies for being so informal. We are the League of Villains, and we're here to kill All Might. You wouldn't happen to know where he is, would you?" Izuku shakes his head, stepping forward. "He's not here. Kurogiri tsks? Unfortunate. Perhaps he'll appear if his students are in danger." With that, portals appear beneath them, pulling them in. Pony screams as she falls. She doesn't stop screaming until she lands on harsh, hard rock. She immediately curls in on herself, attempting to protect her head as she rolls down a slope. When she finally comes to a stop, she gets up shakily. Luckily, the reinforcement and padding of her costume stopped her from being injured beyond a small scrape on her left cheek. Pony dusts herself off, looking around her surroundings. She's surrounded by haphazard-looking piles of. There are pieces that are sharp and jagged and others that look round from weathering. She's about to start heading downhill when, to the east, she sees a massive flash of light, arching branches of electricity shoot every which way. Pony is infatuated for the few moments the light exists. When it disappears, she starts trekking toward it. As she gets to the top of a particularly tall pile of rocks, she spots a small group of 3 others. She jumps down from the rocks, landing in a crouch before standing and making her way down to the group. "Hey, are you guys okay?" she asks. Yaoyorozu and Jiraiya turn to face her, nodding hesitantly. Kaminari stands between them, a vacant look in his eyes. A thick blanket lies on the ground beside them. "What happened?" Pony asks, finally noticing the body of a large man on the ground. Yaoyorozu opens her mouth to answer, but before she can, a villain comes over the hill of the mountain. They have the head of a goat and hooves, expertly jumping down the rock face. Pony reaches behind her, grabbing the bow out of the sheath on her back. She swings at the villain's face as he lands in front of her. The villain stumbles back as she reaches down with her staff, catching the edge of his pants and pulling. The weight of the villain starts pulling her down too. Jiraiya reaches forward, catching her shoulder. The villain manages to catch the neck of Jiraiya's jacket as she enters his reach. Jiraiya stumbles forward, tugging Pony with her. Pony stumbles, using her staff to catch herself as Jiraiya is forced to let her go. The villain slams Jiraiya's head into his knee, causing her to crumple to the ground. Pony scowls, stepping forward as she punches the villain in the face. He slams into the side of the mountain. The momentum bounces him back and he regains his balance quickly. He kicks out at her, aiming for her legs. Pony simply lets him. As soon as his hoof hits her calf, a sickening crack sounds. He screams, falling to the ground by Jiraiya. Pony taps her staff against her calf, the sound of metal on metal joining the villain's screams. Pony positions her staff above his head. She plunges one end into his left eye. His screams become shrieks as blood runs down his face. She yanks out her staff and reaches down. She picks him up from the fur at the top of his head, pulling him up so she can look him in his remaining eye. "What's your leader's plan here?" she asks, voice cold. The other two girls look at her in horror. The villain opens his mouth to reply, but, before he can, another villain pops out of the ground behind Kaminari. He grabs the boy around the waist, pulling him away from the group and hovering a knife in front of his throat. "Let him go," the villain says, glaring at Pony. Pony glares back. Her response is to tighten her grip on the goat villain's head, causing him to groan. The villain holding Kaminari narrows his eyes. The two continue to stare each other down, neither moving a muscle. When she spots a spark, a light off of Kaminari's brow, she drops the goat villain, her staff dropping with him. The other villain only has time to widen his eyes before she's pouncing on him. She uses one hand to break the arm holding Kaminari, pushing the boy out of the way with her free hand before bringing it up to the man's face. She slams him into the ground. His head breaks open when he hits the ground. Pony takes a moment to breathe before turning back to the group. She gently takes Kaminari's wrist, leading him back to the other two girls. "Sorry." She apologizes, wincing when she sees the horrified looks on their faces. Yaoyorozu nods slowly. "It's fine. Your efforts may have been gruesome, but I guess they did the job." Jairu shrugs, rubbing her head as Yaoyorozu helps her off the ground. "Maybe you should learn how to tone that down." Pony nods. Right. "I'm not all that used to fighting people that aren't Izuku." Jairu shudders, looking down the mountain. The plaza is just visible from where they stand, though their teachers are still obscured from view. "We should head down," Pony says, already starting to make her way down the mountain. The others follow tentatively behind her, working their way down the mountain. Kaminari, still short-circuited, leans on Jairu for balance. When she reaches the bottom of the mountain, Pony freezes. Vlad and Aizawa are both fighting hordes of villains. Neither has a chance to stop as they're confronted with volleys of punches and quirked attacks. They're managing to hold their own until a villain covered in hands mutters something that Pony can't quite make out and a massive villain with a bird beak bursts forward. Pony ducks behind a line of bushes, pulling the others down with her. The massive villain grabs hold of Aizawa, throwing him into the concrete floor. It cracks beneath the force. Vlad glances over but isn't able to help as, now that Aizawa isn't able to help, he's dealing with more villains than before. Pony watches in horror for a moment before coming to the conclusion that they have little to no chance of offering much help. She waves for the others to follow her as she slowly moves down the line of bushes toward the doors. As they move slowly behind the bushes, trying to avoid detection by the villains. They hadn't gotten very far, however, before Kaminari trips, yelping in surprise and stumbling. The surrounding villains' heads whip in their direction, also drawing the attention of the villain covered in hands. Pony pushes the others down as she stands, making sure the villains think it was her who made the noise. She doesn't see the villain's mouth move before her line of sight is blocked by the massive monster that had been slamming Aizawa's head into the concrete mere moments before. She only has time to raise her arms in front of her face. Her hands only have time to form claws instead of fists above her head before the creature's blow is hitting her square in the jaw. Her arms block little of the impact and she's sent flying into the wall of one of the disaster domes. Her teeth clash together. She can feel a few of them break and crack as she crashes into the wall. Blood fills her mouth until all she can taste is copper. Her arms are twisted at unnatural angles. It hurts to breathe. She tries to get up anyway, but her head spins as she raises it. Her vision becomes splotchy and dark. Her head drops as she loses consciousness. Vlad watches in terror as the monster mangles one of his students. He glances between Aizawa and Pony once, allowing his anger to build before he bursts forward. He tries to encase the villain in a cage of blood, one of his go-to moves. The blood dries over the creature quickly, seemingly binding its arms to its sides. However, the blood cracks near immediately. It shatters into dust as the creature frees its arms and turns its head to look at Vlad. It bursts forward, slamming Vlad into the ground. It crushes a few of his ribs beneath its weight and snaps his arm in its grip. Vlad groans in pain. He lies a few feet away from Aizawa, now just as mangled as the other man. Jairu and Yaoyorozu, who had been watching in horror, finally continue on to the exit, pulling Kaminari along with them. Izuku can hear the cracking of bones from where he stands on the boat, hesitant of entering the churning waters below him. He had previously been keeping the villains at bay by blowing bursts of air into the water. One glance at the shore and, more specifically, Pony lying mangled on the ground, changes his mind completely. Low growls rumble from his throat as he stares down at the water below. The villains were creeping forward now that the constant bursts of air weren't holding them back, but he ignores them. He jumps off the boat, his right arm poised at his side to punch. As he reaches the water, scales spread down his arm and his claws extend about halfway. When his fist meets water, it bursts up like a geyser around him. Water goes everywhere. It lands in the boat and on the shore, even splattering against the roof. When the walls of water around him finally clear, the large pool is empty bar a few small puddles here and there. The villains that had previously been swimming through the waves crash into the concrete from where they had been thrown, but Izuku pays them no mind. He storms onto land, jumping out of the pit with ease. When he sees the creature looming above Vlad King, he immediately knows that it's the thing that mangled Pony. He'll have to defeat it before he can help her. He reaches up to his neck, removing the metal necklace. He removes the weights from his wrists and ankles, too, placing them all in a pile beside him. He stretches upward as he mutates into his hybrid form. A deep, guttural roar reverberates from his throat, drawing the attention of the monster and everyone else still conscious. Izuku hears the villain covered in hands command the monster to attack, and Izuku crouches into a defensive position, ready to take the first hit. Izuku lets the creature land the first attack, opening it up for a hit to the opposite arm. It keeps aiming for Izuku's head, but he dodges out of the way each time. Likewise, the monster dodges most of his attacks. Shockwaves roll through the USJ as they land blows and dodge others. As he watches, Shigaraki becomes more and more agitated. He scratches his neck, the scratching only getting more violent as Izuku continues to land hits and the fight drags on. He mutters angrily to himself, trying to figure out what to do when he spots a small boy with purple ball for hair standing close by. He grins manically to himself as he runs forward, grabbing hold of the boy by the neck. He gasps, looking up at Shigaraki in horror. Shigaraki isn't paying attention to him, though. All of his attention is focused on the Nomu and Izuku. "Nomu! Stop!" he calls. The creature immediately grinds to a halt. Izuku glances over at the villain, trying to figure out why he had gotten the creature, which he now knew was called a Nomu, to stop. When he sees Mineta in the villain's clutches, he, too, stops fighting. "Listen carefully," Shigaraki instructs, a grin still planted firmly on his face. "Turn back to normal. That form is cheating." Izuku complies, shrinking back into his regular form. Scales rescind into his skin and his eyes return to normal, their orange color leaking away. His costume isn't damaged in the least. "If you use your quirk, or try to fight back in any way while the Nomu attacks you, I'll kill this NPC, got that?" Izuku nods and Shigaraki's grin becomes impossibly sharp. "Good, Nomu. But limit your strength. Cheaters deserve to suffer." The Nomu's relentless ambush begins again, and this time, all Izuku can do is blink. For the first time since he was 6, he can feel bruises begin to bloom across his body. He can feel the pain of cracking ribs. The pain causes his eyes to water and tears to stream down his cheeks, but he doesn't even raise an arm to wipe them away. The onslaught of attacks feels like it'll go on forever. Izuku's legs are about to give out beneath him when, finally, All Might breaks through one of the far walls of the UF. "I am here!" He booms. Shigaraki lets go of Mineta as All Might jumps forward, scooping up Aizawa and Vlad and bringing them to the top of the stairs before going back to the plaza. "Nomu, stop!" Shigaraki commands, ignoring the sniffling boy at his feet. The Nomu stands still, looking over at its master. Izuku falls to the ground, his breaths short and shallow as he stares up at the glass ceiling above him. All Might appears in front of Izuku, about to scoop up the boy as the Nomu looms above them, listening to Shigaraki's commands, but, Before he gets the chance to touch Izuku, he's reaching up and grabbing hold of All Might's shirt collar. Save Pony first. But dash. Izuku tightens his grip. No. Her first, or I rip that smile off your effing face. All Might nods and Izuku lets him. The man runs off to Pony's side, the Nomu a few paces behind him. He manages to drop Pony off near Vlad and Aizawa before leading the Nomu away to an area by the fountain to finally engage it in combat. The last thing Izuku sees is the first exchange of blows between All Might and the Nomu before his vision goes dark and his consciousness slips away. Pony wanders through the aisles of a grocery store. She has a basket hanging from her arm, swinging as she walks. She fills it with snacks since her dorm had run out. She had volunteered to grab them since she needed something to do. As she walks, her thoughts wander to Izuku. She couldn't quite wrap her head around the fact that he had allowed himself to be beaten down and nearly killed for Mineta. She had talked to Izuku about him before, and they had both agreed had major issues that needed to be dealt with. She had suggested juvie, and Izuku had suggested therapy. A few days ago, Mineta apologized for some of his behavior. She had punched him hard enough to send him stumbling into the wall behind him. She had brought him down to Recovery Girl, and the other girls said that she had done something they had wanted to do for a while. He hadn't bothered any of them since, though, and had actually been pretty civil. She shakes away her thoughts as she reaches the checkout. She sets down some of her things, though she places a separation bar between everything else, a bento box and a box of Pocky. "I'd like to pay for these separately, please," she says, holding up two different cards. One was her own, while the other was the school card Mr. Vlad had given her to pay for the dorm groceries. The cashier, a middle-aged man, nods and starts ringing up the first set of items. "How has your day been?" he asks, smiling at her as he scans a bag of chips. She smiles back. "It's been good. How are you?" "I'm doing well." They continue like this for a while, making small talk. Pony pays for the dorm's snacks with a tap of the UA card, and he moves on to scanning her personal purchases. Once everything is bagged, she wishes him a good day. She grabs her bags off the counter, bowing shallowly as she makes her way to the door. She's about to push it open when a buff boy a little older than her with fluffy blonde hair in a pink jersey steps through, blocking her way. He smiles at her, but she doesn't smile back. Something feels off about him. She tries to step around him, but he doesn't let her pass. A group of other boys walks in behind him, clearly some of his friends. The boy who takes up the spot closest to the blonde has his dark hair slicked back, dressed in a rayon button-up shirt. Behind him is a boy in a white shirt, paired with a navy blazer and faded jeans. Beside him is yet another boy in a t-shirt about 2 sizes too small. He has tattoos rising up his collarbone, but they're not any Pony recognizes as belonging to members of any Yakuza group. The boy was probably just trying to look intimidating. Contrast to him, a fifth boy behind him looks to be wearing multiple layers, a wool hat pulled over his ears, despite the warm weather. Sweat beads on his brow. The group of boys back up a bit so that they're all standing outside of the store, Pony now surrounded by the group. One of the boys opens his mouth to say something, but another boy cuts him off. A third boy butts in, until the 5 start arguing. Pony sighs internally, looking for an opening in their circle so she can slip away. She looks in on the store. The cashier is still standing behind the desk, looking out at the worriedly. Pony has hoped that he had called the police, but even if he had, she doesn't really expect them to show up in time. When one of them gets into the other's face, leaving an opening in the circle, Pony tries to take the opportunity to slip away. Blonde boy notices, however, and blocks her. "I'm so sorry about my friends," he says, a smile on his face. "They can get overexcited." Pony tries not to scowl. It's like he's talking about dogs, though that's likely not far off. "We're just looking for some company tonight. Have a little fun." His voice trails off in a suggestive way. Pony snorts in disgust. The boy ignores her, though, reaching to put his hand on her waist. Pony looks around the area, but apart from her, the boys, and the cashier in the store, there isn't anyone nearby. As she looks back at the group of boys, she realizes they all have some kind of strength enhancement quirk, though none of them are very strong. She squats down to put down her bags, something the boys find to be incredibly exciting. They smile at each other, and the blonde boy leans down, looming over her. Pony stands quickly, slamming her forehead into that of the blonde. He stumbles back, instinctively bringing a hand up to feel his wound. His eyes look dazed. The boys stop fighting. The one with slicked back hair reaches forward, grabbing her wrist. His grip is tight, but she ignores it. She slips her other arm under his shoulder, flipping him over her shoulder. He lets go of her wrist out of shock, landing with a thump on the concrete behind her. She spins around, aiming a swift kick at his face. A crack sounds from his nose. It becomes crooked and blood starts to leak from the nostrils. His eyes lull back as Pony turns back around to face the rest of the group. The boy wearing multiple layers looks like he's ready to attack, but the boy in the jersey, having finally recovered, gets to her first. Pony ducks to avoid his punch and feels behind her for something to hit him with. Her hand wraps around a rock on the ground. She swings it into his face again and again. He falls to the ground, bringing his arms up to protect his face. Dirt flies off the rock and into his mouth. He eventually stops screaming, and Pony leaves him be. The boy in the blazer runs at her now, multiple layers behind him. Pony tries to punch Blazer, but he blocks her. Multiple layers tries to grab her and she kicks out, hitting him in the crotch. He crumples to the ground. Blazer rushes her and she raises her leg as if to kick him. He raises his arms to block. She uses this against him, using her leg to pull his arms down. She hits him in the jaw with the rock, knocking him out. She takes a deep breath, dropping the rock next to the pile of boys. She wipes the little bit of blood that had gotten on her hands off on one of their shirts before picking up her bags. She steps over them, walking down the street back to UA. She lets her mind wander back to Izuku as she walks. The boy had been in the infirmary for the last few days and had yet to wake up. Recovery Girl said that he had been fully healed for a while now and that she didn't know why he was still asleep. Pony had an idea, and had bought a few snacks for herself so she could spend the evening sitting by his bed, waiting him out. Pony sits by Izuku's bed, textbook open on her lap. She has a stick of Pocky in her hand, eating it slowly as she reads over the paragraphs relating to the math homework she had been assigned. Recovery Girl comes in as she turns the page, her cane clicking just ahead of her. "You're going to have to leave soon if you want to get back in time for curfew, dear," she says, walking up to her desk in the corner of the room. Pony nods, closing her book. She shoves the rest of the Pocky into her mouth, packing everything back away in her bag. She leans over Izuku, planting a kiss on his forehead. "Wake up, please," she whispers, watching him as she leaves. She thanks Recovery Girl before closing the door behind her and making her way down the hall, her shoulders slightly hunched. Izuku sits in the grass clearing with Sairu. The dragon was already bigger than before, and he had more of an air of power. "All right, you ready for another lesson, kid?" "Yes." Izuku nods, shifting a bit so he's more comfortable. "Good. Now, since you have access to your hybrid form, you'll also start having access to some new elemental powers. The kanjis for lightning, wind, earth, and fire all appear behind the dragon. They're all color-coded, but their colors are dull. Each of these represents one of the elements you'll have access to. The better you learn to control it, the brighter the kanji will become. Of course, you have to master some of them in order to have access to others. There will probably be a few more, but those won't come up for a long time." Izuku nods along to show he's listening. Of course, they all have their weaknesses. Like how fire is weak to water and all that. Though it is possible for water to overpower fire, that will take you years of training. Izuku tilts his head a little. "Isn't water normally a base element? Why isn't it here?" The dragon shakes his head. "Come on. You should know that." "Izuku's right. The fruits create severe weakness in water. It will take a lot of power to be able to overcome it." The dragon nods. "Good." The two talk for a while, mainly about Izuku's training and how it may have to change to accommodate the new powers. Eventually, Izuku rises to his feet, stretching his arms above his head. "What time do you think it is out there?" "Yes." Cyrus shrugs as best he can. "Hell if I know. Normally, only about a minute would have passed, but your body needed time to heal." Should be early morning, about 3 days after the USJ attack if I had to guess. Izuku hums. He opens his eyes to bright lights above him. Pony stands at the foot of his bed, leaning against it as she stares at one of the walls. Izuku grins to himself as he extends his tail, wrapping it around her waist. He pulls her toward him, causing her to squeal in surprise. When she realizes he's awake, her eyes widen and she jumps the last foot into his arms, wrapping him in a hug. They sit like that for a while, simply enjoying each other's presence. Recovery Girl comes in a few minutes later to find them embracing each other. She huffs, smacking one of the legs of his bed to get their attention. "You can leave now," she says, looking at Izuku. "But no training or anything strenuous until the day after tomorrow. Got that?" Izuku nods. Pony gets off of him, allowing him to stand and stretch before grabbing hold of her hand. "Thanks, Recovery Girl," he says, helping Pony gather some of her things so they can leave. Recovery Girl nods. "You're welcome." The two leave, hand in hand. Pony stands straight, giving his hand a small squeeze. Izuku stands a few feet away from Mei in her lap. He's holding one of her more recent inventions, a bomb meant to release a binding agent to trap villains. He has weights on his wrists and ankles, as he normally did, though these ones weighed more than the ones he had been using before. "Ready," he calls. Mei holds up a thumbs up as she ducks behind a protective barrier. Izuku nods, pulling the pin at the top of the device and throwing it at a dummy in the center of the room. It slams into the dummy's chest, activating upon impact. White goop releases from the device, expanding over the dummy and covering some of the ground it stands on. After a moment, Izuku walks over. He knocks on the substance, now hard, with one of his knuckles. It sounds solid. Mei steps out from behind the barrier. She attempts to pull the dummy off the ground but, upon failing, smiles to herself. Izuku leaves the room for a minute, coming back with a small spray bottle. Mei takes it eagerly, spraying it onto the binding substance. Almost immediately, it melts away into a puddle on the ground, leaving the dummy unharmed. Mei's grin becomes sharper as she whoops. "It worked." Izuku chuckles. "Anything else you wanted my help testing today?" "Yes." Mei shakes her head, waving him toward the exit. "Nope. Bye." Izuku nods. "Bye." He grabs his bag from where he had left it by the door. He doesn't bother waving as he leaves. Mei was much too absorbed in the notes she was taking to notice. Pony waits for him by the gate to the backyard. She smiles when she sees him. They exchange a quick kiss before linking hands and making their way to Izuku's apartment. Pony holds her back straight as she walks through the halls. She had been called to the school early to have a talk with Vlad King before classes. She had been told that a detective from the local police precinct would be there, leading her to believe this had something to do with the attack on the USJ just under a week ago. She takes a deep breath before opening the door of the 1B classroom. Vlad and a detective she vaguely recognizes from the USJ aftermath stand just in front of the teacher's desk, talking quietly with each other. When they realize that Pony had arrived, they stop talking and turn to face her. She closes the door carefully behind her, stepping further into the room when her teacher waves for her to do so. "Tsunatori, I'd like for you to meet Detective Tsukachi. He'll be overseeing our meeting today." Pony nods, bowing slightly to the detective. She recognized him as the detective from the USJ attack who had taken some of their statements. He had said that his quirk was some form of lie detector, though she hadn't quite had a chance to talk to Izuku about it yet. "Hello, detective. The sky is green." The corner of the man's mouth twitches. She has a feeling the reaction would have been worse had the man not practiced hiding it likely his entire life. The detective clears his throat and Vlad changes the subject. "Anyway, as I said, the detective will be overseeing our meeting. Do you have any questions before we start?" Pony nods. "Why is the detective here?" she asks, giving her teacher a curious look. "We'll be discussing some of your actions at the USJ attack. The detective is here because his quirk allows him to detect lies and, as well, he will be determining whether or not legal action needs to take place." Pony nods. "All right. Is there any particular place you'd like me to start or an action you'd like me to explain?" Vlad nods. Just start at the beginning, when you and your fellow students were transported away. Pony does so. She explains her feelings in the moment and the actions both she and the villains took. She makes sure to stress the fact that the villains attacked first. When she finishes her story about the USJ, Vlad asks her a final question regarding her views on life and death and whether or not those who committed crimes deserve to live in the world that they had created. Vlad ends up being satisfied with her answers and dismisses her once their conversation is over. He watches as she leaves, waiting for the door to lick shut behind her before he turns to face the window. The sky today is clear of clouds, and the sun shines brightly down on the grounds. He's proud of Pony, he thinks. He's proud that she already has rather heroic ideals, that she knows where she stands but is willing to change sides should that be required. But he's also disappointed. Disappointed because she shouldn't already know so much about the world they live in. She shouldn't already know her limits when it comes to deciding whether or not someone deserves to live. He's disappointed in the society she had to grow up in to already know of the horrors that drive people to villainy. With a sigh, he turns away from the window and faces the detective. "Thank you for coming," he says. The detective nods, already walking toward the door. "Of course, happy to help." Vlad nods, watching as the man leaves. Once the detective had left, he gathers his things, getting ready to head back to the teacher's dorms. Izuku sits in class with the rest of his classmates, listening to their chatter as he waits for the bell to go. He's occasionally drawn into their conversations, but he's mostly left alone. When the bell finally goes, it takes an extra moment for the door to open, which is unusual for their teacher. The reason quickly becomes apparent as their eyes fall on their teacher. The man is absolutely covered in bandages. One of his arms is held against his chest in a sling while his other arm controls the crutch he's using to take the weight off of one of his legs, which is in a cast. "Are you sure you're okay to be in class, sir?" Izuku asks, watching with the rest of the class as the man hobbles to his podium. "I'm fine, Midoriya. Now then, before class starts I have an announcement." This momentarily takes the students' minds off of the man's injuries, even causing a few of them to lean forward in anticipation. The school will be going forward with the sports festival. It is to take place 2 weeks from now. You'll be competing against other first-year classes for the podium. As well, the festival will be broadcast across the world and many heroes will be in attendance. The festival is a chance for you to show off your abilities to watching heroes and obtain internships. Is that really a good idea after the villain attack? Yaoyorozu asks. Izawa sighs. The HPSC as well as the principal have decided that UA can't put off the festival. We have to show that the attack hasn't affected us. This seems to make sense to his class, but Izuku is still a little skeptical. He doesn't say anything, however, and Izawa moves on. Once classes are over, the class gathers their things and conversations immediately start up, all regarding the coming sports festival. "Let's give it our all, everyone," Uraraka calls, her expression one none of them had seen before. It seemed to help spur the others on, however, as they all cheered, "Yeah, plus ultra." The class tries to leave, now all inspired by Uraraka's clear determination, but are unable to get through the door. Their exit is blocked by a large crowd of other students. Bakugo scowls at them as some of the 1A students start muttering to each other. They're here to check out the competition. Bakugo says in response to some of 1A's mutters. The boy shoves his way through the crowd, ignoring some of the indignant outcries. The crowd quickly closed the path the boy had left, however, and none of the other members really wanted to push through the crowd. Izuku can just make out a familiar voice saying something at the back of the crowd as a boy with purple hair steps forward. He opens his mouth to say something, but before he can, Pony bursts through, pushing her way to the front of the crowd, ignoring those who are yelling at her and those who had fallen due to her pushing and the pushing of others. Pony is already dressed in her workout clothes despite the fact that Class 1B doesn't have heroics until later that day. Pony grabs hold of Uraraka's arm. "Come on. I booked out Gym Gamma for us today." Uraraka groans. "But there's a sale in the cafeteria." Pony ignores her excuses and continues to drag her away. The crowd parts for them this time, watching as Pony drags the other girl away. The members of Class 1A watch with the rest of the crowd in shock while Izuku just chuckles, slinging his bag over his shoulder. He leaves, missing the way the other members of his class shudder at the thought of Uraraka learning to fight like Pony. Itsuka sits across from All Might in one of the private rooms of UA's back hallways. She has a bento box on the table in front of her, but she had barely touched it. All Might has a bit of a solemn look on his face, and she had been waiting for the past few minutes to hear what it was he had called her in to talk about. My time has been reduced to just under an hour. 50 minutes, to be exact. The man says suddenly. Itsuka says in a breath. I'm so sorry I dash. All Might holds up a hand to stop her. It's nothing for you to be apologizing for, young Kendo. It's not your fault. I merely thought you should know since it will interfere with your training. Itsuka nods slowly. Still, I could have at least done something about the Nomu. I was right there, I wanted to move but I was so scared and dash. She shudders, stopping mid-sentence. All Might reaches across the table to rest a hand on her shoulder. Only fools don't feel fear. I'm glad that you didn't move. If you had, you could have been seriously injured. You may be doing well with one for all, but you still have a long ways to go. Tell me again what % you're up to? Itsuka manages a small smile. 10 without putting strain on my body. All Might nods, a smile to mirror hers tugging at his lips. Good. Now, as you've heard the sports festival is coming up. I want you to give it your all. To tell the world that you're here. Itsuka nods. Right. I'll do my best, All Might. I'm sure you will. Izuku walks across the sand, his bag bumping against his side every few steps. He settles on the sand, stretching his arms at his side. Once he's done stretching, he starts on his warm-ups. Izuku takes deep breaths as he lowers himself into a seated position on the sand. A moment later, his phone rings in the pocket of his bag. He reaches over, pulls it out and answers the call. Midoriya, please, you have to help me. She's insane and dash. Uraraka's voice is cut off when the call ends prematurely. Izuku lowers his phone, jumps to his feet and prepares to run back to UA. He's brought out of his panicked packing when his phone buzzes. He opens the message notification from Pony. Pony hearts it. Pony, hey, don't worry about Uraraka. We're just doing some training and she's struggling a bit. Image sent. Izuku opens the image. Pony is closest to the camera, holding up a peace sign as she stares into the camera, a smile on her face. Behind her, Uraraka is slouched against the wall, head in her hands. Izuku tilts his head slightly. Pony hearts it. Pony, hey, don't worry about Uraraka. We're just doing some training and she's struggling a bit. Image sent. Why is Uraraka crying behind you? Pony, she said that matcha was one of her fave foods but I told her I didn't care for it. She's very passionate. Pony holds a package of matcha above Uraraka's head, using her horns to keep it out of reach. Please, please just give it back. Uraraka cries, reaching for the matcha. Only if you keep training with me. You have potential. Uraraka thinks for a moment before nodding. Fine. I'll keep training with you, just please give me back my matcha. Pony nods to herself, sending the package of matcha up into the rafters. You can have it back when we're done. Uraraka groans, falling to her knees as she looks up at the corner of the package peeking out from behind the rafters. Izuku chuckles to himself at Pony's response, putting his phone away as he lowers into a crisscross position. He breathes deeply as he enters a meditative state, the clearing coming into view, Sairu lounging on the large rock in the corner. Hey kid. Sairu greets, jumping off of his rock and sauntering over. Izuku smiles. Hey Sairu. Feel like telling me more about how I'm going to get a handle on my elemental abilities, or am I going to have to figure that out on my own? Sairu shakes his head. You know I'm here to help. So, to start training with an element, you first have to differentiate its track from the tracks of the other elements within you. Here, a generic image of what at first looks to be a nervous system within someone appears beside Sairu. Upon further inspection, however, it's not really a nervous system. There are way more tracks than there should be, and they're all different colors. You already have access to all of the elements, but you're going to have to master certain ones before others to prepare you. Start by picking out each of the elements and then come back. Izuku nods. Got it. With that, he leaves the clearing. The feeling of sand beneath his legs replaces the feeling of grass, but he blocks it out. Instead, he focuses within himself, feeling for the elemental tracks within him. They come into focus, a mess of different elements winding around each other. He picks one of the tracks to follow. It flows through his body, from his brain to his heart and the tips of his fingers. As he follows it, he gets more of an idea of what element it is. It flows easily, occasionally crashing against other tracks, creating waves. Now knowing that the element is water, he moves on to the next track. He slowly identifies each of the different elements. As they each come into focus, he can identify each of them flowing through him. Once he's sure he knows which element is which, he goes back into the mind space. Sairu greets him, jumping out of the large tree in the center of the clearing. So, did you do it? The dragon asks, settling into a seated position in front of the boy. Izuku nods. Sairu grins, his tail flicking behind him. Good. Then just a few more explanations before we can start training. Firstly, the energy for each of the elements is created as you activate them. Yes, the elements exist within you already, but in order to actually use them, muscles, such as your heart, will take cells from within that track and infuse them with energy from your current supply, which will then present as the element wherever you choose to manifest it. You can use up to 95% of the energy you have at the time before you'll start feeling any side effects. Izuku nods along to show he's listening. He catalogs the information in his mind so he can write it down in full detail later. There are minor side effects, and then there are more major ones. You may experience extreme exhaustion, sore muscles, or the temporary inability to move, bleeding from the eyes, mouth, and/or nose, a temporary comatose state, a shortening of your lifespan, and even death. Understand? Izuku nods. Don't use over 95% of my energy, got it? Sir nods. Good. We'll start you on wind, or air, if you'd rather call it that. Since it's your first element, it'll be the most taxing on your body and will be the one that takes you the longest to learn. Izuku nods. So, where do we start? Sairu raises a paw, gesturing for Izuku to stop. There are 2 different tracks you can take. The first would be best in terms of your general health, though it would take a couple of years. It'll leave your body less destroyed and will leave you with the majority of your energy after training. The second track will take maybe 2 or 3 weeks. It will be the most taxing on your body and will most likely leave you with the minimum amount of energy possible at the end of training for a day. Izuku nods. The second one, please. Sairu tilts his head. Are you sure? I wasn't joking when I said it would most likely leave your body destroyed at the end of the day. Plus, it won't leave you a master. You'll learn 1, maybe 2 ways to use the wind before moving on to the next element. You'll have to train more in your free time with it to master it. Izuku nods seriously. I'm sure. Sairu shrugs, as well as a dragon can shrug. Pack up your stuff and go to the forest at the park. Try to go deep and find a clearing. We'll start there. Izuku nods and once again leaves the headspace. He takes a deep breath and rises to his feet. He doesn't need to pack, having thrown everything together when Uraraka called him. He grabs his bag, throwing it over his shoulder. He shakes off some of the sand and starts walking down the beach, heading back the way he had come to find the set of stairs he had taken onto the sand. He finds them a few minutes later and climbs up onto the sidewalk, making his way to the park. Izuku breathes in the damp air of the forest, taking in the scent of moss and rotting leaves. He finds himself a clearing deep within the forest surrounding the park. He sets his bag down on a nearby log, leaning against one of the trees with a larger trunk. All right, kid. Sairu says, his voice echoing in Izuku's head without his more physical manifestation in the mind space. Start by locating the wind track. Focus on it and direct it to your fingertips, preferably your non-dominant hand. Izuku nods, doing as he's asked. He can feel the track in question. The air flows through him gently. Occasionally, especially harsh gusts will give it a burst of speed and take it from a soft summer breeze to a harsh winter wind. He directs the flow to his non-dominant hand, keeping it circulating in his fingertips as he waits for his next instructions. Alright, now let the wind loose and reel it in to make claws. Izuku lets out a breath, letting the wind escape through the tips of his fingers. He doesn't, however, manage to reel it in. Instead, the wind tears through him, tearing apart his fingers and demolishing nearby branches before fading out. Izuku hisses, shaking out his hand. A few of his nails are broken, one or two even torn off the bed. Beads of blood stream down his fingers, into his palm and down the back of his hand. You can still take the other route. Sursus. Izuku waves him off, directing the flow of the wind back to his fingertips. Around 2 hours later, Izuku is sitting underneath a tree, torn apart hands sitting on his lap. Blood drips from his thigh down onto the grass below. The surrounding trees had all suffered, their branches were littering the ground below and there were gouges in their trunks. I think we're done for the day. Sursus. Izuku nods, slowly rising to his feet. He grabs an extra shirt from his bag. He rips off a strip of fabric, wrapping it around his injured hand. He shoves his hand into his pocket and throws his bag over his shoulder. Izuku yawns as he unlocks the door to his dorm. He throws his bag onto his bed and grabs his med kit from his closet. He sits down on his bed next to his bag, taking his hand out of his pocket. He unwraps the bloodied cloth, inspecting the damage before he starts disinfecting. A few minutes later, someone knocks on the front door. He doesn't get the chance to stand, however, before the door is swinging open, revealing Pony on the other side. Guess who came over for a surprise visit? Uraraka is doing well in her training, but I think some stuff will take her longer than I originally thought. Pony's voice trails off as she notices his destroyed fingers. Do you want some help? She asks, pushing the door open fully. Izuku nods. He hands her the open bottle of disinfectant next to him, and she gets to work. She completes the job much faster than he would have. Once his hand is sufficiently bandaged, she brings his knuckles up to her mouth, kissing them gently. What happened? She asks, sitting down on the bed next to him. He shrugs, leaning into her side. I started learning how to use the wind element. It's sharper than I expected. Pony huffs. Just get some rest, okay? Izuku. Right. Izuku blinks his eyes open against the harsh light of the sun streaming in through his window. He yawns, stretching his arms above his head as he sits up. With a start, he realizes his hand no longer hurts. Confused, he unwraps the bandages. To his surprise, the wounds are already healed, the only evidence of the damage he had caused being the jagged tips of his fingernails. What? Oh yeah. Sairu's voice says, echoing in his head. Since you unlocked your hybrid form, you have a regenerative ability. Where it is now, it takes a few hours, but it'll get better as you learn more and get more powerful. Izuku hums. So, more training today. Sairu scoffs. Eat first. Izuku nods. Right. On it. Over the course of the next couple of weeks, Izuku continues to train with the wind element. The day before the sports festival, he finally figures out how to control the wind claws. Izuku grins as he slashes one of the trees, creating large gouges in the trunk. On purpose this time. He had managed to get away with only a few broken fingernails before finally getting the hang of it too, which he considered a massive win after days of destroyed hands. He clenches his hands into fists, admiring the wind claws. Great job, kid. Sairu praises. Uraraka stands in front of Pony on the sparring mat. Her face is pale and she feels weak, but she lowers into an offensive stance anyway. Pony crosses her arms. Do you really think you can fight in that state? She asks. How did you even manage to get into UA? Pony's tone is mocking. She has to force it, as she doesn't really believe what she's saying. She says it anyway. Uraraka's main weakness, as Pony had learned, was how easy she was to rile up with the right words. She'd leave herself open at any insult, something that had to be curbed if she was going to become a hero. Villains played dirty, and every fight Pony had ever seen involved the villain throwing insults at the hero and vice versa. You're just a third-rate hero. How you managed to keep your spot in UA this long, I have no clue. Uraraka frowns as tears start to form in her eyes. Her stance is starting to fall, but other than that she doesn't move. If I was in Mr. Aizawa's place, I would have expelled you by now. Pony has to make a conscious effort to keep her expression even. She had to remind herself that it was in the other girl's best interest. She'd buy her all the food she wanted afterwards to make up for it. Uraraka sniffs, using her sleeve to wipe the tears off her cheeks. Really, you wouldn't be able to do anything on the field. What skills do you have to offer? Uraraka scowls. She jumps forward, throwing a punch at Pony's face. Pony doesn't move, she can tell already that there isn't much force behind the throw. Also, Uraraka's thumb is on the inside. The punch makes contact with Pony's face, but Uraraka pulls back immediately with a hiss. She shakes out her hand, but, luckily, her thumb doesn't appear to be broken. Pony chuckles as she brings her knee up into the other girl's stomach. Uraraka makes a choking noise as the air leaves her lungs. Their spars continue much like this until Uraraka stops responding to Pony's insults. She's able to carry on their spars without even flinching at Pony's words. By the time they're done with the sparring aspect of the day's training, both are smiling at each other from opposite sides of the mat. I'll buy you as much mochi as you want as an apology. Pony promises. Uraraka's smile becomes brighter. Hell yeah. Pony huffs. Don't get too excited. We aren't done yet. Uraraka groans. We'll start with breathing exercises. I'm gonna teach you a few that will help you push through nausea from quirk overuse. Uraraka nods. What will the punishment be for doing it wrong? Shiats. Pony huffs. You're catching on. Also, you'll see. Uraraka rolls her eyes. Fine. Pony gives her the instructions for the breathing exercise and demonstrates it a few times before telling Uraraka to do it herself. She does so, but Pony near immediately punches her just under her ribs, causing her to lose all of the air in her lungs. Seriously? She asks after she recovers enough air. Pony nods. Uraraka glares, but tries again. When Uraraka is good enough at the breathing exercises, they move on to different stances. Pony helps her with her thumb placement when making a fist, as well as teaches her stances that will keep her stable when she's under attack. They also work on a few different moves. Pony directs her on how to use them against a training dummy and against her once she's done it right a few times. Uraraka quickly gets the hang of proper punches, learning to keep her thumb on the outside and keep her wrist straight. Pony also teaches her how to put more force behind them. They stand across from each other on the sparring mat. Uraraka lowers into an offensive stance while Pony goes into a defensive stance. The next couple of hours are spent working on Uraraka's punches and her ability to keep her next moves hidden until she's doing them. By the time they're finally done training for the day, Uraraka is about ready to collapse. Pony uses a towel to sop up the sweat, dripping down her neck. She passes a clean one to Uraraka along with a water bottle. Uraraka chugs the water. She leaves a third in the bottle, though that's quickly gone too, as she pours it over her head. Pony chuckles before drinking from her own bottle. You're still buying me mochi, right? Uraraka asks. Pony nods. Of course. I promised, didn't I? Uraraka grins. But let's go. She jumps up as if all of the fatigue had left her body. Pony laughs as she shakes her head in exasperation. We should change and shower first. Uraraka pouts at being delayed, but heads in the direction of the change rooms and showers anyway. They train over the next couple of weeks. Uraraka improves greatly over that time. Pony is sure to tell her how good she's doing after each training session in the hopes of offsetting the insults she hurls at the other girl during sparring sessions. 2 days before the sports festival, they meet up as usual, though Pony has more water bottles with her than normal. Uraraka becomes suspicious when their warm-up is lighter than usual. Pony also ends their training early, which is really the last nail in the coffin for Uraraka. Are you sure? She asks when Pony calls their training earlier than normal. Pony nods. I have a few things to do today, and you're getting good enough now that you can do some more in your own time if you want. Uraraka nods slowly, still a little unsure. Okay then. The two change quickly. They walk out of the gym together, parting ways at the entrance. Pony heads in the direction of the red light district. She walks quickly, ignoring those she sees on the streets. She stops in front of a closed deli near the center of the red light district. She doesn't take a second glance at the closed sign. She crouches down, picking the lock quickly. She slides inside and closes the door firmly behind her. She walks past the dusty tables and food counter near the back of the restaurant. She heads down a back hall. There are 3 doors, one leading to a back exit, one into a cleaning closet, and the other into an office. From the office, Pony can hear groans and creaking. She flinches, turning her head away from the door as she pushes it open. Inside, a heavy man sits in an armchair, watching TV with 2 women at his sides. 3 other men are in the room, ignoring the gross images on the TV to watch Pony as she enters. One of the men walks toward her, a baseball bat sitting on his shoulder. "Hey!" His voice trails off as he looks her up and down. "Aren't you pretty?" He leans toward her. She grabs his face, digging her nails into his skin. The man starts to swing his bat, but Pony lifts and throws him back. He flies a few feet. When he lands, he stumbles and falls full force onto the TV. The TV falls to the ground with the man, smashing against the concrete floor. The man falls unconscious and deep red marks are visible on his face where Pony had dug her nails in. The man sitting on the chair scowls and snaps his fingers. The other men in the room run at Pony. She shoots out her horns, pinning one to the wall and another to the floor. She punches the third in the throat before sweeping his legs out from under him and slamming his head into the ground. Pony looks over at the man in the chair. He stands up, dismissing the women still in the room. They flee, running down the hall and out of the restaurant. The man stalks toward Pony, smoke billowing from his mouth. Pony darts forward and grabs hold of his wrists. She grips them tightly, nearly crushing the bones as she pulls the man to the ground. He's forced to kneel in front of her. He opens his mouth, letting forth a stream of flames. Pony ducks, avoiding most of the flames. She lifts her head once the smoke clears, glaring down at the man. She turns her head to cough for a moment before looking back down at him. "Calm down. I just came to hire some of your men for a job." The man glares but nods slowly. "Fine. What's the job?" Pony lets go of his wrists, letting him stand. He rubs his wrists. "I need some men to track down and attack a girl. They don't have to be your best." The man nods. "Fine. Leave a picture of her and I'll have them sent out tonight." Pony nods. She removes a few wads of yen from her pocket, as well as a vial of an unlabeled liquid. "This is a quirk inhibitor. It's temporary, and I want you to use it on her before attacking." The man nods, though his attention is on the money and not her. Pony recalls her horns and leaves, listening as the man grabs what she had left and calls for his goons to follow him to the basement of the restaurant. Ochako walks down the street, trying her best not to drag her feet. Her favorite pastry shop had been closed, meaning she wasn't able to buy the mochi she had been looking forward to. She pushes her hair back out of her face as she stands at a light, waiting for the walking man to come on the other side. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of her neck prickle. She doesn't change her demeanor in any way. Pony had made sure to drill into her that the last thing you wanted to do when you're being watched is make the people watching aware that you know. She leans back, stretching her arms above her head. While she stretches, she looks around, trying to find any sign of the person, or people, watching her. She spots movement in a nearby alley. She straightens, pulling her shirt down from where it had ridden up. The stop hand turns into a walking man and she takes a step forward. She crosses the street quickly, looking back and forth in case any cars decide to run the red light. She can hear the brief ruffles of fabric as the people, she now knows there's more than one, follow her across the street. Most of them are smart enough to stay out of her peripherals, but one takes a misstep. She spots his large boots just as they duck back out of view. When she steps off the street and onto the sidewalk, the men step out of the shadows, surrounding her. There are 4 of them, despite the fact that she had been sure there were 5. "Hand over your money," one says. He's the biggest of the group, likely the leader. What he says strikes Ochako as suspicious. Why would such a large group go around mugging people? They could obviously get away with more if they tried. Ochako takes a step back in an attempt to create some distance when she feels a prick in her neck. Her hand comes up to the spot. She stumbles back and the man who had stuck something in her neck steps forward, joining the group of men. She waits for a moment to see if her vision is going to fuzz, or if she's going to pass out. When that doesn't happen, she reaches for some of the stones littering the ground. She attempts to activate her quirk, but nothing happens. Her quirk feels dull and blocked off. She stands quickly, the stones in hand instead of floating above her head. She can't run, they'd overtake her easily. She takes a few steps forward, the pebbles clenched in her fist. They dig into her palms, creating divots in her skin. One reaches for her arm, but she throws the pebbles in his face and he stumbles back, rubbing his eyes. Another reaches for her waist, but she pushes him back, sending him sprawling into the other man. The first man reaches for her again, this time with one hand over his eye. She punches him in the face, hitting the one good eye. He screams as he falls. A third grabs her arm. She elbows him in the face and he lets go. She had lost track of which man was which by this point, but one attempts to punch her in the face. She ducks to avoid him. She punches him in the stomach and grabs hold of his arm when he brings it down. She stands and dislocates his elbow before throwing him to the side into two of the other men. The men scream. One of them reaches for her again in a last-ditch attempt at whatever their goal is. She stomps on his hand, breaking a few of the bones. There was still one standing. He was the smallest of the lot, and obviously hesitant now that all of his buds were lying on the ground. When he spots her watching him, he runs at her. She punches him hard in the face. His nose breaks with a sickening crack. Ochako steps forward and punches the man once in the throat, and then a second time in the stomach. He starts choking, and whatever he had eaten earlier comes up and falls onto the concrete. She kicks him over and he lists to the side. His head falls against the concrete and his eyes roll into the back of his head. Ochako stands in the middle of a ring of unconscious, battered men. Will mostly unconscious. A few of them glare up at her, clutching the injuries keeping them on the ground. Her knuckles are scraped and she has bruises where she was gripped. There's vomit splattered on her shoes and her nose wrinkles at the smell. Her breathing is strained. She hears clapping behind her. She spins around, settling into an offensive stance in preparation for another fight. Instead of another fight, however, she spots Pony, smiling at her and the fallen men. That was great. Pony congratulates. What the F dash, Pony? Did you orchestrate this? Ochako asks. She can feel her quirk coming back to her and reaches down for a few pebbles at her feet. They float up, high above their heads, and she takes solace in the fact that it was working again. Pony nods. Yeah. It was a test, of sorts, to make sure you were paying attention. I was here the entire time, in case it went south, with 119 on my phone. Ochako sighs, unclenching her fists. Seriously? Pony nods as she walks toward the other girl. Yes. However, to make it up to you, I'll be buying you as much food and pastries as you want for the rest of our lives, and I brought you this. She digs around in her bag for a moment and brings out a box of mochi from the store Ochako had wanted to stop at earlier. Ochako grins and rushes over, taking the box in her hands. She doesn't say anything before she tears it open, devouring the first ball she can get her hands on. The two walk side by side down the street. Also, your training is done for now. The scheduled, tough stuff, you can still join me in the gym if you want. I acknowledge that, but also, at the moment all I want to do is eat this beautiful food you've brought me. No more talking. Pony nods and they fall into a comfortable silence. Izuku lounges against a bench against the walls of the waiting room. He's dressed in U.S. gym uniform, as is the rest of his class. Some of them have hushed conversations in the corners, some scroll anxiously on their phones, and others stare at the wall, likely going over plans in their heads, or just too nervous to do anything else. Izuku has his phone in hand as he texts Pony, who was a few doors down in the 1B waiting room. His attention is drawn away from his phone when Todoroki appears in front of him. Yes? He asks, setting his phone down on the bench next to him. You are the strongest person in our class. Therefore, I am going to defeat you today in order to prove that I am capable of beating All Might. Izuku nods. I'll be giving the sports festival my all, then. Todoroki nods in return and heads back to the other end of the waiting room, where he had been standing a minute before. Izuku picks his phone back up, taking a moment to wish Pony luck before shoving it into his locker located above his head. A few minutes later, Present Mick's voice booms from the speaker in the corner. Good morning everyone, and welcome to the annual sports festival, featuring our first-year classes. The man pauses and the cheers coming from those in the stands can just be heard through the cement walls separating them from the field. Alright, please welcome to the arena, the class that survived a villain attack a mere 2 weeks ago, Class 1A. Yaoyorozu leads them out of the waiting room since she's their class president. Jairu walks behind her, and they arrange themselves into a slightly messy single-file line from there. They're met by cheers and whistles. Izuku smiles, making eye contact with the drone cameras projecting their faces onto the screens in the arena and the TVs of those watching from home. Class 1B is called out once 1A stops in front of the stage in the center of the field and the cheers die down. Their announcement is not even close to as personalized as 1S. A girl with ginger hair leads them out, a confident smile on her face. She stops her class a few feet away from 1A. She looks back at Izuku, who is fourth in line behind Bakugo. You are one of the strongest in our year, and I'm going to do my best to beat you today, to tell the world that I am here. Izuku nods, the smile on his face becoming sharp and determined. Rest assured I'll be giving the festival my all. Kendo nods before turning her attention back to the stage. The rest of the classes in their year are called out in alphabetical order. Present Mike tries, perhaps half-heartedly, to build excitement for the non-hero course classes. He praises the Gen Ed students for their high grades and hard work as they walk out onto the field. The students look to hold themselves higher at the praise. The support classes are announced next. Each of them is decked out in tech they had built themselves. One of them in particular stands out the most. She has pink bubblegum hair and has the most tech out of all of them. She has what looks like a jetpack on her back, goggles over her eyes, a metal belt covered in pouches and metal boots. What most of the stuff does, Izuku has no idea. Our support course is already working hard on their designs and putting themselves out there. Better hope our hero students make a good impression, or they could end up without a support engineer. This year's students look especially interesting. The support students line up on the left, evening out the crowd. The business students are called out next, their heads held high. Let's give our business students a round of applause. They are being forced to participate, after all. Although, I am pretty sure they have a betting ring going. The last part is slightly muttered. Everyone's attention is drawn away from the comment, however, by Midnight rising up onto the stage. She cracks her whip, attracting any attention that had still been wandering. Hello, kiddies. Who's ready for their first ever sports festival? The students cheer. Some of the other students, mainly the boys, Izuku notices, shove each other as they stare up at Midnight, their faces redder than they should be. As always, we'll be starting this festival with a pledge from the student representative, otherwise known as the kid who placed first in this year's hero entrance exams. Please welcome to the stage, Midoriya Izuku of Class A. The crowd cheers as Izuku breaks away from his class. He climbs up the stairs on the side of the stage and Midnight gestures for him to stand in front of the microphone that had just risen out of the stage, just as Midnight had a minute or so earlier. Izuku smiles as he looks over the sea of students. I'm happy to be representing my classmates. I know some of you aren't interested in the festival while others are fighting to take a hero course spot. No matter what you think, try your best. After all, showing you're willing to participate in events such as these could show you're flexible, which will look good on a resume. For those looking to take our hero course spots, however, you better be giving your all. This is a competition, first and foremost, and you won't be getting in without placing. Plus Ultra. The students yell, Plus Ultra, back at him as he rejoins his class in the center of the crowd. Midnight takes his spot on the stage and a massive slots machine rises behind her. Let's find out what the first event will be. Midnight calls, gesturing to the machine behind her. The slots start to spin as the audience watches in anticipation. The slots slow individually until they form two words, obstacle course. An obstacle course. Midnight announces. Everyone head to the gate. Midnight says, pointing to a gate at the side of the stadium. As soon as they know where they're going, the students flock toward the gate, forming a massive crowd in front of it. Classes mix, ignoring the few class presidents trying to reshape them into something orderly. There's a countdown light by the gate, the same as those you'd find at a car race. The red light at the top turns on. After a few seconds, it's followed by a yellow light. The gates slide open a bit, partly revealing a corridor on the other end. Izuku peers through at it. Just as the green light turns on, Izuku notices that the corridor narrows at the end. Suddenly, the temperature drops. Izuku jumps, barely avoiding becoming trapped in ice. There are screams of indignation among the students trapped as Todoroki skates past them. Izuku follows after him, carefully trying to keep his balance on the ice. Izuku reaches the middle of the corridor before anyone else manages to free themselves. Bakugo gets free first, using his explosions to propel himself. Yaoyorozu comes after him, followed by Shiro and a few kids from Class B. When Todoroki reaches the end of the tunnel, a herd of robots, the same ones from the entrance exams, storm out of the shadows. Behind them, a zero-pointer rolls out of a doorway in the side of the stadium. Todoroki creates a ramp, soaring above them and landing on top of the zero-pointer. Izuku doesn't have the chance to see anymore as he's attacked by a one-pointer. Scales spread up his arm as he blocks the attack. His claws extend as he punches through the robot's eye, tearing out the wires and circuit boards within. The other bots corner him, a few pushing past to attack the other students behind him. Izuku smashes through another couple of robots before realizing that there were too many and he wouldn't be able to continue on like that. He readies his hand in front of him, reaching for the wind element within him. He forms large wind claws and lets them go in the same way he had when he was first learning how to use them. He manages to avoid any damage to his hands. The robots aren't so lucky. The bots in front of him slice in half, creating a path for him to run through. The zero-pointer is damaged by the attack too, though that only manages to slow it down. He slides underneath its legs, spotting the bottomless pit, as it had been called by Present Mike when Todoroki reached it, ahead of him as soon as he gets up. There are ropes connecting the platforms, and they sway in the wind. Izuku ignores them. Scales spread down Izuku's legs and he jumps from platform to platform. He spots Todoroki ahead of him. The other boy turns a corner and is once again out of Izuku's sight. Izuku lands with a thud on the other side of the pit. The scales on his legs stay as he runs down the path, turning the same corner Todoroki had a few moments earlier. The first thing he spots is a sign warning of landmines. The second thing he notices is the large dirt pit, small mounds littering it. Todoroki is skating above in on a bridge of ice. Izuku speeds up, kicking up dust as he goes. He ignores the explosions he sets off and tunes out Present Mick's voice as it booms over the speakers. Inko sits beside Hina on the couch in her apartment. The TV is on, showing the live stream of the sports festival. The two women were leaning forward, watching with bated breath as Izuku ran across the landmines. When he emerges on the other side, the two cheer, smiling at each other. Izuku huffs as he crosses the finish line. He's dusty but otherwise okay. The scales recede as he smiles up at the cheering crowd. Others emerge behind him, some with a few bruises and scrapes. Yaoyorozu emerges with Mineta attached to her back. Aizawa comments on it. The comment contains a thinly veiled insult directed at Mineta, though whether or not the boy notices Izuku doesn't know. Pony crosses the finish line behind them. She tears Mineta off Yaoyorozu, kicking him away once she sets him down. She walks away with Yaoyorozu, shooting Izuku a smile before they enter the innards of the stadium. All for One watches the sports festival on one of the many screens filling the space around his bed. He had to use a mix of quirks in order to see the broadcast, but it was worth it. After all, the Midoriya child was rather interesting. According to Shigaraki, the boy had managed to hold off the Nomu, at least until one of his classmates was used as a hostage. The doctor watches from where he stands at All for One's bedside. That boy's quirk seems rather interesting. The doctor comments, "I would love to get my hands on it." All for One hums, "Yes." It does look as if he could have control over the elements, based on his affinity for wind. In fact, he seems to have access to a few of the abilities we give the Nomu as. Well, the doctor nods. It's a wonder he still has cognitive abilities. He could be quite the asset. All for one nods, chuckling. It ends in a coughing fit, though even that can't wipe the malevolent smile off his face. Izuku talks with Pony and a few of his classmates on the field. They stand by the stage, surrounded by a few other groups. There aren't nearly as many as would be moving on to the next round. Some of them were being healed by Recovery Girl, some were sitting in the stands, and others were elsewhere. In the middle of Denki's sentence, a warning buzzer sounds, signaling for them to line up in their classes once again. Students flood the field. Some lines are only 1 or 2 people long, while others don't exist at all. There aren't enough students to fill the gaps, so they're left alone. Another buzzer sounds just as Midnight steps back onto the stage. The lights on the cameras flicker to life and the drones begin circling again. Welcome back, everyone. Midnight calls. The slot machine rises back out of the stage behind her. It's time to find out what the second event will be. She announces as the slots start to spin. Individual slots slow to a stop until they once again come together to form 2 words, cavalry battle. The second event will be a cavalry battle. Midnight announces. Each participating student will be given a point value based on their placement in the obstacle race. Each will be a steady increment of 50, with the exception of first place. Midoriya Izuku will have a point value of 10 million. All eyes turn to Izuku. He straightens his back and holds his head high against the stairs. Everyone gather at the gates. You'll be given the headband with your point value on it and 15 minutes on the field to plan and make your teams. Max of 4 people per team. Midnight instructs. They do as they're told, though students stay away from Izuku, making it clear that he's going to struggle to make his team. The gates open soon after everyone is gathered. The field is barren. The ground is covered in what looks like a mix of dirt and sand. Izuku stands off to the side, surveying the other students. Most of them stick to groups within their own class, but a few invite outsiders. As the time they have for team-making ticks down, Izuku realizes he's either going to have to accept those that no one else wants, or he's going to have to force someone to join his team. Whether or not that's through kindness or intimidation, he hasn't yet decided. He's about to just pick someone and go up to them when Pony bumps into his side. She wraps her arms around his waist and digs her fingers under his ribs. Laughing, Izuku loses his balance and falls to the ground. Pony laughs with him as she helps him up. I'm going to be on your team, obviously. So, do you know who else you want on our team? Izuku shrugs. Whoever we can get, I guess. A few minutes later, Uraraka and Tokoyami stand beside them. They're talking through their plan, or at least what little of a plant they can make when Tokoyami is pushed aside by a girl with bubblegum pink hair, goggles over her eyes, and tech covering practically every inch of her. I'm going to be on your team, 1 million. You'll help put my babies in the spotlight. Pony tilts her head. Babies? The girl nods energetically as she shows off some of the gadgets on her person. My babies. There are engineering agents in the crowd after all. Tokoyami breathes a sigh of relief when Izuku nods in agreement. Hatsum takes his place and he walks off to join another team. Pony clambers onto Izuku's shoulders, boosted up by Uraraka. She had 4 headbands on her head, all turned inside out. They arrange themselves so that Hatsum is in the front, supporting Pony's feet, and Uraraka is on the left, making contact with each of them. The buzzer sounds a minute later. Izuku's feet shift as the ground starts to move beneath them as if it's melting. Uraraka activates her quirk and they all float up into the air, avoiding the sopping ground that the other teams are sinking into. Uraraka doesn't have to do all the work, though, as Hatuzum's jetpack keeps her aloft and Pony hooks a horn into each of their shirts to ensure they don't fall. They have a few minutes of peace in the air before a slimy tongue comes darting at them from below. The tongue is quickly joined by sticky purple ball. They do their best to dodge, but one of the balls sticks to the leg of Hatsum's uniform. Hatsum zooms in her eyes, tracing the path of the projectiles to Shuji, who's running around with his arms covering his back. They're coming from there, she calls, pointing to the boy on the ground. Pony nods. One horn detaches from her head and shoots down toward Shuji. The point drives through the webbing between his arms. 2 high-pitched screams sound from below. Izuku's attention is drawn from the team below them by the sound of explosions nearby. Bakugo flies through the air toward them. Tape is wrapped around his waist, tethering him to his team. Izuku flicks his wrist. The wind swirls, knocking Bakugo out of the sky. He doesn't have time to see if the other boy lands with his team as Todoroki starts making an ice ramp up to them. Izuku pulls the same trick, tossing shards of ice off course. The ramp ends up warped, though Todoroki's team tries anyway. Uraraka kicks out, knocking them back down to the ground. They recover quickly, however, and come up again. Ida's engines start to smoke as he calls out, "Recipro burst!" Their team bursts up the ramp, Todoroki reaching out a hand as they go. He manages to grab one of the bands before they land on a second ramp Todoroki creates as they descend. Izuku's team follows. Uraraka releases her quirk, allowing them to slide down the ramp. Her face looks a little green, but she seems to be faring okay for the moment. Izuku reaches out for the bands on Todoroki's out. A brief look of panic overtakes his face right before. His left side bursts into flames. Izuku ignores the fire. His arm coats itself in scales, protecting him from the heat. He snatches the band Todoroki had stolen and hands it up to Pony just as the buzzer sounds. "That's the end of the cavalry battle, folks," Present Mike announces. "And here are the students moving on." The screens changed, showing a list of 16 students, all of whom would be moving on to the next round. Izuku's team, of course, are the first 4 listed. As they make their way off the field, they're told that they'll be given an hour-long break before the next event. The bracket for the one-on-ones would be released about 10 minutes before the first rounds would commence. Pony comes up beside Izuku. She reaches her hands up, wrapping her arms around his neck. She plants a kiss on his cheek before hooking her arm through his. They walk side by side to the edge of the field, dead set on the innards of the stadium, when Todoroki steps in front of them. "Midoriya, are you free for a moment, Dash?" Izuku shakes his head. "Sorry, Todoroki, I'm busy right now." "Are you sure, Dash?" A horn flies past his head, lodging in the wall behind him. His head snaps to Pony, who waves her hand in dismissal before continuing on with Izuku. They too make their way through the halls of the stadium until they find a deserted hall. Izuku presses Pony against a wall, his head tilted down to look her in the eye. She smiles up at him as she rests her hand on the back of his head. Her fingers tangle in his hair as their lips meet. She parts his lips with her tongue. His sharp teeth prick her tongue and she closes her eyes, noticing him do the same. Izuku ignores the smell of sweat as he leans over Pony. He does his best not to bite her as his hands dig into her hips. After a moment, she gently pulls away. The hand not tangled in his hair comes to rest on one of his hands as she looks up at him. "Really?" She sounds like she's holding in a laugh. Izuku grins as he presses a kiss against her forehead. "You made me fall earlier." Pony hums as she attempts, though half-heartedly, to pull his hands away. "Yes, but do you really have to get me back now?" Her eyes take on an innocent shine, and her smile loses some of its mischief to match. Izuku tilts his head and hums as if he's thinking it over. "Yes." His fingers dig into her sides and she squeals, doubling over. She grips his arms for balance as she laughs. He stops a few seconds later and she leans against his chest. "Are we even now?" she asks between deep breaths. Izuku rests his head on hers between her horns as he thinks. "I guess. For now, at least." Pony smirks. "Fine. Now, I think Todoroki wanted to talk to you." She looks up at what she can see of his head from underneath her lashes. Izuku huffs as he gently pulls back. "Right. I'll see you after?" His lips brush the spot between her brows. Pony nods. "Of course. I'll wait for you in 1BS section." Izuku nods back. "All right. Bye." His voice is sultry, holding promises to be fulfilled later as his hands leave her body and he walks away. Pony takes a moment for herself, catching the last of her breath before she follows after. Izuku wanders the halls of the stadium for a while before he finally spots Todoroki rounding a corner ahead of him, coming his way. Todoroki spots him and slows his pace as he comes to a stop in front of Izuku. "Midoriya." Todoroki greets. They're standing by one of the exits out into the arena, rays of sun streaming in at their feet. Todoroki, Izuku says in return. I have something important to ask you. I urge you to answer truthfully. Izuku nods. Of course. What's up? Are you All Might's secret love child? Todoroki asks, his tone flat and his expression serious. Whatever Izuku had been expecting, it wasn't that. He bursts into laughter for the second time that day, hands coming to clasp his stomach. A minute or so later Izuku unfolds. He wipes the tears that had fallen from his eyes off his cheeks and takes a few deep breaths before answering. I am in no way related to All Might, I assure you. Izuku says. Todoroki's head tilts. Izuku can't help but compare the boy to a cat in his mind. Are you sure? You share the same enhanced abilities and he watches you a little more than the others during our heroics lessons. Izuku nods. I'm sure. If we are related, it's so far down my family tree that we're far from sharing enough blood to make it significant. My dad works abroad in America, here. Izuku pulls up a picture of his father on his phone, flipping it to show Todoroki. After a moment Todoroki nods. I see. For a moment, they stand in silence. That is until Todoroki breaks it with another sentence Izuku hadn't expected to come from his mouth. Are you familiar with quirk marriages? Izuku stands and listens as Todoroki explains to him some of the intricacies of his home life, the truth of why his mother lives in a hospital, and the horrors of Endeavor's abuse. When he's done, Todoroki takes a breath and stalks off before Izuku can say anything. Izuku stands there in shock for a moment before shaking himself off and heading up to the stands to find Pony. He sits down next to her as the bracket for the first round of one-on-one battles is projected above the stage. Their names are printed under their pictures. Midoriya Izuku vs. Shinso Hitoshi. Tsunatori Pony vs. Shiozaki Ibara. Todoroki Shudo vs. Shiro Hanta. Ida Tenya vs. Hatsume. Bakugo Katsuki vs. Uraraka Ochako. Yaoyorozu Momo vs. Tokoyami Fumikichi. Kendo Itsuka vs. Minoma Nito. Kirishima Ijuru vs. Hananuki Juzo. Izuku is happy with his match. He had heard about Shinsu's quirk, some kind of brainwashing or hypnosis. He was excited to learn how it worked and if he could resist it. He's taken out of his thoughts by the sound of Mineta talking over the barrier between the 1A and 1B seating areas. Mrs. Midnight asked me to tell you that you have to go change into the cheer uniforms. Izuku can practically hear the smile on the other boy's face. Yeah, right? He hears Jiraiya reply. We would have been told ahead of time. Hako says. I'm telling the truth. Mineta cries. Leave it, Mineta, we know you're lying. Yaoyorozu says. I'm not lying. Mineta says. Izuku hears the sound of a slap and Mineta screams out. What was that for? Mineta's voice is shrill. For being a creep. Jiraiya says. Izuku is sure Mineta is about to retort when Hagakure speaks up. Let's head down to the cafeteria before the matches. I'm hungry. The other girls voice their agreement and Izuku can hear their footsteps as they retreat into the stadium. When the break comes to an end, present mic comes over the speakers. Our first match is between Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A and Shinso Hitoshi of Class 1C. Izuku steps out onto the arena across from Shinso. Midnight stands on the stage a few feet away from the arena. Alright, here's how this works. If you touch the ground outside the border, become unable to continue, or tap out you lose. Understood? Midnight says. Izuku and Shinso both nod. Midnight nods back and cracks her whip on the concrete of the stage. So, you think you're good enough to become a hero? Shinso says. Is all Izuku can get out in reply before he feels as if he's given up control of his body. It feels like he's watching himself from the outside, as if he's one of the spectators in the stands. Walk out of bounds. Shinso commands. Izuku's body moves of its own accord. It turns toward the boundary line and he takes 2 steps forward. Your mind will be better protected. You'll be able to resist some mind control quirks, though it will take effort. For now, the ability is called Will. As you master it and become stronger, the name will change. The dragon's voice sounds in his head. It's a memory from a month or so ago of a conversation they'd had after he'd unlocked the hybrid form. However, it feels as if the memory had been dragged to the surface by someone other than Izuku. Likely the dragon, attempting to help him break out of the quirk. Izuku does as he'd been told. He focuses back on his body, specifically on stopping. His body grinds to a halt, pausing a few feet from the border. Shinso keeps calling for him to move, but he stays in place. Izuku takes a deep breath as he regains control of his body. He shakes out his limbs, leaning his head back to look up at Tei's sky for a moment before turning to face Shinso. Shinso's eyes widen in panic as he starts to look around himself as if searching for help. Izuku can still feel the dragon at the back of his head, hovering in case Shinso's quirk takes effect again. Izuku steps toward Shinso, walking deliberately. Shinso takes a step back. He lowers into a defensive stance as Izuku nears and attempts to attack. Izuku dodges easily and punches Shinso in the chest. The other boy flies back out of the ring. He lands on the grass surrounding the arena. Izuku hears him groan before midnight. Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya wins. She announces. The crowd cheers, whooping and clapping. Izuku turns in a circle, smiling up at everyone in the stands as a duo of medbots heft Shinso onto their stretcher and cart him back into the stands. Izuku walks back into the stadium through the tunnel he had come out through. Around 5 minutes later, Present Mike announces the next match. Up next we have Shizuki Ibara and Tsunatori Pony. The crowd cheers as the two girls walk out onto the arena. Pony waves to the crowd and smiles up at the stands. Shizuki stares straight ahead, her hands clasped in front of her. Let's go through the rules. Midnight calls once they're both within the arena. If you step out of bounds, are unable to continue, or tap out, you lose. Understood? The two girls nod. Midnight cracks her whip on the concrete of the stage and their match begins. Shizuki's vines snake up and around her, creating a shield around her. Pony rises out of the offensive position she had lowered into, her arms crossed against her chest. Two sets of horns hover on either side of her as she walks toward the vine sphere. She tilts her head as she inspects the shield. After a moment she steps back and her horns start spinning violently, resembling drills. They tear through the vines, creating holes in the vines to reveal a shocked Shizuki within. The holes are quickly filled and the shield looks to become thicker. A few dart out at her, attempting to grab her or cut her with their thorns. While Pony continues to dodge, her horns start to cut a door-shaped hole into the vines. More join them and the vines fall away, once again revealing Shizuki on the other side. Pony jumps forward and through the hole, uppercutting the other girl. Shizuki stumbles backward. Another vine snakes up toward Pony, though it's slower than the others. Pony sidesteps it. She elbows Shizuki in the stomach as she passes her, causing her to double over. Is that all you've got? She taunts, standing back as she watches Shizuki. Shizuki glares up at her as a wave of vines sweeps in her direction. Pony leaps to dodge them. As she moves, she grabs hold of Shizuki's arms. She lands behind the other girl, Shizuki's arms clasped in her grip. Pony kicks her in the back and lets go of her at the same time. Shizuki stumbles forward and is about to fall over the boundary line before a wall of vines catches her. Pony sends out her horns in an attempt to push or drag Shizuki out of the arena. Shizuki dodges and blocks the horns, working her way back into the middle of the arena. They continue their dance of dodging and sending out attacks for nearly 8 minutes. Pony watches as Shizuki grows weaker and slower. Shizuki tries to stop Pony from getting close to her but ultimately fails. She unleashes a volley of attacks as Shizuki tries to fight back. Primal fear appears in the other girl's gaze as Pony becomes relentless. Shizuki sees a horn heading straight for her neck, sharp tip gleaming in the bright sun. She screams as the bone hurtles right for her. She screams as the horn slices through her neck, sending her head tumbling to the ground and spewing blood across the arena. Pony winces as Shizuki screams, the shrill sound piercing in her ears. Shizuki falls unconscious, collapsing in a heap on the ground. Pony smiles to herself as she realizes that she has won, but when her name isn't called she glances over at Midnight, who's ripping over her costume as purple smoke billows from her skin. On instinct, Pony balances herself on her horns, flying up into the air as she uses a technique Izuku had taught to blow the smoke away. She's, admittedly, much weaker than him, meaning she doesn't blow as much of the smoke away as he'd have been able to, nor does it go as far. Semitas attempts to grab her from a cement platform, but she maneuvers out of the way. She sets back down next to Shiozaki, who, other than a few scrapes and bruises, is just fine. Why are you trying to grab me? She's fine, just passed out. I don't know why. The teachers look down at the unconscious girl, taking in her minor injuries before conceding. Our apologies, Tsunatori. We had thought she was much more injured based on her screams. Pony nods. I understand. Present Mike audibly clears his throat, the sound carrying over the speakers. Shiozaki Ibara is unable to continue. Tsunatori Pony is the winner. He announces. The crowd cheers, though they're quieter than they had been when Pony had walked out. She was happy about her win nonetheless, smiling as she walks out of the arena and back up to the stands. Miruku watches the UA Sports Festival on the large screen in her office. Her agency is relatively small, as she was one of only 4 heroes contracted to it. The rest of her employees were sparse, numbers only just above what would be required for their work. Though they were all paid handsomely. She rarely ever took on interns, the last being around 5 years ago, as she found most candidates to be a waste of time, but Tsunatori intrigued her. The girl had potential and was obviously highly skilled and brutal in her attack, something Miruko wanted to help her hone. Miruko presses a button on the cord phone next to her computer as she spins in her chair. Luca? Would you mind printing me the UA intern request form? For first-year Tsunatori Pony, specifically. She asks. After a moment, the young man's voice replies to her, crackling over the speaker. Right away, ma'am. Thanks. She finishes before pressing the button again, ending their call. She hoped Tsunatori would accept her request. She was greatly looking forward to getting to know the girl. As she's walking through the halls, she catches the end of Present Mix's commentary on her victory. Tsunatori Pony is the beloved daughter of American hero Cow Lady, who moved to Japan nearly a year ago with her husband in the hopes of expanding his business. Seems rather clear from her ruthless fighting style that Tsunatori takes after her mother. Pony rolls her eyes good-naturedly as she climbs the stairs to the 1B seating area. Yes, her mother had taken the time to train her, but she's also spent the majority of her time sparring against Izuku, who took hundreds of attacks to even bruise. Pony leans against Izuku as they watch a few of the remaining matches. Todoroki and Shiro are up first, walking out onto the arena to the cheers of the crowd, though Izuku mutters to her that most of the noise is most likely for Todoroki, considering he's Endeavor's son. Speaking of the man, Pony can't help but notice the way he watches his son with incredible intensity. The match ends as quickly as it starts. As soon as Midnight's whip cracks against the stage, a large iceberg forms around Shiro, trapping him inside. There's a moment of silence before Midnight announces Todoroki's win. The boy walks forward after his win is confirmed, laying a steaming hand against the iceberg. He melts the ice directly trapping Shiro but leaves the rest for the heroes and staff to deal with. Ida and Hatsum were next. The legacy boy steps onto the arena with a winged belt around his waist. Did you have that approved, Ida? Midnight asks, gesturing to the belt. Ida immediately dips into a bow. My apologies, ma'am. Hatsum offered it to me and I assumed that since she had offered it, it would be okay. Midnight is about to reply when Hatsum interrupts her. I'd prefer if you allowed him to wear it, ma'am. Midnight takes a moment to consider before shrugging and nodding. All right, since both participants are okay with it. I assume you're familiar with the rules by this point. The two students nod and Midnight's whip cracks against the concrete of the stage, starting the match. Ida looks like he's about to run across the arena to Hatsum when she presses a button on her own belt and he shoots up into the air. She taps her headphones and a microphone drops down next to her mouth. The next 10 minutes are filled with Hatsum pitching each of the support items, captivating the support engineers in the audience while boring everyone else. They allow her to continue without interruption, however, and after a few minutes, Ida concedes to being the model in her impromptu ad. When she's finally done, she lowers Ida to the ground and steps out of the ring, conceding the match to Ida. Both Izuku and Pony can see the anger and disapproval in his expression at not receiving an actual match, but hopefully his next would prove more fruitful for him. Ochako takes a deep breath as she leans back in one of the chairs in the waiting room. A piece of paper sits on the table in front of her, causing more anxiety than the fight she's going into once that timer on the wall reaches 0. Pony had given her the paper just before Ochako left for the waiting room. The letter threatened to increase Ochako's training, should she not do her best. She had been planning to, anyway, but now she was really thinking through her plans. She didn't know how her training could become more intense, but she wasn't ready to find out. When she looks up, she sees that there's only a minute left on the timer. She sighs as she stands. She tucks in her chair with a screech and walks toward the door. She takes one more deep breath before pulling it open and stepping out into the hall. Ida is leaning against the opposite wall. Ochako smiles as she closes the door behind her. "Ida, congrats on your win," she says with a smile. Clearly, the smile isn't as happy as she was trying for as Ida looks at her with minor concern. "Are you all right, Uraraka? You look rather nervous. Though of course I can't blame you. You're going up against Bokugu after all." She shrugs, letting the smile fall. "Honestly, I'm more nervous about what'll come after. Pony says that if I don't try my best, she's going to increase my training." Ida nods in sympathy. "Well, then, I hope she deems your performance acceptable." Ochako smiles as she thanks him. At the same time, a robotic voice comes over the speakers, calling her out to the field. "I'll see you later?" she asks. Ida nods. "Of course. I wish you luck." Ochako sighs. "Thanks." She straightens her back before walking through the tunnel and out onto the field. She's met by the cheers of those in the stands. She stops on the opposite side of the arena from Bokugu. "You afraid, Pink Cheeks? Worried you're too weak to stand a chance." Bokugu taunts. Ochako holds back the urge to roll her eyes. Pony watches the two in the arena intently. She has one arm against her chest while the other reaches slightly behind her and down, stroking Izuku's tail, which is wrapped across her waist. Mina coos behind her. "You two are so cute," she says. Pony barely registers the words, too focused on Ochako as Midnight's whip cracks against the stage. Ochako jumps forward, reaching for Bokugu. She can tell he's winding up for a right hook. She jumps out of the way, managing to land a hit on his side before she's forced back. She does her best to stay close, though this ends in a few explosions getting a little too close, singing her clothing and hair. Pony huffs as she watches Ochako dodge blasts, though she doesn't jump back enough to avoid being singed and, in some cases, burned. She should be staying back. Pony says, leaning forward. What she's doing now won't work in the long run. She says, "Zukums. Better hope she ends it quickly then." Uraraka raises her arms to protect her face against the coming explosion. She stumbles back as the searing heat burns her skin and the loud pop causes her ears to start ringing. She hisses a breath as she lowers her arms, glaring at Bokugu as he resets his stance. She's pretty sure Bokugu says something, but she can't hear what it is. Probably another taunt, if their fight so far was anything to go off of. Smoke clouds the arena, forcing her to squint as she tries to spot Bokugu through the cloud. The ringing starts to subside and she strains her ears, trying to hear any indication of Bokugu's location. He sets off another explosion, thickening the smoke cloud while also telling Ochako where he is. She smiles to herself as she tears off her jacket and tosses it in the direction of the noise. Another explosion goes off, this time lighting up the area enough that she can see him standing off to the left. Ochako jumps out behind him but only manages to hit him in the stomach, not quite hard enough to debilitate before she's forced backward with another explosion. She isn't fast enough to raise her arms again, causing a few places on her face and shoulders to burn. They continue to go back and forth, Uraraka forcing herself in close to land a hit or two before she's forced back by an explosion or attack. She tries to tune out the booing crowd as she dodges an incoming punch. "Why aren't you stopping the match?" someone calls. "He's being too harsh. Can't you see her burns?" Another one. Why isn't he going easier on her? He's acting like a villain. Ochako stumbles at that one, taking a hit to the shoulder as a result. Enough. Their teacher's voice comes on over the speakers, drowning out the voices of those in the stands. Bakugo is giving this fight his all, as I'm sure Uraraka is doing. Those of you who are heroes should recognize that. It's a sign of respect, and those of you who don't recognize that sicken me. Uraraka sees Bakugo glance up at the stands and takes this as her chance. She touches her fingers together and the rocks gathered above them start to fall. For a moment, she thinks she's won. That Bakugo will be crushed underneath this barrage and she'll be proclaimed the winner. She jumps forward, reaching to touch him, but at the last minute he raises his arm and sets off the biggest explosion yet. Ochako is blown back in the explosion. Dust settles in her hair, coating her skin and clothes. She lands a few feet away and props herself up on her elbows. She watches as Bakugo lowers his shaking arm to his chest. He clutches his hand as he watches her. She tries to stand and Bakugo's eyes narrow. He settles back into an offensive position. Ochako winces as the world starts to spin. Her stomach churns, a sensation she'd been pushing down since almost the middle of the fight. She tries to hold back vomit as she tilts to the side. Black encroaches on the side of the vision, slowly taking over. She GGS one last time before she loses consciousness. Ochako blinks awake. Blinding fluorescents hang above her, making it difficult for her to open her eyes, though she manages. When she looks over to her side, she sees Pony sitting in a chair by her bed. Pony smiles when she sees Ochako's eyes on her. "Good morning. Nice new scars you've got. Make you look badass." Ochako huffs a laugh. "Thanks, I haven't seen them yet." Pony shrugs. "I think they look cool, but I don't think everyone else will agree." "What?" Pony suddenly looks more serious than she's been since their last training session. "You'll be judged by other heroes, there's no getting around it. Happened to my mom and all of her hero friends. On a man, scars are seen as a trophy, they show off how many dangerous fights they've had and survived. On a woman, they're seen as her not trying hard enough. They'll likely impede your ranking. Scars aren't marketable on advertisements." Bakugo nods. "I understand. But I'm not going to let that stop me. I'm going to become a hero, a respected one, and I'm going to make enough money to keep my parents on their feet." Pony smiles. "I'm glad." Both of them jump slightly when Ochako's phone goes off. She picks it up and reads the caller ID before looking up at Pony. "Sorry, it's my mom. Do you mind?" Pony shakes her head as she stands. "Of course not. I'll see you later." Ochako waves and answers the phone, saying hello just as Pony steps back out into the hall. Pony sits next to Izuku as the next match starts. Yaoyorozu steps out onto the field across from Tokoyami. Midnight asks them if they both know the rules. They nod, and she cracks her whip against the stage. Yaoyorozu's arm glitters as she pulls out a metal pole and a shield, of all things. Pony huffs. Why didn't she make a flash grenade or even a flashlight? Dark Shadow is already weak, any more light and she'd have them out of commission, at least temporarily. Izuku nods in agreement. I'm sure she thought of that. She just doesn't have enough confidence in her plans. She fell back on something familiar. Yeah, I know. Maybe I should start training with her too. Izuku chuckles as he rests a hand on her thigh. If you keep taking on girls to train, you'll stop having time to train yourself. Pony waves him off as she leans forward. She watches as Yaoyorozu is slowly pushed back toward the boundary. She tries to fight back, but any attempts to block attacks just push her further back. Eventually, she's pushed over the boundary and Midnight announces Tokoyami the winner. Pony shakes her head in disappointment as she leans back. She should have been able to win, she says. Izuku hums in agreement as he, too, leans back into his chair. Let's hope the others do well. Pony nods and they wait in silence for Monoma and Kendo's match to start. The two 1B students walk out across from each other. Midnight once again asks if they remember the rules and they nod. She barely waits for their answer before her whip cracks. Nito looks like he's crouching down to touch the ground, but before he can do much, Kendo jumps toward him, her fists growing. She punches him across the face, both knocking him unconscious and pushing him out of the ring. Pony holds back a laugh as Monoma's limp body hits the ground. Izuku chuckles when he glances over at her. Kirishima and Hananuki are next. At first, Pony thinks Hananuki is the sure winner. She'd seen him training with his quirk, after all, but just as Midnight's whip cracks he trips, landing face first on the concrete. A crack resounds throughout the arena as the stands go silent. Kirishima stands still for a moment before he takes a careful step forward, nudging the other boy's hand over the boundary. Midnight shrugs. Hananuki is out of bounds. Kirishima wins. The cheers are belated and quiet. Through them, you can clearly hear Pony burst into laughter. Pony walks out onto the arena, Ida walking out across from her. The other boy has a determined expression on his face, set on not allowing this match to end like his last. Pony takes on an expression to match as she comes to a stop. Midnight asks if they both know the rules. Pony nods, though she doesn't look up at her teacher. She keeps her gaze pinned on Ida. He nods, too, and Midnight's whip cracks against the cement. Ida's engines start to smoke and he darts forward with a speed Pony hadn't seen from him before. She jumps to the side, shooting horns off from her head. She smiles to herself as Ida dodges the projectiles. Ida holds his arms out as he continues to run at her in an attempt to push her down. Pony waits until he's just a few feet away. She shifts, pulling an arm back. She punches him in the chin. His head snaps back and he stumbles. What a quick reaction from Ms. Tsunotori. Present Mike says, his voice booming through the speakers in the stands. He was going 161 km/h after all. A huff from Mr. Aizawa interrupts anything else Present Mike was planning to say. She has a multifaceted horse mutation quirk. As such, all of her physical attributes are enhanced beyond that of the average person and even most superhumans. He explains simply, if a little scathing. Ida spits out blood, and small pieces of what looks like bone fall out with it. When he looks back up, Pony can see that a few of his teeth are chipped, some more severely than others. Ida doesn't waste any more time. He runs for her side, trying to kick out when he reaches her left. She catches his leg. Nice try, she says, smiling. Let me show you how to do it properly. With that, she lets go and kicks out herself. The hit lands on Ida's chest and he goes flying back. He hits the wall of the stadium with a crack and falls to the grass, unconscious, a vaguely person-shaped hole left behind in the stadium wall. The stands erupt in cheers as Pony is pronounced the winner by Midnight, her whip in the air as she smiles at the stands. Pony mimics the smile as she walks out of the arena, careful not to step on the collection of blood and teeth. She enters the stands through the same tunnel she had used to leave. She makes her way up to the 1A seating area, where Izuku had moved after Monoma had refused to stop glaring and Izuku had gotten sick of sitting through his thinly veiled insults. Pony isn't able to sit next to Izuku for more than a minute before he gets up for his match. Pony presses a kiss to his cheek as he stands. Good luck, she says. He smiles at her, gently brushing his lips against her hair before taking the stairs into the stands. Pony settles into the empty seat beneath her, ignoring the glances from the 1A students as she waits for Izuku's match to start. Izuku walks out onto the arena across from Kirishima. The other boy has a determined expression on his face. Midnight asks if they know the rules. They both nod at the same time and the sound of her whip cracking echoes on the stands, though it's drowned out by the cheers. Kirishima's skin hardens and he runs forward. Izuku sidesteps him. Kirishima's eyes widen as he skids to a stop. Izuku takes advantage of the momentary distraction and punches Kirishima in the side of the head. He stumbles to the side but catches himself and runs at Izuku again. Izuku punches him in the stomach. A cracking sound reverberates in his ears as Kirishima gasps. When he steps back, the press of hardened skin beneath his gym uniform is no longer visible. Kirishima glares as he reactivates his quirk. He crouches and punches the ground, creating a crater and creating enough dust that he could hide within it while he gathered himself. Izuku lets Kirishima slip into the dust. He creates more of it himself, kicking up the cement floor of the arena to enlarge the cloud. Once he's satisfied, he starts walking, searching the dust for Kirishima. When he finds the other boy, it's to him in an offensive stance, already punching out. Izuku lets the blow land, if only so he can prepare his own. Kirishima falls to the ground and rolls, absorbing the impact. The dust starts to clear and Kirishima becomes more clear, curled up a few feet away, still within the borders of the arena. A camera drone comes down to hover next to his face. For a moment, Izuku thinks Midnight is going to call Kirishima unable to continue. He has a crack running through his hardening, from his temple down to his chin, and his eyes are screwed shut. Kirishima's eyes pop open and he pushes himself up to his knees. The drone flits away, back up into the air with its brethren. He makes immediate eye contact with Izuku, who's stepping forward. Izuku reaches out, setting off a blast of air, clearing away the remaining dust and causing Kirishima to stumble. He manages to stay upright and jumps at Izuku, throwing a few punches before jumping back to avoid being hit himself. The two continue to exchange blows. Izuku adjusts the amount of force he puts behind each attack, occasionally knocking Kirishima to the ground while other times barely causing him to skip a breath. Finally, he settles on a force he likes and hits Kirishima in the chest. His hardening shatters and he falls to the ground, unconscious. The crowd cheers as Midnight raises her whip. Kirishima has been defeated. Midoriya wins. Izuku smiles up at the stands as he leaves the arena, stepping over Kirishima and walking around the medbots, a stretcher held between them. Izuku and Pony sit together as Bakugo and Tokoyami walk out onto the arena. Midnight barely gets a chance to crack her whip before the two surge at each other. Dark Shadow lashes out, clawing at Bakugo. They don't get very far before Bakugo sets off an explosion, forcing them back. Dark Shadow keeps trying to attack, but Bakugo keeps them back. Tokoyami tries to skirt around the explosions and attack himself, but the searing heat keeps him away. Bakugo sighs as he rubs his hands together. Tokoyami tries to take the opportunity to get close, but it ends up working against him. Bakugo sets off an explosion large enough to blast him into the air. The light is blinding. Dark Shadow shrinks back into Tokoyami and the aforementioned boy has to screw his eyes shut to avoid being blinded. Katsuki lands just as Dark Shadow is trying to peek back out. "Grab him!" Tokoyami orders. Dark Shadow tries to reach for Bakugo, but he evades, jumping behind Tokoyami. He kicks out, knocking Tokoyami to the ground. He falls and Dark Shadow tries to grab Bakugo. Bakugo sets off an explosion, forcing them back as he pins Tokoyami. He keeps up enough light to keep Dark Shadow back. After a few seconds, Midnight calls out, "Tokoyami, can you continue?" She asks. Tokoyami shakes his head. "No, ma'am." Midnight nods. Well, then Tokoyami is unable to continue. Bakugo wins. The crowd cheers as Bakugo stands. He dusts himself off as he steps over the other boy, heading back into the tunnel he had left through. Pony leans forward as Kendo enters the arena across from Todoroki. She knew who the winner would be, it was obvious, but she wanted to see how Kendo was going to react anyway. Izuku stays leaning back in his chair, though it's clear he's paying just as much attention as she is to the match. Midnight raises her whip. "Do you both know the rules?" she asks, sounding somewhat bored with having to ask Tay same question every match. The two students nod and she smiles. "Good." She cracks her whip on the concrete stage. Ice starts to spread from Todoroki's feet at the same time as Kendo's hands enlargen. Within seconds, her hands are frozen to her sides, her feet are stuck to the arena floor, and her expression is a scowl rather than something of determination. Pony narrows her eyes as Kendo squirms, but doesn't do much against the ice. She had been expecting a little more from her classmate, but she can also admit the girl didn't have much of a chance. Kendo is unable to continue. Todoroki wins. The crowd once again starts to cheer. Todoroki walks toward the ice encasing Kendo. He rests a steaming hand on the ice, slowly melting it away. Robots wheel out of the tunnels to help, what look like hair dryers clutched in their metal hands. Once Kendo is freed and the two students are safely within the stands, the cameras zoom in on Midnight, casting her image on the screens lining the inner stadiums. As I'm sure you know, folks, that was the last round of our regular matches. We'll be moving on to the semifinals. After a short break, the bracket will be posted above the stage in just a moment. Murmurs erupt within the stands as people excuse themselves to the bathroom or discuss the names and pictures now projected as a hologram in the center of the field. Izuku is being pitted against Bakugo, and Pony is going to be fighting against Todoroki. Pony groans as she leans back in her seat. "He's going to freeze me to the arena," she complains, glaring at a chuckling Izuku. "I'm sure Recovery Girl has plenty of blankets for you." Pony leans to the side and swats his arm. "How dare you say something like that? Not even a word of encouragement for your girlfriend." Izuku takes hold of her hand in his. "You'll do fine. At least, you'll put up more of a fight than the others we've seen, if you don't win." Pony huffs, but doesn't take her hand back. "Fine. If that's all you have to say to me, you don't get another good luck kiss for your match." Izuku pouts as dramatically as he can. "Oh, whatever will I do?" Pony laughs as he presses his free hand against his forehead and leans back. Gently, she pulls her hand from his grasp and leans over the edge of her chair, pressing a kiss to his cheek. "Good luck." Izuku smiles as he returns the kiss. "Thank you." Izuku takes a deep breath and stretches his neck as he walks out onto the arena. Bakugo glares at him from across the cement. "Do you both know the rules?" Midnight asks, her whip already starting to unravel. The two nod, though their heads had barely moved before the now familiar crack was resounding around them. The two run at each other at full speed, small explosions already popping in Bakugo's hands, even as he pulls back his arms for a right hook. Izuku does the same and they manage to hit each other. A cracking sound stems from where Izuku managed to hit Bakugo's shoulder. The two pull apart and Bakugo tries to feign a punch to Izuku's stomach, his real attack an explosion aimed at the other boy's face. Izuku manages to avoid both, however, by jumping up into the air. He extends a leg, aiming to kick Bakugo in the back on his way down. Bakugo humps as he smacks into the ground. He manages to keep his chin from slamming against the arena and glares up at Izuku, who now stands above him, a small crater at his feet. Bakugo raises an arm, aiming an explosion at Izuku's face. Izuku stumbles back as soot speckles his eyes. Bakugo pushes himself up and jumps back, avoiding one of Izuku's punches. He propels another explosion at Izuku's face as he jumps forward. Izuku dodges the explosion, though Bakugo's punch still clips him on the shoulder. Bakugo glares as he continues to run at Izuku. Sweat beads on his brow and gathers in his palms. Bakugo points both hands in Izuku's direction, setting off an explosion that reaches the edges of the arena. Dust clouds the arena and, for a moment, Bakugo thinks he's won. He stumbles back, bringing a hand to his jaw. He doesn't have a chance to prepare another attack before Izuku kicks him in the chest, sending him flying back. He manages to use an explosion to push himself against his momentum. He lands within the boundary, spitting blood onto the dirted cement. He runs at Izuku again, undeterred. They continue to exchange blows. More than once, Bakugo is nearly pushed out of the arena, but every time, he manages to stay within the lines. After around 5 minutes, the two stand apart. Bakugo's chest heaves as he tries to regain his breath. His right arm hangs at an odd angle, his jaw is clearly dislocated at the very least, his left arm looks broken, and marks that will later become bruises mottle his skin. Izuku is wholly uninjured, the only damage being to his shirt, which is nothing more than scraps, and his hair, which is singed. Bakugo starts to sway. Izuku watches as he falls to the ground, unconscious. It takes a moment, but the crowd starts to whistle and clap as Midnight grins. Bakugo is unable to continue. Midoriya wins. Izuku wipes soot from his face as he leaves the arena. Medbots had already started rolling out before Midnight had called the match, so Bakugo was already being carried into the stadium as Izuku stepped over the boundary line. Izuku sits with Pony in the waiting room. "You're going to do great," he reassures. "He can't freeze all your horns down after all." Pony nods. She's stretching across from Izuku, who is sitting in one of the many chairs in the room. He has on a new shirt, which he had been provided almost as soon as he'd come back from his match with Bakugo. Pony lets out a breath as she stands, stretching out her neck. She looks up at the camera in the corner and takes one last stealing breath before slipping out the door. I'll see you after my match, she says. Izuku's chair screeches as he pushes back. He walks toward Pony, stopping just in front of her. He kisses her hair and gives her shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Of course. Good luck. She smiles and rolls her eyes as she leaves. Izuku waits a few seconds until he's sure she's down the tunnel before he, too, steps through the door. Pony stands straight on her side of the arena. Todoroki looks just as tense, if not more so, than her, and his gaze keeps flitting up to the flaming mass that is Endeavor leaning over the railing of the stadium. You both know the rules? Midnight. The two nod. Midnight hasn't yet cracked her whip before ice shoots out toward Pony. She jumps out of the way, sending out horns in an attempt to pin Todoroki down. He dodges, though he looks a little surprised that she isn't already trapped in a block of ice. Pony continues to dodge Todoroki's attempts to freeze her in place. He continues to dodge her horns, even as she uses her max to try and corner him. Todoroki gets more and more frustrated as their match continues, while Pony simply tries to focus on not slipping on the thin layer of ice coating the arena. Todoroki glares as he stops a few feet away from Pony. Frost has spread along his arm and he's starting to shiver. He stomps his foot, sending out another blast of ice. Though this one is slower than the others, it should have been easy enough to dodge. But Pony slips on the ice already beneath her hooves. She manages to keep her balance but doesn't move out of the way in time to avoid being frozen in place. Pony takes a moment to breathe, glaring at the smug expression on Todoroki's face as she aims her horns at his face. He jumps to the side and the horns follow. Pony manages to keep her horns trained on Todoroki for almost 2 minutes, even managing to nick him a few times, but he manages to freeze all of them to the ground eventually. By the time Todoroki is declared the winner, the spread of the frost has gotten worse and he's shaking so much that Pony is pretty sure those watching from the stands can see it. Pony is unable to continue. Todoroki is the winner. Midnight declares. The crowd cheers and whoops, though Pony can't help but notice that Endeavor is glaring. Pony glares at Izuku, who sits beside her in Recovery Girl's office. Bakugo is a few beds down, but he's surrounded by privacy screens. Pony has a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She's shivering, though not nearly as much as Todoroki had been. Don't laugh at me, she says. Izuku shakes his head. I'm not. Pony huffs, but she doesn't say anything else. Izuku reaches forward, resting his hand on hers. What do you think about working training on different terrains into our regiments? I think UA has some gyms for the purpose we can book slots for. Pony nods. Good. We've been neglecting that. Izuku huffs a laugh as Pony takes on what he calls her thinking face. He doesn't interrupt her planning, instead delving into some of his own as he tries to figure out how he's going to beat Todoroki. Class 1A and 1B sit in their separate sections of the stands, though a few of them are leaning over the barrier separating them. Kaminari has a notebook in hand and he's scribbling down names and numbers. A small betting ring had started among the two classes regarding whether Todoroki or Midoriya would be the winner of their match. Most of them were placing their money on Todoroki, given the fact he's the son of the number 2 hero. None of them are betting more than 500 yen, though the winning amount was still quite large. Pony and Uraraka had both placed their bets on Midoriya and were now sitting back in their seats as they waited for the match to start. Pony is in the 1A stands, seated next to Uraraka. The other girl had been released from Recovery Girl's office only a few minutes before. The scars littering her face and arms looked like intricate starbursts. They were dark and puckered, already mostly healed due to Recovery Girl's quirk. A few minutes later, Todoroki and Midoriya walk out onto the arena across from each other. The betting pool closes so no one can make or change their bet throughout the match. Asks if they both know the rules and they nod. Her whip cracks on the stage, as it had for all the matches before, and Izuku starts running toward Todoroki. Todoroki sends up a massive wave of ice in an attempt to keep Izuku back. The wall grows to nearly reach the top of the arena before Izuku reacts. He pulls his arm back and punches, shattering the wall. The shards spray out, but before they can get very far, Izuku waves his arms. 2 slashes of wind rush out in opposite directions, turning the shard into mere particles. Izuku doesn't pause in his run. He zigzags between spikes of ice that shoot out of the ground. He knows Todoroki is more accustomed to long-distance fighting, as is apparent by the fact that he's trying very hard to keep Izuku back. Therefore, he'd be easier to beat in close quarters, and use to hand. Izuku sends out another wave of wind, this time trying to hit Todoroki. He dodges at the last minute but comes away with a bleeding scratch on his cheek. Because of the distraction, Todoroki isn't able to create any more ice, allowing Izuku to get in close. He knees Todoroki in the face, causing his nose to crack and forcing him back. Before Todoroki can gather himself, Izuku punches him in the chest, sending him flying. For a moment, it looks like he's going to fall out of the arena. Fortunately for him, he manages to create a wall of ice, stopping himself from going over the border. Todoroki glares as he sends out another wall of ice. Izuku smashes through it with his tail, once again sending shards flying. Izuku's eyes narrow as he notices the frost spreading along Todoroki's arm and the shivering he's clearly trying to hide. He's snapped out of his observation by a missile of ice shooting toward his face. He smashes it and is forced to duck to the side to narrowly avoid the second one directly behind it. Izuku is about to attack, but before he can, Todoroki throws a punch. Izuku dodges the hit and jumps over the small spines of ice covering the ground. He tries to attack Todoroki but is forced back when he has to dodge a piece of ice heading for his neck. He leans forward and grabs hold of Todoroki's incoming fist. Izuku pulls the other boy in. "You aren't going to have a chance unless you use your fire," he says just before he throws the other boy into the air. Izuku jumps after him, just catching Todoroki's furious expression before he kicks him back toward the arena. The other boy lands with a crack and a thud. He creates a small crater where he lands. Izuku starts to fall and braces himself against the impact. When he lands, his full weight hits the concrete of the arena. The cement cracks and entire chunks go flying, leaving the arena completely decimated. Somehow, Shudo manages to stay standing despite the lack of solid ground. Todoroki glares with an intensity Izuku hadn't seen before. He raises his left arm, sparks flying off onto the broken concrete below. Izuku grins as a stream of flame, so hot and so large that Cementos creates walls to separate them from the stands, bursts to life around him. The flames lick at his scaled limbs as he walks through them, toward the dark shape at the end of the stream. When his head pokes through the flames, he takes minor joy in the faint shock on Todoroki's face as he lifts the other boy and unceremoniously drops him on the other side of the boundary line. The walls around the crumble as Midnight raises her whip. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya wins. The crowd's cheers are the loudest they had been all day. Izuku raises his arms, welcoming the praise as he walks off the shattered arena, onto the grass below, and through the tunnel into the innards of the arena. Pony smiles as she takes her part of the winnings from Kaminari. A few people are groaning or rolling their eyes, having bet on Todoroki rather than Midoriya. Uraraka and Pony exchange a smile as the coins clink together in their hands as they slip them into their pockets. Izuku straightens his back as the podium raises. The sun blinds him momentarily as they emerge into the bright sun from the dull lighting of the basement they'd been in a moment before. Bakugo stands at his right. He looks tired and is barely able to stand, having been carted to the podium immediately after waking up in Recovery Girl's office. Todoroki is on the second-place podium on his left, though he looks just as tired as Bakugo, if not more so. He has a bandage on his cheek. Recovery Girl had come to the podium room to heal him and he'd been shoved onto the podium immediately after. The crowd cheers as they come to a stop in the center of the arena. Izuku smiles and waves. Bakugo glares and Todoroki seems intent on merely avoiding his father's gaze. Midnight smiles from the stage as they appear. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you your winners of the first year's sports festival." The cheers somehow get louder. Midnight waits for them to quiet and looks like she's about to say something when All Might crashes into the arena in front of them. The crowd continues to cheer as he stands. Midnight shoots him a short glare before directing her attention back to the crowd. All Might turns in a slow spin as he addresses the crowd. "Everyone, let's cheer for our winners, shall we?" All Might raises his fist. "Good job. Plus Ultra." The crowd goes silent when they realize what All Might had cheered instead of the school's motto. They start to mutter amongst themselves about the man's mistake. His smile starts to look slightly strained as he clears his throat and turns to face the podium. He steps toward Bakugo first, draping the third-place medal over his head before pulling the boy into a hug. He looks startled by the action and like he's about to blow up All Might's back, but the man pulls away before he has the chance. He goes to Todoroki next, who becomes stiff in the man's hug but, at least, doesn't look like he's going to attack. When All Might comes to stand in front of Izuku, he returns the man's smile and ducks his head to receive the medal. He returns the hug, though rigidly, and tunes the hero out as he delves into a speech. He finds Pony among the students and smiles up at her. Izuku scrolls on his phone as the train moves down the rails. He can feel the eyes of the other passengers on him, but he does his best to ignore them. His attention is drawn away from his phone when the person across from him says something to him. "Excuse me, you're Midoriya, right? The first-place winner at the sports festival." Izuku nods. The person smiles. "I just wanted to congratulate you on your win. You'll make an amazing hero when you graduate." "Thank you," Izuku says. The person's words seem to have been what was needed to break the dam, so to speak, as everyone else in the compartment started to congratulate him, too. He does his best to thank them all individually before the train pulls into his stop. He steps out of the train and onto the platform, pulling his umbrella from its pocket on his bag before he leaves the DY area under the awning. The rain patters off surrounding rooftops and others' umbrellas. Izuku follows the foot traffic to the end of the street. Pony is standing at the corner of the sidewalk, her own umbrella held in hand. She smiles as Izuku nears and they fall into step beside each other. The walk to UA is silent. Occasionally, their hands or umbrellas brush against each other. Izuku looks up when Aizawa steps into the classroom. He has his sleeping bag tucked under his arm and his expression looks more tired than usual. He sighs as he stops behind the podium. "Since you have to choose your internships today, you'll also be picking hero names. Because I'm apparently unqualified for this dash." The door slams against the wall as Midnight throws it open. "I'll be supervising." Aizawa sighs again as he stalks into the corner. He slides into his sleeping bag and seemingly goes to sleep while Midnight takes his place. She sets a stack of whiteboards and markers on the podium. "You'll have 20 minutes to think of a hero name and, hopefully, a tagline. You'll then present your choice to the class and I'll either approve it or suggest a change. Understood?" "Understood." They parrot back. Midnight nods. "Well then, come up and get aboard." They form a line in front of the podium, grabbing their materials before heading back to their desks. Izuku settles down at his desk. He fiddles with the marker as he thinks. It doesn't take him long to come up with a name. He sets his marker down on the desk once he's done and leans back in his chair. A few moments later, however, his phone buzzes with a text from Pony. Pony hearts it. "Pony, we're picking hero names and I can't decide. Any suggestions? What about Roketti?" Pony, thumbs up kiss mark. Izuku smiles to himself as he puts his phone away. He stays quiet until Midnight starts calling them up to present. They're called in number order, meaning Izuku is one of the last to go. Steps up to the podium, keeping his whiteboard hidden until he reaches it. The Dragon King hero, Tatsuya. Midnight smiles as she nods. "I think it's wonderful. Mineta, you're next." Izuku smiles and nods back as he leaves the podium. He wipes off the whiteboard and leaves it on a stack on top of an empty desk. Mineta walks up to the podium once Izuku is back at his desk. Once everyone has approved names, Midnight and Aizawa start handing out pamphlets of internship offers. Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki receive tablets containing their offers since there are too many to rationalize printing them out. Izuku and Pony sit together in the cafeteria. They both have their internship offer lists in front of them on the cafeteria table. They had been silent for most of the PRD, contemplating their lists. "Okay, I think I know who I want to go with," Pony says. Izuku hums as he looks up from his list. "Who?" Pony turns the paper so Izuku can read the name she's pointing to. "Miruko." Izuku nods. "Good choice." I think you'll be a good match personality and fighting style-wise. Pony nods. I think so too. Who are you thinking about? Izuku huffs as he turns the tablet so she can see the screen. Ryukyu. She has a dragon-like quirk, so I was thinking she might be able to help me with mine. Pony nods. Good. Okay, now that that's done, can we please eat? Izuku chuckles as he nods. He tucks the tablet into his bag, his digital form already handed in, before pulling his food tray toward him. Izuku walks toward Pony's house. He's dressed in a white t-shirt, a black jacket, jeans, and black sneakers. When he knocks on Pony's door, it doesn't take more than a few seconds for her to answer the door. She's wearing a baby pink shirt, white coat, and jeans. She smiles when she sees him on the porch and grabs her bag off the hook by the door. She slings it over her shoulder and steps out in front of him. She pulls the door shut and locks it before walking down the stairs beside Izuku. Where do you want to go first? Izuku asks as he takes Pony's hand. Pony shrugs. Give me some time to think. Izuku chuckles and shakes his head, but stays quiet. As they're walking onto a street of shops, Pony starts pulling him toward one of the many propped open doors. Izuku groans when he reads the name of the store. Pony laughs as they step through the door. Come on. It won't be that bad, I promise I'll be fast. Izuku rolls his eyes but smiles when he sees the smile on her face. She starts rifling through racks of clothes while he stands back, occasionally helping her reach something or holding her choices. Once she's done collecting clothes, she leads Izuku back to the changing rooms. She takes the clothes from his arms, careful not to let the different articles tangle. Izuku settles onto one of the many cushioned benches provided while he waits for Pony to show him her first outfit. The door to Pony's chosen room clicks open. She twirls, showing off the entirety of the outfit. She's dressed in a cropped ribbed blouse with decorative buttons and a short black skirt. The skirt has a hole in the back for her tail, which swishes when she spins. The cropped shirt reveals part of her stomach, leaving her sculpted abdominal muscles clearly visible. What do you think? She asks. Izuku smiles as he stands. He gently places his hands on her hips. I love it. She smiles back up at him as she raises herself onto her tiptoes. They exchange a quick kiss before she pulls back. I'll change back and then we can check out, okay? She says. Izuku nods. His hands drop from her hips and she steps back into the changing room. She comes back out a few minutes later, the new outfit slung over her left arm. They walk up to the register together and Pony sets the clothes onto the conveyor belt. The cashier smiles at them as she starts scanning the items. Pony pulls out her card and taps it on the device when the cashier tells her her total. Izuku takes the bag of clothes from where the cashier had set it. Pony walks up to his side and they walk out of the store, the bag now swinging at Izuku's side. What do you want to do next? Izuku asks. Pony looks up at a billboard on top of a nearby building and points it out to Izuku. The theater is having a sale on snacks. Maybe we could go watch a movie. She trails off, giving Izuku a chance to answer. He nods and they pivot, heading back toward the train station. Izuku entwines his fingers with Pony's. They walk like that all the way to the station, only pulling apart when they have to scan through the turnstiles to get onto the platform. The train screeches to a stop a few minutes later. They step to the side to allow people a chance to get off before climbing on themselves. They grab hold of two plastic handles hanging from the roof of the ceiling and lean into each other as the train starts, pulling away from the station and into the dark tunnel in front of them. Izuku taps his card to pay for their popcorn. He takes the bags from the cashier, nodding in thanks before stepping away and heading toward Pony. She's standing off to the side, their tickets clutched in her hand. She smiles and takes her popcorn from him once he's close enough. He takes his ticket and they head up the short flight of stairs to the Hall of Theaters. Theirs is in the center hall, a glowing orange sign displaying the number 6 hanging above it. The walkway is lit by small LED lights and the previews had already started. They're silent as they make their way to their seats in the center of the theater. There aren't many others there, since it's the middle of the day, so they don't have to shuffle past anyone already seated. Izuku holds Pony's jacket for her until she's settled. Once she's seated, he drapes it over her lap. He smiles at her as he balances his popcorn on his lap, holding it still with his right hand while he rests his left on their shared armrest. She smiles back as she rests her hand on top of his, letting her fingers drape between his. Pony jumps as the killer, dressed in a mock hero costume, appears in the window. Izuku squeezes her hand, attempting to comfort her as the college girl the killer had crept up on starts running for the exit. A knife lands in her calf, causing her to stumble. She screams as the killer slowly walks toward her, another knife held firmly in his grip. He raises it above his head, pausing for a moment to whisper something unintelligible before plunging the blade into her throat. He rips the knife out and stabs her again and again until she's nothing more than a bloody mass. He rises, covered in gore, and walks back the way he had come. Izuku and Pony leave the theater, more rattled than when they had arrived. They throw their trash into the waiting trash can outside the theater and walk down the hall to the stairs. Their fingers are entwined, their grip on each other tighter than it had been before. "How about we go for an early dinner?" Izuku suggests as they step out into the theater and the cool air hits their faces. Pony nods. "A new place opened a couple blocks down that I've been wanting to try." Izuku nods. "Lead the way." Pony nods back and the two walk down the street, Pony gently tugging Izuku along. The two step through the doors to the restaurant and bow to the hostess waiting by the podium. The restaurant has a cozy feeling, with burgundy wallpaper spread across the wall, broken up at regular intervals by wooden panels. There are only booths, some against the walls and others in the middle of the restaurant, arranged in neat rows. The hostess grabs two menus from a shelf on her podium and leads them to one of the window seats. They slide in across from each other and the menus are placed in front of them. "Your waiter will be with you shortly," the hostess says before walking away. Izuku and Pony thank her as she leaves and pick up their menus, flicking through. "What do you think about a crab hot pot?" Izuku suggests, gesturing to the item as he shows his menu to Pony. She nods. "I was thinking about the crab sashimi and sushi. Do you think that's too much crab?" Izuku shakes his head. "Absolutely not." Pony chuckles as she closes her menu and places it on the edge of the table. Izuku does the same. It doesn't take much longer for their waiter to show up at their table. "Can I get you any drinks to start?" he asks, his gaze settling on Izuku first. "A Shirley Temple, please," he says. The waiter nods and looks over to Pony. "I'll have the same, please." The waiter nods again. "Are you finished with your menus?" They both nod and he takes their food order as well before tucking his notepad away and picking up their menus. He walks away. Izuku watches him leave for a moment before turning to Pony. "So, what did you think of the movie?" Pony shivers, but has a smile on his face. "It was gory but interesting. The costume design especially." Izuku nods. They continue talking about the movie, chattering about the costumes, blood, and plot until their drinks arrive and, a few minutes after them, their food. Multiple waiters come out at once, an assortment of plates, pots, and utensils held in their hands. A tray or two of vegetables and a small assortment of other meats joins the crab. The food is spread throughout their table and they thank the waiters as they walk away. Izuku and Pony rip open their chopsticks and rub them against each other for a moment before digging in. Pony smiles as she takes her first bite of a piece of sushi. "This is better than our usual place." Izuku nods as he takes a bite himself. "We'll have to come here more often." They don't talk much during the rest of the meal, all too happy to simply enjoy the food and each other's company. When they're done, their dishes cleared away and the bill paid, Pony reaches across the table and takes Izuku's hand. "Thank you for taking me out." Izuku smiles. He lifts her hand to his lips and gently kisses her knuckles. "I should be the one thanking you for accepting the offer." Pony laughs and gently pulls her hand away so she can slip back into her coat. They stand from their booth and entwine their hands before leaving the restaurant. They walk up the steps to Pony's house. The two stop on the porch and Pony turns to face Izuku rather than let herself inside. "Why don't you come in? We could have a little fun before we leave for our internships. My parents won't be back until late tomorrow." She brushes a hand against Izuku's cheek. Her face is tinted with a light brush of pink and her lashes cover just enough of her eyes. Izuku blushes as he leans down, taking her lips in his. I'd love to. Pony unlocks the door and pushes it open gently. The two step inside and immediately it becomes apparent that no one else is there. All the lights are off, the only glow coming from the partially open curtains covering the windows of the living room. Izuku steps inside and Pony closes the door behind them. The lock clicks into place as the two slip their shoes off. I should have specified earlier, but Mom will be back late tomorrow and Dad is on a business trip, so he won't be back for a few days. She leans against Izuku and gently presses her hand against the back of his neck, forcing him to lean down. We have the house to ourselves. Pony presses her lips to his. Izuku wraps his hands around her, pressing her body against his. They only pull apart because their lungs start to burn from the lack of air. Izuku's hands move down. Pony lets out a breath as she jumps and wraps her legs around his waist. Izuku smiles up at her as he kisses her again. Pony's eyes close as she leans into it. Izuku carries her down the hall to her bedroom. He sets her down on her bed and she lies back, pulling him with her. One of Izuku's hands comes up to cup her face while the other fumbles with her shirt. Pony hums as she helps tug the garment above her head, revealing a red lace bra underneath. Starts to tug at Izuku's shirt but, upon deciding it too much work, simply rips it at the seams and tosses the pieces into the corner. Izuku chuckles as he climbs onto the bed next to her. Pony undoes the fly of her jeans, kicking them off onto the ground as she does so. Underneath is a red lace thong with matching stockings and garter belt. She wraps her arms around Izuku's shoulders, pulling herself up to whisper in his ear. Like what you see? She asks before pressing a kiss to his jaw. He nods against her. She can feel the sharpness of his teeth against her shoulder and tilts her head to the side, allowing him easy access to her neck. He bites into her and she is, pressing against him as her back arches. A small bite mark is left behind. Later, the small red spot will be replaced by something else. There may be other changes too, though neither of them knows what they will be. Even so, they will mark her as his queen. Pony adjusts herself and pushes Izuku back against the bed. He lets her push him down. He tangles his hand in her hair as she kisses his cheek, slowly working her way down. The front door clicks as it's unlocked. The sound of Hina's shoes on the carpet prompts Izuku to look up from the couch. A documentary plays on the TV and Pony sleeps against his side. Her face is relaxed, the only indication that she heard her mother enter being the flick of her ears. Good afternoon, Ms. Hina. Izuku greets her with a smile. Hina smiles back as she hangs her jacket on the stand and struggles with the shoes forced onto her hooves. Good afternoon, Izuku. She walks through the living room to the kitchen, glancing at the freshly cleaned table and the organized countertops. She grabs a glass from the cupboard, opens the fridge, and pours herself a cup of water as she watches the two teenagers on her couch. I trust the two of you had a nice night? Izuku nods and Pony hums, though her eyes stay closed. Yes, ma'am. Izuku says. Hina shakes her head as she sets down her glass. That's good. But how many times have I told you not to call me ma'am? It makes me feel old. Izuku smiles, trying not to let the memories from the night before show on his face. He had just managed to get Pony's new bed set up the hour before and Pony had struggled with the new shower rod while he was out. The entire house had been scrubbed down, though most without need, just overcompensation. Hina continues to drink her water, watching the documentary from the kitchen. The kitchen looks cleaner than when I left. Izuku shrugs. I made breakfast and didn't want to leave a mess. Hina hums. Thank you. Classes 1A and 1B stand together in the center of the train station. Their teachers stand in front of their respective classes, each giving their own speeches to their students. Aizawa's is much shorter than Vlad King's and consists mostly of telling them not to embarrass themselves or you. Vlad King keeps rambling about his class doing their best, even as their trains start pulling into the station. Many students, from both classes, start to get anxious but they stay and wait, not wanting to interrupt him. He, thankfully, finishes a few moments later with a clap of his hands and a loud, good luck. Most students leave immediately, not wanting to miss trains that have just pulled into the station. Izuku and Pony stay behind. You'll do great. Izuku says as he presses a kiss to the top of Pony's head. She smiles. You will too. She replies. A voice comes over the speakers announcing the last calls for their trains. They exchange a quick hug before taking off toward their platforms, prompting a few looks from the other people in the station. Pony runs into her train and lets out a breath of relief as the doors close behind her. She pulls her suitcase close, tucking it against her side so it's out of the way. There aren't any empty seats, so she grabs hold of one of the rubber handles above her. The train shudders to a start and she sways with it along with the rest of the passengers. Pony starts to zone out during the ride, wondering what exactly Miruko would have planned for the first day of her internship. Pony tightens her hold on the suitcase as the train slows at the entrance to the station. The wheels squeal against the metal tracks before they come to a full stop. The doors open a moment later and Pony steps forward along with a few other passengers at her side. She walks with the rest of a slowly growing crowd to the stairs leading up to the street. She adjusts her grip on her suitcase and hauls it up to her side before she starts walking up them, careful not to let her luggage swing out and hit anyone. When she finally reaches the sidewalk, she sets the suitcase down and pulls out her phone. She opens the GPS and types in the address of Miruko's agency. It takes a moment to load, but eventually, the little blue icon appears and she starts following it down the block. She makes sure to look up often to both make sure she's going the right way and that she isn't about to bump into anyone or anything. She'd been walking no more than 5 minutes before she turns off the GPS and shoves her phone back into her pocket, quickening her pace. The agency is only 5 stories tall, nowhere near the size of some of the agencies of the other top 10 heroes. It's simply built, with concrete walls and as many windows as there are rooms, if not more. What makes it stand out, however, is the giant yellow crescent moon adorning the top of the building, acting as a sign. Pony pushes open one of the glass doors to the entrance as soon as she reaches it. The lobby is decorated as you'd expect any lobby to be, though the plants look more alive and the chairs more comfortable. At the back of the room, near the elevators and what looks to be an emergency exit staircase, is a large wooden desk. Behind it sits a woman with bright red hair pulled into a bun dressed in a pantsuit, a corded phone pressed against her ear. She's looking at a computer screen and typing something out, but when Pony steps toward her she looks up. She smiles, gestures to the phone, and points toward the elevator before holding up 5 fingers. Pony nods to show she understands and the lady nods back. She starts typing again and Pony walks over to the elevator. There's a call button embedded into the wall, surrounded by a fanciful engraving of vines. Small rabbits are hidden within them. Some sit on all fours while others stand on their hind legs, their heads tilted as if they're staring at Pony. She presses the button and a moment later the elevator dings and the doors slide open. Pony steps in, pulling her suitcase at her side. She presses the button for the 5th floor and the doors slide shut. The elevator takes off and Pony grabs hold of the support bar at her side. She hadn't expected the elevator to be so fast, but it felt like the one in the hospital she had gone to when she was young and her mom had gotten just a little too beat up for the paramedics to feel comfortable letting her go home. The elevator stops on her floor and the doors slide open. Pony takes a breath to settle her stomach and steps off. The hallway is long, and while there are doors lining it, there's only one office that can be Miruko's. At the end of the hall are 2 large wooden double doors. They're ornately decorated much like the elevator button on the ground floor. Next to the door, a golden nameplate reads Rumi Usajiyama. Pony raises a fist and knocks on the door. It swings open, smooth on its hinges. The office behind it is filled with bookcases and filing cabinets, so much so that neither of the side walls is visible. The floor is shiny hardwood, or it would be if there weren't scuff marks covering nearly all of it. The back wall is all window, giving a view of the street below and all of the people walking below. A few feet in front of the window is a large wooden desk, much like the one in the lobby. Its surface is covered in a large computer and a few stacks of documents. In the back corners of the room are 2 doors. One is labeled bathroom, while the other sits unlabeled, though part of a kitchen is visible through a small window. Behind the desk, Miruko sits in an office chair. She smiles at Pony and pulls the pin out of a flash grenade, throwing it in a high arch into the middle of the room. Pony doesn't have time to react and yelps as a bright light and piercing bang fill the room. She yelps and screws her eyes shut. Unable to see, she doesn't notice when Miruko runs at her. She kicks her in the chest and sends Pony up toward the ceiling. She slams against it and falls back to the ground. She rolls, absorbing some of the impact. She manages to grab hold of her suitcase and hold it up, blocking Miruko's second kick. Not bad. She comments, just as Pony manages to open her eyes. You're quick like your mom, she says as she pulls back part of her shirt, revealing a piece of a scar that looks to span across her chest. She gave me this, you know. Pony hums and drops the suitcase as she gets to her feet. Miruko laughs as she drops into a defensive position. All right, let's do this. Almost a half hour later, Pony kneels on the wooden floor. It's now completely covered in scuff marks, no more, and the shiny waxing visible underneath. She's covered in bruises and her breathing comes heavy and uneven. Her hair is a mess and her pants are torn, especially around her knees. Miruko stands in front of her, only 1 or 2 bruises blooming on her arms. After a moment of the two staring at each other, Miruko smiles and holds out a hand. Pony takes it and Miruko hauls her up. She doesn't let go once Pony is standing. Instead, she shakes her hand, her grip firm. Welcome to my agency, Tsunatori. You'll do good here. Izuku steadies himself as the train slows to a stop. His suitcase is tucked up against his side. His costume case is tied to the top, secured at both the base and the handle. Attached to the right side of his belt he has a metal cylinder, the weapon May had been working on for him for a while now. Because of this, there wasn't a spot for it in his costume case. It was well thought out, to the point that it was able to shrink down to its current size. The train finally stops completely and the doors open. Izuku is one of the first out, other passengers close on his heels. He makes his way through the station and up the stairs to the street. As Ryukyu's agency comes into view, it becomes clear that she was going for a certain look. Among the many concrete and window skyscrapers, Ryukyu's stone castle stands out. There are 2 turrets on either side of the drawbridge blocking the front entrance. The castle sits further back than the buildings next to it, neither of which are touching the castle's walls the way they do each other's. In the extra space between the entrance and the sidewalk, a moat has been dug and filled with clean blue water. Izuku gets as close as he can to the moat without risking falling in. Hello? I'm here for my internship, he says, glancing around to see if there's anyone outside who can help him. He's just about to forego a few formalities and jump across the moat when the drawbridge begins to lower. The sound of rattling chains creates an eerie ambience. Once the drawbridge is lowered, the large, intricate wooden doors of the front entrance open, creaking on their hinges. In the doorway, a girl maybe a few years older than him with bright blue hair and an energetic smile waves. Hi. You must be Midoriya, she says as he walks across the bridge. It's nice to meet you. Heido Nijire. Nice to meet you. Is Ryukyu one of your favorite heroes? She's one of mine, that's why I have my work study here. Izuku shakes his head. Actually, I'm here because we have similar quirks dash. Right? You're the first year with the dragon quirk. Ryukyu's been super excited to start training with you. She continues to talk about Ryukyu and the agency as they enter the building. She pauses for only a moment when she nods in greeting to the secretary. They walk up through the massive entrance room and through a wide corridor to a back exit. It leads out into a large courtyard. Tall bush walls mark the border where the green grass ends and the street likely begins. Hadu looks up at the sky, clearly searching for something. After a moment, she smiles and points upward. The show's about to start. Izuku looks up just as a loud roar echoes around them. The sound shakes the few trees scattered around the yard. The 2 students watch as a massive creature with reptilian eyes circles them. The beating of her wings creates such a strong wind that Hadu has to push herself into the ground to stay in place. Their hair is blown and messed to the point that Hadu's becomes a large tangle behind her head, though Izuku's doesn't look much worse than normal. The creature lands in front of them, shaking the earth as it touches down. She roars in Izuku's face, issuing a challenge. Ryukyu blinks. The courtyard falls away around her, replaced by a glimmering ocean. There was no discernible source of light, though the water continues to glitter and Ryukyu herself remains illuminated. The edges of the water stretch on into a darkness that climbs up toward the sky, creating walls of shadow. Off to the right, a figure glows crimson. It burns bright, urging her to get closer. As she walks, the shape of the figure becomes clearer. A giant ribcage lies in the lapping waves, a glowing heart tucked beneath the bones. As she gets closer, she starts to wonder how much time is passing. It feels as if she'd been walking for at least an hour when she finally gets close enough to notice the red water circling with the ribcage. It weaves around the glowing heart, never mixing with the water that splashes through the spaces between the bones. The bones seem to expand and deflate as if breathing despite the seeming lack of lungs. Anxiety grips her, squeezing her chest and forcing her to walk faster. As she nears, the ribcage morphs. Rough skin and glimmering scales stretch over the bones. Flesh extends from the ribcage, forming a head, limbs, and a set of wings. The large dragon looms over the ocean, staring down at an empty spot in front of it. As Ryukyu gets closer still, a much smaller dragon forms out of the water spray beneath the monstrous dragon's gaze. The smaller dragon trembles as it presses itself into the ground in an exaggerated bow. Ryukyu can't shake the feeling that she recognizes the smaller dragon. Only when her mouth starts to move along with it as it speaks does she realize that it's her. "My king. Please accept my apologies. If I had known it was you, I'd have never shown such disrespect." Silence. Ryukyu's mouth slams closed. Her teeth clash against each other, sending a shooting pain through her nerves. Despite this, she doesn't so much as gasp. The sheer amount of power emanating from the dragon pulls at Ryukyu, and she dips into a bow to match that of the smaller dragon. She feels the dragon's gaze move to her. "Your actions were incredibly disrespectful. The fact you would dare try to challenge me, especially in such a way, would usually be punished by death." His voice is a low rumble. The vibrations echo in her bones, distracting her from the words themselves. He continues to talk, though he must notice that Ryukyu's no longer listening at some point as he crouches, lowering himself closer to her level. He growls before letting out a guttural roar that sends her flying back. The water surrounding her follows. Izuku watches as Haru pokes Ryukyu's cheek. The woman blinks and swats the girl's hand away. She's now in her human form, her quick having deactivated a few seconds ago. She clears her throat and plasters a smile on her face. "Right, sorry about that. Haru, why don't you show Midoriya up to the bedrooms? Mrs. Takota should have his key behind the desk. I'd like him to be able to change before I test his physical capabilities." Haru nods. "Yes, ma'am. Come on, Midoriya, I'll introduce you to Mrs. Takota. She's super nice. She brings me breakfast sometimes if I'm called over in the morning." Midoriya nods along as Haru talks, doing his best to take in the information as she talks about the different staff members of the agency. She leads him back into the large entry area of the agency and up to the desk where the secretary, now identified as Mrs. Takota, sits typing away at her computer. She looks up as they approach and smiles as she reaches into a drawer on the desk and pulls out a key. "Hello, Haru. And you must be Midoriya. I'm Mrs. Takota, though I'm sure Haru has already told you all about me." Midoriya nods. She has. "It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Takota." The woman nods as she hands him the key. "It's nice to meet you too. Here's your key, it will give you access to your room, the number for which is engraved onto the tag there." She points to a golden tag hanging from the old-looking key. Engraved into the metal are the numbers 203. Haru grins when she sees the number over Izuku's shoulder. "Oh, you're next to me." Izuku smiles as he nods along with her as she continues to talk about the bedrooms, most of which were permanently assigned to staff members, like her, and were able to be decorated as the person desired. Mrs. Takota smiles and shakes her head as she turns back to her computer. "Why don't you show him up, Haru? I'm sure Ms. Ryukyu is eager to test him." Haru nods. "Right this way." She waves Izuku over to a giant wooden staircase. The railing is engraved with intricate designs of knights, dragons, and castles resembling the agency. The dragon scales are decorated with gold leaf, giving them a unique shimmer that sets them apart from the other figures. They climb up to a floor filled with winding hallways and decorated doors, though Izuku doesn't have much time to take it in. As they continue up, the next floor they reach is much the same, though a few of the doors remain undecorated, and a sign hangs above the staircase reading, Chambers. Hadu steps off the staircase and down the hall until she reaches one undecorated door next to one covered in construction paper. The paper forms the image of a starry night sky. "This is your room," Hadu says, indicating the plain wooden door. It has a golden knob, the image of a curling dragon is engraved into it. "Get changed into workout clothes and meet Ryukyu in the courtyard. I'm going down to the gyms in the basement if you need me." Izuku nods. "Alright. Thank you, Hadu. It was nice to meet you." Hadu smiles as she nods back. "It was nice to meet you too." With that, Hadu turns away, heading back the way they'd come. Izuku inserts his key into the lock and turns. The lock clicks and the door swings open without so much as a creak. Izuku walks into the room, marveling at the intricate details. Even the bedroom matched the rest of the agency's aesthetic. An ornate canopy bed with emerald green sheets is pushed against the center of the right wall, two bedside tables of the same wood on either side. There's a window on the far wall framed by lace curtains, and a large wardrobe is tucked into the corner. In the corner beside the wardrobe is a wooden door with the image of a dragon seemingly made out of steam engraved into it. Izuku closes the door behind him and leaves his suitcase by the wardrobe before turning toward the second door. He turns the knob and opens it to reveal a bathroom with floral-tiled walls. An elaborate mirror hangs above a large sink, the faucet of which is the head of a snarling dragon. A claw-footed bathtub is set against the left wall, surrounded by an emerald curtain, a golden showerhead just barely visible from behind it. Izuku nods to himself as he closes the door and heads back to his suitcase. He unties his costume case and opens it, pulling out his costume. He changes quickly and attaches Mei's weapon to one of the empty clips on the belt. Once he's done changing, he leaves the room, locking it behind him and tucking the key into one of his pouches. Izuku walks down the stairs back to the lobby. Mrs. Takota smiles at him as he walks past the desk. He smiles back as he walks through the back hall and out to the courtyard. Ryukyu is waiting for him in the center of the yard. Once she sees him, she transforms into a dragon. Her tail swishes behind her and she lowers into the position right before a pounce, like a cat. Izuku smiles and morphs into his hybrid form. Izuku and Ryukyu stand a few feet away from each other. Ryukyu is breathing heavily, still in her dragon form. Izuku's breathing is steady and he shrinks back down to normal. "How'd I do?" Ryukyu shrinks back into her human form, too, a tired smile on her face. "Well, though I'm sure you knew that already. Why don't you go down to the gym? Mrs. Takota will show you where the staircase is." Izuku nods. "Alright. Thank you for your time, Ryukyu." The woman nods and Izuku turns back toward the castle, heading back into its halls. The doctor sits at one of the many computers in his lab, entering data into the file of one of his two very special Nomu. Once he's done, he turns in his chair so he's facing the two tubes. Dark figures float inside the murky liquid, attached to wires that are, in turn, attached to a cacophony of different machines. The two had been taking the majority of both his and all for one's time the past few weeks, though for good reason. When they were finally done, they'd be his most powerful, surpassing their past brethren 10 times over. They had already proved themselves stronger than All Might in his prime, managing to break out of many a containment cell. "Hira Shindar, you are my greatest creations yet. Future generals to the villain king." It had taken years to get the Nomu to where they were now, and would take more time still to complete them. Despite this, the doctor can't help but feel proud, as if the two had already aided in taking Japan. Izuku walks alongside Ryukyu as they patrol one of the streets near the agency. Nijire keeps a few paces ahead of them. "All right, Midoriya," Ryukyu says, interrupting the silence they'd fallen into. "Ready for your first lesson on the technicals of heroics?" Izuku nods. "Good, because you didn't have a choice. Your first lesson is that, on paper, heroes are just glorified government employees. Except we're paid based on performance instead of on a salary. There's a base minimum, of course, though few heroes stay at it past their first week. Getting involved in advertising, acting, modeling, or anything of the same caliber can be a good way to make extra money, too. As a member of the top 10, I, of course, make more than enough, but the extra from advertising is always nice. I use it as donation funds to help my PR. She whispers the last sentence so none of the civilians around them can hear her. Zukums. I'll keep that in mind, thank you. Ryukyu smiles. She looks like she's about to say something else, but she's interrupted by a kid holding out a notebook, a large grin, made uneven by missing teeth, on her face. Uraraka follows along with Gunhead's movements as he leads her and his team of sidekicks through a morning exercise. When they're done, he congratulates them on their effort before dismissing his sidekicks. He waits until they've all filed out to approach Uraraka. Once he's a couple of feet away, he clamps a hand on her shoulder. You've been doing great. I'll be honest, I expected to have to teach you the basics of hand-to-hand. I had prepared easier exercises and everything. I have to ask, did you teach yourself or did you have a trainer? Uraraka can't help but shiver at the reminder of her time training with Tsunatori. Well dash. She starts to answer but is interrupted by her phone buzzing in her pocket. She knows from the pattern who it's from. That intense, huh? Gunhead says, a note of sympathy in his voice. I'll leave you to your message, I'm sure it's important. Meet me by the elevator when you're ready to start patrol. Uraraka nods, though she doesn't really register what he's saying. He's barely a step away from her before she digs her phone out of her pocket and opens the message. Tsunatori, you better not be slacking off. If I find out you've been shirking your training, it'll only be worse when you get back. Uraraka shudders as she puts her phone back into her pocket. She runs out of the room and down the hall to the elevator, where Gunhead is waiting for her. Izuku pulls the curtains of his bedroom's window shut, blocking out the meager light from the street lamps. He's just about to climb into bed when his bedroom door bursts open. He looks over to see a grinning Hadu in his doorway, smiling over the door she had just broken down to get past the lock. She has a laptop tucked under one arm, a bag full of what looks like popcorn and movie discs hanging off the other. She uses her quirk to fly into and around his room until finally landing on his bed. You do know it's 11 at night, right? Izuku asks as he walks over to his door. Luckily, nothing is really broken. The screws had just been torn out of the hinge. Of course I know. But we're already halfway through your time here and haven't had time to hang out as interns with Ryukyu. So tonight is officially movie night. There aren't any TVs in the rooms, though, so I brought my laptop. Izuku hums as he finishes reattaching his door to the wall. Alright. Let's just keep in mind we have to wake up at 6. Hadu nods seriously. Of course. Hadu finally closes the laptop at 3 in the morning as the credits of the final movie start to roll. I'm heading back to my room now. Good night, she says as she hops down. Izuku nods. Good night. As soon as she's gone, he slides down in bed, pulling the comforter up to his chin. He has 3 hours to sleep and he plans on making the most of them. Shigaraki glares across the bar at Stain. The man had only just entered his bar and already was getting on Shigaraki's nerves. He was acting like he thought he was better than Shigaraki. Still, Shigaraki does his best to be civil. All for one thought the man would be a good asset after all, and who was he to argue with him? Join us, Shigaraki states. Stain scoffs. Why should I? What's your mission? Shigaraki doesn't get a chance to respond before Stain comes charging forward. The metal of his blade gleams under the dingy lighting in the bar. The blade nicks Kurogiri before becoming embedded in Shigaraki's shoulder as he falls to the ground. The end of the blade goes through his flesh into the hardwood below, pinning him in place. Stain licks off some of the blood dripping down the serrated blade. I'll give you some advice. Creeds and convictions are necessary to accomplish everything. Without them, you won't survive. Get him out of here, Shigaraki demands, glaring at what of Kurogiri he can see. The man doesn't move, however. He appears to be frozen with his hand in one of the bar's many glasses. You know what I hate about this society? Stain asks. Heroes now are fake and the villains are almost worse. They all throw their power around without regard. As he says this, he grabs a dagger from its sheath and starts lowering it toward Shigaraki's neck. Before it can get very far, Shigaraki reaches up with his free hand and grips the blade, turning it to dust. I may not have a creed, but I do have a desire. To tear down the pedestal that this society has placed all might on, taking them with it. Stain's dagger falls to ash at his side. He takes a moment before jumping back, tearing his blade from Shigaraki's shoulder as he does. He waits until Shigaraki is standing to continue talking. Our goals are different, but I can concede that our final visions are the same. As such, I won't tear down your e-growing organization just yet. Now then, please return me to Hosu. I have unfinished business. Shigaraki nods and looks over to Kurogiri. The man nods back and a portal opens beside Stain. The man steps through, disappearing in the purple smoke. Izuku wakes up at 5, an hour before his alarm. He feels well-rested enough and knows that feeling will fade if he decides to try and go back to sleep, so he throws off the covers and gets out of bed. He rubs his eyes as he walks toward the bathroom. He turns on the faucet. Cold water splashes into the sink. He splashes some on his face and is reaching for his toothbrush when he hears his phone ringing on his nightstand. He leaves the faucet running as he runs out to grab it. He picks up the phone and answers immediately upon reading the caller ID. Pony's face appears on his screen, a tired smile revealing a few of her teeth. "Good morning." She greets. "Good morning." Izuku answers back. "How'd you know I'd be awake?" Pony shrugs as she pulls the phone a little further from her face. Izuku does the same as he starts walking back toward his bathroom, intent on brushing his teeth to get rid of the cottony feeling in his mouth. "You're usually up before your alarm." Pony answers. Izuku hums. They continue talking while the two of them get ready for the day. They both change into their hero costumes when it comes time for them to get dressed. "I have to head down for patrol now," Pony says once Izuku picks his phone back up from where he'd left it on the table. "I'll call you again tonight, okay?" she says. Izuku nods. "I look forward to it." Pony blows a kiss to the camera before hanging up. Izuku stares at his phone screen for a moment before tucking it into his pocket and leaving his room, locking the door behind him. Izuku walks out onto the courtyard at exactly 6. The sky is still dark, the only light being that of paper lanterns hung throughout the yard that had not been there earlier. Haru is already there, though she's being scolded by Ryukyu. Upon looking closer, he notices the faint bags under her eyes. After a moment, Ryukyu looks up from Haru. "Ah, Midoriya. There you are. We'll start with a brief morning exercise before heading out on patrol." Izuku nods and falls into line with Haru as Ryukyu leads them through a set of morning stretches. Izuku tackles a robber to the ground, rolling out of the way as Ryukyu chases the other down the sidewalk. She catches the second just as Izuku pulls the first to his feet. He binds the man's hands behind his back, keeping him in place. Ryukyu comes back toward them, the second robber at her side. A flashing police car pulls into the curb just as Haru catches up to the two of them. "Ryukyu, wonderful to see you out again. Been a bit since your last patrol," the officer says as he pulls 2 sets of H&D CFFS from his belt. Ryukyu smiles sweetly. "Well, I've been busy with the office side of heroics, as well as a few new adverts." The officer nods. "I think I've seen 1 or 2 of them," he says as he takes the robber from Izuku. He hands the second pair of cuffs to Ryukyu and she cuffs the man at her side. She walks him to the police car, waving to the officer as he pulls away with the 2 villains in the back. "Do try to pay more attention to your surroundings," Ryukyu says to Haru as she gets close to them. "You can't let villains get away like that in the future." Haru nods. "Sorry," Ryukyu hums. She looks down the street, her eyes landing on a nearby coffee shop. "We'll stop there. Get your energy up before we keep going." Haru groans. "But you always buy the bitter stuff." Ryukyu shrugs. "It's what's strongest. You want to get some energy back, don't you?" Haru huffs, but nods and the 2 students follow Ryukyu down to the coffee shop. It's not very busy, since it's the middle of the day and most people are at work. The barista takes on an excited expression when the 3 of them enter. "Hi." How can I help you? She stammers. Deku smiles. Just a black coffee please, with a few extra shots of espresso. The barista nods as she enters Ryukyu's order into the register. Your total is 425. How will you be paying? Card please. Ryukyu says as she removes her wallet from a hidden pocket within her costume. The barista indicates the card reader and Ryukyu pays quickly, smiling to the woman before ushering Izuku and Haru over to the pickup counter. She puts a few bills in the tip jar as they wait. Haru sulks in the corner, growing more upset as the barista places the finished drink on the counter. Ryukyu thanks her as she grabs the cup and heads toward the exit, Izuku and Haru following after her. All right. Ryukyu says once they're a little ways down the street. Drink up. She hands the cup to Haru, who sighs but takes it. She holds her nose as she downs the cup. Once it's empty, she heads back into the shop, throwing it away in one of the interior trash cans. Feeling more awake? Ryukyu asks once Haru is back on the street. The girl nods. Ryukyu smiles. Good. Now then let's keep going. We have to make up for lost time. Izuku walks a few paces behind Ryukyu. He's looking around, searching for pickpockets or purse snatchers, when he hears something. He tilts his head in the direction of the sound, trying to hear it more clearly. Suddenly, a herd of civilians come barreling around the corner. Izuku takes off in the direction they're coming from, weaving through the crowd. He soon reaches the cause of their distress. Or it reaches him. A massive transport truck barrels down the street, darting back and forth across the road, occasionally driving on the sidewalk for long stretches. Izuku can just barely see the driver behind the wheel, desperately trying to get the vehicle under control. Izuku grows into his hybrid form as he jumps in front of the truck. He extends his arms, waiting for the truck to get close. He braces himself as it approaches. Just before the front end collides with his chest, he grabs hold of the sides. The wheels spin out underneath it, creating tire marks on the road below. The driver quickly turns off the engine. Izuku sets the truck down, shrinking back to his normal size once it's safely on the ground. Izuku and Haru walk alongside Ryukyu across the drawbridge. I thought we weren't supposed to start patrol until later in the afternoon? In Hosu? Haru says. Ryukyu hums. We don't have anything else scheduled for today. Incidentally, it's a good time for a flying lesson, don't you think? She smiles as her body morphs and extends into her dragon form. Izuku activates his own quirk, scales bloom across his skin and he grows taller. Haru floats between them as they take off. They fly around for a while. Ryukyu teaches Haru how to do a few aerial tricks, civilians watching them from below. Izuku follows from the street, able to keep up easily. They're interrupted just as they're entering Hosu when something slams into Ryukyu's face. She shakes it free and plucks it out of the air. It's a winged creature, slightly resembling the Nomu Izuku had fought at the USJ attack. The Nomu tries to attack Ryukyu, though it can't reach her. She throws it down, creating a crater in the sidewalk below. She dives down to meet it, Haru close behind her. It didn't take her long to defeat it, though by the time she had thick smoke was covering the skies and Nomu sightings were being reported across the city. Split up. Ryukyu orders. You have my full permission to use your quirks however you deem necessary. Go. Izuku and Haru nod as they fly off in different directions, looking for others to help. Ida stands at the mouth of an alleyway, out of the way of the chaos raging within Hosu. In front of him, Stain stands with his swords gripped in his hands. Native is slouched against the wall, actively bleeding out, though Ida doesn't care about him. She's here for Stain and Stain alone. You're going to pay for what you did to my brother. Ida claims as he steps into the alley. Stain scoffs. Another fake, just like your brother. Ida charges. He's about to collide with the villain when he jumps out of the way, stabbing his blade into Ida's shoulder. Ida stumbles and cries out, falling to one knee. He watches out of the corner of his eye as Stain licks his blood from the blade. He gasps in a breath as his body stiffens and he slumps to the ground. Stain stalks toward him, blade held aloft. Ida's eyes widen as he watches the villain's approach. So this is how he was going to die. He hadn't even put up a fight, just run in like an idiot and gotten himself paralyzed. Stain stops next to him, holding his blade somewhere about Ida's back. He opens his mouth to say something but is distracted by something happening on the street, out of Ida's line of sight. Izuku sits on the back of another winged Nomu. The creature, barely able to support his weight in his hybrid form, swats at him and screeches, trying to get him off. Izuku grabs hold of its head. He twists and pulls. The creature's head peels away from the rest of it, a trail of nerves attaching it to its neck. The Nomu spasms until Izuku gives the head one last yank, severing the nerves. The corpse crashes just outside an alleyway and Izuku climbs off, the severed head balanced on his palm. Izuku kicks the corpse out of the way. It creates a trail of blood on the sidewalk as it slides. He tosses the head next, watching as it rolls into the alley, stopping at Stain's feet. Izuku, seemingly just noticing the scene within the alley, looks Stain up and down. Stain doesn't have time to react before Izuku is pushing him out of the way. He crouches next to Ida, checking the boy over for fatal wounds. Stain stares at the boy in front of him. He had appeared out of nowhere, decapitating a Nomu before moving so fast Stain hadn't registered any movement. He was used to feeling fear. He was used to the angry eyes of the sheep who didn't know any better than to trust the fakes claiming to protect them. What he wasn't used to was being ignored. He unsheathes one of the smaller blades at his belt and throws it. It doesn't have to travel far and should slide into the boy's skin like a knife to butter. Yet it clatters to the ground as if it had merely bounced off its target. Stain glowers as he draws 3 more of the same blade, throwing them in quick succession. Like the other, however, they merely bounce off, falling to the ground. Izuku turns his head, glaring at the man behind him. "Stop bothering me while I'm busy," he orders. Stain takes a calming breath. Fine, if he can't kill the kid, maybe he can reason with him. He wasn't trying to save Native, after all, just the other boy, probably a classmate. "You're pretty strong, kid. Your quirk is truly powerful. Tell me, why do you want to be a hero?" Izuku looks up. "To save people. To help keep Japan safe." That's what they all say. Izuku turns back to Ida, choosing to once again ignore the man behind him. "You should probably go to the hospital," Izuku says. He's just about to lift Ida when Stain decides he's had enough. He aims his sword at Izuku's neck. Before the metal makes contact, Izuku turns to face the villain. He grabs hold of his wrist and twists, snapping the bone. The katana falls to the ground with a clang. Izuku pushes Stain back, sending him stumbling into the wall behind him. Stain tries to get up, but before he can, Izuku aims a punch at his face. The man screams as he lifts a hand to his broken jaw. He lunges at Izuku, taking his hand away to reveal his torn cheek and bloodied lips. He tears one of his blades from the sheath at his back, aiming to slash Izuku's chest. Izuku jumps to the side to dodge. Stain's attacks quickly become sporadic. He acts more like an animal than a man, lunging and stabbing without care. Izuku kicks out. Stain's ribs audibly crack, but he doesn't stop. Izuku grabs hold of his good arm and twists, breaking the bone and dislocating his shoulder. Stain yells out, but doesn't let go of his blade. He tries to stab Izuku's leg but is stopped by Izuku grabbing hold of his hand. He squeezes, snapping the man's fingers and dislocating his wrist. Stain's sword falls to the ground. It lands on top of the others. The clang of the metal echoes off the walls, joined by Stain's screams. Izuku hits the man in the back of the head with his fist. Stain's eyes roll back in his head and he slumps to the ground. He nearly falls into the small pile of blades, but Izuku nudges him out of the way with his foot. Izuku looks over to Ida to find him slowly getting to his feet. "How do you feel?" Izuku asks. Ida huffs. "It's difficult to move my arm, though other than that I believe I'm fine." Thank you, Midoriya. If you hadn't stepped in I would have died." Izuku nods as he grabs a bundle of thick rope from the dumpster nearby. "You're welcome. Think you can help me tie him up?" Ida nods and crouches next to Izuku, holding Stain's limbs in place while Izuku ties them together. Once they've deemed him sufficiently bound, Izuku throws Stain over his shoulder. Ida helps Native stand and they leave the alley. Izuku sets Stain down against the wall of one of the nearby buildings while Native calls for help over the hero line. It doesn't take long for other heroes to round the corner to them. Endeavor comes toward them, Shudo at his side and a small group of sidekicks behind him. Endeavor glances between the 5 of them before his eyes finally land on Native. Native, right? I didn't expect a hero of your ranking would be able to defeat Stain. Native shakes his head. I didn't. He nods toward Izuku. He did. Endeavor whirls on Izuku. Aren't you a UA student? You don't have permission to use your quirk without one of your teachers present. Ryukyu, the hero I'm currently interning under, gave me permission to use my quirk however I saw fit, sir. Izuku says, interrupting Endeavor's lecture. The man glares at him but seems to decide that he's not worth any more effort as he steps towards Stain, checking the knots Izuku had tied. The other heroes spread out. A few head to either end of the street to guide emergency vehicles while the others gather to talk about Stain and the attacks plaguing Hoshi that night. News vehicles, police cars, and 2 ambulances round the corners a few minutes after the other heroes arrive. Native, Ida, and Stain are taken to the ambulances while the officers spread out through the crowd, talking with the group of heroes. One is just about to approach Izuku when Stain rises from the stretcher the paramedics are working on binding him to. Hero society is a sham, it's polluted with fake heroes, with only one true man shining through. All Might is the only man worthy of being called a hero. He's the only man worthy of killing me. For a moment, everyone looks afraid. The cameramen are all shaking and everyone is staring at Stain, waiting for him to continue, but he doesn't. One of the paramedics yells that he had stopped breathing. He's quickly carted into the ambulance and one of the paramedics starts attaching wires to him before the doors close and the vehicle tears away. Shigaraki glares at the 2 plausible recruits standing in his bar. One, a girl who looks high school age dressed in a middle school uniform that's too small for her, smiles and looks around the bar as if it's one of the best things she's ever seen. The second, a guy with painful-looking burns, looks like he'd rather not be there. Why are you here? Shigaraki asks, scratching his neck absently. You're the ones who work with Stain, right? The girl asks, bouncing on the ball of her feet. Shigaraki glowers. He's about to disintegrate the girl for daring to mention the man, but one look from Kurogiri convinces him to go with it. All for One had told them these 2 could be useful. He shouldn't kill them yet. Yes. What of it? He answers. The girl grins. Then I'd like to join you. Stain is great. He spills the blood of the fake heroes so that only the real ones are left. He's great. The man shrugs. Stain had the right idea, and if you worked with him then your goals must be similar enough. Working with you will get me closer to my goal at least. We could use more hands. Kurogiri adds as he opens a portal to catch Shigaraki's extending hand. Fine. There are rooms upstairs. The girl cheers, running toward the staircase. The man simply turns away, following her. Izuku and Pony sit together under one of the many trees of the forest that spreads across the edge of UA grounds. Their empty lunch trays sit stacked a few feet away from them, out of the way. Pony is lying on Izuku's lap, staring up at the sparse clouds drifting across the sky. So, what do you think they're going to do for the practical exam? I heard Mina talking to a second year. Apparently it's supposed to be robots. Pony says, her eyes drifting to his. Izuku huffs as he shakes his head. It's probably not going to be bots this year. They're going to want to prepare us more, with the league acting out and crime rates rising. Pony hums. Think we might go against our teachers? They're readily available and would be difficult to fight. Izuku nods. Pony smiles, directing her attention back up. God, Mina and the others are going to be upset. I already saw them freaking out about the robots. Izuku laughs. I'm sure they'll be fine. Momo already agreed to tutor people for the written portion. Pony hums, though her smile doesn't falter. You didn't see my class. They've been running around, trying to figure out what it's going to be and how they can alter their training. Tetsu tripped over his own feet and face-planted into the gym floor. He had his quirk activated and left a him-shaped crater in the floor. Izuku smiles. Well, at least you'll be fine. Pony shrugs. It had taken her a bit to get used to the extra density in her bones and muscles, though the extra bit of protection from the near-transparent scales was nice. Izuku runs his hand over the scales on her shoulder and they fall into silence. Izuku and the rest of his class stooped over their notes, cramming in a last bit of review before their written exam was to start. When the bell rings and Aizawa steps into the room, a stack of tests in hand, they all rush to put away the books and pull out their pencils. "All right, pencils down," Aizawa says, his voice cutting through the tense silence. All at once, the sound of scratching pencils stops and they all flip their tests closed. Aizawa walks around, collecting each of their tests. Merely by looking at his classmates, Izuku can tell how well each of them thinks they did. "You'll be given an hour to prepare for the practical before it starts. Stretch, maybe practice a bit with your quirks, but don't overdo it. Change now so you won't risk being late. Your exams will take place in Gym Delta, meet at the front gates by 10:30. If you're late it's an automatic fail." As he leaves the room, the wall holding their costumes extends. Izuku waits for the rest of his classmates to grab theirs before he stands. Izuku stands with the rest of his class in front of the doors to the fake city. A few of them are still stretching while others talk nervously about the exam. After about a minute, Aizawa, along with the rest of the UA teaching staff, exited from one of the nearby buildings. They line up in front of the gates and a tense hush falls over the class. The only two missing are All Might and Nezu, though the former is quickly remedied. All Might falls from the sky, landing between the teachers and the students. He creates a small crater when he lands, causing Cementos to roll his eyes and glare at the man. "I am here to help our students with their practical exams," he announces as he looks out at them. He awkwardly shuffles back to join the line of teachers when no one cheers or claps at his arrival. After another moment, Nezu pops out of Aizawa's scarf. He uses one of the ends to lower himself to the ground before turning to address the students. "Welcome to your practical evaluation," the principal announces. "As I'm sure you can already tell, you'll be going up against your teachers. Your teammates and opponents have already been chosen," he says before any of them can start rushing to each other. "Now then, let's get into the rules. You'll be given 5 minutes to figure out a plan of action. Your teachers will each be wearing weights at about half their body weight, so they'll be handicapped. You win by either cuffing your opponent with the cuffs you'll be given or escaping through the gate at the back of the city. Does everyone understand?" "Yes." They all nod hesitantly. Nezu nods back. "Great. Your groups have already been chosen. You, your teammate and opponent listed in the observation room. Plus Ultra." He cheers before clambering back up Aizawa's scarf. The teachers head back into their building and the students file into theirs. When they enter, Izuku immediately notices Recovery Girl standing in one of the corners. His attention is drawn away, however, when one of the screens spanning across the far wall lights up. It displays their name and pictures alongside their teammate and the teacher they'd be fighting. Izuku resists the urge to groan when he sees that he'll be fighting All Might alongside Bakugo. The only good thing was that they'd be going last. Izuku settles into a chair in the corner, patiently waiting for his turn. Bakugo isn't as patient. He keeps glaring at Izuku and pacing back and forth across the room. He only stops when, finally, a mechanical voice comes from a hidden speaker, calling them for their exam. When they exit Tei building, a bus is parked waiting for them, All Might visible within. Izuku walks onto the bus, smiling back when All Might smiles at him. Bakugo continues to glare. Izuku does his best to focus on creating a plan. He knows Bakugo will refuse to work with him, that's a given, but maybe it could work to his advantage. Bakugo would rush in to fight All Might, a distraction, if only for a minute. A minute would hopefully be enough, though. Whether to escape to the gate or fight All Might himself would have to depend on the circumstances. The bus shudders to a stop in front of the gates to the fake city where their exam would take place. All Might gets off first, barely sparing them a glance before running into the city, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Izuku takes one look at Bakugo's aggressive expression and decides not to try and talk to him. He'd probably only end up getting hit, and it's not like Bakugo would agree to any sort of plan. After the buzzer goes off, he waits until Bakugo had disappeared into the city to enter himself. He starts running through the city, heading to the gate on the other end of the city. He's just made it to the center of the city when he feels a sudden increase in the air pressure around him. He stops, looking for All Might. After a moment, he sees All Might falling toward the center. Texas smash! He yells as he slams into the ground. He creates a massive crater in the ground and the dust billows out to the edges of the city. Izuku raises his hand to shield his eyes from the debris. The power from the wind tears a few of the street lamps from the cement. Luckily, they don't travel very far. Izuku ducks back behind the closest building to him, trying to see out of All Might's line of sight. "Where are you, heroes?" he calls. Izuku stays quiet. He sees Bakugo hurl himself out from around a street corner, explosions popping in his palms as he jumps at All Might. He tries to sneak past the two before All Might can defeat Bakugo, but the boy lasts barely a minute. Izuku sighs as he ducks behind a building, narrowly avoiding being spotted by All Might. "Where are you, Tatsuya?" All Might calls. "Your teammate is in trouble." He calls as he holds a struggling Bakugo above his head. Izuku considers slipping through the buildings and heading to the gate anyway, but All Might has his head on a constant swivel. Izuku waits until All Might has the back of his head to him before jumping on top of the building he had been hiding behind. He stretches and expands into his hybrid form, crouching on brick that gives under his weight. Izuku jumps as All Might turns to face him. He tackles the man into the building behind him, forcing him to drop a now unconscious Bakugo. The walls of the building crumble in their wake and they come out on the other side. The upper floors of the building fall, leaving a large pile of rubble in their wake. All Might's jaw slams into the ground and he looks up at Izuku as he brings a hand up to his jaw. Something seems to dawn on All Might as he rolls out from under Izuku. He jumps to his feet and starts running at Izuku, cracking the ground with the force of his steps. All Might draws his arm back and aims to punch Izuku in the chest. He blocks with an open hand. He can feel his bones cracking as he digs his feet into the ground to prevent himself from being pushed back. The impact creates a shock wave, shaking the debris. All Might pulls back. The two stand apart, watching each other. All Might breathes in, puffing out his chest. Izuku lowers into a defensive stance. All Might lunges forward. Izuku lets him get close before acting. Suddenly, All Might is flying back through the air. He lands on his back a few feet away, on the edge of the crater. Izuku takes advantage of All Might's shock and lands on him. He punches him in the face, worsening his injuries and creating new ones. His jaw cracks and breaks. His mouth hangs at an unnatural angle and his nose breaks. Blood streams down his face and spatters onto the concrete around them. All Might grips the ground, causing it to crack and splinter. He pushes himself up, forcing Izuku off. All Might swings but Izuku jumps out of the way. He swings at All Might's head with his right hand and the man ducks, not noticing his left hand until it's making contact with his stomach. He gasps as he jumps back, clutching his stomach. All Might lifts a fist to his mouth as he coughs. Blood speckles his hand but he shakes it off. Izuku doesn't give him another moment of reprieve. He runs at the man and aims a kick at his chest. All Might raises his arms to protect his face but at the last moment Izuku crouches, kicking the man's legs out from under him. All Might kicks out as he falls to the ground. Izuku jumps to avoid it like a jump rope. All Might gets to his feet and runs at Izuku again, drawing his arm back. Izuku meets his arm with his own, sending his attack off course. He takes advantage of the opening and hits him in the chest. All Might goes flying back into the front of a nearby building. He crashes through 3 buildings before finally skidding to a stop inside the third. He stops amid a mess of broken glass and debris. Izuku steps over the crumbling wall. He stops a few feet away. All Might jumps up, running to attack again. He aims a flurry of punches at Izuku. He manages to dodge most of them, but All Might manages to land a few hits, bruising the skin or cracking the bones beneath his scales. Izuku jumps to the side to avoid a set of punches and kicks the back of All Might's knee. He falters and Izuku uses the opening to get in a few hits of his own. All Might recovers quickly, blocking Izuku's next punch and retaliating. Izuku is hit a few more times, though he still manages to block the majority of attacks. After about a minute, he manages to grab hold of one of All Might's wrists. He pulls the man closer, bending his wrist back as he punches him in the stomach. The man cries out, trying to pull his wrist free. Izuku uses him to keep himself stable as he kicks out the back of his knee. All Might uses his free hand to hit Izuku as many times as he can. He manages to hit Izuku in the chest, but when he goes for his head, Izuku ducks. He lets go of All Might's now broken wrist as he crouches, aiming to kick out the man's legs. All Might jumps to avoid it and Izuku shoots up, punching the man in the face as he lands. He chokes and sputters as he bends his head over a hand. Blood pools in his palm. Broken teeth pour out with it, collecting in the center. All Might stands stunned. Izuku uses it as an opportunity and lands a few hits. He manages to once again kick out the back of the man's knees. This time, one of them cracks. All Might grunts as his leg gives out from under him. He manages to stand after a moment, though it would be easy to take him down again. 5 minutes remaining. A tinny imitation of Nedzu's voice calls over the speakers hidden around them. Izuku pounces on All Might, hitting him wherever he can manage to land a hit. His face, stomach, chest. Finally, All Might falls to the ground, one leg bent at an unnatural angle and blood pooling from his mouth. Izuku takes the cuffs from his belt and clicks them over both the man's wrists. All Might has been captured. You pass. The voice says. Izuku steps back, breathing heavily. He was in the most pain he had experienced since his quirk came in. Everything hurt. He winced every time he inhaled, his broken and cracked ribs straining against his lungs. He could practically feel the bruises developing across his skin. He could barely move his right hand and his vision was beginning to swim. Izuku falls across from All Might. He is conscious just long enough to register his quirk deactivating and his body shrinking back to its normal proportions before his vision goes black. Izuku stands in a large clearing. In the distance, a large temple shines in the sun. A golden lake wraps around the temple, lining the clearing. Small islands litter the pond, connected by wooden bridges. The islands contain small hills, mountains, and copses of trees. Izuku starts walking toward the temple. The grass brushes against his calves as he walks. He studies the surrounding lake and islands as he walks, and is about to reach the steps of the temple when he hears footsteps coming toward him. He looks up to see a man, about 5 feet 9 inches, making his way down the steps. His hair is long and black and orange-red eyes with diamond-shaped pupils. Long, thin horns grow out of his forehead. He's wearing a pristine white kimono of expensive-looking quality. The obi across his midsection is a deep navy blue, with a complex pattern embroidered across it in white thread. Izuku does his best to keep his surprise from showing on his face. He had been expecting to see Surayu as a large dragon, more powerful than he had been before. Instead, he was confronted by an eerily human form. "I'm sure you have questions," Surayu says. "We can talk in my garden. It's a lovely day after all." Surayu leads Izuku up the stairs and through the temple. It's a little smaller than Izuku had thought it would be from looking at the outside, though he doesn't have the chance to take in any of the decorations as he's forced to keep up with Surayu. He's led down a set of stairs at the back of the temple into a large, walled-in garden. In the very center of the garden stands a large cherry blossom tree. It reaches about 10 meters in height with a trunk wide enough to mash. Surayu sits within the tree's shadow, inviting Izuku to do the same. He lowers to the grass, crisscrosses his legs, and turns so he's facing Surayu. The man looks at him expectantly. Izuku takes a moment to think about the question he wants to ask first before taking a breath. "What is this place?" Surayu hums. "We're still in your mind if that's what you mean. If you're questioning the appearance, then it's because of how far you've come in your training. This is what it should have looked like from the beginning, but you weren't strong enough, physically or mentally, for it when you first ate the fruit." Izuku stares at Surayu in confusion as more questions come to his mind. "Wait, then what progress have I made? It didn't look like this last time." He trails off, hoping for Surayu to fill in the blanks. The man smiles. "Your final form. That of the dragon. You gain the ability after your fight with All Might, though you didn't have enough energy to activate it. You should start training with it as soon as you have the energy. Maintaining it at first will be difficult and taxing, so you want to start building endurance immediately. Anything else new I should know about? Surayu nods. I'll be able to communicate with you when you're conscious now, too. I'll look ghostly, but you'll be the only one able to see me. Aside from your queen, of course. You'll be able to communicate with me both with your thoughts and spoken word, though I can't imagine you'll be using the latter very often. Izuku nods. Alright. Is that everything? Surayu nods. It is. Ready to wake up? Tsunatori has been waiting. Izuku nods. He stands and brushes himself off. He bows to Surayu and turns back toward the temple, leaving the shade of the cherry blossom tree. Izuku blinks awake, trying to force his eyes to adjust to the glaring fluorescent lights above him. He hears soft snoring to his left and turns his head. Pony is sitting in the armchair next to his bed, her head back as she sleeps. Hello, he says, his voice raspy from disuse. Pony stirs. She blinks and rubs at her eyes, though it doesn't take more than a few seconds for her to realize that Izuku was the one who had spoken. She jumps on him, burying her face in his neck. She pulls back after a minute, smiling down at him. I'm sure you already know that you passed, but I thought I'd tell you anyway, you passed. Izuku smiles as he sits up. Pony steps back to give him room and pulls the chair closer for herself. But Kogu has been super pissy since your exam. Pony says as she leans back in her chair. He keeps complaining, saying that he should have been the one to beat All Might. Izuku hums as he adjusts himself. I guess I expected that. He doesn't have a chance to say anything else as Recovery Girl's voice carries past the privacy screen. I can't believe you could be so idiotic. You couldn't just go a little easier on him and yourself? It was just an exam, it wasn't like he was going to kill you. They hear a thwack and All Might yelping before Recovery Girl appears from behind the privacy screen. How are you feeling, dear? She asks. Izuku smiles. Fine, thank you. Recovery Girl nods. Then you're free to go home. Try not to come back too soon. Izuku nods as he gets out of bed. Once he's standing, he dips into a bow. Thank you for your help, ma'am. Recovery Girl smiles and waves him away. You're welcome, dear. Now off you go. Izuku smiles and nods back. Pony stands and grabs her back from where it sits, leaning against Izuku's. Izuku sits in class, listening as the rest of his classmates discuss their exams and how they think they did. I just can't believe Midoriya managed to fight All Might and win. Kaminari says, throwing his hands up as if to accentuate his point. Izuku shrugs. I mean, he was holding back. All the teachers were. They were wearing those weights, remember? Kaminari huffs. Still, you fought All Might. He stopped from saying anything else when the bell rings. They all scramble to get to their desks and seated properly before Aizawa steps through the door. He stops at his podium and sets down a disc similar to the one Izuku had received in lieu of an acceptance letter. After a moment the device turns on, displaying their exam results. A mix of groans and cheers fills the room for all 5 seconds before Aizawa shuts them up with a glare and turns off the hologram. Those of you who failed are still invited to join in the training camp taking place in a few weeks. Training would be most helpful to you, after all, though you'll also have to attend extra classes at night. A few of those who failed are still upset, muttering about the forced extra lessons, but they quiet quickly without intervention from Aizawa. The man sighs and grabs his sleeping bag from beneath his podium. You're free to talk quietly. Just come take one of these brochures so you'll know what you'll need for the trip. He says as he slips inside and flops down onto the ground. It's silent for a second before the sound of chairs scratching against the tiled floor fills the room, accompanied by the beginnings of various conversations. Once everyone has a brochure, it becomes conversations turn to what they're missing and will need to go shopping for. Oh, we should all go to the mall as a class. Toru says, drawing the attention of the rest of her classmates. We'll be able to get all the stuff we need for a camping trip and it'll be good class bonding. She reasons when no one else speaks. Izuku nods. That sounds great. I'm free this weekend. The rest of his class follows suit. The only ones who deny going are Todoroki and Bakugo. Oh, come on. It'll be fun. Mina says, trying to urge the two of them to change their minds. One glare from Bakugo and she gives up, turning her attention to planning the class meeting at the mall later that week. As they're settling back into their seats in preparation for their next class, Mina catches Izuku's eye. Make sure you bring Tsunatori along. I'd invite her myself, but we don't cross paths often. Izuku smiles. Yeah, of course. Izuku and Pony walk side by side into the mall, hands intertwined as they walk through the entrance where they had planned to meet the rest of Class 1A. Everyone else is already there when they arrive and steps toward the two as they enter. Hey, took you long enough. Siro says as he waves. Izuku smiles. We're on time. The rest of you all arrived early, he says, joining the group. Exchange pleasantries for a few minutes before Mina claps, grabbing their attention. Alright, let's split into groups. Who needs what? They all talk at once, though they still somehow manage to form groups based on what they need. Once they're all organized, Mina nods. We'll meet back in 2 hours for lunch. Sound good? Everyone else agrees and their groups split off. Izuku and Tsunatori are left alone since they're the ones who only really need bug spray. They start walking toward the store they need, looking at the window displays they pass as they do. Izuku thanks the cashier as he takes the 2 bottles of bug spray, placing them both in his bag as he leaves. As he steps out of the store, a feeling of being watched washes over him. He watches the crowd, doing his best not to make it obvious as he walks in the opposite direction of the ice cream stall Tsunatori is waiting at. That's the villain that attacks the USJ, right? I want to hear what he has to say. Let him come closer. Surayu says, appearing as a ghost a few feet in front of Izuku. The boy answers with a small nod as he sits down on a nearby bench. Not even a minute passes before Shigaraki sits down on the bench next to him, grabbing his neck with 4 fingers. Izuku can feel scales spread across his neck beneath his shirt. Act like I'm a friend. Don't yell, don't try to attack me. I could kill you in an instant and at least 100 of these NPCs before the cops arrive. The villain orders. Izuku smiles. What do you want? Shigaraki huffs. Everyone thinks Stain is so great. They focus on him rather than my attack, even though it was flashier. Even though I caused more damage. I want you to tell me why. Surayu shakes his head, drawing Izuku's attention. It won't affect you. You already know that his quirk is a 5-point activation. Though, there's also the fact that his quirk seems to work by spreading antibodies that SCK out all the hydration they can from whatever they touch, drying it out and leaving it nothing but ash. They won't do anything to you since your DNA is different from everything and everyone else. Explains why his skin is so dry too, I suppose. Izuku hums, in reply to both Shigaraki and Surayu. I guess it's because he had a goal, something people could relate to and cheer for. He made it clear from the start that he wanted to kill those he saw as fake heroes, even if he deems all heroes that aren't all might as fake. That's something other people can get behind. You, on the other hand, have made no clear goal. You've only caused death and destruction. Without a clear end result in mind, no one is going to cheer you on. You have to make your ambition clear, and make sure it's something at least a portion of the population can agree with. Shigaraki tilts his head as if in contemplation before his mouth stretches into a wide, sharp grin. I see. Thank you, but I think I'm still going to kill you. You've caused me too much trouble. His last finger falls to Izuku's neck, but, as Surayu had said, nothing happens. Why won't you die? His voice is low and rasping as his grip on Izuku's neck tightens, though it's clear to Izuku that the question was more to himself than something he wanted Izuku to answer. They sit in silence for a few seconds before Shigaraki huffs a quiet, crazed laugh. Shigaraki stands, letting go of Izuku as he does so. He looks like he's about to attack, but before he can, a swirling purple portal opens beneath him and he falls through, leaving Izuku alone on the bench. Izuku stays on the bench for a moment, waiting for something else to happen. When no one else steps out of the shadows or appears from a swirling portal, he stands and makes his way back toward where Pony should be waiting for him. Pony smiles when she sees him approaching, 2 bowls of ice cream on the table in front of her. Izuku slips into the chair beside her and immediately digs into his ice cream before it can become too melted. Alright, what are we going to do with our next hour before we meet up with the others for lunch? Pony asks as she sets her spoon into her empty bowl. Izuku's. Wonder, I guess. Pony nods as she gathers their trash. She throws it away in a nearby garbage can and they continue through the mall, arm in arm. Itsuka sits next to All Might on the plane taking them to Island. The man is staring out the window, seemingly lost in his thoughts, while she reads through one of the many pamphlets she had acquired before the trip. Tashinori jumps in the way of the incoming villain. He punches it in the stomach, sending it flying into the air and away from the family it had been about to crush. He looks up to face the now angered villains just as they shoot 2 small missiles in his direction. He brings his arms up in front of his face and slashes down, creating enough wind that the missiles are sent off course and explode behind him. He looks up out of the clearing smoke to find that the villains have disappeared. Running away already? He mutters to himself. He's about to take off on foot when a red car rockets above a few of the nearby buildings. It crashes to the ground, creating skid marks in the cement as David pulls to a stop beside him. He hops in, pulling the seatbelt down across his chest. Follow them. You're impossible. Your body always moves before you think. David says as he pulls up a map on the car's dash before peeling away. They catch up quickly, and soon Tashinori can see the villains just a few meters ahead. They're noticed almost immediately and another missile is shot in their direction. Before it can reach them, David sets off one of his own. It explodes into a cloud of bubbles, which trap the incoming explosives and contain their shrapnel. Hurry up. We're going to be late for our lecture. David says as Tashinori undoes his seatbelt and jumps onto one of the extended fronts of the car. That's the plan. He answers. Uff, the force of it causing the car to spin out. Tashinori hurtles through the air toward the villains. The one dressed in red turns to face him, setting off missile after missile. Tashinori pulls his arm back, meeting the missiles with a punch. The one his hand meets explodes immediately, while the others all veer off course, going off a few feet away. Tashinori becomes engulfed in flames and he can feel his street clothes burn away, revealing the hero costume underneath. He somersaults toward the villains, winding his arm back again. California, smash. He calls out as his fist makes contact with the 4-armed villain. Both it and the man dressed in red on its back shoot toward the ground, creating a large crater in the road they land in. Their stolen money is strewn across the ground and a small stream of water comes from a pipe they burst. Tashinori laughs as he watches the scene from the rooftop he had landed on. He grins as he jumps down and into the car waiting for him. Looks like we'll make it back to class on time. He says, a slightly smug tone to his voice as he buckles his seatbelt and David starts the engine. If we're fast. He's about to say more but is interrupted by the police scanner attached to the car's dash, announcing a car had been hijacked. Did you hear that? Tashinori asks, turning to face David. The man shakes his head. It's too risky. Tashinori stares at him for a moment, and a smirk appears on David's face. You know, for a good guy you're super reckless. Tashinori smiles as he turns back to face the road, the wind blowing his hair out of his face. Does that mean you'll help me? Of course. Tashinori is brought out of his memories by the sound of his protégé calling his name. He turns to her, following her gaze to the screen on the seat in front of her. We're in Island airspace. She announces, leaning over to try and see around Tashinori and through the window. The aforementioned island slowly comes into view, a massive circle filled with some of the smartest people from around the world, a place that utilized quirks and tech alike to create whatever the residents could imagine. Tashinori smiles at her excitement, watching with her as more details become visible. Itsuka smiles as they finally step out into the sunlight, pulling their luggage behind them. The process of getting through the airport had been more arduous than perhaps was normal for anywhere else in the world, but, to her, it was worth it. The buildings surrounding them are large and colorful, and just the many different creative vehicles already give an insight as to what sort of tech is being made on the island. Itsuka watches someone drive by in what appears to be a hovering bubble when she suddenly remembers that Tashinori had gone through the airport and subsequently stepped out of it in his hero form. The sudden jar in memory is caused by a large crowd swarming around them, pushing her away from her mentor in an effort to get closer to him. Tashinori laughs and takes the nearest notebook and pen from a person in front of him. All right. Calm down, everyone. he says, autographing whatever paper or item is handed to him. Itsuka rolls her eyes and walks over to a nearby bench, gently lowering herself onto it and leaning back, already used to the way people crowd around her mentor whenever he's spotted in public. Izuku and Pony stand together on the sand of Takoba Beach, the waves lapping at the toes of their shoes. A few feet to their left their suitcases sit in the sand. How are we getting to Island again? You haven't told me anything since you denied my parents' offer to buy our plane tickets. Izuku smiles. Because my way is faster than a plane. You'll see. Stand back a bit. Pony does as she's asked and watches as his body morphs and twists. He pauses in his hybrid form for a moment before his body once again starts to change. He grows and elongates until a large, emerald green dragon is standing in front of her. His body is long and thin, about the size of a bus, with 2 legs on either end. Large claws dig into the sand and thick eyebrows and a mustache adorn his face and snout. He has no wings, but Pony doesn't doubt he still has the ability to fly. Izuku looks back at her with a proud glint in his eyes. She smiles and shrugs. Honestly, I thought your dragon form would be bigger, but I suppose this will do for now. Izuku's expression becomes more deadpan and Pony chuckles as she goes to grab their bags. She's right, you know. Tsurаю says, appearing in the corner of Izuku's eye. You'll be able to go bigger eventually though. This is just the easiest size to maintain. At one point you'll be able to grow to the size of a small city and won't have to stop at the hybrid form to get there. Pony sets their bags down by his front feet and reaches out a hand, stroking his long nose. He leans into her touch, an almost purr-like sound emitting from his throat. Pony chuckles before stepping away. Now I know why you brought the rope, she says as she unzips Izuku's bag and pulls out the coil. She uses a pair of her horns to carry the bags over to his side and hold them in place as she ties the luggage down. Once she's happy enough with her work, she lifts herself with her horns, lowering onto his back. She hooks her feet where his front legs meet the rest of him and pats his side. Ready, she says. Izuku rises from his spot, gently shaking to get some of the sand off while not dislodging Pony. He then slowly rises into the air, his tail swaying as he propels forward through the salty air above the sea. After what felt like an hour but was probably closer to 30 minutes, the crowd finally dies away, going back to doing whatever it was they were supposed to be doing. Tashinori walks over to her, his hair and costume slightly ruffled. My apologies, young Kendo. I did not mean for that to take as long as it did. Itsuka smiles as she stands. It's fine. Understand. Tashinori smiles back and they're about to start walking and a voice calls out to them. Uncle Might. Itsuka looks toward the voice to see a blonde girl maybe a year or 2 older than her bouncing on a pogo stick toward them. When she reaches the stairs she jumps off, sailing over the steps and into Tashinori's open arms. He spins her around before setting her down. Melissa, Tashinori says. Tell me, how have you and your father been? Great. He finally started letting me pitch ideas for the company a few months ago. Speaking of Dad, you have to come back to the iExpo building. He'd love to see you again. Tashinori nods. Certainly. First, however, I'd like to introduce you to my student, Kendo Itsuka. The aforementioned girl dips into a bow. It's nice to meet you. Melissa returns the gesture before introducing herself. I'm Melissa Shield. It's nice to meet you too. The 2 girls exchange a smile before Tashinori waves for them to follow him. We should get going. It would be rude to keep David waiting any longer. The 2 girls agree and start following Tashinori down the street, Itsuka pulling their luggage and Melissa carrying her pogo stick. Wolfram stands in front of his crew, the board behind him displaying a few of the details of their plan. Thank you for your help to get on the island. Now we can get to the hard part. Itsuka follows Melissa and Tashinori through the halls of one of the higher floors of the building being used for the iExpo. They walk into a room where 2 men are conversing, though as soon as the door opens they stop and look at the new arrivals. Tashinori, one of the men, with brown hair and a short beard, says as he walks over to them. It's been so long. David, Tashinori says as he wraps the man in a hug. They stay like that for a moment before the man, apparently called David, pulls back. Come in for a new suit, have you? Tashinori laughs. Not entirely, but that would be nice, yes. David chuckles before turning to face the two girls standing off to the side. Melissa, welcome back, he says, wrapping his daughter in a hug. When they pull apart, he turns to look at Kendo. And who might you be? Itsuka dips into a bow. Kendo Itsuka, nice to meet you, sir. She's my protégé, Tashinori says, his tone proud as he looks between Itsuka and David. David smiles. Well, then it's very nice to meet you, Kendo. I'm David Shield, one of the main scientists here on the island. Itsuka smiles and nods, looking over to Tashinori. Why don't you two girls head out and explore the venue? I'm sure Melissa can show you some of the inventions that will be on display during the expo, young Kendo. Melissa bounces on the ball of her feet and smiles. Yeah. What I say, Kendo? Kendo nods. That sounds great. I'd love to see some of the stuff before it gets crowded. Melissa cheers and waves for Itsuka to follow her as she runs out of the room. Itsuka follows after her, pulling her luggage behind. You should head out to... There are a few pieces that still require looking over before they can be seen at the expo, David says to the other man in the room. The man nods and leaves, the door to the lab shutting behind him. Once the door is shut, David claps his hands and turns to face All Might. Let's get started, shall we? Tashinori lies in a hospital bed as a scanner runs over his body. David sits a few feet away, looking over the readings sent to his monitor. The power levels of your quirk have dropped exponentially, David says once the scanner shuts off. Tashinori nods as he sits up and gets off the bed. Do you know why? This is a drastic change. You must have noticed something, David says, spinning in his chair to face the other man. Tashinori waves him off. I assure you it's fine. Nothing I can't handle. I was bound to become weaker at some point. I'm going to have to retire at some point, after all. I can only hope my teachings rub off on the next generation of heroes. David sighs. I suppose. I just didn't realize how much time had passed, I guess. You retiring, it feels impossible. Tashinori huffs. I often feel the same. Itsuka walks down the street alongside Melissa. The streets are filled with mini-shows and constant examples of innovation on the island. They stop for a short rest at a nearby cafe and encounter Kaminari and Mineta. Hey, you're Kendo, right? From Class B. Kaminari says as he approaches, dressed in a waiter uniform. Kendo nods. That's right. And you're Kaminari, from Class A, I believe. The boy nods. Up. Mineta and I got jobs working on the island so we can attend the expo. It's nice to meet you. Kendo smiles. It's nice to meet you too. Is the rest of your class here? Kaminari shrugs. Maybe, but I haven't seen any of them yet. I did just get here yesterday though. Kendo nods. I see. Are you able to go on a break? Maybe we could look for them together. Kaminari smiles. Yeah, that would be great. Pony leans forward to see the island below them, quickly growing bigger as they get closer. The wind blows her hair back and whips at her clothes. She has to give all her focus to staying on Izuku's back, having used her horns to further secure herself immediately after they had taken off when it became clear just how fast Izuku was going. We're starting to get pretty close. Are you going to slow down? She asks, yelling so she can be heard over the wind. True to her word, details of the island, such as buildings and streets, were starting to clear, yet Izuku wasn't slowing down. Pony watches as the airport landing strip gets closer, the people below fleeing as they get closer. Pony screws her eyes shut and lowers so her forehead is touching Izuku's scales. An alarm starts to blare as they crash into the strip. Wolfram jumps when the alarm starts buzzing somewhere above them, loud enough that they can hear it from where they're hiding. Pack and go, he calls. We'll head to the other safe. We can't risk them finding us if this alarm is about us. David and Tashinori both jump when the alarms start. David starts frantically typing on his computer while Tashinori runs to the window to see if he can spot what had caused the alarm. After a moment, however, David bursts out laughing and waves for Tashinori to come look at the screen. Two students who were invited to the expo found their own way of coming over other than the planes. They were approved for it, but apparently, the one flying them over didn't slow down in time and crashed into the landing strip. Toshinori blinks. One of the students was flying? David nods. Midoriya Izuku has the ability to turn into a dragon, apparently. The heads thought it would look cool if he came over in that form, so they agreed when he asked. Turns out he hasn't quite learned how to break yet. Toshinori hums. He's one of my students. I didn't know he had the ability to become a dragon. David shrugs. Anyhow, they were taken for minor questioning. They'll still be allowed entry, I'm sure, just maybe with a little more restrictions. Toshinori nods. I see. The alarms had already stopped, and looking out to the streets confirmed that people were already starting to calm down from the scare. Pony glares at Izuku as they leave the airport, pulling their luggage behind them. I can't believe you not only didn't learn how to stop before we left, but you brought your weapon with you. What were you thinking? Izuku smiles sheepishly, flinching back a bit when he sees the anger on Pony's face. I did practice. Just not well enough, I guess. Pony rolls her eyes. Oh, you guess, do you? I'm sorry. I'll pay for lunch, okay? What do you want? Pony sighs. I need something to help calm my nerves after crashing into an airport. Izuku nods. Tea it is. Itsuka walks with Melissa and the students they had met up with on the island, Midoriya, Tsunatori, Hatsum, Mineta, Setsuna, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Jairu. They stare in awe at the many inventions that are to be shown off later. Itsuka's concentration on one of the new weapons is broken when she hears shuffling a few meters away. She looks over to see two guards stepping in front of Hatsum, who had apparently gotten too close to one of the inventions. I just want to see how it works. The girl complains, huffing as she crosses her arms. Melissa hurries over to the brewing scene. I'll show you the blueprints later, Hatsum. My dad would probably be willing to walk it through with you, too, if you'd like. Hatsum grins and nods. Okay. Melissa nods back and Hatsum runs off to look at one of the other gadgets. By the time they make it out of the expo building, they're all rather hungry. Setsuna leads them down the street to a restaurant with a large outdoor seating area. They sit at a set of tables in a large cluster so they're all near each other. They start talking about their internships and how, exactly, each of them had managed to get to the island. After a few minutes, Melissa suggests they order some food. Everyone else agrees and someone signals for a waiter. Two appear and take their orders rather quickly before heading off back into the restaurant. Once they're gone, Kaminari sidles up next to Melissa. He only has the chance to start on one of his various pickup lines before Uraraka rolls her eyes. Leave her alone, Kaminari. She's 17. Kaminari is about to retort when another voice interrupts him. I must agree. Ida says as he comes toward them, one arm chopping through the air. You must learn when to leave women alone, Kaminari. Kaminari nods and stands to go sit back down next to Mineta. Okay. Ida comes to stand by Melissa. Hello. I am Ida Tenya. Melissa smiles. I'm Melissa Shield. It's nice to meet you. Ida nods. It's nice to meet you as well. He dips into a bow before going to sit with his classmates. As the conversation shifts, another student appears from around the corner, smiling and waving when she sees them all gathered at the tables. Itsuka smiles when she recognizes Kinoko. Kinoko! She calls, standing from her seat and walking toward the girl, meeting her at the entrance to the outside dining area. Hey! Kinoko replies, wrapping the other girl in a quick hug. When she steps back she smiles. Ibra is here with me, but she's still fighting robots in an arena that's supposed to test our speed. Ooh! A few of the others exclaim at the tables. Clearly, most of them would be heading to the arena after lunch. When they're done eating, Izuku, Pony, Itsuka, and Tetsu do exactly that. Now dressed in their hero costumes, they walk toward the arena, following the directions Kinoko had given them. As they get closer, Izuku recognizes Todoroki already in the arena. They gather at the rail, watching as Todoroki freezes the robots in place. When he's done, the announcer steps out from the box protecting her from the various spikes of ice. What a record! All villains defeated in only 12 seconds. she says as Todoroki climbs the steps back up to street level. He nods to the other students when he sees them. The announcer sees them, too, and smiles. I see we have a collection of students waiting their turn. Who's up next? She asks. Tetsu steps forward. I will. He calls, running to the stairs and down into the arena. The announcer smiles and throws out her arm as Tetsu runs into the arena. Eager to go, are we? Are you ready? Tetsu slams his fists together. Yeah. The announcer nods and slips back into the clear box at the edge of the arena. Then let's begin. She hits a button on a control panel within the box and the broken robots are replaced with fresh ones. A large screen across from the others at the top of the arena lights up, displaying Tetsu's time. The numbers slowly tick up as he runs around the arena, smashing in the heads of robots before they even get the chance to fight. But in under a minute, a buzzer sounds and the numbers stop. The announcer walks toward Tetsu as he comes out of one of the caves hollowed into the rock. 33 seconds. A record. She calls, lifting one of Tetsu's arms. The boy smiles up at the others gathered at the fence. When his arm is dropped, he runs back up the stairs and rejoins the group. All right, my turn. Pony says. Instead of taking the stairs, she hops over the fence, using her horns to lower herself next to the announcer. The woman nods. Ready? She asks, stepping toward the booth. Pony nods, 2 sets of horns hovering at her sides. The announcer presses the button and the numbers on the screen reset to 0 and Pony runs toward the nearest bot. She drives a horn into its face, jumping over it as it crumples to the ground. Her horns dart off ahead of her, dipping in and out of caves and around rocks. Pony tears off the arms of a robot wheeling toward her and slams them through the bot's face. Its screen flickers and it crumbles like the others. The buzzer sounds and the numbers stop moving. 15 seconds. The woman announces. She lifts Pony's arm as she had for Tetsu. Pony stares triumphantly up at the others. When her arm is dropped, she uses her horns to carry her back up to the group. You want to give it a try? She asks Izuku, playfully shoving his arm. He shakes his head, a small smile on his face. I'd probably destroy them all before the counter went past 0. He's exaggerating, of course, and Pony rolls her eyes as she rests her arms against the metal fence, leaning on them. She turns her head so she can see Itsuka from around everyone else. Why don't you give it a go? She asks. Itsuka hums, looking down at the ruined bots on the rocks below. She shrugs. Sure, why not? She takes the stairs down, nodding to the announcer. The woman steps back into her booth. She presses the button, replacing the bots and resetting the timer. Orange electricity flickers across the girl's limbs and suddenly she's gone. She flashes across the rocks. The only evidence of her movement is the orange light crackling off her body. She leaves piles of scrap metal in her wake. The seconds on the screen tick up to 5 and the buzzer sounds. Itsuka appears just outside the booth, a triumphant smile on her face. The announcer blinks and steps out of the booth. She lifts Itsuka's arm. A new record, and one I don't think will be beat at that, she says. Itsuka smiles and nods to the woman as her arm is dropped. She makes her way up the steps back to the group, who are staring at her incredulously. Anyone else? She says, leaning against the fence. Izuku cracks his neck and rolls his shoulders back. You know what? I think I'll give it a go, he says. Pony rolls her eyes, for Tay's second time in about a minute, as Izuku hops the fence. He lands on the rock below feet first, leaving a crater in the rock. The announcer looks at him in mild disbelief before shrugging. Ready? She asks as Izuku steps toward the center of the arena. The mountains and rocks are cracked now, and there are new piles of rubble scattered amongst the scrap metal. Izuku nods and settles into a wide stance as the buzzer sounds and the timer resets. Immediately, Izuku's body starts to expand and lengthen. In about a second, his body fully morphs into that of a dragon. He turns, his tail extends behind him and smashes robots and rock formations alike. The number on the timer clicks to 3 just as the buzzer sounds. Izuku now stands in the middle of a mound of rubble. The announcer steps out of the booth, staring at the destruction in awe. She walks up to Izuku's side, lifting his arm. "A new record," she says almost absently. As Izuku heads toward the stairs, her microphone picks up her muttering. "Gonna have to call in the repair team?" Itsuka's eyes are wide as she watches Izuku walk toward the group. Pony grins and wraps him in a hug. Itsuka looks like she's about to say something when an alarm on Pony's phone goes off. "Oh, we should get going if we're going to be ready for the expo in time." Just as she finishes talking, speakers hidden in the buildings around them crackle to life. "All businesses on the island will close at PM tonight for the expo. All businesses on the island will close at PM tonight for the expo. We're going to meet up with everyone at the expo, right?" Pony says. The others nod. "We should agree on a time and place, then. Does 6:20 at the entrance work for everyone?" Melissa asks. Izuku and Itsuka both nod. "It should. I'll text the others in 1A to let them know. I'll let my classmates know too. Alright, let's get back to the hotel. I want to have enough time to do my hair," Pony says, looping her arm through Izuku's. Izuku nods and they say goodbye to the others before making their way down the street to their hotel, thankful that it's within walking distance. Izuku stands by the elevators near the entrance to the main expo building. Mineta, Ida, Shuto, Tetsu, Kaminari, Mei, and Setsuna stand with him. "So, where's your girlfriend? Shouldn't she have arrived with you?" Kaminari asks, leaning forward so he can talk to Izuku around Ida. Izuku shrugs. "She wanted me to go ahead since I was already ready and she was still working on her hair and makeup." Kaminari hums. They fall into silence as they wait for the others to arrive. Izuku adjusts the black tie around his neck, which he had paired with a burgundy shirt, gray suit jacket, gray pants, a black belt, and black formal shoes. The other boys are dressed in basic black and white suits, while Mei is wearing a pink dress in danger of being stained and Setsuna is wearing a long deep purple cocktail dress. Another minute passes before the others arrive, walking into the building in one large group. Izuku smiles when he sees Pony, walking to meet her. Her long red dress brushes against her calves as she walks toward him, her hands clad in deep red evening gloves and her gray metallic heels lifting her to eye level with Izuku. "Do you like them?" she asks, gesturing to the heels. "They were more expensive than my other custom shoes. Apparently, heels are just more expensive." Izuku smiles as he wraps his arms around her, gently pulling her into him. "I love them." "Good," Pony says, pressing a soft kiss to his lips. "What do you think of my suit?" Izuku asks. Pony smiles. "Very handsome." "Alright, we get it, you're in love. Can we head up to the party, please?" Setsuna says. Pony and Izuku pull away from each other and rejoin the group at the elevators. They step into the nearest one, which is thankfully empty, allowing them all to get in as a group. The elevator takes them up to one of the topmost floors of the building, where everyone else who had been invited is gathered. The room is lined with tables covered in food, the rest of the space filled with round tables draped with white tablecloths and surrounded by intricately carved wooden chairs. They step out of the elevator as a group and split off into smaller groups to wander the room. Pony stands next to Izuku, a glass of faux wine in hand. "This is more boring than I thought it would be," she says, looking around at the sea of heroes and engineers, all talking about business. "Zukums. Judging by the looks on everyone else's faces, they'd agree with you." Pony hums. Sure enough, when she looks at their fellow students, they all have similar bored expressions on their faces. Mei is the only one who looks entertained, having somehow snuck one of her palm-sized inventions into the expo. "Just try to look like you're enjoying yourself. I don't want anyone here to think we're being rude." Pony nods, a small, pleasant smile already on her face. "How long do you think we should stay to be polite?" "My mom always says 2 hours, but they may not notice if we leave a little earlier," Pony says, trailing off at the end. "Zukums. It's already been an hour. Maybe just another 30 minutes. Pony leans into him. "I'm good with that." The 30 minutes pass and the two of them slip into one of the elevators, thankful that nobody spots them leaving. "I'm gonna text Itsuka to let her know we left so she doesn't worry." Pony says, pulling her phone out of her dress pocket. She slips it away just as the elevator comes to a stop on the ground floor. The walk back to their hotel feels longer than the one to the expo. Once they reach her floor, Pony pulls Izuku into her room, locking the door behind them. She smiles as Izuku scoops her up, holding her in a bridal carry as he walks toward her bed. She bounces slightly when he sets her down, kissing her neck. Pony leans into him, her fingers digging into his back. She manages to roll on top of him, kissing him softly. His hands grip her sides and the light from a passing car briefly illuminates them. Much better than the party, Izuku says as he reaches up to unzip her. Much. Pony agrees, pulling at the tie around his neck. Izuku and Pony both jolt awake to the sound of sirens. Red lights flash within the room, forcing them to squint as they climb out of bed. They both rush around the room, throwing on their clothes and pulling on their shoes before rushing out the door. They take the stairs down to the ground floor, run past the empty receptionist desk, and out onto the street. The crumbling building of the expo is visible from the entrance to their hotel. They can just see the helicopter circling the fight. Izuku takes off running toward the fight, Pony hot on his heels. The expo building is nearly entirely rubble, including many of the surrounding buildings and roads. The ground is entirely covered in pieces of broken cement and rebar. The other students on the island are scattered throughout the wreckage, all in various states of disrepair. Farther ahead, Kendo and All Might fight against a man with dark red hair and brown splotches on his face, likely birthmarks. What's going on? Pony asks Kaminari, who's closest to them. Melissa's dad was apparently working with some villain? I don't know why, but now All Might and Kendo are fighting him. None of the rest of us can get close, with all the rocks they're kicking up. Izuku and Pony watch as All Might falls back. An excess of dust seems to be flowing around him. Izuku's eyes catch on something falling and he runs forward. Pony raises her arms to protect her face from the particles he kicks up. Izuku lets out a breath as the piece of cement lands in his arms. He lifts it above his head and smiles reassuringly at Kendo before throwing it to the side. Thank you. Think you could help me? She asks, glancing worriedly over at All Might. Izuku nods and she takes off running. He catches up easily, concentrating on the villain ahead. The man smiles and starts running to meet them. Orange lightning covers Kendo's arms, and for the first time, Izuku notices the red bandage-like device covering her forearm. Kendo runs ahead, aiming a punch at the villain's head. He dodges out of the way, though she still manages to hit his arm, landing a few steps behind him. Izuku does the same, though the villain manages to dodge him, too, stepping back right next to Kendo. She hits him in the stomach, causing him to double over and stumble forward. The villain lashes out, forcing the two back as the helicopter lowers toward them, and a ladder extends from the door. The villain reaches up, grabbing hold of the bottom rung. He pulls himself up as the helicopter rises back into the sky. Izuku exchanges a look with Kendo. She jumps, kicking up a cloud of dust as she tries to reach the retreating villain. She pulls her arm back and yells something, though Izuku can only make out the smash at the end. Pieces of red metal fall off her arm, fluttering through the air to the ground. She doesn't hit anything in particular, but creates a whirlwind that blows the helicopter off course, forcing the pilot to overcorrect and the man on the ladder to clutch it with both hands. Izuku follows her lead, using the confusion as a distraction. He pulls his arm back and slashes it through the air. The wind he creates sharpens like a blade and hits the man in the chest. A red line blooms and thickens, starting at his left shoulder and running diagonally across his chest and stomach. He raises a hand to the wound. His fingers come away sticky with blood and he lets go of the ladder, falling with the students. Another man leans out of the helicopter, watching as they tumble through the air back toward the rubble. Izuku and Kendo land and roll, popping up relatively unharmed. The villain, on the other hand, slams into a pile of cement and rebar. He pulls himself up and attempts to lash out. A cloud of metal shards shoots toward them, but Izuku blows them out of the air with a burst of wind. Kendo runs forward, lightning covering her arm, and punches the man in the head. He falls to the ground, unconscious. The helicopter lowers to the ground with chips missing in the paint and a crack in the windshield. David's shield steps out of the helicopter and Melissa's face breaks out in a grin as she runs toward her dad, wrapping him in a hug. Kendo breathes heavily next to the villain and the other students walk slowly toward them, both to make sure they're okay and to ensure the man at their feet isn't going to get back up. Police officers and paramedics swarm the scene. The villain, Wolfram, Izuku hears someone call him, is placed on a stretcher and carted away in an ambulance. Kendo is treated for the bleeding gash on her forehead, though from what she had gotten it, Izuku doesn't know. Pony stands at his side, watching as the sun rises over the horizon, casting them in soft orange light. Aizawa sits with Vlad in the staff room, looking over both the transport plans and training regimens in place for the training camp their students would be attending over the summer. Mind looking these over for me, Aizawa? Vlad asks, holding up the pamphlet of papers containing the plans he had made for his students' training. Sure. Aizawa mutters, exchanging his pamphlet for Vlad's. The next few hours are filled with suggestions and conversations regarding the students' quirks. By the time they had to leave, both were happy with their plans and had emailed copies to the Wild Pussycats to ensure any of the necessary materials would be available. Izuku stands in a group with the rest of his class by the UA gates. A few meters to the left, Pony stands with her class, excitedly talking with them about the training camp. Izuku tries his best to share in his classmates' anticipation, but all he really feels is annoyance. He'd lost the weapon May had made for him on Iceland, and he wasn't likely to get a new one anytime soon considering how long it had taken her to build the first one. He's brought out of his thoughts by Kirishima and Tetsu. Hey man, what do you do for your regular training? Kirishima asks. Why? We want to compare a few regular regimens to whatever we're going to be made to do at the camp. Like a research project? I do a 20K run in the morning, which takes just under an hour. When I go to the gym, I warm up with some stretches, a few hundred push-ups and crunches, and start with my arms. I spend around a half hour on lifting, split between deadlifting and bench presses at around 900 pounds and 1,000 or 950 pounds respectively. Depending on the day, I sometimes spend an hour or two on squats, the leg press, or leg curls. Kirishima and Tetsu stare at him in disbelief. Are you insane? Kirishima asks. Izuku shrugs. The other two boys spend another few seconds staring at him before moving on to other students in the crowd. The two classes had started mixing, creating one large crowd in front of the gate. Izuku leans back against the cool metal on one side of the arch, listening to the many conversations taking place around him. Momo, Kendo, and Kyuka are discussing the training camp, though that topic quickly spirals into a developing relationship between someone named Shinso from one of the general classes and Yanagi Reiko. According to Kendo, Yanagi had been spending the majority of the lunches with him and talking with him whatever chance she got. Once they had exhausted this topic, they moved on to Melissa's shield and the statement she had given in the trial for the villains that had attacked Island. Just as Izuku's attention starts wandering again, one large bus pulls into the school. There are windows on both the bottom and the top, revealing seats on both layers. Out of the corner of his eye, he catches Aizawa glaring at Vlad King as the two teachers step out of the front doors of the main school building. The bus parks and their teachers grab their attention before they can start boarding. Put your luggage into the storage units surrounding the bus before you board. Vlad and I are not doing it for you. The students comply, of course, grabbing their bags from the pile and walking around the exterior of the bus, looking for any empty space to squeeze in their bags. In the end, most of the bags are safely tucked away in the bins, and only a few duffel bags make it onto the bus to be tucked under or onto any available seats. Izuku sits next to Pony near the back of the first level. She yawns as the bus shudders and the engine starts. She leans her head against his shoulder and promptly falls asleep before the bus had even left school property. Izuku leans back against his seat and looks out the window. Yanagi is sitting next to Komori, though she's not paying much attention to the other girl. She's staring down at her phone, texting back and forth with Shinso. Komori occasionally reads over her shoulder, but quickly grows bored of their conversation and pulls out her own phone. Himiko sits next to Twice on the couch. Shigaraki had been missing for nearly a week, and the tension in the bar was beginning to grow palpable. A few of them had been discussing moving on and finding another group, or starting their own, and Kurogiri was starting to struggle with finding reasons to convince them to stay. I'm getting tired of just waiting around for Shigaraki to show up. For all we know, he could be dead in some alley somewhere. Dabi says. He's lounging on the other couch across from Himiko and Twice. His legs hang over one of the arms and his head rests on the other. Please be patient. Kurogiri says again. Himiko had lost count of how many times they'd been told to be patient. He's done this before and has never been gone for longer than 2 weeks. I assure you, he'll be back soon. As if summoned, Shigaraki storms in through the front door. The door slams against the wall as it's thrown open and Shigaraki slams his hand down on the bar, turning the table to dust. The glass that had been left on it falls and shatters against the stained hardwood floor. Himiko jumps at the loud noise and others become more alert, sitting up straight and, in the cases of Spinner and Magna, reaching for their weapons. Shigaraki is muttering to himself angrily and looks like he's about to reach for one of the bar stools when the monitor in the corner crackles and the screen lights up. The screen read, "Sound only," and the voice of All for One streams through the speakers. Tamura, please. I understand your frustrations, but destroying the bar isn't going to help. I implore you to come talk to me. I believe I can help you find a more productive way of handling this. Yes, master. Thank you. Shigaraki sounds slightly hesitant, but he steps through the portal Kurogiri opens nonetheless. Shigaraki steps out into a small living room, though in place of a couch is a large hospital bed, surrounded by an array of machines. They all beep one after the other, so there's never a moment of silence. Next to the bed is a leather armchair and a desk set up with a laptop. I understand your frustration. You are facing a foe that you've never faced before and they're not responding in the way you're used to. I'll admit that I failed you in the regard of teaching you how to adapt to new situations, but I plan on fixing that now. It will take some time, of course, so I want you to be here 6 days a week for 5 hours a day for the foreseeable future, during which you will brainstorm ways to both physically and mentally take down the UA student causing this trouble. We'll start today. Shigaraki nods. He settles into the chair next to the bed and opens the laptop on the desk. The screen lights up with a writing dock. Now then, start by listing what you know about the boy, his strengths, his fighting style, or any relationships he has are good starting points. Shigaraki starts typing. As he does, determination takes the place of his frustration. Surely with all 4. One at his side and the new skills he was learning, Midoriya wouldn't pose a problem for much longer. Izuku stares out the window at the winding dirt road leading around the cliff. Beyond the mountain is a large, lush forest, stretching as far as he can see. The bus starts to slow as they approach a large patch of dirt. It comes to a stop off to the side of the road, against the mountain face, and Mr. Aizawa stands at the front. All right, we've reached a rest stop. Everyone off. Everyone else starts to stand, slowly making their way to the doors at the front of the bus. Those who had been on top slowly start to come down the stairs, likely told to do so by Vlad King. Izuku shakes Pony awake, suppressing a laugh as she grumbles and rubs her eyes. They're the last 2 to get off the bus, joining the others as they stretch in the dirt or stare out at the forest below. Their teachers are standing by the bus, watching them. Well, Vlad is watching them. Aizawa is looking at his watch and looks like he's muttering to himself. Izuku and Pony start stretching, though Izuku keeps his eyes on the teachers. I feel like something's wrong. Pony whispers, glancing back at him. Izuku nods. Yeah. I think Bakugu and Todoroki have realized that too. The aforementioned boys are also stretching nearby, but, like Izuku, their attention is on the 2 teachers. Once he's done stretching, Izuku joins a few of his classmates at the railing. He stares out at the horizon, looking for anything that could be suspicious. After a minute or so, he spots a large clearing around 10 miles away. The clearing is cluttered with large buildings and its own, smaller mountain. He rejoins Pony, who had just finished stretching. They're gonna make us walk to the camp. It's around 10 miles away. He whispers. Pony huffs. Of course they are. There'll probably be other challenges too. Izuku nods. He's about to go tell the others when a dirty car parks by the bus. Dirt cakes the bottom and the wheels of the vehicle. The doors open and Pixie Bob and Mandalay step out of the car, accompanied by a young boy. "Hello, and welcome to Beast's Forest," Mandalay says cheerfully. Izuku and Pony exchange glances. They steady themselves against the ground, waiting. "You'll have 3 hours to trek through the forest to the camp, in that direction," Pixie Bob says, pointing toward the clearing. "Now, what do you say we get started?" she says, crouching and placing her hands on the ground. The cliff starts to shake and Pony and Izuku jump over the railing. Pony uses her horns to control her descent while Izuku grabs the branch of the nearest tree, hauling himself higher into the leaves. Just as they both get out of the way, a tidal wave of mud pours over the cliff and onto the path below, delivering their classmates along with it. A few of them manage to land on their feet, but the majority end up splayed on the ground. Mandalay and Pixie Bob poke their heads over the railing, looking down at. "Good luck." Izuku stands in the shade of one of the large trees as he waits for his classmates to gather themselves. A few of them have bruises or scrapes from the fall, but overall everyone is okay. "They said we'd have 3 hours to get to the camp, right?" Mina asks, rubbing the shoulder she'd landed on. Izuku nods and points toward the camp. "In that direction, yeah. We should travel single file, but everyone chooses a partner to keep track of, to make sure no one gets lost or strays from the group." It took them maybe 2 or 3 seconds to choose pairs since everyone already had an idea of who they wanted to be with. As soon as they had arranged themselves in a line, however, humanoid constructs made of mud emerge from the tree line. Izuku straightens as one of the monsters roars. A few of the others scream in fear, though a few of the more astute groan, knowing that with the added obstacle of the monsters, there's no way they'll be reaching the camp in 3 hours. Koda, who's near the front of the line, starts walking toward one of the creatures, talking quietly. Izuku tilts his head and is about to comment that his quirk shouldn't work on artificial creatures when the boy seems to realize that for himself and tries to retreat back to his place in line. He's too slow, however, and before he can move back more than a step, the monster swings its arm, hitting him in the chest. Koda is thrown back into a tree with a thump. He slides down to the ground, stunned. Yaoyorozu runs over to check on the boy while Bakugo and Todoroki run in to attack. They part into small groups, each either going after one of the mud monsters, checking on Koda, or simply staying back so as not to get in the way. Izuku helps Pony and Kendo with one of the monsters, which they take down quickly. The monster's legs melt away, becoming one with the dirt of the forest, while the top portion explodes, spraying them with a mix of dirt and mud. Pony spits a bit of dirt out of her mouth while Izuku and Kendo attempt to dust themselves off, though they quickly give up. Pixie Bob smiles as she watches the students try to take down her mud constructs. From their vantage point on the cliff, she can see their different attacks and approaches to the challenge. "Is she okay?" Aizawa asks, glancing at Pixie Bob as he talks to Mandalay. She nods. "Yeah, she just likes to figure out how people fight so her constructs have a better chance." Huh. Still, he can't quite get over the manic grin on her face. It means the challenge will get harder as they go, though. "So that's good, right?" Mandalay says. Aizawa nods. "I suppose." Before their conversation can continue, the kid, Koda, Aizawa thinks his name is, pulls on Mandalay's arm. "Can we head back to the camp? I don't want to be out here anymore." Mandalay nods. "Yeah, of course." Pixie Bob. "Time to go." She calls over her shoulder as she leads the kid back to the car. Pixie Bob groans but nods. The 3 of them load into the car while Vlad and Aizawa both get back on the bus, Aizawa driving while Vlad sits a few seats behind him, scrolling through his phone as the bus tires kick up dust and follows the car down the road. Izuku and Pony lead the 2 classes through the tree line and into the clearing. The clearing is pockmarked with wooden buildings and a dining pavilion sits on top of a small hill. On the other side of the clearing is a large mountain, a few small caves and cliffs pockmarking the rock. A wide dirt path winds through the clearing, connecting all of the buildings and the bottom of the mountain to each other. Izuku's clothes are torn and threads trail from a few of the seams. The other students take a few minutes to make their way through, all visibly more injured and exhausted than Izuku. Setsuna especially, who had lost the pieces she had split her legs into during the fight. The limbs were already regenerating, but she still had to be carried out by Shuji. Their teachers stand a few feet away, clearly shocked they'd managed to make it back 10 minutes before the allotted 3 hours were up. How'd you get back so fast? We thought it'd take you at least another few hours. Mandalay asks as her eyes rove over the group. Midoriya took care of most of the monsters. Also, there's like 40 of us, so the remainders were pretty easy. Mandalay glances at Pixie Bob, who winces. Sorry, guess I didn't make enough to keep them occupied. Anyway, congrats on making it through so fast. She walks over, taking a closer look at them and their injuries. She gets a little too close to Izuku and Pony glares at her, causing her to back away. Alright, well, we'll be making dinner for you tonight. Those of you who need it are free to rest in the rooms, which are separated by gender and floor in that building over there. Your luggage has already been sorted, she says, pointing to one of the buildings in a small collection near the back of the clearing. Otherwise, feel free to explore. Just don't wander back into the forest and get lost. None of us want to do all that paperwork. They all nod or voice their assent. They all choose to make their way to the rooms they'd be staying in, Izuku included, though only to change and unpack. As he walks past the teachers, he notices a young boy trying to hide behind Mandalay without touching her. The hell are you staring at, wannabe hero? Izuku does his best to smile placatingly as he averts his gaze. Sorry. The boy doesn't say anything else, merely watching Izuku as he follows his classmates down the path. Izuku does his best not to kick up any of the dirt as he walks beside Pony, who has his hand gripped gently in her own. When they reach the building, Izuku holds the door open for Pony and the others behind them, going in after Kaminari, who had brought up the back of the line. He follows the boys to their room on the lower floor. The luggage for those in 1A is in a separate corner from that of 1B, and they quickly get to work unpacking, sorting their clothes into the line of wardrobes against the walls. Within the wardrobes are stacks of futons, which are doled out and set up on the floor as they each claim their spot. Pony silently glowers as she unpacks her things, inadvertently stopping the others from getting close to her. Her section in the wardrobe is spaced further from the others, and her futon is alone in one of the far corners. There is a positive side effect, however, as the other girls unpack faster in the hopes of getting out of the room. As such, they're done before the boys. A few of them stay behind to rest, namely Setsuna, while the others head out to explore the campgrounds. Pony meets up with Izuku outside the building doors a few minutes later, and they walk to one of the grass clearings together, Izuku with a card game in hand, intent on spending the few hours before lunch together. Izuku and Pony sit next to each other at one of the long tables within the dining pavilion. The girls from 1A, as well as Kirishima and Tetsu, are seated with them, enjoying the hot food they'd been provided by their teachers. There isn't much in the way of conversation, and the meal passes without any incidents. Izuku washes his plate off in one of the sinks in the kitchen portion of the dining pavilion. He places it in the drying rack and goes back to his table, where a few of his classmates are still finishing the last dregs of their food. Just a reminder, you're all welcome to the bathhouse after your meal. I think I'll make it a requirement that you go once you've finished eating. Mandalay says, her nose scrunched. Izuku and Pony exchange a look before standing and making their way to the dorm building to grab a change of clothes for the bathhouse. Izuku lies back against the edge of the pool, his back to the dividing wall. The hot water laps at his stomach, occasionally hitting his chest as his classmates get into the pool. The water settles quickly, however. The other boys are all lounging around him, most of them also against the edge, though a few had chosen to sit in the center. Izuku is about to close his eyes when he notices Mineta get out of the pool, a towel wrapped around his waist as he makes his way over to the wall dividing the boys' side from the girls. What are you doing, Mineta? Izuku asks, turning his head so he can better see the other boy. Mineta looks back at him, but continues walking toward the wall. Look over the wall. They can't just put something like this between the rooms and not expect dash. He doesn't get to say anything else as Izuku reaches over and grabs hold of his head, squeezing as much as he can without causing permanent damage. If you step another foot toward that wall, Mineta, I swear to God I will pop your skull like a balloon. Mineta screams, his hands coming up to grip Izuku's. Point taken, I won't. Izuku nods, though he waits another second or two to let go. When he does, Mineta runs away to the far side of the pool, watching Izuku worriedly. Izuku stands next to Pony in the grass field, the forest looming behind them. The rest of the students surround them, their shadows congregating into one large blob. Their teachers stand a few feet away, the slowly lightening sky casting odd shadows across their faces. They looked tired, though that was normal. What wasn't were the bags under their eyes, which had grown noticeably despite all of them only having been at the camp for a day. Listen up. The training camp officially starts today. The goal is to improve your quirks, whether it's increasing the time that it can be used or the strength has already been determined by which is most lacking and regimens have already been made dash. Haven't we been improving our quirks this entire time? We all had to develop special moves for the provisional licensing. Aizawa shakes his head as he pulls a tennis ball out of his pocket. He throws it to Bakugo, who catches it easily. Throw this again, the same way you did on the first day. Bakugo nods and steps away from the group before pulling his arm back. The ball flies into the air, propelled by a well-timed explosion. After a moment, Aizawa's phone beeps and announces the distance. 706.4 meters. It's silent for a moment as they all exchange glances. That was only a meter more than it had been on the first day. Until now, your training has more so been focused on improving your thinking and hand-to-hand during a fight. That's why, as Aizawa said, you'll be training your quirks both during the camp and at school once we return. Mr. Aizawa smiles, unsettling the group. They aren't given much time to think about what it means, however, as the PP Cats walk toward and surround their teachers. Now that you've all been given the first speech, we'll be explaining our quirks to you, since we'll be working with a few of you this week. Mandalay says, holding her arms out at her sides to gesture to the other three. To start, my quirk is called Telepath and allows me to send messages directly to your minds, though I can't receive any. This week my job will be to monitor your training and ensure no one gets just beyond what's necessary. Izuku sees a few of his classmates stiffen at that, but he pays the comment no mind. Mandalay nods to Pixie Bob, who clears her throat. I guess that means I'm next. My quirk is called Earthflow and it allows me to manipulate the soil and dirt more or less how I please, something you all got first-hand experience within the forest on your way here. This week, I'll be monitoring along with Mandalay and may be directly involved in some of your training. Ragdoll steps forward, offering herself to go next. My quirk is called Search. It allows me to observe and monitor hundreds of people at a time. I'm able to see your locations and your weak points. My job this week is to make sure no one gets lost in the woods and to ensure your training is tailored toward ironing out your weak points as much as possible. She smiles as she steps back and Tiger steps forward. Seems I'm last then. My quirk is called Pliabody and allows me to stretch, flatten, and bend my body in ways that are impossible for anyone else. This week I'll be directly involved in some of your training and completing chores around the camp. Hopefully with the help of my allies. He glares at the other three when he's done and they smile. Yeah, of course. Tiger nods. With that out of the way, let's get you all started. Mr. Aizawa says, a mischievous smile on his face. Izuku can see his classmates training from the top of the mountain he had been placed on to train his ability to manipulate wind, though Tsuraya had disregarded those instructions and had instead decided to start teaching him how to use fire. He's in the middle of breathing exercises, occasionally opening his eyes to watch his classmates below. Ida runs around the perimeter of the ground level of the camp, though his engines have started to smoke. Satu and Momo are both stationed in the dining pavilion, eating while their quirks are activated. Satu keeps puffing up and deflating while a stream of something Izuku can't identify streams from Momo's stomach. Uraraka is trapped in what looks like a hamster ball while exercising. Shudo is sitting in a barrel filled with water that he periodically freezes and melts. Ajaru is fighting Kirishima, hitting his hardened skin continuously with his tail. He could just barely see Mineta in one of the clearings, pulling the ball off his head. He's pretty sure he can see blood running down from his scalp. Mina and Jairu were stationed at the base of the same mountain, Jairu stabbing one of the rocks continuously with her jax while Mina melts all the others. He couldn't see much of them, but he was sure Mina's hands were starting to suffer considering how long she'd been going for. The only reason he knew Toru was involved in Shuji's training is because he'd still been standing in the clearing when they were assigned. Shuji was supposed to enhance his senses by locating her while she was supposed to practice her stealth by avoiding detection. Tsu had been assigned to a mountain she was to climb using her tongue while Koda was stationed on one of its cliff faces, screaming to the trees below. Shiro and Kaminari sit in the same patch of grass, though far apart. Shiro keeps a steady stream of tape coming from his elbows while Kaminari electrocutes the ground around him. Tokoyami is somewhere below him in one of the caves, attempting to gain control over Dark Shadow in the pitch black. Occasionally, the ground beneath him shakes from dark shadows slamming against the walls. In contrast, flashes of bright light fire periodically from where Aoyama had been stationed as he sets off his quirk over and over again, and from where Bakugo is near Shuto, plunging his hands into boiling water before setting off a massive explosion. Into the sky. Class B had been scattered, too, mostly away from the A students to stop them from fighting or competing with each other. Ibra was stationed the farthest out along with Juzo, spreading her vines as far as she could, various items she was supposed to keep hold of wrapped in them while Juzo stayed out of her way, spreading the effect of his quirk as far as he can. Setsuna was scattered throughout the camp, quite literally, as she both tries to push both how many pieces she could have off at a time and the distance at which she could control them. Occasionally a piece of her floats by him, rustling the leaves of the trees or brushing against his skin. Similar to Setsuna, objects controlled by Reiko push through the trees and underbrush as she tries to improve her weight limit and range. From his vantage point, Izuku can see some of the trees shake when Yui drops an item she had enlarged as she tries to increase the size she can push them to. Pony was the closest to him save Tokoyami as she is at the base of the mountain, mostly concealed by the trees and other vegetation growing down the side. The most he's able to see are her horns when they shoot out of the bushes, flying over the camp until they eventually drop out of the air, having gotten out of range. The area Kinoko had been assigned to is obscured by mushrooms and their spores, the mere thought of which makes Izuku feel like he's going to sneeze. At one point, the mountain shakes more than it had in the past hours and Izuku is about to run down to see if Tokoyami is okay when he sees the massive BAM near the base and he realizes manga had merely managed to make a word slightly larger than the ones he did normally. The sound of clanging metal also occasionally meets his ears as Kamakiri works on increasing the strength of his blades on the rocks and trees surrounding him, and Tetsu hits the ground when he's thrown down by one of the 4 other kids, usually Kendo, training with Tiger in the second largest clearing to Ibra's. Awaze is paired with Bondo in one of the caves in the mountain across from Izuku's, Bondo working on increasing the amount of glue he can secrete while Awaze works on welding together rocks, leaves, and anything else he can find in the surrounding area. Shirhai and Vlad are near Shuto, Vlad instructing Shirhai to jump into shadows of different intensities. Sometimes, when Izuku opens his eyes, he glimpses parts of the air that shimmer unnaturally where Tsuburaba had created cubes of varying sizes. Everyone else, Shishida, Rin, and Shoda, are with Tetsu and Kendo training with Tiger. Focus! Tsuryu orders, breaking Izuku out of his thoughts. Right. Sorry, he says, shifting on the dirt beneath him until he's comfortable again and closing his eyes. It's silent for a moment as Tsuryu makes sure Izuku is actually focusing on his breathing. You really have to take this seriously. Controlling fire doesn't depend on your sheer strength but on your control. Understanding and controlling your breathing is the first step toward that. It's oxygen that feeds a flame. If you control the power source, you control the output. Every TV show I've ever watched credits control over fire to anger. Izuku says absently. Tsuryu hums. Feeding it with your emotions will help strengthen it, but give it too much and just as if you'd lost control of your breathing you'll lose control of the flames. They sit in silence on the mountain for hours. The only sound coming from the training of his classmates below and the occasional bird or mammal going past. All right, let's see how far you've gotten. Tsuryu says, bringing Izuku out of his meditation. Hold your hand out in front of you, palm up. Tsuryu instructs. Izuku does as he's told. Concentrate on the feeling of heat and the oxygen you're breathing. Funnel them into your palm. Izuku takes a deep breath and imagines some of the oxygen flowing not to his heart but directly to his palm, disregarding the usual order of things. He imagines his palm heating it with it, using the oxygen as fuel. Slowly, his hand begins to warm. The feeling starts as a slight bubbling sensation under his skin. It grows in intensity as the temperature rises until his skin starts to glow from it and a small flame bursts to life in the center of his hand. Izuku stares at it in amazement, its shape reflected in his eyes. He watches it dance across his palm, though it only lasts a few seconds before it fizzles out, leaving his hand feeling oddly cold. Izuku isn't able to repeat the feat for the rest of the day, but Tsurаю continues to assure him that it was still quite impressive, considering he'd only spent about 9 hours on the breathing and even fewer on the visualization. Still, the day comes to an end and Mandalay's voice sounds in his head, calling him down the mountain to start on dinner. Izuku follows the flow of students toward the dining pavilion. The sun is low in the sky and will soon be setting. He can hear a few of the others in the lead talking about their hopes for a hot meal when they arrive. As they get closer, however, it becomes clear that the tables aren't covered in cooked food, but raw ingredients. Plates of potatoes, asparagus, and other vegetables cover one while meat and utensils fill another. Within a new structure by the pavilion are countertops and wood stoves. There are a few piles of firewood waiting on the other side of the structure. Izuku sighs and stretches as he realizes that they're going to be making their own food tonight. Most of the others had yet to realize this and were whispering back and forth in confusion. Ragdoll comes up over the side of the hill and starts laughing when she hears the others. I think a few of you have realized this already, but you're going to be making your own dinner tonight and every night moving forward. We'll supply ingredients and other supplies, but the rest is up to you. Dietary restrictions have already been taken into account with what we've supplied. Now, you'd better get to work if you want to have time to eat, bathe, and sleep, she says before making her way back down the hill, heading for the building the teachers are staying in. Let's do this in an orderly fashion. We should decide on what to make first and then assign everyone to a task. Ida says. It would also make sense to split our classes and have each take a night. Kendo says. Squeezing all 40 of us into that space isn't going to be efficient. And I don't think anything will need 40 pairs of hands to make. She adds. Ida nods. Very logical. My class will take tonight. 1B should bathe while we cook. I believe it would be the best use of the downtime. Kendo nods. Right. Let's go then. We'll stop at the dorms to grab changes of clothes. She smiles as she leads 1B down the hill to the student dorms. Ida grabs their attention by raising his arms. All right. Let's decide what we'll be making. It should be something easy but filling. Yayarozu says, also turning so she can address the class. A curry would be easy. And we have the ingredients for a simple one already. Mina says, gesturing to the tables covered in ingredients. Any objections? Yayarozu asks. No one says anything, so Ida nods. A simple curry it is, then. Now we'll sort everyone into groups and assign everyone a task. He says. They split easily, some heading into the kitchen pavilion to prepare the stoves and counters while the others unpack and set aside the ingredients they'll need. Once the kitchen is ready, the chosen meats and vegetables are carried into the kitchen pavilion and assigned to counters to prevent cross-contamination. Todoroki and Bakugo are first tasked with lighting the stoves, though Yayarozu expresses her desire for everyone to light their own stove with matches or lighters since it would be more efficient. She creates a few boxes of matches with her quirk and hands them out. A few of them manage to light their ovens using the matches, but most of them end up failing and just wasting the matches, forcing Todoroki or Bakugo to light their stoves anyway. Once all the stoves are lit and warming, everyone sets to work chopping either vegetables or meat. Izuku uses the wind to simultaneously peel and chop his pile of vegetables, quickly finishing and adding them to the pot he was sharing with Ojiro, who was cutting up the meat. After about 45 minutes, everyone's pots were done cooking and the pots had been combined into 4 large serving bowls. 1B had returned and was already lined up at the table. The food had been set out on, bowls in hand. 1A joins them and they're all soon seated. The teachers appear once they're all seated, taking their own portions back to the teacher dorms. The food is devoured in what feels like seconds. Everyone washes their own bowl in the sink, and a few students from 1B assign themselves to washing the dishes. Before they can pack away the few leftovers, Izuku fills a bowl and puts it on a tray with a spoon. "Are you taking seconds back to the dorm?" Pony asks, watching him from a few feet away as she prepares to leave. Izuku shakes his head. "Koda didn't come up with the teachers, so I'm taking him up some food. I saw him go into the forest towards one of the mountains earlier." Pony nods. "Alright, good luck he doesn't seem to like any of us much." Izuku nods, smiling at her before he sets off down the opposite side of the hill. He follows the path he had seen Koda take into the woods. The boy had left faint footprints in the dirt, creating a spotty path for Izuku to follow. He climbs until the path opens up onto a large cliff, a cave set into the mountain face. Koda is sitting on the edge, his legs dangling over the forest. He's muttering to himself, not paying attention to his surroundings. Izuku is able to sneak up on him, careful not to let the dishes rattle. When he reaches the boy's side, he coughs, causing Koda to jump. "What are you doing up here? No one's supposed to be able to reach my secret hideout." "Izuku, I followed your footsteps. Here." He sets the tray of food down next to Koda. "I noticed that you weren't in line for food earlier." Koda huffs. "Whatever, just go. All you hero wannabes are the same." The last part is muttered under his breath, but Izuku hears it anyway. "You really don't like us, do you?" Izuku asks, sitting down on his other side. Koda huffs. "Course not. You all just want to sacrifice yourselves for strangers, leaving behind the people who actually care about you." "Oh," Izuku says, hoping just that will convince the boy to keep talking. "It's what you're training to do, isn't it? Maybe you'll arrest a few villains, but in a few years you'll fight someone too strong for you, but you won't run, 'cause you heroes never do, and then you'll die, leaving your family behind." Izuku nods along. "You're right, a lot of heroes think that way." Koda looks up at him in surprise. They think they're doing the right thing, sacrificing themselves. Maybe they think they're buying enough time for backup to show, or maybe that they'll manage to survive despite not, in the end. And they're wrong. They should be prioritizing their lives, especially when dying isn't even going to save any of the civilians the villain is a threat to. "You agree with me?" Koda asks tentatively. Izuku nods. "Of course. I'm not becoming a hero just to sacrifice myself a few years after I graduate. I'm becoming a hero to help keep the people of Japan safe, including my family. I can't do that if I die, can I?" Koda shakes his head. "If I may, your parents were the water hose duo, right?" Koda nods. "You came to this conclusion because they died fighting Muscular, yeah? I bet everyone has been jumping to tell you that what they did was for the best, right? That their sacrifice was heroic, and something you should be proud of them for." Koda nods. "Those people are. What your parents did didn't end up helping anyone, especially considering Muscular got away. It's okay for you to resent them for it. You don't have to feel like what they did was right." Koda nods, turning his head so he's looking back out at the trees below them rather than at Izuku. "Thank you," he says, his voice quiet. Izuku nods as he rises from his sitting position, leaving Koda with his thoughts and the food as he makes his way back down the mountain. Izuku lies in bed, surrounded by the rest of the boys. Most of them, at least. The students from classes A and B who had failed were stuck in remedial studies with Mr. Aizawa and Vlad King. He could only imagine how that was going, the two teachers fighting to keep them awake at the late hour while the students attempted to take notes half asleep. Tamura scowls as he downs the drink that had been left on the bar in front of him. He can barely hear his thoughts over the noise of the bar at his back. He can feel the veins on his head throbbing. Toga is animatedly talking to Magna about how excited she is to see Midoriya, Uraraka, Azui, and Pony, the 4 students who had managed to catch her attention during the sports festival. "I just can't wait to meet them. We'll be best friends and maybe I can convince one of them to be more." Mange nods along as she talks, listening intently to the girl's words. Possibly the most irritating is Twice, who had taken up shouting nonsensical orders from one of the booths as if he was the one in charge. Tamura is about to get up and do something about it when Dabi, who is sitting on one of the armchairs across from Twice, speaks up. Stop trying to give all of us orders, you aren't the one in charge. Or did you forget that Shigaraki is sitting just over there, waiting to disintegrate you? Immediately Twice stops talking. Right, sorry. Not, I think I should be the one in charge here. Twice flinches but Dabi doesn't say anything else and Tamura no longer sees a need to intervene. He had learned a while ago that it was best to only listen to the first thing the man says rather than anything contradictory that comes after. Muscular is sitting a few chairs down from Shigaraki but he's turned to face the rest of the bar. He has his elbows up on the bar, bracing his back against it. His expression is almost as frustrated as Tamura's. That girl is so annoying. The man mutters, though it's clear by the way he glances at Tamura that he's waiting for some kind of reaction. Belatedly, Tamura hums. I could just kill her, get rid of the annoyance now before it gets any worse. Tamura glares, hoping that's enough to make it clear the other man is in no capacity allowed to do that. He nods to Kurogiri as he's handed another drink, but before he can take a sip his nose is assaulted by the smell of flesh. He looks in the direction the smell is coming from to see Moonfish, still dressed in the straitjacket he had arrived in the day before, eating a severed arm from a corpse Tamura hadn't seen. Honestly, he had no clue where the other man had gotten the arm from. There's blood dripping from his mouth and onto the floor. Already Tamura knows the man had become Kurogiri's least favorite. Tamura thinks for a moment that he's managing to calm down a bit when a yelling match breaks out between Toga and Dabi and the anger comes flooding back. He takes a deep breath and considers sneaking up to his room to cool off and maybe play a few hours of one of his video games before he remembers that he had disintegrated the console a few days before. He'd be getting a new one in a few days, but until then he'd have to cope some other way. He can feel a headache starting to develop behind his eyes and he takes a bottle of ibuprofen from his pocket. He shakes out 2 of the pills into his palm, popping them into his mouth before taking a swig from his drink to help him swallow them. Better to stop it now than to let it develop into another frustration. Tamura watches as Kurogiri's glass polishing becomes more frantic. Tamura knows he's trying to let out his frustration over Moonfish's mess in a way that doesn't involve killing the man. Tamura understands. He's considering the action himself so long as it means he won't have to deal with the smell of partially rotted flesh. Izuku stands with the other members of Class A and those of Class B in one of the grassy clearings just outside the woods. Their teachers are standing in front of them, not nearly as tired-looking as the students, except maybe Aizawa. Get excited because we have a fun activity planned for you all tonight. We're calling it the Test of Courage. Each class will take turns either hiding in the woods to set up scares or walking through. The class walking through will be split into pairs and will wait about 5 minutes between pairs before sending the next through. Does everyone understand? Mandalay says. Almost immediately the others start to wake up, chatting excitedly about ways to scare the other class. 1B will be setting up the forest first. 1A can split themselves into pairs while 1B heads into the forest to set things up. Ropes have been tied to the trees to show the path you're meant to follow. Vlad King explains. Class B smiles and starts streaming into the forest. Pony glances back, smiling at Izuku. Izuku smiles back. He doesn't have a chance to find a partner to walk through with as Mandalay waves for him to come to the side. Hey, did you talk to Koda recently? Izuku nods. Yeah, a couple of nights ago. Mandalay nods. He's been talking about it. You're the first person he's actually opened up to recently. Do you think you can talk to him again tonight? I think it would help. I know you'd be missing the test of courage but dash. Izuku nods, cutting her off. Of course. He's gone up the mountain again, right? Mandalay nods. He is. Thank you, Midoriya. Izuku dips into a small bow and turns away, walking toward the path on the other side of the clearing, the one that will lead him to the cliff he had followed Koda to a few days before. Muscular stands in a clearing near UA's training camp, surrounded by everyone else who would soon be attacking the camp. Kurogiri stands in front of the group, giving the last rundown of their roles and the goal they were to complete. Toga is chatting excitedly with Twice throughout their lecture, something that is clearly grating on Kurogiri's nerves. Once he's done, he glares at the girl. Toga, can you tell me what our main goal is here? Kurogiri asks, interrupting her conversation and drawing everyone's attention to her. She shrugs, a large grin on her face. Kidnap that one kid, right? Kurogiri's fog wavers and his eyes narrow. Be more specific. Toga shrugs and doesn't answer, spinning one of her knives in her hand as she stares Shigaraki in the eye. Muscular rolls his eyes. The rest of the group watches as Kurogiri glowers, but moves on, seemingly deeming her too tedious to continue dealing with. Does everyone else understand what their role is? Kurogiri asks. It's almost impossible to tell where he's looking exactly, but Muscular has a feeling he's inspecting each of them one at a time. Good. Let's go then. Dabi stands at the front of the group as they overlook the forest below. Himiko stands a step behind him, bouncing on the ball of her feet. Can we go yet? She asks, looking up at Dabi. Is everyone ready? He asks, looking over his shoulder at everyone else behind him. They erupt into noise, each of them loudly voicing their eagerness. With that, they start down the hill, Dabi lighting trees aflame as they go. Pony scrunches her nose and looks around her, trying to find the source of the smell of smoke. Todoroki and Bakugo had already passed by her station, but she didn't think either of them would have been scared enough by her other classmates to start a fire. What's up, Tsunatori? Kodai asks, looking up from her spot hidden behind the bushes. I smell smoke. Kodai's brows furrow as she stands, staring at the sky. Where do you think it's coming from? Pony spins in a slow circle, trying to locate where the smell is coming from. Startlingly, she realizes it's coming from almost every direction. She looks up at the sky, spotting smoke rising against the dark night sky. Everywhere, she says. Kodai blinks and follows Pony's gaze to the sky. The smoke is starting to thicken, making it easier to see as it blocks out the stars. We should go back to camp, Kodai says as she walks through the brush, heading back to the path. As if summoned, Mandalay's voice sounds in Pony's head. Villains have invaded. Everyone, please make your way back to camp without making contact with the villains. Kodai and Pony exchange a look as Pony follows her onto the path. I'll be faster to just finish walking through the course than to turn back since we're past the halfway point, Pony says as she starts walking in the indicated direction. Kodai nods and starts walking at her side. Is that smoke? Pixie Bob asks, pointing at the sky. Mandalay follows her finger to the thick smoke rising above the forest. Mandalay blinks. Yeah, it is. Did one of the kids start it? She knows some of the students have fire-based quirks, but had their classmates really scared them enough to cause them to start a forest fire? You mean Todoroki or Bakugo? I can't see them getting scared enough to start a fire, Pixie Bob says, looking over at Mandalay. They're taken out of their conversation by the sound of heavy footsteps. Mandalay watches as two people she doesn't recognize emerge from the foliage. One of them clearly has a mutant quirk, their head taking on the shape of a lizard's head and their body covered in scales. The other is muscular with short hair and what looks like a giant pillar thrown over their shoulder. Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and Tiger walk forward, putting themselves between the two villains and the students. The two villains do the same. The one with the lizard mutation quirk pulls their sword off their back, holding the weapon in front of them. The sword is made up of at least 100 other blades, tied together by a thick rope. The other lowers their pillar from their shoulder, holding it across their chest. Mandalay takes a breath and sends a message to the students, warning them to hurry back to camp and avoid confronting any villains. They stand off against the villains, no one daring to move. Don't take this too personally, but we might have to kill you. Depends on how much trouble you cause, the villain with the pillar says. The villains move first, lunging forward with their weapons raised. Mandalay ducks under the pillar as it's swung at her and Pixie Bob jumps to the side, toward the tree line, to avoid an attack from the massive blades. Tiger runs forward, trying to get between Pixie Bob and the villain, but he's not fast enough. The villain lunges forward and puts his mess of blades to her neck, trapping her between his blade and a tree. I suggest you stay back. Her fate has already been decided by Stain's word, and we'll get to you soon enough. Mandalay hangs back, looking at Tiger to urge him to do the same. Spinner dash. The other villain starts, but they're not fast enough to warn the other. While he was talking, Spinner had allowed his sword to drop just enough that Pixie Bob is able to step out and around. She crouches and kicks his legs out from under him. Spinner lets out a yelp as he falls, dropping his swords in the process. The other villain gets between Spinner and Pixie Bob, raising their pillar. For a moment, Mandalay thinks they're going to swing at Pixie Bob, but instead, its edges start to glow. Mandalay screams as she's lifted into the air by some invisible force. Pixie Bob starts to float too. The two women make eye contact as they're thrown into the tree line. The air in Mandalay's lungs is forced out as her back slams against a tree. Out of the corner of her eye, Mandalay can see Pixie Bob leaning against the tree she had been thrown into, her hands pressed into the soil. The dirt in front of the two villains starts to bubble and writhe, forming three of the monsters they had set on the students a few days ago. The monsters lurch forward and start attacking the villains. The one with the pillar raises it and swings, but the monster steps out of the way. Spinner swings his mess of swords in the other, but it wraps its hand around the mass and pulls. Spinner loses his grip and the monster throws the weapon backward, sending it into the forest. Mandalay turns her head to follow it as she gets to her feet, bracing herself against the tree at her back. The collection of swords slams into a tree and falls to the ground with a crash. One of the ropes holding the swords together comes undone and a few of them slip out, falling to the forest floor with a clatter. Pixie Bob gets to her feet alongside Mandalay and they start running forward, attempting to hide their approach behind the backs of the monsters. Tiger starts running for the villain with the pillar while they're distracted by the monster they're fighting. He manages to hit them in the back of the head, knocking them unconscious. The monster engaging Spinner grabs the man around the waist with both hands and throws him to the side. He grunts as he hits the grass. Mandalay takes in a breath as she takes the capture tape attached to her belt and runs over to him, pinning him down and binding his wrists behind his back. He complains and rages about staying the whole time, but she blocks him out. Pixie Bob and Tiger do the same to the other villain, Pixie Bob binding their wrists and Tiger their ankles. Mandalay binds Spinner's ankles as well and she drags the villain next to the other, so they'll be easier to keep an eye on. Mandalay turns to face the students still standing in the clearing, taking in their slightly surprised expressions. "Everything will be fine," she says, trying to convince herself as much as she is them. Izuku ducks under the branches of a tree as he makes his way up the mountain. The rock at his feet begins to level out as he reaches the cliff Koda likes to hang out on. As he steps out onto it, he sees Koda sitting on the far side, his feet hanging over the edge. "Hey," Izuku says, announcing himself. Koda doesn't jump this time, just looks up to watch Izuku's approach. Izuku settles onto the rock next to him, swinging his legs over the edge and turning his head so he's looking at Koda. "I thought you were supposed to be in the woods," Koda says. Izuku nods. "Your aunt asked me to come talk to you." Koda huffs. "What did she want you to talk to me about?" "She's hoping that you'll talk about your parents more, possibly with her." Koda shakes his head. "She keeps trying to convince me that what they did was heroic, just like everyone else." Izuku nods. "She wants you to be happy. It's hard for her to understand why you feel the way you do. Talking to her about it might help." Koda nods slowly. "But what if I do talk to her about it and she leaves me too?" Izuku, "If that's what you're afraid of, tell her that. It doesn't have to be now, it doesn't even have to be this year, but talking to her will help both of you." Koda looks like he's about to say something, but he stops when Izuku abruptly looks away from him. Izuku swears as he gets to his feet. "We have to get back to camp." "Why, what's wrong?" Koda asks, swinging his legs back onto the cliff. "The forest is on fire," Izuku says as he holds his hand out, helping Koda to his feet. Koda looks out at the trees below and sure enough, he can make out thick billows of smoke rising above the forest and the flickering blue flames in the distance. Izuku catches movement behind Koda as he's turning to head back down the mountain. He shoves Koda behind him and looks up to see a man dressed in a long black cloak, a white mask covering his face. "Where do you think you're going? We haven't had our fun yet." The man reaches up, taking the mask off his face. He has short, blonde hair and one of his eyes has been replaced by one that looks robotic. Izuku recognizes his from a news story years ago. "You're muscular, right?" Izuku asks. The man grins. So you recognize me? Maybe I'll go a little easier on you then. Izuku hears Koda Sek in a breath. Izuku reaches behind him, pushing Koda further back. Muscular takes a few steps forward, tearing his cloak off as he does. They told me it would be best to keep my identity private, but that's no fun. And you know who I am already anyway. Beneath the cloak he's wearing a red tank top and dark pants, leaving his arms on display. Now that, let's play. What looks like muscle tissue explodes out of his skin, covering his arms and part of his upper chest. Izuku activates his own quirk and scales spread across his body just in time to protect him from the worst of Muscular's attack as he raises his arms to protect his face. Pain blooms across his arms as he struggles not to be pushed back into Koda. Run, he says. Muscular laughs. You sure can take a hit, kid, but you won't be able to get away. More muscle tissue comes out to join the rest. Muscular steps back and readies his arm for another swing. Izuku takes the chance to further his quirk. His body grows and his face elongates into a snout. He catches Muscular's fist in his own and picks the man up by his arm, swinging him into the mountain face. Muscular yells as he hits the rock, creating a large crater in the mountain and kicking up dust. He starts pushing himself up, glaring at Izuku from over the edge of the crater. His arms continue to grow as more fibers cover the others. Some emerge from his neck, covering the entirety of his torso, stopping just under his chin. How dare dash! Izuku raises his arms and slices down. Muscular stumbles back as the blades of air slice through some of the fibers on his chest, but they don't quite manage to do more than destroy a layer or two, which are quickly replaced. You really don't know when to quit, do you, kid? The man says, stepping out of the crater. Izuku is about to run at him when a stream of water comes from behind him, hitting Muscular in the chest. Izuku glances behind him to see Koda standing with his hands raised, breathing heavily as he watches Muscular. Muscular leans slightly to the side, looking at Koda from around Izuku. His eyes narrow. You know, you kinda look familiar, dash. He's cut off when Izuku tackles him to the ground. Muscular kicks Izuku off of him and rolls out of the way before he can grab him again. Izuku runs at him, drawing his arm back once he's close enough and aiming a punch at his face. Muscular ducks out of the way and punches Izuku in the side. Izuku steps back, taking another hit to the stomach before he's able to get one in himself, hitting Muscular in the stomach. It doesn't do much and Muscular grins at him as he advances. Muscular starts raining down punches, not giving Izuku room to do more than dodge. Izuku grits his teeth as he moves, trying to keep Muscular from getting too close to Koda. He can feel bruises starting to form on his arms and sides, where Muscular is managing to hit him the most. Despite his best efforts, they're slowly starting to inch back toward Koda. Izuku huffs as he dodges another of Muscular's hits. He can feel his body starting to heat up in time with his breathing, his body temperature slowly rising with every inhale. Muscular doesn't seem to notice as he keeps raining down punches. Izuku falls backward under one of Muscular's hits, using the man's momentum against him. He falls down on top of Izuku and the boy lets out a breath as his body bursts into flames. Izuku's vision is blocked by the orange flames that envelop him, but he can hear Muscular's screams and smell his burning flesh. Muscular tries to pry himself off Izuku, but he wraps his arms around the man's back, keeping him in place. After another few seconds, Izuku lets go. Muscular stumbles off him, continuing to scream as Izuku rises to his feet, his body still aflame. He takes a few deep breaths, urging the flames to go out. They slowly start to fizzle out, clearing Izuku's vision. He catches sight of Muscular's mutilated face and body just as the man falls over, seemingly having passed out from the pain. Izuku huffs as he deactivates his quirk, shrinking back down to normal. Without the scales covering his arms and chest, the bruises that had been forming throughout the fight are clearly visible. He turns to Koda, doing his best to block his vision of Muscular. "Are you okay?" Izuku asks, keeping his voice soft and low as he crouches in front of the boy. Koda nods and runs into Izuku, wrapping his arms around the boy's stomach as he buries his head in his chest. Izuku returns the hug. "I'm going to carry you back to camp, okay?" Izuku says. Koda nods. Into him and Izuku gently picks him up, settling him on his hip. Scales emerge from the skin on his legs and he jumps from the cliff, landing within the forest below. He creates a small crater where he lands and starts running through the brush, putting as much distance between them and the cliff as possible. Ochako walks alongside Tsu, trying to walk carefully so as not to make too much noise. The wind rustles the tree branches and carries the smell of smoke, keeping them on edge. Mandalay's transmission had come through a few minutes ago, but they had decided to keep following the path since they had already passed the halfway point. Ochako's attention is on the path ahead and doesn't notice Pony running at her until it's too late. The other girl tackles her to the side and her back slams against a tree, forcing the air out of her lungs. Tsu yelps as she jumps to the side to avoid being taken with them. A girl Ochako doesn't recognize, with blonde hair pulled up into buns on either side of her head and a large machine on her back, follows behind Pony. She's poised as though she was preparing to pounce on them, knife in hand. Pony steps off Ochako and turns to face the blonde girl, moving just in time to grab her wrist, stopping her from taking out one of Pony's eyes. Pony kicks out, taking the girl's feet out from under her. She falls but rolls out of the way before Pony can pin her, pushing herself to her feet in the same motion. She lunges for Tsu, who whips her tongue out, deflecting her arm with it as she jumps out of the way of her blade. "Who are you? Why are you trying to kill us?" Tsu asks once her tongue is back in her mouth. The other girl stops in the middle of the path, her hands coming up to the side of her face as she curls them into fists, one still wrapped around the handle of her knife. "How rude of me, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Himiko. Himiko Toga." She has a large smile on her face, showing off the sharp fangs she has in place of her first premolars. "You don't have to introduce yourselves, though. I already know how you are. I watched the sports festival and you all did so good, it's why I wanted to meet you," she says, swinging her arms as she talks. She turns in a slow circle, stopping when she's facing Pony. "You're Izuku's girlfriend, right? He did really good at the sports festival too. I kinda fell in love with him a little bit, seeing him all bloody. People always look better when they're covered in blood. Although, I suppose he didn't really bleed all that much, did he? With that strong quirk of his." Pony's eyes narrow as she watches Toga. "You're quite pretty too. Maybe we could all get together," Toga says, seemingly oblivious to Pony's growing animosity, or possibly just ignoring it. Toga's cheeks were beginning to redden and her free hand pulled at the bottom of her skirt. "Oh, but I guess I'm getting ahead of myself. Shigaraki sent me here with a job to do after all," she says. Toga lowers into an offensive position and lunges at Pony. She pivots to get out of the way, but Toga changes direction at the last moment, going for Tsu instead. Tsu moves to jump out of the way, but she's not quite fast enough and the knife nicks her arm. Pony and Ochako run forward at the same time. Two of Pony's horns detach and get ahead of them, ramming Toga in the sides. The girl stumbles and nearly falls. Her arms wrap around her middle and Ochako comes up on her side, punching her in the side of the head. Pony crouches and kicks out, taking Toga's legs out from under her. She falls to the ground, grunting as her head hits the dirt. She rolls to the side, avoiding the kick to her stomach Tsu had been aiming. She doesn't get up, however, and hits Ochako in the leg with something sharp. She yelps and looks down to see a needle poking out of her leg, siphoning her blood into the tank on Toga's back. She reaches to pull it out but Toga slashes at her hand with her knife, creating a deep cut on the back of her hand. Tsu's tongue wraps around Toga's wrist and wrenches it back, forcing her to drop the knife and giving Ochako a chance to pull the needle from her leg. Tsu pulls Toga back by her arm, causing her to cry out. With her free hand, she reaches for her waist, but Pony does not give her the chance to grab what she's reaching for as one of her horns pokes through her sleeve and pulls her arm back. Tsu lets her go, sending her rolling into the underbrush. Pony takes her horn back, letting the girl hit a tree. Pony doesn't give her a chance to get up. She runs over and grabs the girl by the neck, lifting her into the air. Toga's hands come up to meet her own, trying to tear her fingers away while simultaneously kicking out, trying to hit Pony wherever she can, but Pony is holding her at arm's length. She watches as Toga's kicks start to slow and her grip on her hands becomes weaker until she finally goes limp. Pony drops her immediately and she falls on top of the foliage, crushing a cluster of bushes. She's not dead, right? Ochako asks, glancing between Toga and Pony. Tsu shakes her head. She's still breathing. Ochako takes a moment to watch Toga before nodding, the tension dropping from her shoulders as she does so. We should keep heading back to camp. It'll be best to be in a large group. Tsu says. The other two nod. While they stumble back onto the path, Pony rips a piece of her shirt at the hem and gestures for Ochako to give her her hand. She wraps the length of fabric around her hand, tying a knot to keep it in place. Once she's sure it's secure, the three of them continue through the forest. They form a triangle as they walk, Tsu at the lead with Pony and Ochako walking side by side behind her. Ochako turns back when she hears something behind them. She looks just in time to see someone crouching in the bushes, scooping Toga into their arms and running off. Himiko comes to slowly. When her vision clears, she sees Twice crouching in front of her. She smiles, pushing herself up against the tree she is leaning on. They were so cool. I think we're friends now, she says, grinning. Her voice is raspy and constricted, but Twice either doesn't notice or doesn't care, simply nodding along. Izuku huffs as he crashes through the underbrush, Koda clutched tightly against his chest. Luckily, the smoke they had seen rising among the trees from the mountain hadn't yet spread very far, though the wind carried the sweet smell of burning pine wood and tree sap. He doesn't know how long he's been running for, he's just been heading in the direction of the camp, trying to put as much distance between them and Muscular's body as he could. Suddenly, they stumble into a small clearing, crashing through the bushes right in front of Aizawa. Izuku gently hands Koda over to him. We encountered Muscular on the mountain. I fought him off and I'm pretty sure he's dead, but we didn't stay to confirm. Can you please take him back to camp? I need to go help the others. Aizawa opens his mouth to say something, but Izuku doesn't give him a chance, taking off back in the direction they'd come from. He goes as fast as he can while keeping his footsteps quiet, trying to avoid being detected by any nearby villains. He squints his eyes in confusion when, in the distance, he sees a thin haze of purple smoke. He takes a deep breath as he approaches. The smoke gets thicker quickly until he can barely see the shape of the trees a few feet in front of him. Izuku draws his arms up to form an X in front of his chest and slashes down. The smog surrounding him blows away, allowing him to see the surrounding area and breathe normally. He spots Yaoyorozu and a few Class B students crouching among the bushes, gas masks secured to their faces. He starts walking toward them just as the sound of a gun firing resounds through the trees. The bullet whizzes past him, cutting through where he had just been standing. He quickens his pace, kneeling next to Yaoyorozu as the smoke trickles back into the area. Yaoyorozu hands him a mask and he thanks her as he secures it over his face. Do you know anything about the villain causing this? He asks, looking between Yaoyorozu and the two B students he can now identify as Tetsu and Awaze. The two boys shake their heads, but Yaoyorozu makes a SOSO motion with her hand. Judging by the way the smoke spreads out, and that it gets thicker the further you go, they're probably at the center of it. I also believe it's likely the villain can sense movement within the smoke. However, if they feel the need to rely on a gun to keep us from getting close to them, it's unlikely they're very good at hand-to-hand. Izuku nods along as she talks. Right. He's about to get to his feet, but, before he can, Tetsu stands. I'll take care of the villain. Yaoyorozu, Awaze, you find the others and get out of here. Midoriya, you should keep going. Some of the others might need more help than we do. Izuku rises to meet him. Are you sure? Yes. Tetsu nods. Izuku nods back. I'll leave them to you then. Tetsu turns on his heel and runs out onto the path. Izuku watches him dodge between trees until he disappears into the smoke. Yaoyorozu and Awaze are on their feet now, too. I think most of the others who were with us managed to get out already, but we'll search the surrounding bushes as we make our way back to camp. Awaze says, All right, you should get going, Midoriya. Tetsu was right. Some of the others will likely need help. Izuku takes a breath and turns back toward the direction he'd come. He picks up his pace as the smoke thins. Once he can no longer see any purple smog in the air around him, he takes off his gas mask, though he doesn't drop it. It swings in his hand as he runs between the trees, searching for signs of his classmates or the villains that are attacking their camp. He doesn't have to go too far before he finds signs of a struggle. Paths carved through bushes, low-hanging branches snapped off the trees. He follows the path of destruction to a small clearing where Todoroki and Bakugo are fighting a villain in a straitjacket, only his mouth visible. The villain is using his teeth to keep himself upright and brandishing them as weapons. Izuku is forced to jump out of the way of the giant ice spear Todoroki had sent the villain's way and internally cringes as the ice shatters the teeth. Izuku steps into the clearing, drawing the villain's attention. When the villain turns to face him, his teeth create new holes in the ground where he plants them. Todoroki and Bakugo both glance back at him, but their attention doesn't waver for long. The villain attempts to slash Izuku with one of his elongated teeth. Izuku spreads scales across his arms and raises them in front of his face, blocking the attack. Bakugo and Todoroki take advantage of the villain's momentary distraction to aim attacks at his back. Todoroki sends out a burst of ice at the same time that Bakugo releases a large explosion. The two attacks hit the villain at the same time, causing him to scream and fall to the ground as his teeth break away. Todoroki covers the man in ice, trapping him on the ground. He tries to leverage himself up with his teeth, but Bakugo breaks them immediately, leaving his mouth filled with nothing but gums and blood. "Are you both all right?" Izuku asks. Bakugo rolls his eyes. "We didn't need your help. We're fine." Todoroki replies, ignoring Bakugo's statement. Izuku nods. "Good." He's not able to say anything else as Shuji comes charging out of the bushes in front of him, one of his arms bleeding where the hand had been cut off. Tokoyami lost control of Dark Shadow. He says, getting straight to the point. Izuku and the other two nod. Shuji turns and takes off back in the direction he'd come, the other three at his heels. Izuku spares one last glance at the villain frozen to the ground to assure himself that he's unable to get up before turning back to face the direction they're running. They haven't gone very far before Izuku starts to hear the sound of Tokoyami struggling against Dark Shadow. As they get closer, they start to see more signs of a struggle. Broken tree branches, trampled bushes, and smashed rocks. Sure enough, they quickly come across Tokoyami in a small clearing that would have been surrounded by trees had Dark Shadow not smashed and torn them all from the ground. The fallen trees create a short wall around the clearing, forcing the four of them to scramble over the fallen logs to get into the clearing. Dark Shadow spots them immediately and roars as they rush at the group. They're about to rip Shuji open with a claw when Izuku jumps in front of him, scales spread across his body, protecting him from Dark Shadow's attack and the flames that Todoroki sends out in response, driving Dark Shadow back. As Dark Shadow shrinks back to a normal size, Tokoyami falls to his knees. Shuji rushes to his side, helping him to his feet. Izuku, Todoroki, and Bakugo join Shuji, Todoroki keeping a small flame going on his palm to give them a little light. "Are you okay?" Izuku asks. Tokoyami nods. "I'm fine. Thank you for driving Dark Shadow back. I lost control in a bout of foolishness. I deeply apologize for your wound, Shuji." Shuji shakes his head. "It's fine, it'll grow back." Tokoyami blinks, but before he can ask more questions, Izuku gets their attention. "We should keep heading back to camp. Aizawa will want us all in one place to make sure no one is missing." Tokoyami, Shuji, and Todoroki both nod in agreement. Bakugo rolls his eyes, but he follows the other four back onto the path anyway. Tokoyami, Shuji, and Todoroki walk in the center, Shuji supporting Tokoyami and Todoroki keeping a small flame going in his palm next to him, both keeping Dark Shadow under check and lighting their path so they can navigate more easily. Izuku walks at the front and Bakugo brings up the rear, both because he'd been the last to start walking and so he can fight off Dark Shadow if Todoroki's small flame suddenly isn't enough. Izuku stays on high alert as they walk, scanning the trees for hidden villains. They'd been walking for a few minutes when Izuku hears rustling in the trees behind them. He turns around to find Bakugo missing. "Where did Bakugo go?" he asks, looking at the bushes around them. The other three start looking around for him, too, but to no avail. I don't understand, he was just behind us. Where could he have gone? Shuji says. Izuku clenches his fists at his side as another rustle draws his attention back to the front of the path. He spots the coat-tail of a villain jumping between trees and takes off after him. He jumps and grabs hold of a thick branch, pulling himself up into the tree. He uses the branch as a springboard and takes off in the direction he'd seen the villain go in. After a few seconds, he catches up to the villain. The man is dressed in a long coat, top hat, and long gloves. Izuku picks up his pace and tackles the man out of the trees. They crash down into the brush, their fall cushioned by thick bushes and various plants. Where is he? Izuku asks, keeping the villain pinned beneath him. Hey, no need to get violent. We aren't gonna hurt him, just give him the choice between working with people who want to help him and a system that wants to use him. We could offer you the same deal, but I have a feeling you'd burn down our base first, wouldn't ya? Izuku's eyes narrow. What makes you think he wants to join you? Well, most of you would have been a good candidate, honestly. But we thought Bakugo or Todoroki would be best. What with the way Todoroki's dad accosted him during the sports festival and how Bakugo was clearly forced onto the podium as soon as he woke up even though he wasn't physically fit to do so. Dabi shot down Todoroki. And hey, you left Bakugo unguarded at the back of the group. Izuku shakes his head. Bakugo is way too determined to ever join your group. The villain shrugs as much as he's able under Izuku's grip. I suppose we'll just have to let him decide that for himself. He lifts a hand and Izuku gasps. For a moment, it feels as though he's free-falling until he hits a hard surface. He blinks, taking in the glistening material surrounding him. It's reflective, only allowing him to see himself instead of whatever's going on outside of it. He stands, his hair brushing the ceiling, and clenches his fist at his side. He spreads scales down his arm and brings it up to his side, slamming it into the wall of the sphere. The wall doesn't crack or shatter. In fact, the prison doesn't even shake. Izuku lets out a breath and looks up. The ceiling is much too low for him to attempt to move into his hybrid form. He raises his arms up against his chest and attempts to use the same wind move he had before, but it doesn't do anything. Once again, the walls remain unmarred. Izuku groans in frustration and slides down the wall of the sphere. Tsurаю appears in front of him. The hell is this place? The dragon asks. Izuku shrugs. Must be something to do with that villain's quirk, but I can't tell exactly what. If he just teleported us to a prison somewhere, then Bakugo would be here too. And the walls would likely be more breakable. Tsurаю huffs. Of course. Well, I suppose we'll just have to see where we end up, then? Izuku shrugs. If the villain is somehow transporting us with him, we'll just be taken to where the villains are meeting up. If this is a pocket dimension type of thing, then he can likely only summon us to him, so either way we'll end up in the center of the villains. Tsurаю grins. Alright then. I like the way you think. Izuku rolls his eyes and lets his head fall back against the wall. It shouldn't take too long. I'm sure their main goal was to take at least one of us. Having a hero student join your villain. 'Cause would be good for getting your name in headlines. Tsurаю hums. He disappears and Izuku sits in silence, attempting to make at least a few basic plans for how to deal with the group of villains he was surely about to end up in the center of. He just started making plan number 10 when he suddenly tumbles onto grass, his classmates and teachers in a crowd in front of him and villains at his back. He spins to face the villains but is forced to jump back when a man with purple scars spreading across his body sends a wave of blue flames at him. For a moment, he recognizes the villain who had trapped him, but he hesitates to attack when the villain pulls a marble from his pocket and tosses it in the air. He snaps his fingers and the marble turns into Bakugo, who lands on his feet in front of the villain. The villain wraps his hand around Bakugo's neck and starts dragging him back into a swirling portal. Izuku pushes the villain with the top hat out of his way and attempts to grab Bakugo, but he's too slow and Bakugo, along with all the villains, disappear into the portals. Izuku is forced to pull his hand back to prevent the portal from closing around it. The clearing is silent but for the crackling of the fire still ravaging the forest.